They're auctioning off some 5-element sect cultivation manual. Up on the second floor, Lin Yunkai, the big-shot young master of the Lin family, kicked his feet up and smirked while swirling his drink. Like anyone's gonna outbid me for it. Just then, all eyes snapped to the stage as a gorgeous lady in red glided out. That was Nalan, the head manager of the Van Bao Pavilion. She flashed a charming smile, her voice clear as day. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Right on cue, she pointed at the box on the pedestal and announced, the auction is officially open. Let the bidding begin. We're starting with this high-tier yellow-grade Banshan Shui manual from the 5-element sect. Minimum bid is 300,000 gold, and each jump has to be at least 10,000 gold. The bids started flying like crazy, setting the whole place on fire. 350,000. I'm in at 380. 400,000. But just as things were hitting a boiling point, Lin Yunkai dropped a bomb that left the whole room dead silent. 3 million gold. What is this, a soup kitchen? Why are you all bidding like beggars? Once he said that, the place went nuts. He just jumped the price tenfold. Who even plays like that? Nalan didn't waste a second, jumping right on the momentum. 3 million. Any other bidders? A hand went up out of nowhere. It hit the room like a thunderclap, and everyone whipped their heads around. It was Bai Yifan. He was leaning back against a pillar, looking totally chill but throwing major shade. He spoke up loud and clear, 30 million. That should do it, right? The whole place froze. 30 million? People couldn't believe their ears. That's enough to buy half of Luyun City. A few seconds later, the mocking laughter started. He'd basically just smashed the Lin family's bowl right in front of them. Lin Yunkai's face turned bright red. He was shaking with pure rage. Some random punk thinks he can steal my loot. Meanwhile, Nalan was having the time of her life. She was grinning so hard her eyes were practically closed, and she slammed the gavel down. Going once, going twice. Sold to the gentleman for 30 million. Nalan hit the gavel one last time. It was a done deal. The crowd started shuffling out, looking pretty bummed. Just as everyone was about to leave, Nalan's voice cut through the air again, super hyped. Wait up, everyone. Take a look at this. This is the real deal today. It's the Heaven Ascension Token. Starting bid is 2 million gold, with a minimum increase of 100,000 gold. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. They all turned back, stunned. The Heaven Ascension Token? That's like legendary stuff. Up in the booth, Lin Yunkai's face went dark. His butler leaned in and whispered, Young master, this is the one Miss Hingni is dying to get. If we want to get on the city lord's good side, we gotta snag this. Down on the floor, Bai Yifan was still leaning on his pillar, looking like he couldn't care less about all that power-tripping drama. He turned to the guy next to him and asked casually, so what even is a Heaven Ascension Token? The guy almost passed out from the question but sucked it up to explain. Look, for normal people to get into a sect to cultivate, it's harder than reaching the stars. You gotta be under 20, have top-tier talent, enough cultivation, and pass their crazy entrance exams. This token is a gift from a sect elder. If they think you've got destiny, they give you one, and you skip all that entry nonsense. You're just in. Bai Yifan nodded, thinking it over, then muttered, so, it's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for their world. Up top, Lin Yunkai heard that and almost choked on his wine, laughing mockingly. Dropping 3 million earlier, and now he doesn't even know what a Heaven Ascension Token is. This guy's just a rich hillbilly who hit the jackpot overnight. He's just here for clout. He sneered, I let you have your moment, but this token, it's mine. He grinned coldly, hand ready to drop a number that would blow the roof off the place. 50 mil. But before he could shout it, a voice cut through the air like a knife. 100 million gold. The room went dead silent again. People were straight up shell-shocked. Lin Yunkai almost bit his own tongue off, screaming, What? Bai Yifan just scratched his ear, looking bored. I said 100 million. Are all you guys at this auction hard of hearing, or what? It all started a month ago when Bai Yifan was just cooking in his apartment and accidentally sliced his finger. His blood got on an old family ring, and boom, he was transported to this continent. Before he could even catch his breath, he was hit with a whole new fantasy world where people could fly and move mountains while everyone else just struggled to survive. Just then, the ring started glowing again. The craziest part was the bok choy in his hand. It had mutated into a glowing crystal-like spirit herb. Before he could even process it, people were swarming him like bees. Kid, 5 million for that herb. Sell it to me. Forget him. I'll give you 10 million. A few minutes later, Yifan didn't even know what was happening. He was literally being buried in cash. He'd made 8 figures off one single piece of cabbage. The pile was so high he could barely stick a hand out to breathe. Yifan snapped back to reality, remembering those first few days when he'd just arrived. He'd spent the last month experimenting with jumping between the two worlds, finally figuring out the rules and how this continent worked. He looked down at his palm, where a cucumber was glowing brightly. It made him frown. It was clear now, only plants and living things could make the jump. Normal stuff wouldn't make it, no pens or paper. Food worked, but only if it stayed under the weight limit. He started mapping out the rules. Strictly weight limited, and anything over 200 grams was a no-go. That was the hard limit. On the flip side, if you drag stuff from the mainland back to Earth, it's just going to turn into straight-up trash. Thankfully, in this mess of a situation, that ancient ring has one massive perk. It auto-adjusts your gear to fit whatever world you're in, saving you from a ton of pointless headaches. Once he made it back to the modern world, Yifan pulled out the cultivation manual he scored at the auction. He frowned, staring it down while muttering, "Looks like I didn't think this through." Dropping that much cash at the auction without keeping a low profile? I'm definitely going to be dealing with drama later. I gotta master this technique fast if I want to keep myself safe. The more he read, the clearer it got. Oh, so that's how it works. Turns out, if you bring a manual from the other side, learning it is actually a breeze. A thought crossed his mind, and Mo Yifan flashed a confident smirk. This legendary master-level technique is as good as mine. Half a month later, in a clearing on a beautiful day, a whistle cut through the air as Yifan's fist rocketed forward. The giant boulder in front of him shattered instantly, stone flying everywhere. Bai Yifan was panting, his eyes burning bright, whispering to himself, "Phew, nailed it." His rock-solid body was radiating pure intensity. For the past 2 weeks, I've been grinding the mountain shifting art while fueling my body with the plants I brought from Earth. My progress is insane, probably because I'm from Earth, so my body actually evolved after hitting the Tongu continent. He wiped the sweat dripping down his face. That punch, the arm strength must be at a crazy level now. It wasn't just that, he could clearly feel his internal organs getting a serious power-up. Which means, even though I look like I'm just at the entry level of body tempering, my real power is already on par with an inner strength martial artist. Yifan looked up at the deep blue sky, closed his eyes for a second, and thought, guess this is my first real step into the world of martial arts. Suddenly, Bai Yifan froze, his sharp ears catching a desperate scream from afar. Help! Save me! He whipped his head around, eyes scanning the area, and saw a group of people being swarmed by a pack of vicious wolves. Get lost! Back off! The screams rang out in pure terror. From high up in a tree, Yifan watched silently. His eyes turned cold as he saw the wolves lunging in waves. Right then, a massive, oversized wolf snarled and charged straight at a girl. Ah! The girl shrieked in panic. Without wasting a single second, Bai Yifan launched himself down like a lightning bolt, landing a massive, bone-crushing punch right on the wolf's jaw, sending it reeling. Before it could recover, he leaped from the air, delivering a finishing blow straight to the beast's head. Everyone around was wide-eyed in shock. No one expected someone to show up that fast, but it wasn't over yet. As the rest of the pack started howling and rushing in, Yifan clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade. Perfect, I'll use you beasts to warm up. The pack lunged at him, growling like they wanted to tear him apart. Bai Yifan wasn't backing down. He roared, his punch spiraling and creating a fiery shockwave that tossed the wolves aside like dry leaves in a storm. They went flying, crashing into the ground before they could even let out a sound. The group behind him was left stunned, watching him with pure awe. He just said coldly, "It's done." Only then did the group snap back to reality, their faces full of gratitude and admiration. That young hero is something else. A day of blue skies, white clouds, and bright sunlight stretched across the forest. Tucked away in a small wooden cabin, Yifan was quietly practicing near a giant tree. With a single strike, he sliced the trunk in half. Soon enough, the surrounding trees were dropping one by one under his raw power. Muroruo, the girl he'd saved, brought him some water, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Yifan, brother, you're so amazing." She stood by his side, watching everyone excitedly hauling the logs they just cut. Come on, pull harder!" she added happily. "With these logs, we can finally get the Muju village rebuilding started." Yifan took the water, responding gently, "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Before this, after the wolves were driven off, he'd been treated like royalty by the villagers. An older man stepped forward, introducing himself sincerely. "Young brother, I'm Mutate, the village chief's son of Muju village. If it weren't for you saving my daughter Ruoruo and the others today, we'd be done for. We owe you big time. You've got skills, but these mountains are still dangerous. Why not come back to Muju village with us? It's a lot safer there." As soon as he said it, everyone else started chiming in. "Yeah, brother's right. If you don't have anywhere to go, come be our guest in Muju village. Stay as long as you want." Yifan didn't refuse, just shrugged and laughed. "In that case, I won't say no." In his head, he was thinking, perfect. I've been needing a quiet place to grind the mountain shifting art anyway, so this works out. A few days later, settled in, Bai Yifan sat there looking at his hands, feeling every change in his body deep in thought. "I've broken through from body tempering to the peak of bone breaking, but my growth speed has hit a wall lately. Must be a bottleneck. Inner strength cultivation is just what it says. It's all about tempering your organs so they're strong enough to digest a rock if you had to. The mountain shifting art says eating the organs of high-level beasts is a huge boost for breaking through to the inner strength level." Bai Yifan let out a soft breath, muttering to himself, "Guess when I get back to Earth, I'll have to buy some organs to level up." At the village gate, everyone was prepping for the market day. Mutate turned back and said, "Roro, we're all set, time to hit the market. Brother Yifan, since you've got some free time, why don't you come to the market with us and check it out?" Bai Yifan looked a bit curious. The market in Luyan City was absolutely buzzing. Buyers and sellers were packed in, and the sound of trade was endless. "Wait, Mutate, are you really okay with leaving your daughter with some guy you've only known for a few days?" They walked through the crowded market, holding a bright red candied hawthorn stick. Mururuo giggled, looking at Yifan with soft eyes. "Brother, you're so good to Ruruo." Bai Yifan just replied quietly, "Let's head back soon, or your dad's gonna get worried." But before they could leave, they both froze as they saw a massive crowd gathering up ahead. The shouting made everyone slow their pace. "Stop hitting him! Please, have mercy!" Suddenly, it was like Moknyuk got struck by lightning when she realized what was happening, her voice trembling in a panic. "Wait! That's where Dad is!" Without a second thought, the two of them shoved their way into the gathering crowd. In just a split second, tears welled up in Moknyuk's eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her father and the guy with him were being screamed at and stomped on mercilessly by a bunch of thugs. Where the hell did these peasants come from? Bunch of blind idiots. The two men could only cover their heads and take the beating. She let out a desperate scream. Her uncle couldn't hold back either. Moknyuk tore through the crowd and sprinted toward them, choking back sobs. Stop it! What gives you the right to hit my dad? Muktit, still getting pummeled, tried to shield his daughter, shouting, Nyuk, get back! But one of the thugs, seeing her, immediately raised his leg to kick her. Where'd this brat crawl out from? You looking to die? Before his foot could land, a hand clamped down on his ankle. Biknut Pham had shown up just in time. He twisted his wrist hard, flinging the guy away, making him shriek in agony. Arg, my leg! Nut Pham stood calmly in the middle of the circle, but his words cut like a knife. He didn't hold back. A grown-ass man at the body refinement stage, acting like a savage, beating up a 13-year-old girl who doesn't even know martial arts? You still call yourself a human? The guy was nursing his leg, groaning, but still tried to act tough. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to lecture me? Immediately, all eyes locked onto Nut Pham. Without waiting for a cue, the leader shouted, Take him down, yes sir. The thugs swarmed him, but within seconds, punches were flying, fast and heavy as thunder. One hit, two hits, one by one, they were sent flying like ragdolls. Ah! Groans filled the air, and within minutes, the whole lot of them were sprawled out, motionless. Biknut Pham didn't hesitate, walking over and stepping hard on the guy from before while he was still wailing. Can I lecture you now? The guy turned into a total coward, begging pathetically, I won't do it again, I won't! Please, have mercy, boss! A massive muscular man carrying a huge sword watched from a distance, his eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the scene. This kid is so young, but he's already reached the bone-severing realm. Meanwhile, Nut Pham grabbed the guy he'd been stomping on by the collar, his voice ice cold. Why are you beating people up in the middle of the street? Answer me, he demanded, or the next fist is landing right on your skull. Mok Thiet quickly stepped up and put a hand on his shoulder, his voice low. Little Vu, stop it. These guys are from the City Lord's mansion. We can't afford to mess with them. Biknut Pham frowned, his eyes flashing with even more anger. He turned and pressed, Uncle Thiet, what the hell is actually going on here? Moknyuk bent down to help her relative up, voice thick with tears. Uncle, is your leg okay? Just then, that massive guy stepped out, his voice dripping with condescension. Tisk, let me answer that for you. These blind dogs smashed into our young miss's carriage, and they deserve to have their legs broken by the horses. And now they want to talk back to the young miss? Do they have extra heads to lose? This guy was Cho Huang, the captain of the City Lord's guards. Mokluk couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and pointed right at him, shouting back, You're full of crap. It's clear your carriage lost control and hit my uncle. We were just trying to ask a question, and you guys started beating us up. Mukthit panicked and pulled him back, whispering, Mukluk, shut up. This is our fault. With that, he dropped to his knees, slamming them hard onto the crowded street. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to the brute, his voice desperate. My lady, this is all our fault. Please have mercy. My brother already has a broken leg. Please, just let us peasants go this once. Biknut Pham stood quietly on the sidelines, observing everything, his mind racing. The young miss of the City Lord's mansion. No wonder Uncle didn't want any trouble. Commoners can't fight the officials. A slender hand slowly pulled back the curtain of the carriage, and a cold voice drifted out. If you were wrong, then you're going to pay for it. Lam Hin Yi, the young miss of the City Lord's mansion, a girl with a pretty face but a terrifyingly arrogant attitude. Her voice was sharp as steel. Cho Hong, chop off all their legs as a warning. The surrounding crowd started murmuring, and someone hissed in resentment. This young miss from the City Lord's mansion, how can she be this heartless? Lam Hin Yi didn't flinch, just curled her lip coldly. Whatever, you guys are just losing your legs, but I lost my good mood and I wanted to go for a stroll. Cho Huang immediately stepped forward, his massive sword heavy on his shoulder. As you command, young miss, he hissed with spite. A bunch of backwater peasants, really an eyesore. Go to hell. As he screamed, just before the blade could connect, a hand shot out and blocked it. Biknut Pham appeared like a god, grabbing the heavy blade with one hand. Cho Huang's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Huh? Nut Pham poured force into his palm and landed a strike right to his face. Get lost! What the reacting fast, Cho Huang jumped back, narrowly dodging it. Nut Pham stood ready, his eyes steady as he asked quietly, You okay? I'm okay, the man replied. Moknyuk was still sobbing, crying out, Brother Nut Pham! Lam Hin Yi poked her head out of the carriage, her eyes flashing cold. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Where did this punk come from, daring to go against me? Without a second's hesitation, Nut Pham lunged forward, throwing punches like a storm. Go to hell! Cho Hong hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the punch was so strong it shattered the treasure sword in an instant. He panicked and screamed, He actually broke my treasure sword with one hit. Having no weapon left, he could only throw his arms up to defend himself. Damn it, he's strong. Another blow landed like a sledgehammer. Biknut Pham narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused. Huh? Cho Huang tried to brace himself, but he couldn't help but talk trash. You backwater hillbilly. This steel armor was gifted to me by the City Lord himself. It's impenetrable. Even if you're good, you can't touch me. Before he could even finish his sentence, bam, a critical hit landed dead center in his gut. Cho Huang's body was launched through the air, crashing onto the ground as blood sprayed from his mouth. A few guards rushed over. Boss, The bystanders were watching with their jaws dropped, their eyes wide, an absolute eye-opener. This is the first time I've ever seen the City Lord's captain get his butt kicked. Keep it down. You want to get beat up too? Cho Huang struggled to sit up, his face twisted in rage. Get away, I'm gonna kill this kid with my own 2 hands. His muscles bulged, veins popping out all over his body, a violent aura surrounding him as he released his blood energy. Seeing what was happening, Nut Pham was slightly surprised, his eyes flashing with caution. Huh? No more waiting. Zhou Huang charged in like a damn hurricane, throwing those furious lion fists like he was going crazy. I just sidestepped, studying his moves, totally unimpressed. What is this garbage? While he was swinging, Zhou Huang had this smug look on his face, spitting typical trash from the slums. You don't even know a real martial arts technique, do you? You're at the early stage of the Blood Meridian realm. How can you not even take down a kid at the bone-breaking realm after releasing your blood energy? But Bai Yifan stayed chill. He launched himself into the air and landed a heavy punch straight at his opponent's face. If you're 2 whole levels above me and this is all the strength you've got, man, you're pathetic. Zhou Huang got sent flying again, rolling on the ground like a sack of potatoes. His goons rushed forward while the boss Mu Yan, Mu Ti, and Mu Roro just stood back, their jaws on the floor. Everyone was stunned. The guy was coughing up blood and groaning, and they couldn't figure out how someone who doesn't know martial arts could be this savage. Mu Roro ran over and hugged him tight, sounding all shaky. Yifan, big brother, are you okay? Bai Yifan gave her a gentle look. Don't worry, Roro, I'm good. He looked down at his own hands, his eyes turning serious. Guess having a body from Earth makes me basically a god in this messed up world. My real power has been way past this level for a long time inside the carriage. Lan Xin'er was so pissed she couldn't take it anymore, screaming, useless trash. Where are the guards? Get to the magistrate's office. Drag all these peasants away and throw them in the dungeon. The guards dropped to their knees immediately. Yes, young miss. Hearing that, Mu Tie went pale as a sheet. He scrambled over to Yifan and whispered, we're done for. If the city guards get involved, nobody in our village is coming out of this alive. They say nobody ever walks out of the magistrate's dungeon in one piece. But suddenly, everyone's eyes snapped in the same direction, toward a fancy carriage parked nearby. A woman was lounging inside, holding a cigarette, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, the great Miss Lan is throwing her weight around, huh? Running over innocent people in the middle of the street, treating lives like they're nothing, abusing your power. What, did the Yan Kingdom change owners? Did it all just become your family's personal playground? The crowd started whispering. It's Nalan, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion. Lan Xin'er scowled, her voice sharp. Manager Nalan, what is that supposed to mean? Nalan coolly handed her cigarette to a servant, her eyes as cold as ice. I saw you run into a civilian with your own carriage, plain as day. You trying to lie your way out of it? Then she turned to Yifan, bowing respectfully. Young Master Bai, fancy meeting you again. He smiled. Manager Nalan, no need for all that. Mururo's eyes went wide, totally confused. Big brother Yifan, you two know each other? I heard people saying this pretty lady is the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, the biggest trade house in Liuyun City. How do you even know a big shot like that, big brother? Lan Xin'er scoffed from inside the carriage, mocking them. I never would have guessed Manager Nalan keeps company with a bunch of low-life peasants. Really opens my eyes. Nalan hit back instantly, her voice so sharp it felt like the air froze solid. The people are the foundation of this country. And you, Miss Lan, acting like you're above everyone, calling them peasants and trash all day. Wonder how that attitude would sit with the royal court. Lan Xin'er screamed, totally losing it. Nalan Ru, are you threatening me? Nalan glanced at her with pure contempt. I wouldn't call it a threat, but if you want to drag them away today, you're going to have to go through the Wanbao Pavilion first. Lan Xin'er's face darkened, her eyes narrowing as she calculated the risks. The Wanbao Pavilion is the top trade house in the Yan Kingdom. Their foundation is rock solid, and they've got experts everywhere. If I tick them off, the consequences could be insane. She forced a fake laugh, covering her mouth like everything was just fine. Well, if Manager Nalan is going to beg for these peasants, I'll make an exception and let them go just this once. Let's go. Cheers erupted from the crowd. We're saved! We're actually saved! Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief and headed into the temple to catch their breath. Bai Yifan stepped up and gave a sincere nod. Thank you, I really owe you one today, Manager Nalan. She just gave a light smile, small thing. Then she turned to her servant. Hey, take the people from the Mu village inside and get their wounds checked out. Yes, ma'am, they replied in unison. The servant led the way, smiling warmly. Everyone, please follow me. Muroro tugged on Bai Yifan's sleeve, taking the chance to whisper, Big brother Yifan, why would a rich, beautiful lady like that help us out? What's your deal with her? Yifan rubbed his chin, pretending to think, and answered coolly. This? Well, truth be told, she owes me some money. She owes you money inside a classy private room at the Wanbao Pavilion. Nalan was beaming, practically glowing with praise. Congratulations on breaking through to the bone-breaking realm, young Master Bai. Reaching this level at your age? I don't think that's ever happened in the history of Liuyun City. Yifan leaned back in his chair, his voice low and humble. Don't mention it. If you hadn't stepped in to back me up today, I probably couldn't have gotten all those people out of there. Nalan stepped closer to pour him a drink, her eyes scanning him with hidden intent. But I'm dying of curiosity. If you can just casually whip out that much dragon-tail grass, why are you out there hiding away in some tiny village with those farmers? The young man kept it down, his voice soft but heavy with meaning. Manager Nalan, let me give you a piece of advice. There are things you're meant to know and things you should stop digging into. Nalan flinched, her heart skipping a beat. Right. To cut the tension, Bai Yifan changed the subject, laughing a little. Oh, speaking of dragontail grass, I just remembered. Manager Nalan, you still owe me 30,000 gold bars, don't you? She gave an awkward laugh, feeling a bit guilty. Yeah, that's still a little short. She walked behind him, starting to rub his shoulders, trying to butter him up. But we just got a new shipment in. Want to take a look? If you see anything you like, you can just take it. For real? Of course, I'm serious. Yifan tilted his head, his eyes flashing as he remembered the fight earlier. I remember the guard's captain was using some kind of furious lion fist technique. He looked at Nalan, looking expectant. Do you have any martial arts manuals? Inside a secret room, soft light-bathed shelves packed with neat rows of manuals. Nalan walked over and gestured to them. Everything over here is the new stock for the pavilion. Help yourself to whatever you want. She handed him the first book, but he turned it down almost immediately. Piercing Mountain Finger, a low-tier yellow rank technique. It's a finger strike, but even once you master it, it's just okay. Not giving up, she grabbed another one. This is a black patriarch martial art at the mid-level of the Imperial-tier. It originated from the southern wasteland and requires their signature black silk for training. Too much of a hassle, skip it. Nalan happily kept going. This martial art is called Flowing Blossom Hands, known for being super flexible and snappy. Too girly, hard pass. She pursed her lips, flicked her hand, and used spiritual energy to pull a scroll down from high up. All right, this is the last one. Nalan solemnly placed the book in front of him. This is the Shadow Fist. It's the most precious martial art we've got. Top-tier Imperial class. Bai Yifan scanned it and gave a slight nod. Top-tier Imperial class? Now that's what I'm talking about. Outside the main hall of the Wanbao Pavilion, Roro was sitting quietly on a long bench. When she saw Yifan walking out, she lit up like a kid seeing a relative. Yifan, big brother, you're finally out! He looked around. Roro, why are you out here? Didn't I tell you to chill in the guest room? She bit her lip and replied, I was worried about you, so I came out to check. Nalan, standing behind them, saw the scene and smiled with praise. The bond between you two is so sweet. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were blood siblings. You really are a little shadow. He pulled a piece of red cloth from his inner pocket and held it out to her. All right, Ruro, take this. Try it on. Ruro looked back, dazed, her eyes sparkling. Is this for me? Nalan bowed slightly and explained gently, her voice light as a breeze. That's right, Ruro. Young Master Bai prepared this especially for you. In the private storage room, Bai Yifan pointed at the outfit on display. This outfit is beautiful. Wrap this up too. Nalan couldn't help but nod in approval. The young master has great taste. This Fireweave Immortal robe is crafted from premium flame silkworm silk. Not only is it exquisite, but it also warms the meridians and nourishes the yin. It's perfect for a lady. He gently patted Ruro's head when suddenly a servant came rushing in, sounding totally panicked. It's bad. Everyone, come out and look. The group immediately ran after him. In another room, Ruo was lying unconscious on the carpet. A court physician was sitting beside her, his expression grim as he checked her pulse. He stood up slowly and turned to report to Nalan, who was beyond worried. Mururo clenched her fists, tears welling up. How could this happen? The physician sighed heavily and cupped his hands, reporting, unless a legendary master intervenes or some divine medicine appears, there's no way to save her. But where are we going to find a legendary master or all those divine herbs in this world? Just then, from the corner, Yifan leaned against the wall and spoke up calmly. Maybe. We actually can. Every eye snapped back to him. Wait, for real? In the quiet pharmacy late at night, the shopkeeper stretched his arms, yawning loudly. Finally, it's time to clock out. He was just about to pull the door shut, yawning again, ready to call it a day. But before he could lock up, the door was suddenly blasted open with brute force. Bai Yifan marched right in. The shopkeeper freaked out. Huh? He stared like he'd seen a ghost, then suddenly started laughing like a maniac. Meanwhile, back in the sick room, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The physician let out a soft sigh. Sigh Muruoro couldn't hide her anxiety. It's already dark. Why isn't Yifan Big Brother back yet? Right on cue, Bai Yifan strolled in, voice steady. I'm back. He stepped forward, pulled out some fiery red herbs, and said calmly, Doctor, take a look. Will these do for now? The master's eyes nearly popped out of his head looking at the pile in front of him. This is, seeing the rare glowing herbs in his hands, he gasped in shock. Blood Jade Kirin Flower, Earth Ginseng, 100 Insect King Grass, Warming Spirit Herb, 7-Star Leaf. These are all 1,000 gold treasures, impossible to find. Unable to contain his excitement, he clutched them tight and pleaded, No, barely, these are perfect. They'll definitely cure her. Goodness, I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've seen so many spirit herbs all at once. Just then, Ruo caught sight of the wounds on his hands and asked in a panic, Wait, Yifan Big Brother, what happened to your hands? The young man was flustered, not knowing how to explain. Flashback to earlier, hey you at the pharmacy. Red flower, Nodo Ginseng, Nux Vomica, and whatever you've got for hand injuries, I'll take the lot. Wait, I didn't mean to. The pharmacy's sensor door slammed shut, slamming onto his hand and making Yifan scream. Sensor door? Now Yifan was rubbing his forehead, muttering in pain. Everything's so rushed, I still think I'm in the bone-tempering realm every time I head back to the modern world. 3 days later in the cozy kitchen, Mururo was cooking, then turned back, annoyed. Second uncle, I told you to get some rest. Why are you up and about? The man smiled kindly, reassuring her. I know my own health. My leg is feeling solid as a rock now. Don't worry so much. By the way, where's your Yifan, big brother? She took a spoonful of soup, smiling. He went hunting. Said a patient needs extra nutrition, but he's being all mysterious about it and wouldn't let me tag along. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a massive python opened its jaws and lunged straight at Yifan. Its lower body constricted around him like it wanted to crush him to dust, but he just calmly raised his magic-infused fist and swung at the python's head, though he missed. The python looked at him with contempt and lunged again. Yifan smirked, a loud boom echoed through the woods. The python exploded into pieces. He casually caught the heart that fell from the shredded remains and laughed with a rush of adrenaline. This shadow fist is seriously powerful. It was late at night. He stood in the middle of the wreckage, tossed the last heart into his basket, and wiped his sweat. Phew, finally done. He remembered what Nalan Ru had said, that top-tier Imperial martial arts were insanely hard to grasp. Even a genius needs 3 months of brutal training to even get the basics down, but I basically turned it into a for dummies guide back on Earth. He chuckled. If she knew I'd already mastered the Shadow Fist and broken through to the late-stage inner toughening realm, her jaw would hit the floor. Right then, Yifan started feeling nauseous from the smell of the boiling awful soup. To break through to the prime toughening realm, he'd been gorging on animal organs for days. Muroro brought it out happily, her voice bright. Yifan, big brother, today we've got pig liver soup again, plus chicken duck, goat kidneys, and snake gallbladder. All your favorites. Even though his heart was screaming no, he reached into the basket on the ground. Let me just grab some wild game for second uncle to build up his strength, then I'm done. As he bent down, a whistling sound cut through the air behind him. A volley of shuriken flew his way. Yifan kept it cool, right? And maybe picked some wild berries too. Little Roro loves those. The second he felt the killing intent, he whipped his head around, his eyes cold. Who's there? The wind-splitting darts whistled past. Not Fam dodged them smoothly, then barked, Since you're already here, stop playing hide-and-seek. Show yourselves. Several figures in black swooped down from above, and one of them let out a cold, chilling laugh. Kid, I didn't expect you to sniff us out. They instantly surrounded him, their voices dripping with menace. Don't blame us for not leaving you in one piece later. Not Fam raised an eyebrow, mocking them. Did that spoiled brat, Lady Lamb from the City Lord's mansion, send you pathetic losers? One of them raised his sword high and hissed, That's none of your business. Point is, someone put a hefty price on your head. Without a second thought, they all swarmed him at once. Bak Not Fam dodged their attacks with ease, gracefully slipping past a strike from an inner-strength late-stage fighter. He launched himself into the air and unleashed a barrage of moves on 2 early-stage fighters. Flames erupted around him, shooting straight at his enemies. Whoa, 3 peak bone-breaking realm experts. Whoever paid for my head really loves burning cash. The young man threw a punch, a smirk playing on his lips. But looking at the time, Nyuk is probably getting worried. Time to wrap this up. Hundreds of glowing fists manifested in the air. Fist shadows. The assassins shrieked in terror. What? What is this power? In a blink, they were sent flying into the sky, falling to the ground like withered leaves. Not Fam seized the moment, lunging forward to deliver a crushing punch to one guy's face, making him scream in agony. The thug turned pale, his voice trembling as he questioned, Martial arts? You actually know martial arts? The intel said you were just a bone-breaking realm nobody who didn't know a single technique. Bak Not Fam smirked, his eyes filled with ridicule. Ever considered that your intel might be full of crap? Before he could even steady himself, a wave of panic surged through him as he remembered the impact of that last punch. With that kind of strength, the kid could shatter their organs and bones, yet he deliberately held back. The thug shuddered, muttering, How can he control his power with such precision? Not giving him time to think, he kicked the guy hard in the chest, his voice cold and commanding. Who sent you? Talk and I'll grant you a painless death. Even though the pressure made it hard to breathe, the assassin stayed tight-lipped. Yeah, go ahead and try. Our assassin gate is the biggest syndicate in Luyun City. Even if we die, we aren't selling out our client. Do it! Just kill us! Not Fam raised an eyebrow, looking down at them with pure contempt. Oh, so we've got a tough guy, huh? He casually lifted his foot and shifted his tone, his voice dripping with irony. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Assassin gate, right? I'll pay you double what the client paid to take them out instead. Does that business deal interest you? The assassin let out a frustrated growl. Our assassin gate consists of true professionals. We will never be bought. But when he pulled out a massive, shimmering block of gold, the glare instantly hit the guy's eyes. Not Fam countered. So, how about now? Unless the price is truly impossible to refuse, what do you say? Immediately, the entire group of assassins dropped to their knees, bowing respectfully. Lord, rest assured. The assassin gate guarantees that in Baiyun City, no other assassins will dare to touch you. As for the client, please give us a moment. After we complete the mission, we'll return to report to you. Get lost. He nodded, satisfied, a sly smirk on his face. No matter who you are, if you want to mess with me, then get a taste of your own medicine. As the assassins retreated, he stood in the shadows, deep in thought. Still, I need to find a way to buy more martial arts manuals. At the very least, I need to break through to the Blood Realm so I can walk through Luyun City without looking over my shoulder. The next day, while strolling leisurely with Lam Van Kai, Lam Hin kept rambling on, clearly pissed off. That little tramp Nap Lan is actually holding a grudge against me over those peasant nobodies. Does she really think the City Lord's mansion doesn't dare to touch her precious Wanbao pavilion? Seeing her fuming, Van Kai softened his voice to soothe her. Fanning himself, he whispered. Our Hinyi knows the big picture. Of course you wouldn't stoop to the level of someone like Naplan. Don't ruin your health over it. He pulled out a sparkling hairpin and tucked it into her hair, which calmed her down a bit. Look, this is the newest gold hairpin from the treasure pavilion. I made my people wait in line forever just to grab this for you. Wear it and stop being so angry, all right? That seemed to satisfy her for a second. But right at that moment, her eyes froze. She pointed ahead, gasping in shock. Wait, Bak Not Fam's figure was clearly reflected in her eyes, making Lam Hinyi's jaw drop. Why is he here? Unable to contain her rage, she spun around and slapped Van Kai right across the face, screaming at the top of her lungs. Lam Van Kai, you loser, didn't you say you'd take care of that peasant for me? Why is he still alive and walking around like he owns the place? Van Kai just held his face, crying, his eyes full of confusion. What? I spent a fortune to hire professional assassins. They couldn't have failed. Hinyi stormed off, cursing. Useless! Useless trash! You can't do anything right. Looks like I have to handle him myself. Van Kai waddled after her. Hinyi, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. At the same time, inside the lobby of the Wanbao Pavilion, Not Fam was chatting with Naplan. She asked, martial arts? Didn't you just buy a top-tier yellow grade technique not long ago? Why are you in such a rush to buy more? He replied with a nonchalant smile. That's none of your concern. Let's just say that right now I've got nothing but money to burn. Naplan's eyes lit up. Hearing that, she pulled out a small booklet and introduced it. It's a coincidence, actually. Wanbao Pavilion just received a new shipment today, and we're about to put it up for auction. This floating cloud high-level yellow grade technique is a movement art. It should fit your requirements perfectly. When his eyes landed on the book, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Not Fam suggested, Manager Naplan, from now on, if you get any high-level martial arts, don't even bother with the auction. I'll take all of them. Right as they were talking, a mocking voice cut through the air. Oh, what's a poverty-stricken peasant from the sticks rambling about? With the arrogance and confidence that came from her status, Lam Hinyi stepped forward, not hesitating to flex her wealth. Manager Naplan, everything this guy has his eyes on today, I'm buying it all. No matter what he bids, I'll pay triple just to ruin his day. Seeing the tension rising, Naplan quickly tried to smooth things over. I'm sorry, Lady Lam. At Wanbao Pavilion, the rule has always been that the highest bidder wins. Hearing that, Lam Hinyi immediately looked annoyed. She pointed her finger directly at his face and barked, What? Are you saying this peasant can bid higher than me? Are you kidding me? If he can actually afford it, I'll crawl around Wanbao Pavilion in front of everyone today. Responding to the challenge, Not Fam just smirked. Oh, really? Getting all worked up, Lam Hinyi's voice kept getting louder, dripping with pure arrogance. When this young lady makes a promise, it's set in stone. You hear me? Plenty of people here can back me up, but if you can't pay up, you're gonna get down on your knees and lick my boots clean. Catching wind of the drama, Not Fam was actually down for the bet. He stayed cool, pulled something out, and handed it to Na Lan. If that's how it is, store manager Na Lan, let's settle the bill. Right away, young master. He didn't even try to hide his smug look, staring right at Lam Hinyi. It's like waiting for a comedy show. I can't wait to see how this play turns out. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, Wait, isn't that the legendary cloud token from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion? Someone else asked, looking clueless. What's a cloud token? Is it actually a big deal? The guy started explaining, dead serious. The cloud token is a custom-made pass for the top-tier VIPs of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. It's basically the ultimate flex of status. If you see some treasure in the trade union you like, you can just walk out with it. No bidding, no nonsense. The more he talked, the more the crowd lost their minds. And the best part? That cloud token gives you unlimited credit at the pavilion. Luyuan City has over 20 million people, and you can count the number of people who have this thing on one hand. While everyone else was reeling, Bak Not Fam just looked even more chill. He smirked, looking satisfied. Who is this kid? Why does the Myriad Treasures Pavilion treat him like royalty? Someone in the crowd blurted out. Actually, he remembered a few days back when he was treating Uncle Mok Nam inside the pavilion. Na Lan was basically crying and begging, Master Not Fam, please, have some mercy and sell us some of those healing herbs. Back then, he just gave a cold reminder. Store manager Nalan, do I need to remind you that you still owe me money? And that's exactly why Nalan had to cough up the cloud token. This cloud token is the most prestigious signal of our pavilion. I'll trade this to get those herbs. Deal? Looking at the thing in his hand, the young guy looked intrigued. What does this cloud token actually do? Tell me. Back in the present, Lam Hinyi started shaking, her face ghostly pale. How? How do you have a cloud token? Even my old man. She was in way over her head, and Hot Fam delivered the final blow to seal her defeat. Didn't the young lady say she'd pay triple? I can pay triple, 30 times, 300, 3,000 times over. He stepped closer, his voice cutting like a blade. If the young lady can't top that, you can start crawling now. Outside, Van Kai was running around like a headless chicken. Hinyi, have you seen my Hinyi? The city lord's daughter. Beautiful as a goddess, elegant, charming, and just got that look, A guy standing nearby pointed toward the gathering crowd. Oh, the city lord's daughter? I don't know about the beauty part, but she's definitely got a special vibe. Inside the crowd, the vibe was lit, full of whispers and snickers. Not living up to her name, huh? Set in stone my foot. 4 horses, get moving, lady. We're losing daylight. As everyone started dying of laughter, Lam Van Kai couldn't believe his own eyes. Hinyi was being humiliated in public. Lam Hinyi couldn't take it anymore. She burst into tears, screaming in her head. Damn it, damn it, damn it! When has this young lady ever been humiliated like this? Facing her pathetic display, Not Fam just frowned, looking unimpressed. Listen, Miss Lamb, if you think Bach Not Fam is a pushover you can just stomp on, you've got another thing coming. He slowly crouched down in front of her. I don't go looking for trouble, but I'm not scared of it either. He reached out, grabbed her hair accessory, and said slowly, You try to mess with me again and you'll end up like this. Crack! The hairpin shattered, pieces flying everywhere, scattering on the floor. Under Lam Hinni's stunned gaze, the guy stood up slowly and walked away. Before leaving, Hot Fam made sure to drop one last savage dig. Alright, watching this show was fun. Peace out. As the crowd started breaking up, Lam Van Kai finally squeezed through, looking stressed. Move! Get out of my way! The second he saw Lam Hinni, he rushed over. Hinni, are you okay? But instead of what he expected, she kept her head down, her voice ice-cold and murderous. Lam Van Kai, I've changed my mind. She looked up, eyes burning with rage, spitting out every word with venom. Forget about just killing Bach Not Fam. I want to make his life a living hell. Van Kai was totally lost, confused as heck. Wait, who is this Bach Not Fam guy? Her response made her snap. Don't you know this peasant just humiliated me? If you can't handle this, forget about us getting married. That bombshell hit Van Kai like a freight train. He stammered, his eyes wide with shock. Wait, Hinni. He's that mysterious guy who stole the Bansun technique and the Ascension Token last time. Now it was Lam Hinni's turn to go wide-eyed. What did you just say? Van Kai frowned, remembering, his voice turning serious. I knew you wanted to train in the Holy Land, so I went to get that token for you, but this guy hijacked it halfway. Old memories flooded his brain. Back then, his henchman came back to report after a failed chase. Reporting, young master, that guy has some freakish movement skills. We couldn't get it done. He slipped right through our fingers. Hearing that, Hinni's face turned dark and suspicious. Who the hell is he? No, I have to tell my father about this right now. Back in the real world, in a quiet apartment complex, Bach Not Fam lazily rolled out of bed, stretched, and let out a huge yawn. Nothing beats your own bed. He glanced at the book he got yesterday, the Drifting Steps manual sitting on the table. He thought back. Yesterday, it had 108 variations, super complex. But thanks to the laws of Earth, he'd managed to master the whole thing in just one night. Feeling pumped, he clenched his fist and chuckled softly. The power of the falling shadow combined with the speed of Drifting Steps. Even if I run into a half-blood warrior, I can definitely take them. Alright, time to go downstairs and pick up some training resources, then head back. But the moment Not Fam touched the doorknob, there was a sudden loud knock and a familiar voice from outside. Landlady Quack? Not Fam, you're home. Why aren't you answering your messages? I've been knocking and you haven't opened up. He froze, his face going pale. Oh crap, Miss Quash caught red-handed, Bach Not Fam mumbled nervously. Sorry, I was just, napping in the bedroom, so I really didn't hear you. You didn't open the door when I knocked earlier, and you looked like you'd seen a ghost, totally pale. When Sister Quatch caught you red-handed, Baifan panicked and started muttering, Sorry, my bad, I was crashing in the bedroom and legit didn't hear a thing. A wake-up call rang in his head. Damn, I was so busy training that I totally blanked on rent day. Quack Niu glared at him, barking, Don't think you can just breeze past this. You said you'd have the rent paid by the end of the month, so where's the cash? He shrank back, handing over the money nervously. Come on, sis, just take this for now. I need to keep 200 for food and expenses, but I swear I'll have the rest next month. Seeing him living so miserably, Quack Niu frowned, confused, and grabbed him by the collar. Seriously, Not Fam, what's your deal? Even just working a delivery gig, you could pull in 30 or 40,000 a month. How is a fit guy like you struggling to pay rent? Bach Not Fam scratched his head and forced a weak smile. Heh, he chuckled, while inside he was practically crying. He spent his days training in the other world and only came back to Earth at night to scrap together some cash, so obviously he wasn't making bank. To his surprise, Quack Niu didn't take the money. Instead, she shoved it back into his hands. Take it! She waved her hand dismissively, acting cool. 200? How are you supposed to survive on that? Just hold on to it for now and make sure you pay me back next month. Taking the money, Bach Not Fam couldn't help but feel touched. Thanks, sis Quash. Out on the street, he was back on his beat-up scooter, out for deliveries. The system alert chimed, sounding urgent. Ding, you've got 10 minutes before your order is late. He scowled, glancing at his watch. In the other world, he didn't have to worry about food or money, tossing cash around like trash. But as soon as he hit Earth, he was right back to rock bottom. As he buzzed past a utility pole, Bach Not Fam's eyes caught a flyer with a headline that stood out, Seeking a Son. He scanned the fine print and realized they were looking for an adopted son. He let out a bitter laugh and muttered to himself, Guess it's time to try my luck and hunt for riches in the middle of a disaster. Suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen, saw it was his dad, and answered. Hey dad, what's up? How come you're calling? But within seconds of hearing what his dad said, his face went pale, his voice tight. Got it. Wait for me. I'm on my way. At the hospital, his dad sat there, looking completely hollow, his voice cracking as he recounted everything. The driver was arrested. He was drunk and didn't have insurance. At this point, he couldn't hold back the tears, clutching his face and sobbing, They've already foreclosed on our house. We've borrowed from every friend and relative we know, and we're still 30,000 short for the treatment. And the doctors, they don't even know if your mom will wake up. Xiao Fam, Mom and Dad are so sorry. He stayed silent for a moment, then gripped his dad's hand, his voice steady and firm. Dad, don't say that. We're family. I'll figure out the rest. As Notfam's figure faded past the hospital doors, his dad could only watch him go and let out a heavy, weary sigh. Xiaofam stepped out of the hospital and looked up at the night sky with a heavy heart. They say when it rains, it pours, and bad luck always picks the guy already on the floor. Right then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the alley behind him, making Notfam spin around. Inside the alley, a girl was surrounded by a group of aggressive thugs. "Grab her! Don't let her run!" One of them grabbed her arm, leaning in close with a menacing whisper. "Don't want to get hurt? Then play nice and come with us, or you're going to regret it." Before they could even register a third person was there, Notfam's voice cut through the air. "Back off!" The thug was still confused when a heavy kick slammed right into his head. He shrieked in agony. "Arg!" The shout made the others turn around right in time to see him standing there. Without a second of hesitation, Notfam dove in, delivering a brutal knee strike to the guy trying to flank him. "Picking on a girl? You bottom feeders make me sick." The thug collapsed, clutching his leg and wailing, "My leg!" Not about to let him do whatever he wanted, the rest of them barked, "Get him, boys!" But deep down, they were sweating bullets. What the hell? Didn't we take care of all the bodyguards? Where did this guy come from? As soon as one thug left an opening, Notfam struck. Perfect. Just like I thought, he finished him off with quick surgical precision. Even though Notfam knew his cultivation level from the other world didn't translate perfectly, his recent training meant his body had developed muscle memory. Every strike and every reflex was lightning fast. From behind, he launched a massive kick into a guy's chest, sending him flying several meters. Notfam taunted, "Too slow." Two other guys couldn't dodge in time and were dragged down with him. They all scrambled on the ground, and the last guy, who had just looked up, went pale as a sheet. He took down 7 guys in under 3 minutes. What kind of monster strength is this? Before he knew it, Notfam was standing right in front of him, his shadow swallowing the light. Game over. Instantly, Notfam shoved him hard, slamming his head into the nearby wall. The guy crumpled in pain, his eyes wide with panic. No way, fighting this guy is like throwing eggs at a rock. The sheer pressure radiating off him had the thug frozen, completely hopeless. On the sidelines, the girl, Duong Dung Dung, watched it all, stunned. Once he made sure she wasn't hurt, he started walking away like it was nothing. "Hey, you're not hurt, right? I don't know why these guys were after you, but you should head home." She stammered, calling out, "Wait, hold on." Then she bowed her head, her voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, but could you drive me home?" Notfam just shrugged and threw his jacket back on. "Oh, sorry, I've got deliveries to make, and if I'm late, I get fined. But if you're scared, I can call the cops for you and wait until they get here." Seeing he wasn't interested, she switched tactics. Duong Dung Dung grabbed his sleeve, her eyes pleading, "Take me home, and I'll pay you 1 million. It's a reward for saving my life." Before she could finish, he whipped around, his eyes lighting up like he'd just heard a jackpot chime, and he tossed his jacket on the ground. "Where's your place?" At the villa on the main road, Dung Dung pushed open the gate and gave him an apologetic look. "Sorry, I just need to head inside and let everyone know I'm safe." But before he could answer, a furious roar exploded from inside, loud as thunder. What were you all doing?" Duong Klak was trembling with rage, his face a mask of ice. "If anything happened to Dung Dung, you can all go kill yourselves right now." The command made the entire guard squad shake as if they were about to collapse. They were so terrified they dropped to their knees, right onto a bed of durian husks. They shouted in unison, "Young miss, we promise we'll find the second young miss." Just as the tension was reaching a breaking point, a familiar voice drifted out from behind them. "Sis?" She whipped around, her expression a mix of shock and pure joy. "Dung Dung!" Right behind her, Notfam gave an awkward, sheepish smile. "Hi there, nice to meet you. I'm Notfam." Dung Dung was totally losing it. She lunged forward and wrapped her sister in a bear hug. "Sis, I swear I'm never going to wander off like that again." Keelak gently patted her sister's back, her tone softening up. "It's all good, you're back safe and sound. That's what matters." While Dung Dung kept the waterworks going, Notfam just stood there on the sidelines, watching the reunion with a faint smirk. After hearing the whole story, Duong Keelak gave a thoughtful nod and looked over at him. "I've got the lowdown on what went down now. Thanks for saving my sister. If you don't mind, I want to throw you a dinner to show my appreciation." But Notfam just waved his hand, his voice super chill. "No need to be all formal like that, seriously. A party is overkill. All I want is the 1 million I was promised for the job." The second those words left his mouth, Kailak's face went dark, her eyes flashing with pure annoyance. "What? My sister said you wanted 1 million for a payout." Notfam felt that glare hit him like a cold breeze, and he scrambled to change his tune. Never mind. Forget I said anything. He thought to himself, man, there's no such thing as a free lunch, is there? Whatever, let it slide. I only jumped in because I couldn't stand seeing what was happening. I wasn't even expecting a payday to begin with, but to his surprise, instead of blowing up, Kailak suddenly stepped closer and flicked Dung Dung hard on the head, making her yelp. "My little sister's life is only worth 1 million to you. Are you trashing yourself or just looking down on your big sister?" Dung Dung cried out. "Sis, that hurts, that hurts!" Kailak quickly whipped out a bank card and shoved it toward Notfam. "There's 100 million on this. Think of it as a small token of gratitude from the Duong Corporation." Hearing that name, Notfam froze dead in his tracks. "Wait, the Duong Corporation? You mean the Duong Corporation, the one worth over 50 billion on the market?" She gave a calm nod. "That's right. But even this is peanuts compared to what you did for my sister. We owe you a huge debt. If you ever need anything." Before she could even finish, Bak Not Fam cut her off, his eyes lighting up like he just found his golden ticket. He didn't wait for later. His reaction was so fast it actually made Kailak stumble. Right now, like this very second, I actually do have a favor to ask. Can we do that? 3 days later at the Hongthon Hospital, Bak Not Fam and Duong Kilak stood on a high floor, looking down at the surgical wing. Don't sweat it. Everything's locked in. We've brought in the top-tier experts from home and abroad to map out this surgery. Inside, the doctors were hustling to treat his mom. His dad was posted right by her side, holding her hand and whispering words of encouragement. I believe in you. She's going to be back on her feet in no time. Come on, my queen, you've got this. You're going to be healthy again real soon. Outside, Duong Kilak kept talking, her voice low and filled with real empathy. I get where you're coming from. My parents passed when I was young, so she's the only family I've got. No matter what, I couldn't let anything happen to her. Not Fam gave a slight nod, his voice dropping to a sincere tone. Thanks, Ms. Duong. I really appreciate everything you've done. You've been a massive help. If you ever need me for something down the line, I'll do my best to pull through. Hearing that, Kailak stopped beating around the bush and laid it out. Actually, I do have something I need help with. You think you could spare some free time to train the bodyguards for our Duong Corporation? As soon as she finished, a whole squad of bodyguards stepped up in unison, eyes locked on him with total respect. Boss, please teach us how to fight. He turned around, eyes wide with pure shock. Hold on, training. Kailak spilled the tea, keeping nothing back. I sent people to investigate a while ago. The guys who went after Dung Dung? My guess is it was a rival company trying to use this to twist the Duong Corporation's arm. Over in the ward not far away, where those hired goons were being treated, you could still hear them groaning in agony. She shook her head, looking a bit helpless. Those pro-mercenaries you took down, they're still in the hospital. They can't even move right, and I think they're still traumatized from whatever you did to them. Kilak gently put a hand on Not Fam's shoulder, her eyes full of hope. I don't know what kind of black magic you used, but could you teach our guys a few tricks so they can level up a bit? Bak Not Fam hesitated, scratched his head, and said all formal-like, well, it's mostly just real-world experience and a few crafty shortcuts. Seeing him still dragging his feet, Kailak didn't give him a chance to bail. She slammed the deal home with a clear offer. It won't eat up too much of your time. Half a month tops, we'll pay you for it and you name your price. Not Fam let out a hopeless sigh. Man, she's a shark at business. She didn't leave me an out, and I can't really dodge this one. He bit the bullet and nodded. Fine, I'll give it a shot. But no promises that it'll actually make them any better. Kailak smiled, satisfied. It's a deal then. I'll clear the schedule. I told you, I won't mess with your personal life too much. Watching her walk away, Not Fam let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. At least I can hang with Mom while I'm here. Once this favor is paid off, we're square. In the days that followed, Not Fam started the bodyguard boot camp. It's like this. If the guy throws a punch, you gotta move fast and aim for the gut to put him down. Then some killer news dropped. After all that treatment, his mom was finally starting to wake up. His dad was choked up, barely able to speak, clutching her hand. My Kuyen, you're finally awake. Thanks to the right call on the surgery, it went off without a hitch. While they were in the hospital, his dad was a machine, staying by her bed 24/7, making sure she ate up so she could get her strength back. One day after training, Not Fam flopped into a chair and let out a huge sigh of relief. Whew, finally in the home stretch. Everything's sorted here. Time to head back and see what's what. Not long after, Not Fam stepped back into the other world. After a wild 2 weeks, he couldn't help but think about the folks back at Mock Village. Old man Theat, Nuuk, wonder how they're doing. But the second he arrived, the sight in front of him left him totally paralyzed. A huge chunk of Mock Village was burned to a crisp, the ruins still smoldering with black smoke. The whole place looked like a hellhole, nothing left but ash. He panicked and bolted into the wreckage, screaming his lungs out. Nuuk, Thet, Nam, where are you guys? A familiar voice rang out from behind him. Young Master Bak. He whipped around to see the shopkeeper Nalan walking up with a few others. She hurried over, looking a bit relieved. You finally made it back. We've been waiting here for you. She led him over to a warehouse belonging to the Van Bao Pavilion that they were using as a shelter. Inside, a ton of wounded folks were getting patched up, doing whatever they could to hold it together. Mok Nam was wincing and groaning in pain while Mok Theat scrambled to apologize. It hurts, go easy, brother. A door creaked open and the whole group jumped, instantly on high alert. Not Fam stepped in, his eyes shimmering with raw emotion. Theat uncle, Nam uncle, it's me. The moment they saw him, the group couldn't hold back their joy, shouting out in unison, Not Fam, you're back! It's Not Fam! Not Fam is finally back! He rushed forward, placing his hands on Mok Theat's shoulders, his voice cracking. Theat uncle, seeing everyone is okay, but before he could finish, his eyes locked onto his uncle's right arm. Not Fam froze. Your right arm. That's when it hit him. None of the survivors had come out unscathed. Everyone was covered in gruesome injuries. Mok Theat patted his shoulder gently, his voice calm but heavy with deep sorrow. It's nothing, kid. Just an arm. The bright side is we all kept our heads, right? Suddenly, Bak Not Fam looked around, panic rising. Wait, where's Nuuk? Why don't I see her? The question made Mok Theat go silent. Meanwhile, in a separate room, Mok Nuuk lay on the bed, her entire body wrapped in bandages, letting out soft, pained moans. The physician beside her tried to gently help her sit up, coaxing her with a warm voice. There, Nuuk, be a good girl. We have to clean the wounds and change the dressing so the pain will go away. But as the bandages came off, Nuuk Nuuk caught her reflection in the basin of water and completely lost it. Is that me? In a flash, she thrashed, knocking the water over. I don't want the medicine! The physician tried to keep her steady. Nuuk Nuuk, calm down. She fought back violently while he tried to hold her down. Just let me die. Wah, I don't want to live like a monster. With no other choice, Bak Not Pham stepped in, raised his hand, and struck a pressure point. He gently caught Nuuk Nuuk, his heart breaking for her. Sleep now, Nuuk Nuuk. Everything will be okay. Before drifting off, she moved her lips, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not Pham. Big brother, you finally came back. Standing nearby, Naplan couldn't hide her own grief as she took in Nuuk Nuuk's condition. She sighed, her voice laced with pity. They survived, but the burns are too severe. There's hardly a piece of skin left on her that isn't ruined. A sweet girl like that, in the prime of her life, I don't know how she's going to live through this. Hearing that, Bak Not Pham couldn't hold back his fury anymore. He gritted his teeth and spat out, "Who did this?" Naplan frowned, giving a cold, hard answer. The ones behind it are the Lamb family and the City Lord's estate. At the same time, at the City Lord's estate, the City Lord sat on his throne, looking down at his followers with an air of authority. Speak, what brings you here today? Lam Van Kai stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Uncle Lam, nothing much. I just had my men gather some essence stones, and I wanted to gift them to you as a token of my respect. Hearing that, the City Lord laughed, clearly satisfied. He couldn't help but praise him. These are high-quality stones. You've really put in the effort. Hinyi really has a good eye for people. You're a good lad. Van Kai beamed, responding quickly, I'm just glad you like them, uncle. But Lam Hinyi, sitting nearby, looked less than impressed. She scoffed, her eyes full of disdain. Always sucking up to my father. What about that little punk, Bak Not Pham? How has it been this long and he's still not found? Didn't you say you were going to get revenge for me? Is that really all you've got? Seeing this, Van Kai hurried over to fan her, begging her not to be angry. Hinyi, please, calm down, don't be mad. The City Lord saw his daughter giving Van Kai a hard time and stepped in to mediate. Hinyi, stop causing a scene. This Bak Not Pham appeared out of nowhere, and his wealth is enough to rival an entire empire. I heard from Kai Ni earlier that he even managed to take down a squad of elite assassins from the Shadow Gate and then hired them right out from under them. His strength is unpredictable. We can't be rash with this guy. But this didn't satisfy Lam Hinyi. She glared at her father, frustrated. The City Lord had to soften his tone like he was talking to a child. All right, I know you were wronged at the Treasure Pavilion. I already told Kai Ni to go wipe out the Mok family village to vent your frustration. Don't go picking on him anymore. Van Kai seized the chance to report. But when we were cleaning up the bodies, we realized that out of the 37 peasants in the village, over 10 were missing. We have no clue where they are. Could they have been rescued? The City Lord's face darkened, his voice cold as ice. Issue a citywide warrant for the remnants of the Mok village and that Bak Not Pham guy. I want them found even if you have to dig 3 feet into the earth. Meanwhile, back at the Treasure Pavilion, Naplan was recounting everything with a heavy heart. That's how it went down. I have some connections in Luvan City, and when I heard the City Lord was planning to wipe out the village, I sent my people to help. Memories washed over her as she began to tell the story of what happened. It's a shame the Lamb family moved too fast. By the time my men arrived, the village was already beyond saving. The scene from that day was still vivid. When she and her team arrived, they were greeted by a sea of fire consuming the village. She had shouted urgent orders. You guys head east and see if anyone is still alive. Amidst the flames, her men rushed in, risking their lives to save whoever they could. A shout rang out, Danger! The house is collapsing! Get in there! There was still one person left inside who hadn't been rescued. The bastards, they didn't even spare the children. Nam Uncle was pulled from the rubble, whispering, Quick! This one's still breathing. Meanwhile, Mok Nuuk Nuuk had been hiding in a rice bin to escape the fire, shaking and sobbing. She was lucky to be alive, but she ended up being the most severely burned of them all. Ending her flashback, Naplan just shook her head, sighing with regret. With my capabilities, that was all I could do. Not Pham, standing across from her, was overwhelmed with emotion. He bowed deeply, hands clasped. Thank you, Manager Naplan. I, Bak Not Pham, will remember this favor forever. But Naplan didn't want to get bogged down in formalities. She got straight to the point. Young Master, what are you planning to do now? The question made his fists clench, his voice cold and hard as steel. Kill them. The words were short, but the murderous intent behind them was bone-chilling. Naplan couldn't help but feel worried, rushing to talk him out of it. You can't! Both the City Lord's estate and the Lamb family have martial artists at the blood coagulation stage, and there's more than one of them. Rumor has it that City Lord Lam Kan has already reached the marrow cleansing stage, 5th level of physical tempering. They say even 5 horses couldn't tear his body apart, plus he has a high-tier artifact to protect himself. You can't take him down. But neither rational analysis nor well-intentioned warnings could shake the resolve in his heart. I will, Not Pham said coldly, his eyes burning with a murderous fire. I'm not one to go around hurting people, but if someone tries to off my friends or family, you bet I'm not playing nice. Level 5 body tempering? Who cares? I'm gonna take them all out. But before that, I need you to look after them for me. I've got some way more important stuff to deal with right now. Back on Earth, he hit up the apothecary shop right away. Familiar faces like Huang Ling, Shu Kuang, Huang Ba Bingpian, and Xiang Yu were all there. The shopkeeper was all smiles handing over the meds, but couldn't help being nosy. "Hey kid, someone at home get burned? Why are you buying burn cream all the time lately?" Hearing that, Bai Yifan's face went dark, his voice dropping low. "Don't ask about it." Seeing his vibe, the shopkeeper caught the hint, chuckled, and ushered him out. All right, take it easy." But the shopkeeper was still scratching his head. The kid was a VIP, but he was always acting super sketchy. Definitely a weirdo. At the airport, standing at the gate, his dad asked, worried, "Yifan, you sure you don't want to take this trip with us?" Yifan just flashed a smile, turned around, and told them, "Don't worry, Pops. You don't need to sweat the money. There's 500,000 in that card I made from my training gig. It's plenty for you guys to live it up for half a year. Mom's just recovered. This trip is just for you guys to relax." His mom just watched her son's back as he walked away. His dad patted her shoulder, speaking with total trust. The kid's grown up now. He's got things he needs to take care of. Meanwhile, in a high-rise apartment, a phone on the desk wouldn't stop buzzing. Coming, Kwa Rao said, picking it up. She frowned, confused. "It's so late, who's blowing up my phone?" On the screen was a message from Yifan. "Miss Guo, I've got to head out for a while. I've wired the rent I owed straight to your Win account. Consider the extra as a down payment for future rent. Thanks for everything back then." Reading it, she couldn't help but laugh in surprise. No joke, he actually learned how to show gratitude and even paid rent in advance. Looks like he finally found a job. But I hope he isn't one of those guys who die for pride and live in misery. Don't want to be broke again next month. She opened her account to check, and her eyes popped. Wait, 100,000? What the hell kind of job did this brat get? Back in the other world, Yifan held a medicine bottle, looking at Dr. Tai with high hopes. "Dr. Tai, will these herbs actually work?" The doctor stroked his beard, his expression serious. "If these ancient recipes are legit, then it should be fine. But damn, I really want to know how you managed to snag these legendary herbs that are usually impossible to find." Hearing that, Yifan just frowned. "Fast? I actually think it's super slow. The storage ring can only hold so much, so I've been running back and forth to haul this stuff over." He still remembered how annoying and exhausting it was, having to downsize the load because it was over the limit. Right then, Yifan turned and called out, "Shopkeeper Nalan, we're here." The doctor thought to himself, just one of these ingredients is worth a fortune. The way this kid treats his friends, it's like sky high and deep as the ocean. The two walked over to Nalan, medicines ready. Yifan handed the bottle over. To the side, Muroro was lying in bed, tears welling up, her voice trembling. "Brother Yifan, can I really go back to how I was before?" He gently patted her head, his voice soft and reassuring. "Trust me, once you're healed, I'll go buy you a beautiful outfit. Don't you love pretty clothes?" "Yeah!" Before the emotion could even settle, a shattering sound rang out. A mirror overhead suddenly dropped and smashed to pieces. Nalan's shrill scream erupted from the room. "Ah, Ruro, you!" Yifan kicked the door open and rushed in. What happened? What he saw was mind-blowing. Muroro was standing there, completely healed. She beamed through her tears. "Brother Yifan, I really recovered." Then she realized everyone was freaked out by the noise, so she hung her head, shyly. "My bad. I was just so shocked that I broke the mirror." From behind, the doctor's voice boomed, "Ruo, you scared the life out of this old man. I thought something terrible happened." Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her head again, his eyes full of warmth. "Ruo looks even prettier than before. Thank you, Brother Yifan." Nalan stood to the side, watching Bai Yifan with curious eyes as he left with a bunch of dragon-tail grass and a treasure trove of infinite medicinal herbs. She couldn't stop wondering, where in the world did this guy come from? Once things with Ruo were settled, he turned back to hand Nalan a precious herb. "Shopkeeper Nalan, take these dragon-tail grass as a token of my thanks. Also, I've got one more favor to ask. Just name it, kid." Not wasting any time, he got straight to the point. "Get me all the high-level martial arts techniques from the Wambao Tower. And I need a spot for closed-door cultivation, the sooner the better." At a secluded villa on the outskirts, Yifan sat silently with a bowl filled with high-level beast blood. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes. "Not enough, I need to get stronger, fast." The gap between him and Lanqian at the cleansing realm was still massive. No time to waste. Without hesitation, he downed the bowl of blood, desperate to close that gap. Immediately after, Bai Yifan swung his sword, the fiery sun slash. Every strike felt like it was tearing through space, shattering the ground and rocks around him. Still not enough. He grabbed another bowl of blood, drank it, and kept training, kept slashing. Every hit was more vicious than the last, but he still wasn't satisfied. Still not enough. Outside, Dr. Tai stood under the eaves, watching the yard, worried. "Hey, shopkeeper, just how many martial arts manuals did you give this kid? He's been training for days and nights straight. Is he really going to be okay? Plus, tell me I'm not seeing things, but he's drinking that high-level beast blood like it's water." Nalan just shook her head, her expression calm. "Dr. Tai, it's better to know less about things in the martial world." She turned, her eyes fixed on the yard, and whispered, "Even if he pulled out something else crazy now, I wouldn't even be surprised." Under the cold moonlight, Yifan kept pushing himself. He's not stopping, is he? The storm sword technique, silver moon slash. Every move he made flattened the trees and cracked the earth wide open. Finally, as the night got deep, he stopped in the middle of the clearing, drenched in sweat, but his face was filled with satisfaction. "Ha! Finally, I've broken through." He threw his head back and laughed, a powerful aura erupting from his entire body. Level 4 body tempering, blood-clotting realm, finally made it. Right at that moment, Nalan walked over from behind with two servants carrying a few items. "Master Bai, you're legit cracked, man." Only been half a month and you're already at the late stage of the blood essence realm? Nut Fam put his shirt back on, turned to them, and said in a calm, steady voice, "Listen, Nalan, I'm grateful for everything these past few days. It's time for me to move. If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, I need you to get Nyuk Nyuk and the others out of the city. Get them far away from this place, for good." Hearing that, Nalan stepped forward and handed him a small box, her expression dead serious. "Young master, wait." He took the box, popped it open, and felt a flicker of curiosity. "What's this?" She quickly explained, "This is a Savage Bull talisman. Use it and it'll crank your combat power up to the max. The other one is a protection talisman. It'll hold off a heavy hit for about half the time it takes an incense stick to burn. It should give you an edge." She didn't stop there. She pulled out a gleaming sword. "This is the Sand-Slicing Sword, one of the most famous blades in the Yan Kingdom. Word is it protects its wielder. I pulled some strings with the other shops to get this for you." He took the sword, his eyes lighting up. "Thanks, Nalan, I'll be sure to." Nalan cut him off, her eyes rock solid. "Forget it. We just happened to cross paths, and you're out here risking your life to avenge Mach Village." Nalan looked at him with genuine respect, clearly ready to back his play. "I'm rooting for you. Come back in one piece." Nutfam strapped the sword to his back, his gaze turning deep and focused. "I won't forget this kindness." He locked it away in his heart. Baknit Pham stopped right in front of the Lum Estate gates. He looked up, his voice cold as ice. "Lum Estate, we're here." The guard spotted him immediately and barked, "Who's there? This is restricted property. Get lost." Before they could even finish, he moved like a streak of lightning, leaving nothing but a freezing gust of wind in his wake. A chorus of screams ripped through the air. Every guard he brushed past dropped to the ground. None of them stood a chance. Baknit Pham strode down the path leading straight into the estate, his eyes blazing with fury and his voice icy cold. "I'm here to collect your pathetic lives." He marched straight through the gate, dripping with killing intent. The revenge tour had officially started. Inside the estate's grand hall, Lum Van Kai was bragging to his old man, looking full of himself. "Dad, don't sweat it. I'm gonna marry Kinyi before you know it." Lum Daifu clapped, his eyes gleaming. "Good, good." Van Kai was on a roll, already plotting his rise to the top. Once he was in with the city lord, wouldn't all of Luvun belong to the Lum family? As soon as he finished, the two women sitting nearby giggled, their eyes bright with anticipation. "That's my boy, you've got a bright future ahead of you." Lum Daifu, the head of the house, was just about to toast when a massive crash sent everyone jumping out of their skins. What the hell was that? A second later, a guard came flying into the room, groaning in pain. Van Kai jumped up, shouting in a rage, "Who's there? Show yourself. How dare you cause a scene at the Lum house?" Right on cue, Baknit Pham stepped in, eyes cold as death. He didn't even bother looking at the guard he just tossed aside. "Well, look who it is." Lum Van Kai recognized him instantly and let out a manic laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! Nice one, Baknit Pham. I was actually looking for you, and here you are, serving yourself up on a silver platter. Today, I'm gonna snatch you up and hand you over to Hinni personally." But before his hand could even touch Nutfam, his wrist was locked in a vice grip. "Snatch me? You and what army?" With a simple twist, a loud crack echoed through the room, followed by Van Kai's gut-wrenching scream. "My arm! You actually dared to break my arm?" He went pale, stuttering in disbelief. When did he break through to the late stage of the blood essence realm? Nutfam looked down at him, voice dripping with disdain. "Breaking your arm is just the start. I'm gonna shatter your legs and beat the living hell out of you too." Van Kai crumpled to the floor, wailing. The other three stood frozen like statues, completely shell-shocked to see him go down so fast. Even while writhing in pain, Van Kai managed to scream, "Dad, run! Go get the city lord!" Hearing that, Lum Daifu scrambled to make a run for it. But before he could even clear the main hall, Nutfam was already standing right in front of him. He grabbed the old man by the throat like he was snatching a rat trying to scurry into a corner. Lum Daifu struggled, gasping for air, but still tried to act tough. You can't kill us!" Nutfam raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah, why not?" He was desperate now, wheezing as he tried to save his own skin. "My son and I, we're working for the city lord. You kill us, and he'll never let you walk away alive." Nutfam smirked slightly, his voice flat. "Oh," Van Kai chimed in. "That's right, I'm engaged to Hinyi. I'm basically the city lord's son-in-law. You dare lay a finger on us?" Before he could finish, Nutfam twisted his hand and snapped. Lum Daifu's neck was gone. The scene left Van Kai paralyzed, jaw on the floor, hands shaking uncontrollably. "Well," Nutfam said, letting go and glancing at Van Kai with cold eyes, "I dared." All that arrogance was gone now. Van Kai dropped to his knees, trembling, completely shattered. He lunged for Nutfam's feet, begging for his life. "Baknit Pham, don't kill me. I'll give you everything the Lum family owns. Just please, don't kill me." Nutfam curled his lip in disgust. "The Lum family fortune? You're killing me here. You think if I packaged up your entire family, it'd be worth anything? 1,000 gold? 5,000? Don't worry, you're about to die, so I'll be honest. A single herb I pull out of my pocket is worth thousands of gold. Heck, maybe even over 100 million gold. You really think I give a damn about your little family?" Hearing that, Van Kai broke down, snot and tears everywhere. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please just let me go. Don't kill me." Nutfam didn't even want to hear it. He reached out and grabbed his head, eyes cold as the Grim Reaper. "Don't apologize to me. If you're really sorry, go down there and join your old man, and pay for what you did to the people of Mach Village." With one clean, sharp snap, Van Kai's body hit the floor. Once it was done, Nutfam stood up slowly. He didn't look back, he just turned and walked away. Now, for the city lord's estate, Back at the city lord's hall, things were quiet until a guy came sprinting in, pale as a ghost and screaming, "Bad news!" He dropped to one knee, reporting breathlessly to the person sitting calmly on the throne. "City lord, it's bad. News from the Lum estate, they've been hit." Hearing that, the city lord frowned, slowly opening his eyes. Speak, he said. What the hell happened? The messenger stammered. According to the servants who escaped, a young guy named Baknut Pham came for revenge. He's already slaughtered everyone in the estate. Hearing that name, the city lord lost his cool. He stood up in a flash, bellowing, "Baknut Pham, pass my orders immediately. Lock down every single exit from Luyan City right now. Tell commanders Bong Ling and Du Loi to grab 300 guards and follow me to the Lam estate to hunt down that brat." Immediately, a unified roar echoed from the guards. "Yes, sir." As he marched off, the city lord gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, shouldn't that little punk be dead by now?" Before long, he reached the gate and hopped on his horse, ready to ride out. Before taking off, he turned back to give orders. "Vian Dao Tabang, you two stay here and guard the place. Protect my eldest daughter, and if anything goes sideways, report it immediately." Following the order, the two bowed their heads in unison, understood. With the troops falling into formation, the city lord charged out into the night. Meanwhile, inside her carriage, Lam Hinni pulled back the curtain. Seeing the commotion, she couldn't help but get curious. "Commander Ta, Commander Vien, what is my father doing? Why all this racket?" One of them quickly responded, bowing respectfully. "Pardon me, my lady. It seems we're going to apprehend a major criminal wanted by the court." She frowned, questioning them further. "A major criminal? Then why aren't you guys going?" Commander Vien bowed his head, explaining, "The city lord ordered us to stay back and protect the estate, just in case." Hearing that, Hinni stepped out of the carriage and gave her orders. "Fine. You two just guard the outside of the courtyard. I'll call you if I need anything." "Yes, my lady." She walked inside with her two maids in tow, letting out a heavy sigh as they went. "My father is seriously overthinking this. In this city lord's estate, we've got 4 commanders, all at the half-blood realm, and my father is at the treading realm. Who the hell is blind enough to mess with our family? They must have a death wish." A maid stepped forward softly. "My lady, let me help you get settled. Which sleeping robe would you like to wear tonight?" Hearing that, Lam Hinni glanced at the robe hanging nearby, her eyes flashing with pure resentment. "Why is this thing still here?" Young Master Lam claimed this robe was worth a fortune. She hissed with venom. "That pathetic wretch Mok Nuok, she's not even fit to lick my boots. How could her clothes possibly be any good? The only reason it's here is because that idiot Lam Van Kai thought it was a treasure and snuck it to me. Get rid of it. Just looking at it pisses me off." Furious, Lam Hinni gripped her comb tightly, her eyes blazing. Remembering that trash from the Mok family village just made her skin crawl with rage. And that Baknut Pham, he stole the heaven's decree that belonged to me. If I ever run into him again, I swear I'll chop his dog head off myself. But just then, something felt wrong behind her. Her two maids slumped to the floor without even a sound. Seeing this, Lam Hinni turned pale, stumbling back in a panic. "Huh? Hong Ni, Luke Ni, what happened to you guys?" A voice cold as ice drifted from behind her, making her hair stand on end. "Lam, my dear, how exactly do you plan to chop off my head?" She spun around in terror, shrieking, "You! How are you here? This is the city lord's estate. You actually dared to break into my home?" Baknut Pham walked slowly toward her. His voice was light as a breeze, yet it sent shivers down her spine. "And what if this is the city lord's estate?" She backed away, her whole body shaking, stuttering as she begged, Don't come any closer." A shrill scream erupted from her throat. "Someone! Help! There's an assassin!" Not Pham remained calm, his voice still low but chillingly cold. "Don't bother screaming. The 100 guards in your courtyard, along with those 2 half-blood realm commanders guarding the place, I've already wiped them all out." Hinni's face turned ash white. Her heart felt like it had stopped. One thought looped in her head. Baknut Pham took out 2 half-blood commanders all by himself, and he did it in a split second. I didn't even hear a peep. He drew his sword, his voice booming like thunder. "Lam Hinni, do you know why I'm here? I warned you before. Don't push your luck." The freezing tip of the blade pressed against her throat, his voice now sharp as a razor. "The slaughter of the Mok village. That was a plan between you and Lam Van Kai, wasn't it? Lam Van Kai is dead. Now it's your turn." Hearing that, Lam Hinni collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Her voice choked. "No, please, no!" she wailed, her face a mess of tears and snot. "Baknut Pham, I beg you, spare me. I'm only 18. I don't want to die yet." "As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." Not Pham remained silent, his gaze colder than stone. Nuuk was only 13. "The children you burned alive in the Mok village, some couldn't even walk yet. What did they ever do to you?" She sobbed hysterically, her terror mounting. "Baknut Pham, I was wrong. Don't kill me, I can. Oh, right, I'm still a virgin." She tossed all dignity aside, her voice a mix of desperation and seduction. "If you kill me, wouldn't that be a waste?" Right then, a blinding flash suddenly flared up. Hinni covered her face and shrieked in panic. Facing her reaction, Not Pham remained expressionless, his eyes as icy. "A toxic witch like you, even if you stripped naked, you'd only make me sick." He decisively sheathed his sword, continuing in a calm but heavy tone. "But heavens have mercy, so I might give you a chance to live. You said Nuuk wasn't fit to lick your boots, right?" he said, propping his foot on a nearby chair and crossing his arms with a mocking grin. "Fine, go ahead and lick my boots clean." Hinni froze, stammering and unable to find her words. He raised an eyebrow, challenging her. "What? Didn't you just say you'd do anything?" Hinni clenched her fists until she shook, her eyes brimming with angry tears. She bit her lip and said, "Fine, I'll lick them. Just don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want." In the end, she had to stoop down, performing an act of total humiliation. Seeing this, Not Fam let out a cold laugh. The great daughter of the city lord is certainly working hard for her life, isn't she? While she licked his boots in disgrace, she gritted her teeth, resentment bubbling up inside. "You piece of trash. Just enjoy this while you can. I just need to stall until my father gets back, and then I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." But as each moment ticked by, time was running out. After finishing the forced task, she croaked, "There, it's clean." At that exact moment, Not Fam's gaze turned freezing, his energy shifting instantly. He growled, "Since it's clean, time to hit the road." Before she could even process it, a flash of his blades sliced through the air. Hinyi collapsed to the ground. Outside the city, on the rocky road, the city lord was still leading his troops toward the Lam estate. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his brows furrowing as if he felt an ill omen. A commander beside him asked nervously, "City lord, what's wrong?" He shook his head slightly, speaking in a serious tone. "Nothing, it's just I have a bad feeling about this." Before the words even left his mouth, a panicked messenger came sprinting over, gasping for air. "This is bad, Lord City Master. I went to check as ordered, but when I got to the Lam estate, it was full of nothing but corpses. Lam Daifu and Lam Van Kai are nowhere to be found." The city master froze, his eyes bulging. "What?" Without a second thought, he roared, yanked his horse around, and shouted, "This is a trap. They're luring the tiger out of the mountains. Everyone, fall back to the manor now." He whipped his horse, teeth gritted in fury. "That little bratbach, if he's laid even one finger on Hinyi, I'll wipe out his entire bloodline." His two generals looked at each other, completely confused. "City Master, what the hell is actually going on?" But before he could get an answer, the order rang out sharp and decisive. "Everyone, assemble!" "Back to the manor," they shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." In no time, the army was back at the city master's estate. He pulled his horse to a halt at the gate and his eyes went stone cold. The sight before him made his heart feel like it was being crushed. High up, his daughter Lam Hinyi was hanging in midair. "Hinyi, no!" His gut-wrenching scream echoed across the courtyard. But before he could charge in to save her, a cold, icy voice cut him off. "You finally showed up." The city master whipped around, his face flushed with rage. Seeing Not Fam and then a heavy object being tossed onto the ground beside him, he finally snapped. With a clenched fist, he lunged forward. "I'm going to kill you." Not Fam proudly raised his weapon, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupting around him. He challenged back, "Who kills who? We'll see about that." Not waiting for his opponent to react, Not Fam unleashed his sword dance, and hundreds of shimmering blue blades rained down on him. The city master dodged with grace, shocked to his core. This energy, could it be the violent rain sword technique? He recovered for a split second and landed. His eyes turned fierce as he realized what he was facing. The violent rain sword technique, a legendary Imperial-grade masterpiece. Even for me, it would take at least a year just to get the basics down. That kid has only been gone for 2 months, and he went from having zero foundation to mastering it. Not Fam smirked at the comment. "Not bad, old man, you've got an eye for quality." The aura around the city master shifted, turning a sickening shade of red as he glared at the boy. "No wonder you managed to take out so many of my best men." Even so, the city master's expression remained dripping with contempt. He began channeling his energy and spat. "You're just a pathetic blood vein level brat. You really think you can go toe-to-toe with me? You're just begging for death." He used his signature move, but Not Fam coolly countered with the second form of the violent rain sword technique. This time, the number of blades was even more intense. Even the move sounded different. "Rapid rain!" The city master was stunned by the sheer scale of the attack, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he screamed, "What?" Before he could say another word, Not Fam's attack crashed down on the city master without mercy. The blue light completely swallowed his red aura. The city master's eyes widened as a blade tip stopped just inches from his eyeball. He cursed, "Damn it!" He instantly shifted into the Cloud Thunder boundary, a defensive move. Not Fam's gaze hardened when he saw that, his voice rising a notch. "So that's how it is." A beam of purple power erupted from the city master's palm. He roared, "Break through now!" Instantly, that purple light slammed into Not Fam's blades. The boy grunted in annoyance. "A spirit tool?" The city master held his heavy hitter with an arrogant grin. "You little piece of trash, you actually forced me to use a spirit tool. Well, at least your death will mean something today." He sentenced him to death. "Go to hell!" Not Fam, sensing the incoming danger, dodged using his drifting footwork. The purple blast slammed into the spot where Not Fam had just been. The city master shouted, "Where do you think you're running?" Not Fam thought to himself as he saw the move. "Damn, can't dodge that." The blast hit him hard, lighting up the whole area in a flash of purple. The city master let out a twisted laugh, gloating. "You little runt, want to run? Keep running then." But as the dust settled and Not Fam appeared completely unharmed, his jaw dropped. "What? How is this possible?" He stared in total shock, his voice trembling. You didn't take a single scratch?" Not Fam stood under his golden defensive layer and replied, "Lord City Master, your little thunder show really doesn't amount to much, does it?" The more he watched, the more the city master felt the tide turning. He looked around, sensing his own power waning. His lightning had been completely absorbed. Not Fam pulled a talisman from his sleeve and explained, "This is the protective charm the shopkeeper Nolan gave me. Works like a charm. Let's see what the last one can do." He shouted the incantation as he tossed the charm. Berserk Ox Strike! The city master felt like a fish on a chopping block, completely overwhelmed by the kid's power. He gasped in terror. A talisman? You actually have a talisman? Not Fam, now shrouded in blue energy, charged forward using the third form of the violent rain sword technique, the power surging as he unleashed the raging sword. The city master, backed into a corner, desperately summoned his purple lightning to fight back. You little punk, I'll take you down with me. His own move, Thunder's Might, clashed head-on with Nat Fam's blue energy. Nat Fam's power acted like a whirlwind, devouring the city master's weak, flickering purple lightning. The city master was shoved back, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Nat Fam felt the side effects of using that much power, his lip bleeding and his face twisting in agony. The city master saw this and laughed excitedly. Even if you used a charm to boost your body, you're still too green to go head-to-head with my strength. Not Fam's face darkened as he shot back. Who said I was trying to beat you with raw strength? Those words hit the city master like a freight train, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad? Does he have another trump card? Before he could finish the thought, Not Fam lunged forward with his sword, and that wasn't even my finishing move. The city master was floored, only able to gasp, he's too fast. Not Fam had used instant teleportation. The city master watched helplessly as Nat Fam's attacks hit home. This is convergence. Nat Fam's eyes went cold and sharp as he finished it. Violent rain sword technique, final execution. A single strike pierced straight through the city master, giving him zero chance to fight back. From that blow, a terrifying soul-crushing power erupted. It was the water-piercing sword. The city master stood there, bleeding out, barely able to keep his balance. He looked at Not Fam with pure malice and confusion. How did I lose to you? Impossible. Not Fam held his sword high. From the moment you did what you did, you should have known that eventually your day would come. Not Fam's face was stone cold as he bluntly dropped the hammer. It's over. He drove his sword straight down into the city lord, and all you could hear was the guy's blood-curdling scream. Not Fam's blade was drenched in his blood, and the city lord's body just slumped into a massive pool of his own making. He leaned down, snagged a small purple item, and muttered, "So this is the artifact, huh?" Hat Fam held it up to check it out, shocked that such a tiny ring could pack that much raw lightning power. "This is the Thundercloud ring." He gave a dry smirk and stashed it away. "All yours now, baby." Nearby, the thunder of hooves pounded the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The driver slammed on the brakes. The city lord's crew stared at the scene in total horror. The city lord, the young mistress, our guys, they've all been wiped out. Standing over the city lord's hulking corpse, Not Fam sounded off, clear as day. "Listen up, surrender and you live." His gaze was dead serious. "Cross me and you're dead." The soldiers went ghost white, only able to stammer out nonsense. Back at the Van Bao pavilion, Na Lan was pacing near Dr. Tai, looking anxious. It's been so long already. She was lost in her own head, worrying about how Master Bach Not Fam was holding up. Speak of the devil and news arrives. A staff member sprinted in, looking panicked. "Manager, we've got a major situation." Na Lan's heart skipped a beat. "What is it?" The guy couldn't even catch his breath, stuttering out. "Our intel just came in. Lam Dai Fu, even Lam Van Kai from the Lam family, they're all dead. The city lord, Lam Hin Ni, all 4 generals, they've all been slaughtered. The city lord's manor was burned to the ground overnight." Na Lan nearly fainted when she heard the news, thinking, "God, he actually did it. I can't believe he pulled it off." Dr. Tai quickly caught her. "Steady now." Dr. Tai frowned, muttering, "The great general, those guys were all at the Blood Realm. 4 of them teaming up could take down a mid-stage pill expert. But Master Bach only broke through to the Internal Strength Realm 2 months ago." As Dr. Tai looked up at the sky with Na Lan by his side, he couldn't stop thinking that the sky over Van City was about to change. At the crack of dawn, the Thon Tri-Streets were buzzing. "Move it! Get out of the way!" "What's going on?" Everyone crowded around the bulletin board to see the shocking update. Bach Not Fam, the Yan Kingdom's most wanted fugitive. Anyone who brings in his head gets a reward of 100 gold bars. Providing a tip gets you 50. A local scratched his head. "He doesn't look like a bad guy to me, why the bounty?" Someone ripped the poster down. Not Fam, hidden under a hood, watched and thought, "Fine, put a bounty on me, but why draw me looking like such a dog?" He tossed the paper aside with a flick of his wrist and muttered, "Whatever. If that's the game, I'll keep moving. Time to find a new playground." Night fell at the Van Bao pavilion. Nalan stared out the window, wondering how Master Bach was doing and what his next move was after today. Suddenly, a letter in a small box flew in, making Nalan cry out in surprise. She grabbed the note and squinted at the few lines written there. "I have to leave Van City immediately. Thanks for everything. Inside the box is a gift for you and the people of Mock Village. It'll keep everyone set for life. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Stay safe, Bach Not Fam." The box was stuffed with jewels, making Nalan's jaw hit the floor. "These treasures, I've never even seen stuff like this." She looked off toward the horizon, her heart heavy with thoughts of Not Fam, Master Bach, until we meet again. Her thoughts were just whispers in the wind, totally unheard by the rider galloping away. Not Fam kicked his horse into high gear. Time flew, and half a month later, on the border between the Yan and Thui kingdoms, in the Van Shao region, Not Fam caught wind of the crowd's chatter. "Yo, have you guys heard? The 5 Elements Holy Land, one of the top 10, is finally opening up recruitment." The gossip gave him a lot to chew on. They say even the lowest grade technique from a Holy Land is treated like a god-tier secret once it hits the streets. People would kill for it. If you can actually become a disciple there, you're set for life. Another guy chimed in, "Disciples, that's small time. If you can become an elder at a Holy Land, Even royals or the emperor himself wouldn't dare look down on you. They kept moving, still running their mouths. The Five Elements Holy Land is in the Ngui Kingdom, miles away. If you aren't taking the Van Chao transport, you could ride 14 horses to death and still not make it. Then let's go tomorrow. We'll lose our spots if we're late. Not Fam grunted, looking less than thrilled. Fact is, the Van Chao is the ultimate transport across the Vonko continent. It's insanely fast, cutting right through the sky to get you to your destination. The crowd was packed and chaotic. Hey, back off! Don't push! Let me through! Not Fam walked up to the counter and made it snappy. Manager, 1 ticket to the Five Elements Holy Land. The guy waved a hand, acting all high and mighty. The Van Chao only runs to the Five Element City in Wei, 500 gold a ticket. He looked Not Fam up and down with total disgust. Where'd you crawl out from, Hick? You don't even know where it goes? And keep in mind, a night on the Van Chao will cost you a fortune. Even the trashiest room is 3,000 gold a night. If you can't pay, you're sleeping on the deck with 0 defensive wards. You'll be exposed to the elements. Not Fam pulled out a stack of cash and said, give me your best room. The manager's eyes popped out. Huh? His attitude did a total 180, and he started treating Not Fam like royalty. Right away, sir. We'll prep the Heaven Class Suite number 1, the absolute best on the ship. Damn, I almost screwed up. Must be some rich kid slumming it, living the commoner life. Even so, trouble found Not Fam anyway. Hold it, manager. I'm doubling the offer for that Heaven Class Suite. The guy speaking was Prince Wang Dong from the Kong Prince Manor, accompanied by Princess Lin Duong Vuong Mong. Not Fam scowled. You got a problem? The prince smirked, acting all smooth. No problem at all. Anything my family sets eyes on, it's ours. That room is mine, kid. Not Fam wasn't having any of it, crossing his arms. Hey, check your vision. I booked it first. The manager immediately started wagging his tail for Not Fam. Listen up, you two. I'm the one who booked this top-tier room first. You're talking to the guy who got here before you. Her voice was sharp as a blade, totally clashing with that pretty face. Some ignorant lowlife who doesn't know their place? You actually dare to square up against the Prince Kang estate? She barked right in the manager's face. Listen good, you dimwit. I'm Wang Meng, a princess personally titled by the emperor himself. My brother is the one and only Prince Kang heir, Wang Tung. Wang Meng looked at Not Fam and the manager like they were literal trash under her shoe. Just talking to you is already doing you a huge favor, and you're still trying to snatch what belongs to royalty? You got a death wish or something? Seeing her act like she owned the whole damn sky, he just thought, why does every place I go have these entitled jerks throwing their weight around? The crowd nearby started freaking out at her threats. Prince Kang? Isn't that the emperor's own brother? The crowd started whispering, glancing at Wang Tung and Wang Meng. They warned Not Fam nobody expected them to be the prince's own kids. Kid, just hand over the room. You don't want to mess with high-blood royalty. He wasn't even fazed by the pressure. Prince? Hair? Who cares? Prince and minister are just empty titles. Every word Not Fam spat hit their ego like a brick. I booked this room, it's mine. I wouldn't trade it for all the gold you got. His sheer audacity made them turn purple. They could only growl in frustration. Not Fam dropped the mic with a final jab of pure disrespect. Now be good little dogs and go to the back of the line, get lost. Wang Teng was snarling like a rabid dog, but Not Fam didn't flinch. He just dared him to do something. The manager, stuck in the middle, started sweating bullets. Young Master Wang, look, why don't you head down and line up? I'll hold the second best room for you, how's that? He was struggling hard. Damn it, T, he thought. One's got the power, the other's got the cash. I'm screwed either way. Wang Teng was still locked in a stare-down with Not Fam. I'll ask you one last time. Not Fam shot back, throwing her own words right in her face. Do you even know what happens to people who mess with me? Do you know what happens when you mess with me? The guy was losing his mind, his words dripping with pure hate. Fine, you're a dead man, don't say I didn't warn you. Making enemies out here is a real good way to end up dead without even knowing how it happened. Not Fam stroked his chin, smirking in mock agreement. I actually agree with you. Then he let out a crazy laugh. Who was the real danger here? That was still up for debate. Wang Tung gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, where did this trash come from? Making me look like a fool in front of everyone. The manager was still trying to play both sides. Look, the cloud ship is taking off soon if we don't hurry. He finally managed to get Wang Ting to cool it. Fine, whatever. I'm not stooping to your level, you bottom feeder. Manager, give me the second room. But Wang Meng wasn't letting it slide that easily. He turned to her and promised, easy, Menger. Listen to your brother. Just wait one night. Once we hit 5 Element City, I'll buy you the most expensive dress to make up for it. She pouted, you promise, don't you dare go back on your word. Wang Tung had no choice but to give in. I promise, I promise. The manager, already sweating buckets, scrambled. Yes, yes, I'll get that room for you right away, young Master Wang. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God, finally over, but Not Fam wasn't done playing yet. Hold up. Did I say you could have it? Wang Teng spun around, growling. Huh? Not Fam just picked at his ear, acting all casual. I don't like noisy neighbors when I'm trying to He slapped a huge stack of gold on the counter, using his cash to flex on them. Manager, I'm buying out all the top-tier rooms, all of them. Wang Meng gasped and the manager's jaw hit the floor. The guy pointed a shaking finger, face bright red. You! What the hell do you think you're doing? Not Fam didn't even care. First come, first served. I wasn't finished talking. Got a problem with that? The manager immediately switched to kiss-up mode. Young Master, here you go. Here are all the keys for the top-tier suites. And you, young Master Wang, you can head to the back of the line. Man, this is a massive payday. I'm set for life. His attitude did a complete 180. Not Fam walked off satisfied. That's better. Wang Tung and Wang Meng were grinding their teeth watching him leave. Just you wait, kid. Not Fam walked a bit, then just tossed a key to some random guy, just to spite the siblings. You seem like a chill guy, unlike those other eyesores. Here, take this room. The crowd went wild. Is he seriously giving it away for free? Wang Meng blew her top. Brother, that guy is totally doing this to mess with us. He gritted his teeth. No kidding, I know that. Later on the cloud ship, Not Fam was just chilling when someone blocked his path. Another annoying loudmouth stepped up. Hey, I need a word with you. Not Fam looked him over, bored. And you are? The two ended up grabbing a drink on the deck. Their glasses clinked a crisp sound. The big guy was Lu Wei. He was stuffing his face and talking at the same time. Prince? Minister? Just empty labels, man. Well said, you get it. Not Fam, already feeling the buzz, asked, Who the hell are you? The guy introduced himself with a grin. I'm Lu Wei, from a merchant clan in the Wu Kingdom, and you are? He kept it short. Bak Not Fam from the Yan Kingdom. Not Pom was busy thinking about Lu Wei's background. The Wu Kingdom was right next to his, and they were all about that warrior spirit. They weren't a force to be reckoned with. Lu Wei laughed, loud and proud. Meeting like this? That's fate. That stunt you pulled? That wasn't just power tripping. I saw the whole thing, Hot Fam. I respect your integrity. That's why I'm here to be your brother. His tone shifted as he added, Look, I'll be straight with you. I'm heading to the 5-element sacred ground for the entrance exams. If those two losers, Wang Tung and Wang Meng, want revenge, tell them to come find me. I'll be the first one to stomp them into the dirt. An offer was on the table. Tonight, you've got me covering your back. Sleep easy. Even though Not Fam didn't really need the help. I never said I was worried about them, he thought. Lu Wei toasted him, excited. Come on, raise your cup. Tonight the drinks are on me, brother, Not Fam. We aren't stopping until we're wasted. Time dragged on for a bit, and Yifan was busy covering his ears to block out Lu Yu's thunderous snoring, muttering to himself, I think you're the one who came looking for trouble. Right on cue, a lightning bolt struck right by the boat. Lu Yu tumbled over, and all the bowls and plates crashed to the floor. Yifan shouted in surprise, Huh? A few bowls flew and smacked Lu Yu in the head, sending him rolling away while Yifan shifted, confused. What the hell happened? Everyone else on the cloud boat was scrambling in a panic. This is bad. The lightning storm is here. The lightning storm is actually here. Another bolt slammed directly onto the deck, scaring the living daylights out of everyone on board. Help! Somebody save me! I don't want to die! Move it! Yifan just chuckled at the crazy display. This lightning couldn't have come at a better time. He pulled out his cloud lightning ring and thought, all right, cloud lightning ring, time for you to shine. Thinking back to the old days, he'd spent time studying that ring he snatched off Langan's finger. This offensive magical tool was built to store lightning during storms and discharge it whenever you needed to fry your enemies. It was a bummer that it hadn't rained once in the last 7 days, but now, nature was doing him a solid. Yifan eagerly fired up the ring. This heavy storm was exactly what he needed. He got fired up, letting the ring soak up all that raw power. Perfect, just how I like it. The crowd started freaking out as they watched the lightning get pulled into one spot. What the hell is going on? Everyone stood there with their jaws on the floor. Yo, look at that. All the lightning is converging in one place. Some people screamed, terrified. The lightning is hitting the room. Massive bolts of electricity kept slamming into the boat. The average folks were clinging to the pillars for dear life, shaking and asking, what's happening? Doesn't our sky classroom have a protective formation? Yifan didn't care about any of that, calmly muttering to himself while he let the ring soak up as much juice from the ship as possible. Drink it all up. A moment later, it was done. Got it. He gripped the ring in his hand, feeling satisfied. That was another ace up his sleeve. People on the boat pointed ahead and yelled, Look, the destination is right there. We made it to 5 Elements City. When they hopped off the cloud boat, everyone was hyped. Finally off that thing. Yifan looked around, wondering, so this is 5 Elements City where the Holy Temple's entrance exam happens. Lu Yu grinned and explained, I heard the King of Wei dropped a fortune to build this place just to butter up the 5 Elements Holy Land. It's way more flashy than the capital of Wei, no contest. His hand kept rubbing the bump on his head and he groaned, Man, that hurts. Yifan sighed to himself. Hearing about it 100 times isn't the same as seeing it once. He muttered, a bit overwhelmed by everything around him. So many people. This is straight up wild. Lu Yu said, this is the Holy Land exam. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists from everywhere are flocking here, so yeah, it's going to be packed. He proudly told Yifan, look up at the sky. Yifan looked up and saw people literally flying around. Wait, what? These guys? Lu Yu grinned. See that? That's the divine ability realm. My first time seeing actual divine ability experts in the flesh, man. Yifan pondered this new info. The divine ability realm wasn't just about radiating blood energy. It was about internalizing spiritual power. Flying through the sky, diving underground, riding swords. It was all fair game. He smirked, intrigued. This Holy Land is exactly where I need to be. Suddenly, a command for silence boomed from above. Yifan was caught off guard by the sheer pressure. Everyone else was forced to their knees by the force of it. What's going on? A figure appeared in the air, leaving them all stunned. The guy was Yan Yun Tong. He stroked his beard and introduced himself. I am Yan Yun Tong, an intersect elder of the 5 Elements Holy Land. I'm in charge of this entrance exam. Anyone who wants to join our Holy Land to train, show up at the East City Martial Arts Arena by noon to register. If you don't pass the exam, you won't be training at the Five Elements Holy Land. The crowd below marveled at his entrance, whispering to each other. That's an inner sect elder. Let's go register. Hurry up. Liu Yu said goodbye to Yifan. The registration is starting. Brother, bye. We part ways here. Yifan responded politely. All right, good luck to you. I'll be waiting. Liu Yu laughed at that. Waiting for what, huh? Sorry, brother, big bro. I can't protect you anymore. Liu Yu waved him off. If you're scared, just find a place to hide and don't let those two brothers find you. This is where we split. Stay safe. He left Yifan standing there looking a bit confused. Wait, what? Yifan smirked to himself. I said I'd wait for you, so what's with the stay safe talk? Who knows, we might see each other again sooner than you think. At the East City Martial Arts Arena, it was pure chaos. Registration is right here. Line up. Get in line. People were flowing in and out with all kinds of looks on their faces. I lost. Brother Lee, don't sweat it. Look at me. I didn't even qualify to compete. The registration desk announced next, blood condensation realm. Wang Meng was pulling Wang Teng's arm from behind, pointing at Yifan and shouting, Big brother, that's the punk! When Wang Teng saw him, he was seething. Talk about a small world. No way this little brat wants to take the Holy Land exam too. Wang Meng added, Big brother, when are you finally gonna kill this kid and get some payback for me? Wang Teng gave a nasty grin, likely cooking up a scheme to get back at Yifan. If you can't handle the small stuff, you'll ruin the big plans. Let's focus on the main event for now. Once we're official disciples of the Five Elements Holy Land, that humiliation we took on the cloud boat, I'm gonna make this kid pay for it with his life. Yifan stepped up, handed over his pass, and said clearly, Bye Yifan, blood condensation realm. The registrar froze, stammering, Huh? Blood condensation realm? Standing a few people away, Wang Teng watched with smug contempt. Blood condensation realm? That's hilarious. He probably won't even make it past the entrance trial. And even if he gets lucky, he'll just end up getting beaten to a pulp and end up with nothing. To spice things up, Yifan held his pass out in front of the registrar. Look at this. The guy took one glance and immediately recognized it. This is... He beamed. You're exempt from the test. Go ahead and wait inside. Yifan smiled back, much obliged. At the same time, Wang Teng and Wang Meng dropped their jaws, faces pale, screaming internally. What? Exempt from the test? Did I hear that right? Wang Teng gnashed his teeth, chewing on his thumb, wondering, who the hell is this kid anyway? Yifan's pass was quickly handed over to Yuntong, who was watching from a nearby tower. He asked, whose ascension command is this? The scribe knelt on one knee and reported respectfully, reporting to the elder, the name is not Pham. I used the spirit testing tablet and his talent is only the lowest yellow grade. In my opinion, he's likely just some rich kid with deep pockets who got his hands on this Heaven Ascension Token by pure luck. Elder Yan, how should we handle this guy? Van Tung replied calmly. The lowest threshold for our 5 Elements Sacred Grounds outer disciples is the 5th level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm. He's only in the Blood Boiling Realm, and with yellow grade talent, he's only fit to be a chore disciple here. But since he holds a Heaven Ascending Token, we'll make an exception and grant him the status of an outer disciple. The scribe bowed, understood. A moment later, a phoenix soared through the sky, carrying those who had passed the examination. Not Pham lay on the bird's back with his arms behind his head, sighing deeply. In the mortal world, being in the blood-boiling realm is enough to be a high-ranking commander. Who would have thought that in the 5 Elements Sacred Ground, I barely scraped by to become an outer disciple? He looked at his hands. I come from Earth, and even with only yellow-grade talent, my physical strength has long surpassed several major realms. After thinking for a while, he stopped obsessing over it. Whatever. Their talent assessment system is just confusing. If my talent is bad, then it's bad. I've got the infinite resources of Earth backing me, plus I can simplify their cultivation techniques. As long as I train hard, I'm bound to shine eventually. In an instant, Not Pham had sorted through his troubles, closing his eyes to comfortably enjoy the breeze rushing past him. The phoenix flew at an incredible speed, and in no time it carried everyone to a place brimming with spiritual energy. A heavenly palace floating in mid-air. We've arrived at the 5 Elements Sacred Ground, someone exclaimed excitedly. Not Pham sat up as he saw the scene before him, inwardly stunned. The 5 Elements Sacred Ground is actually built within the clouds. Van Tung stood at the front and introduced, this is the 5 Elements Heavenly Palace. The heart of the sacred grounds. Unless you are an inner elder or a direct disciple, entry is forbidden, he continued. This is where you will all be cultivating from now on. Upon landing, the disciples lined up to listen to Van Tung lay out the rules. From this day forward, you are officially outer disciples of our 5 Elements Sacred Ground. Every move and action you make must align with the sect's code. Always put the interests of the sacred ground first. A disciple arrived with a tray, and Van Tung continued. These are your identity tokens and maps of your living quarters. Go there yourselves. You'll find a sect manual in your rooms. Read it carefully. After the instructions, the new disciples replied in unison, filled with enthusiasm. Understood, Elder. At the outer disciple quarters, inside his room, Not Pham sat alone at the table, checking the supplies he had been given. A cleansing talisman, a speed talisman, a biotransformation talisman, a water drawing talisman, plus some spirit stones and high-grade healing pills. He smirked and rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the sacred ground sure is generous. These items would cost tens of millions, and I got them just for becoming an outer disciple. Among the pile, one book caught Not Pham's eye. He read the title under his breath, The Chronicles of Vong Ko. He began flipping through the pages, which recorded that the Vonko continent was divided into 5 regions: East River, South Wilderness, West Sea, North Plains, and Central Province. The 3 major races, human, demon, and ghost, were the dominant powers. He already knew that much. The 10 great human sacred grounds were Vo Vi, Huang Kuk, 5 elements, Quang Han, Chan Vo, Trom Tian Tian Thu, Da Bao Tu Huang, and Fu Dio. Among them, Vo Vi was the most mysterious. The sect never had more than 5 disciples at a time. Every one of them was a freakishly gifted genius. The Huangkuk sacred ground occupied the central province, boasted the strongest power, and was the most arrogant in how they handled things. Chan Vo and Tram Thien were respectively known for their focus on physical training and swordsmanship. Quang Han only accepted female disciples. The 5-element sacred ground was divided into 5 pavilions: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire, and was the most recently promoted, making it the youngest of the 10. After reading for a while, Not Pham exhaled and muttered to himself, "Of the 10, Huangkuk is the strongest. If I'd known that, I would have figured out a way to get over there. Even though I've got infinite money now and could technically bypass the hard work, if I'm fundamentally a weakling, it's inevitable that people will target me. Getting stronger myself, that's the real path to the top." Suddenly, a thought struck him. I remember that the 3 realms of bone refining, inner strength, and blood boiling are all about nourishing the body. The marrow cleansing realm is about flushing out impurities and increasing the purity of one's energy and blood. He rubbed his chin and wondered, to boost my strength, I need to find a way to cleanse my marrow, purge toxins, and refine my sinews and blood. Does Earth have anything that could help me with a marrow-cleansing breakthrough? A month later, in the disciples' quarters, Not Pham sat alone in his room, balancing his energy while thinking. This past month, I've been hopping back and forth between Earth and this other world. I discovered that using medicinal water and spirit herbs can change my constitution. Reading through the materials, I realized that taking them internally is even more effective. Dung Kui, Lianturthian Dong, and Yinan were all ingredients from a traditional herbal shop he'd visited to purge toxins. He soaked himself in the mixture, and a fiery red internal energy began to radiate from Not Pham's body. Steam rose from him, carrying away the impurities from his system. Not Pham himself realized that his body felt lighter than ever. His strength had increased manifold, and even his mind felt clearer. With that in mind, he unleashed his internal energy, pushing the pitch-black impurities out. As the steam billowed, a fierce sense of resolve surged in Not Pham's heart. "This time, I'm definitely breaking through the blood-boiling realm," he shouted internally. "Break for me!" Immediately, his internal energy erupted fiercely, and spiritual energy began to converge, forming a swirling ring of power around him. A moment later, the energy dissipated. Not Pham had now achieved a new milestone. He was cloaked in a vibrant red robe entirely condensed from spiritual energy, known as a blood energy shroud. He cheered inwardly, marrow-cleansing realm, success. He looked down at the shroud, muttering, "This blood energy shroud is incredibly dense, several times tougher than lamb cans, and it can definitely compare to the blood energy armor of the aperture opening realm. Time to test the power." With that, Not Pham threw a punch. The spiritual power from his punch shot straight out of the room, snapping a whole row of massive trees. He looked at his handiwork and assessed, "It's not just the shroud. My punch now must have the force of 10 or 20,000 pounds, way stronger than a normal marrow-cleansing realm cultivator." Not Pham's eyes went cold, and he wore an arrogant smirk. "My journey of cultivation in the 5-element sacred ground is only just beginning." A moment later, at the sect affairs hall, a long line of disciples stood waiting. "You're in the mix too," Not Pham thought to himself. The affairs hall managed all the ins and outs of the 5 elements Holy Land, and it was also where disciples collected their stipends and took on missions. The affairs elder dropped a money pouch into a disciple's hand and said, "This is your stipend for the month. Take it and you're next." The disciple took it with both hands, bowing respectfully. "Many thanks, elder." The elder kept handing them out to the others, marking off their 100-point contribution quota. Meanwhile, Not Pham was lost in thought. During their training in the 5 elements Holy Land, disciples could sign up for all kinds of missions to earn resources, pay, and contribution points. He looked at the jade token he'd been issued when he first arrived. It had his name on it and his total contribution points. You could check your points right there on your ID token. Every new disciple started with 50 points. The main use for these points was trading them for martial arts techniques in the Holy Land's library. They say the library has tens of thousands of techniques, and just one set is enough to make a martial artist's power skyrocket. The ancient records mention 3 ways to get contribution points. Low-level missions for body-cleansing realm disciples, paying 100 to 300 points. Mid-level missions for opening aperture realm disciples, paying 300 to 1,000 points. And high-level missions for Purple Mansion realm disciples, paying 1,000 to 5,000 points. The second way was to just hand over rare treasures, and the third was taking out criminals on the Holy Land's bounty board. He rubbed his chin, smirking as he did the math. The third way paid the most and was the fastest, but everyone on that list was a cold-blooded monster the Holy Land wanted dead. Every year, some cocky disciples would try to hunt them down, only to never come back. Mission points are too low, and bounty hunting is too dangerous. Handing over treasures is the way to go. It's practically made for me. He glanced at the other disciples lining up behind him, but the 5 elements Holy Land wasn't like Luvan City. This place was a snake pit. If he pulled out too many rare treasures, he'd definitely get a target painted on his back. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but to keep the headaches to a minimum, it was better to use mundane missions as a cover, then pull out the treasures when nobody was looking. When it was Notfom's turn, he stood before the Elder and asked, "Elder, I'd like to take a low-level mission." Just then, in the stone hallway where disciples had to pass after collecting their pay, a loud, arrogant voice rang out. "Freeze! Hand over your spirit stones and don't make me ask twice." Two guys with blades blocked the path. A timid disciple spoke up. "Senior brother, this is all the spirit stones we have." The guy leading the pack was none other than Vuong Dong. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking smug and sly. "Good thinking, Senior Brother Cao. Just camp out on the mandatory path for collecting stipends, and the spirit stones come straight to us." With that, the outer disciple Cao Duong, who had already shaken down quite a few newbies, said cockily, "What are you talking about, Brother Vuong? They're giving these to me out of the goodness of their hearts. I'm not forcing anyone." He shoved up against a disciple, grabbing him by the hair, and sneered, "Right?" The guy was sweating bullets and blurted out, "Right, right." Cao Duong let him go, satisfied. The disciple looked pale and asked, "Senior Brother Cao, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, can we go?" Without a word, Cao Duong kicked him straight in the stomach. "I'll tell you when we're finished," Cao Duong barked. The unlucky disciple went flying, luckily caught by the guys behind him. "You okay?" The guy wheezed. "Yeah, I'm fine." Suddenly, something caught Vuong Dang's eye. It was not Pham walking up with his hands behind his back. Vuong Dang muttered, "That little punk? Of course he's here." Cao Duong saw a stranger and asked, "You know him?" Vuong Dang's face twisted with disgust, more than just know him. He leaned into Cao Duong's ear, his voice full of hate. "Listen, Senior Brother Cao, back in Van Chao a few days ago." Cao Duong finally caught on. "Oh, so that's how it is." The more he remembered, the angrier he got, grinding his teeth. Even though he didn't know who this kid was, he sure spent money like it was water. "I checked him out. He's only in the Blood Realm. He had to use a Heaven Entry Token to even get into the Holy Land." Unlike Vuong Dong's sour mood, Cao Duong was hyped. If this guy could afford a Heaven Entry Token, he must be loaded. He was sure to have some good loot on him. Not Pham was sighing to himself. "What a pain. If I start pulling out treasures now, someone's definitely going to come for them. I'm not strong enough yet." An innocent man becomes guilty by holding a piece of jade. Can't trust anyone that easily, and no point in showing my hand too early. Suddenly, Cao Duong stepped right in his path, looking aggressive. "Hold it," Cao Duong demanded, looking mean. "Junior brother, let me borrow some stuff." Not Pham didn't catch the drift at first, so Cao Duong growled, "Spirit, stones." The disciples nearby started whispering, "Is that a new kid?" Man, he's screwed. He had to run into Cao Duong. They knew how much of a bully this guy was. That little jerk Cao Duong's been running this place like he owns it for way too long. He used his martial arts skills to pick on anyone weaker than him. Almost every new disciple had been bullied by him at some point. People just felt bad for not Pham. It wasn't like people hadn't fought back before, but they just ended up getting beaten worse. "Just hand over the stones, kid. No point in playing the hero. You're just going to get hurt." Not Pham heard them, smirked, and played along. "Want to borrow spirit stones? Sure." But Not Pham stood tall, looking cocky, and commanded, "You gotta kneel down and beg for them first." Everyone nearby was completely floored. "What?" Cao Duong's face turned beet red with rage. Vuong Dong was frozen in his tracks. Nobody could believe what they were hearing. "What did this newbie just say? Did I hear that right?" Cao Duong roared and swung a savage punch. "You're dead." But Not Pham was fast. He dodged, and Cao Duong's fist slammed into the ground. That just made Cao Duong even more furious. The crowd was stunned. He dodged it! He's so fast!" Vuong Dong muttered, teeth gritted, looking amazed. Cao Duong was at the peak of the body cleansing realm, and he couldn't even touch the guy. "Looks like this kid is stronger than I thought." Cao Duong went berserk and kept attacking. "Hey kid, you want to say that again?" Not Pham just stood there, totally chill. "Why wouldn't I?" "Drop to your knees and knock your head on the floor. I'll spot you one spirit stone. Do it 10 times in a row, and I'll loan you another." "So brother, how many knocks are we doing?" His rage was at a boiling point, completely beyond cooling down now. Gao Yang roared, "You little punk!" He braced himself, charging like a wild beast. "You're gonna pay for being so clueless." Just then, Lu Wei suddenly popped up, his voice full of warning. "Cut it out, or I'm reporting this to the elders." Yifan looked a bit surprised. "Lu Wei," he asked, clearly not happy about the situation. "Yifan, why is it you?" "Wait, don't tell me you followed me to the Five Elements Holy Land just to trick me." Yifan was too tired to even deal with this question, just casually replying, "You didn't exactly ask me where I was headed back then, did you?" Lu Wei gave a sheepish laugh, finally realizing, fair point. Gao Yang had snuck up behind Yifan without anyone noticing, ready to strike, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Ignoring me, huh?" Yifan noticed him, nudged Lu Wei aside, and told him they'd catch up later. Yifan's hand opened slightly, as if he'd suddenly remembered something he still needed to take care of here. With just one move, the sound of Gao Yang's neck joints cracking echoed through the air. The guy was in so much pain he couldn't even spit out a word, just gargling helplessly. Meanwhile, his buddy looked absolutely ghost white. "What the?" To make it worse, Yifan started critiquing him. "Brother, why you gotta be so dishonorable? This habit of sneaking up on people from behind?" Not a good look. The surrounding disciples were left speechless, stunned by what they were seeing. With their jaws on the floor, they whispered, "Am I seeing things? Gao Yang actually getting beat down by a freshman?" Even Lu Wei, the senior brother, was caught off guard, stammering, "Yifan, little bro, you—" Gao Yang looked pathetic now, whimpering and begging him to let go. Yifan critiqued him arrogantly. Senior brother Gao, you really are a disappointment, you know that? I was actually kind enough to loan you some spirit stones. How about this? If you apologize properly, we can just call it a day. Then he leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. But I'm guessing a senior brother, like you can't really afford to lose face like that, right? Guess I'll have to try another way. Gao Yang's face twisted in agony, thinking, what on earth is this kid trying to do? Yifan yanked him closer and demanded, how about I borrow some spirit stones from you instead? Gao Yang tried to force the words out, but his throat was choked up, just letting out pathetic noises. He was cursing internally, damn it, this brat doesn't even want to let me speak. Not stopping there, Yifan messed with him even more, his tone totally relaxed. Senior brother is too shy to apologize, no biggie at all. He flicked a burst of powerful spiritual energy at him. Since that was the case, Yifan casually helped himself to everything valuable on Gao Yang. My spirit stones. He uttered each word lightly. I'll just pick them out for you, brother. He then tossed Gao Yang aside like trash, sending him flying. Many thanks for your generosity, senior brother Gao. The guy let out a miserable shriek as he hit the ground. The disciples crowded around to check on him, faces full of worry. Senior brother Gao, are you okay? Are you music? Yifan tossed the loot he just swiped to the people nearby and ordered, these are the spirit stones Gao Yang snatched today, right? Take them and return them to whoever they belong to. Holding the stones, they were over the moon, quickly thanking him. Thanks so much, but you're giving it all to us. Aren't you going to keep any? Yifan cut them off gently, his eyes full of hidden meaning. No rush. The group that had been shaking in their boots and trying to slip away didn't escape his notice. Yifan smirked. What's this? Still got a few rats trying to scurry off. So they all had to cough it up, trembling. This is all our savings, please take it. Yifan just waved them off with a look of pure disdain, pointing to the spirit stones on the ground. Beat it. The bunch of them looked utterly pathetic, scrambling to respond, yes, we're leaving right now. Hey look, is our scramming posture up to standard? Yifan hadn't even thought about that, looking momentarily surprised. Not bad, I guess. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had to leave, absolutely fuming. Yifan, you just wait, he could feel that hateful gaze, and even though he glanced back, the area was empty, just a lingering, bone-chilling cold, clearly indicating a murderous intent. Liu Wei clapped his hands in admiration. Brother Yifan, I never realized your martial arts were this insane. Back at Yunzhou, you really opened my eyes. But you just seriously injured Gao Yang. Aren't you worried he's going to bring some people back to get revenge on you later? Yifan didn't look scared at all, since he understood the type perfectly. He just flashed a confident, lopsided smile. People like Gao Yang were used to throwing their weight around. If they took a loss, they'd just swallow their pride and suffer in silence. After all, if anyone else found out he'd been beaten by a newbie, he'd just lose face all over again. He followed that up with a bold declaration. And if he wants to come looking for more later, I'll be here to welcome him anytime. By the way, Liu Wei extended a sincere invitation. This is the second time you've shocked me. As it happens, me and 3 other fellow disciples just picked up a mission and we're short 1 person. You want to tag along? Yifan looked curious. What kind of mission? So Liu Wei started explaining in a serious tone. Yifan, it's like this. Recently, a major general named Yang Shizhong near the southern border of the Wei Kingdom has been suspected of colluding with the demon race, plotting treason, and even capturing innocent commoners to practice blood arts. Liu Wei added that it was a low-level mission with pretty decent pay, and if they secured proof of the traitorous general, they'd each get 60 contribution points. Yifan crunched the numbers and nodded. Got it. 300 contribution points for a low-level mission. That's not bad at all. He stood in front of a room, looking pretty hyped up. Let me introduce you. This is senior brother Liu Ao, Zhang Tie, and Shen Xinwu. They're all my neighbors. We see each other all the time. Xinwu spoke up cheerfully with a clear voice. Hi there. Music. Then Liu Wei introduced him back. Everyone, this is Yifan, a friend I met when I was at Emerald Bamboo Mountain in Yunzhou. He bowed politely, his tone humble. A pleasure. But Liu Ao didn't look pleased at all. Liu Wei, you were gone for half the day. I thought you'd find someone useful, but you bring this guy? He even pointed it out bluntly, his tone dripping with contempt. Yifan used a Heaven Ascension Token to bypass the trials. And during the aptitude assessment, he only showed low-grade yellow talent. Anyone who knows anything about the sect knows better than to pick him. You want him to join us? You trying to hold us back? Liu Wei hurried to smooth things over. Senior brother Liu, don't say that. Even if brother Yifan's cultivation level isn't high, I've seen his actual strength with my own eyes. He definitely won't slow us down. Yifan tilted his head and asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Senior brother Liu certainly has a vast background. I bet you've read your fair share of library texts, right? Liu Ao eyed him suspiciously. What are you trying to say? Yifan didn't show an ounce of respect, mocking him with a mischievous look in his eyes. In stories, the guy who talks big like that usually ends up getting slapped in the face hard. He was totally pissed and about to pop off, but Zhang Tie felt the vibe and tried to chill everyone out. Look, we're on a tight schedule, and this mission is huge. Can we please not start a civil war right now? She backed him up, her voice super soft. Yeah, senior brother Liu, don't flip out, just breathe. Seeing you try to calm him down, I mean with our rank, just having a full squad is already a win. I trust junior brother Liu's eye for talent, it's gotta be decent. Liu Ao grunted and got up to leave, looking annoyed. Whatever, if this goes sideways, it's all on me. As he handed out the mission, his eyes were full of shade. To think you'd expect a total scrub with a touty bloodline like him to find someone, get your crap together and let's roll. Lu Yu's face went ghost white when he heard that. Yifan was the new guy and had no clue, so he asked, "A Taoti bloodline? What's that?" Xin Yu looked at him like he was clueless. "You're Lu Yu's buddy and you don't even know?" Then she broke it down for him. Lu Yu has the Taoti bloodline, an ancient legendary beast. Anyone with it has an insane appetite since they were kids. It makes leveling up easy, just gotta keep eating. So the more spiritual energy in the food, the faster you level up. Even so, Xin Yu was still worried about him. In a way, the Taoti bloodline is kind of a trash-tier mutation because he needs hundreds of times more resources than anyone else his age. The further he goes, the more terrifyingly expensive it gets. Zhang Tie sighed. He knew the Holy Land elders weren't stupid. With all the resources needed for one Taoti, they could train 100 regular cultivators. Zhang Tie muttered, "Nobody's gonna take that deal, man." Xin Yu shot him a look, so she pinched him and snapped, "Shut up, you talk too much." Zhang Tie just squealed, "Ow, ow, ow." Seeing everyone stressing over him, Lu Yu kept it cool. "It's all good. I've known how this works since I was a kid. Plus, the elders were nice enough to give me an outer disciple spot. As long as there's an opening, I'll grind for my own resources." Zhang Tie immediately hyped him up. "That's the spirit. Even if you're stuck as an outer disciple forever, I, Zhang Tie, will never look down on you." She stopped teasing him and started cheering him on too. She's actually pretty cool when she's not being a jerk. Yifan listened to them chat and couldn't help but think, cultivation resources, huh? I can't speak for anything else, but I've got more resources on Earth than I could ever use. The 10 great holy lands combined don't even come close, he thought to himself, his eyes scanning the three of them. If I want to, I could boost you to the divine ability stage in no time, maybe even beyond. Xin Yu and Zhang Tie both hyped Lu Yu up, saying, "We really believe in you." He scratched his head, blushing a bit. "Thanks, guys." Yifan wanted to help Lu Yu right now, but the timing wasn't perfect. They weren't tight enough yet, and if Lu Yu started asking where this gear came from, it'd be a pain to explain. So he decided to wait. It looks like Lu Yu is a solid, loyal dude, definitely worth getting to know better, but I'll watch him for a bit longer. Just then, he called out, "Hey, brother Yifan, let's move!" The five of them quickly hit the border of the Wei Kingdom. Luo started breaking down their target, Yang Shizhong. Intel says he's at the mid-stage of the Cleansing Marrow realm. Judging by this portrait, he's got 4 main commanders under him, all at the peak of the blood-boiling realm. They're going to be a headache, and he can call up 300,000 elite troops whenever he wants. The other 4 had their jaws on the floor. "Wait, what?" Yifan frowned, deep in thought. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. If that many soldiers swarm us, even if they're just at the body-refining stage, we're going to have a rough time. He told the group, "Looks like we have to stay low-key. We can't go in guns blazing." Luo nodded. "Exactly. Intel says Yang Shizhong is working with the demons, snatching up civilians to cultivate some blood arts. He's a monster and could stage a coup at any second." Yifan added, "If we can find solid proof, try to take him alive. If not, bring his head back." Xin Yu saluted, understood. In no time, all 5 of them were standing in front of the general's manor. They didn't dare rush in, so they hid behind the wall to scope it out. Luo gave the signal, "Use the stealth talismans." Everyone whipped them out and said, "Got it." With the talismans, they successfully snuck in. Luo took point, slipping past the guards without a sound. Suddenly, one guard on patrol felt something weird in the air. The other soldiers started whispering, "What's with that weird gust of wind?" It was almost sunset. Luo led them onto the roof to get a better view. He gave the next order, "We're inside, now we need to find Shizhong." Suddenly, Xin Yu whispered, "Found him." Following her lead, they saw him walking in from the main gate. "General, welcome back." The guards rushed to tend to him. "Stand down." Inside the manor, a gentle, caring voice piped up. "It's been so hot lately, don't overwork yourself during training, dear," Shizhong said, sounding grateful. "Thanks, my lady. It's been hectic, but if I wrap things up early, I'll try to come home and eat with you." She looked sad. "If only our child were still here, I wouldn't be so lonely." As soon as she mentioned the kid, his mood iced over. Shizhong shut her down. "Wife, I'm going to go meditate. You get some rest." Madame Yang watched his back, wishing he'd stay. She whispered, "Dear." He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. Shizhong sensed a strange energy nearby. The 5 of them realized he was looking right at them. They panicked, thinking, "Did we get spotted?" But he kept walking, and the whole squad let out a sigh of relief. He's gone. That was Luo's cue. "Let's move, guys." Shizhong slipped into his room and ordered, "Shut all the doors." He walked over to a vase on the table and nudged it. Click, a hidden door to a secret cellar opened up in the middle of the night. Zhang Tie, who was hiding, couldn't help but gasp. "There's definitely something fishy going on. This is supposed to be a normal manor. Why has he got a secret lair?" Luo replied, "Wait until he's all the way down, then we'll make our move." Once Shizhong was completely out of sight, Zhang Tie and the others looked down. He'd already been down there for a while now. Tam Vu asked, "Senior brother Lu, what do we do now? Should we keep following him?" "Descending," Lu Miao replied. "Entering this secret chamber, it's clear this the Trung guy is just asking to die." As they delved deeper, a massive underground space opened up, shocking the whole crew. Who would have thought this room was hiding a massive underground lair? He warned everyone to stick close and stay sharp. Suddenly, Not Fam caught a weird stench. "This smell?" Lu Miao sneered. "With bloodthirst this thick, the intel was right. This guy really is practicing demonic blood arts." Tam Vu screamed, eyes wide with panic. "Wait, look over there." In front of them was a nightmare, an actual pool of blood. In the pool, countless white skeletons were floating, leaving everyone stunned. "So many bones? Just how many people has this psycho killed?" All around, there were people tied up, reeking of demonic energy. They stared at the Trung in horror and screamed in disbelief. He was actually raising undead soldiers. He immediately barked out orders. "You four, head to the north, south, east, and west points. Wait for my signal, and we'll hit him with a formation attack all at once." Suddenly, the old man spoke up, dripping with sarcasm. "Since you're already here, why bother hiding anymore?" That sudden voice made everyone jump. They scrambled, move. Luckily, they dodged his strike just in time. Lu Ngao wondered, how did he spot us? The old man replied with a look of pure contempt. "So, just some snot-nosed brats creeping into my general's manor? You trying to die or something?" They stepped out into the open. He pointed his sharp sword straight at the man and growled, "The Trung. You're supposed to be a defender of this city, yet you're in league with demons, slaughtering innocents to fuel your blood arts. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, the 5 Elements Holy Land will take you down." The Trung laughed mockingly, eyes filled with disdain. "The Holy Land? They actually sent disciples after me?" Not Pham felt a bad vibe, a really ominous feeling. The man's eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. 5 kids at the bone-cleansing stage? Not bad. One more step and I'll perfect my blood demon arts. The boy quickly realized what was happening and shouted, "This is bad. He lured us in here on purpose." The door behind them slammed shut with a thunderous boom. "We're trapped!" The man grinned, looking completely smug. "Today you'll be my new sacrifices." A wave of brutal energy exploded, shaking the air. With no way out, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Louis tried to rush in, but he held him back. "Wait, don't do anything reckless yet." As soon as the fighting started, the bound corpses began to twitch. 4 of them broke their iron chains, charging at them with hollow, bloodthirsty eyes. "The undead are loose. Everyone be careful." Lu Ngao was stunned by their terrifying speed. "They're too fast," he yelled, pulling the others back. The corpses slammed their fists down, shattering the ground. Seeing that destructive power, they were stunned. "This power, it's insane." They soon realized these weren't regular corpses. They were demonic puppets. Trong Thiet tried to fight back, but couldn't even make a dent. He cursed. "Damn it!" Lu Ngao growled. "This old bastard is a pain in the ass." Trong Thiet, who had been hit, started bleeding. Tam Vu asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" He gritted his teeth. "I can still hold them off!" He screamed at the top of his lungs. "The Trung, you dared to create demonic puppets? You're a dead man." Not Pham had been deep in thought. He knew that using dark arts to turn the dead into puppets was one thing. But demonic puppets used living people as sacrifices. They kept all their original strength, memories, and could even keep training to get stronger. 4 mid-stage bone-cleansing puppets plus the Trung. The boy quickly calculated, and there seems to be an even stronger one that hasn't moved yet. He smirked to himself. "This just got complicated." The man roared, "Kill them all for me!" The corpses charged like a swarm. "Screw it, let's go!" Lu Ngao cursed while fighting back, his sword strikes fast and vicious. "Die!" He slashed one of them down, that's one gone. The Trung just laughed dismissively. He flicked his hand, firing a wave of dark energy, looking totally confident. "You think you can kill my puppets that easily?" Reformed, the corpse Lu Ngao just down stood right back up, looking like it had never been hit. They all gasped in unison, eyes wide with disbelief. "It healed?" Louis turned to the group, voice trembling with anxiety. "Senior Brother Lu, what do we do now? We need a plan." They couldn't keep this up forever. He reached into his robe, grabbed a talisman, and said, "Hold them off. I'm going to take out the Trung." Lu Ngao quickly whipped out the talisman. "Cut the head off the snake. We have to break his control over the puppets." As he slapped the talisman down, it launched a spectral sword. With a whistling wind, it flew toward the general. The sword struck like lightning, but the Trung blocked it easily. "So you're the one with the highest cultivation here, huh?" The Trung waved his hand, sending the sword flying back with terrifying force. "Not bad, but you're still not strong enough to handle me." The blade spun around and slammed into Lu Ngao, sending him flying and coughing up blood. He screamed, "Senior Brother Lu!" Lu Ngao gasped, his voice filled with shock. "He's at the opening realm. The intel was dead wrong." Louis was shaking, completely catatonic. "It's over. Even Senior Brother Lu, with the highest cultivation, can't." The man ordered Board, "Throw them into the blood pool." 2 of the puppets rushed forward. Louis's face went pale. "Are we really going to die here?" Suddenly, Not Pham lunged from the front, his movement speed so fast the general only had time to turn around. A brilliant flash of lightning struck, followed by a roar. Flash cut! The Trung let out a howl of pain, stunned. One of his arms had been sliced clean off. Everyone was frozen, not knowing what had just happened. "Wait, what just happened?" The Trung screamed, clutching his severed limb. "My arm!" Driven into a blind rage, he roared, "I'm going to kill you!" Not Pham immediately used the second form of his sword technique, Shattering Rain. Countless razor-sharp stones were summoned, but the man raised a shield of blood to protect himself. The stones rained down at breakneck speed, shocking him. "What?" The Trung pushed his power to the limit, but even his blood shield couldn't stop that insane destructive force. The relentless barrage of stones finally wiped it all out. Thanks to Not Pham, the demonic puppets also collapsed, completely stripped of their power. "Look, McCoy's lost the ability to move." He aimed his sword at the Trung, his tone cold and final. "It's over." Not Pham warned coldly, "Give it up." Louis looked shook, eyes wide with disbelief. Tam Vu gasped too, sounding totally stunned. "Man, how did Not Pham even pull that off?" The Trung was trembling, muttering, "Using a high-tier sword art to mess me up like this. You really are a Holy Land disciple." He looked up and started laughing, a straight-up manic laugh. "But today's still going to be your funeral." Seeing that, the boy turned around, his eyes full of worry. Damn, everyone's caught off guard. Then a shout rang out, the Makoi was finally unleashed. Everyone started screaming, voices full of pure panic. Not Fam, watch out. The Trung actually refined a peak-level awakening realm demon. Not Fam saw the situation going south and yelled out, "It's over, get out of here." They heard him and scrambled to dodge. Tam Vu looked back at the scene, looking completely rattled. This demon was a beast. With a massive frame and slobber flying everywhere, it was howling. She was terrified, knowing there was no way they were taking that thing down. They were ducking behind a pillar. Louis was shaking the guy, shouting, "Hey, the Trung, wake the hell up." He looked terrified, squinting as he barked, "Make it stop." Seeing the guy just standing there, Louis wondered, is he dead? Right then, the demon beast started clawing its chest, howling, "General!" Then it threw its hands up, eyes shooting out blood-red rays. Not Fam sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Bad news! The demon's lost control!" Acting on pure instinct, the beast smashed into the pillar. Not Fam yelled in terror, "It's coming straight for us!" Everyone scrambled to get out of the way. Suddenly, Tam Vu realized something. It's hunting by sound. Let's bolt inside and stay quiet. They hid behind another pillar, watching it wreck the place in silence. Her face was pale with fear as she asked, "Senior brother, what are we supposed to do now?" Lu Ngao stood at the front, scouting and whispered, "We retreat. There's no way our small group can take that thing down." The boy heard that and pushed back, his voice low but firm, "No way. If we don't handle this monster here and it gets out, it's going to cost innocent lives." Even though Not Fam was whispering, he had a real intense vibe. "We're finishing it here." He glared at him, looking totally stressed. "Shut your mouth. You can't do a damn thing by yourself. You should just get out of here and figure out how to call for backup." Suddenly, Louis put a hand on Not Fam's shoulder, radiating pure honor. "Who said Not Fam is alone? You've got me too." Lu Ngao's brows furrowed in anger. "Louis, what the hell do you think you're doing?" He straightened up, looking him dead in the eye. "Senior brother Lu, just think about it. Even if we run out and beg for help from the Holy Land, how fast do you think backup is actually going to get here?" Lu Ngao tried to act tough, looking for an excuse, but he couldn't get the words out. Seeing him stutter, Louis answered his own question. "The fastest is an hour. In that hour, this blood-sucking freak is going to slaughter everyone for miles." Right after that, he puffed out his chest, acting like a true man. "Louis might not be the best fighter, but I'm definitely not the type to play the coward." Louis clenched his fists, his voice dropping. "I'd rather go down fighting this demonic trash than sacrifice someone else's life to save my own." Maybe moved by his energy, Tam Vu spoke up from behind. "Well said, I'm in too." Truong Thiet, standing nearby, quickly added, "Let's risk it all against this demon." Lu Ngao gritted his teeth at the group. "You guys are literally just begging for death." The boy's face darkened, looking down for a second. "A disaster is staring us in the face. If no one's willing to charge in first and fight back against the chaos, then what are our country and our homes for?" Nat Pham looked him straight in the eye. "This world only makes it through these dark times because there are people who know they might die, but still charge in anyway, right?" Stung by his words, Lu Ngao shouted, "Who the hell told you guys you were leading this mission?" Of course, the noise caught the demon's attention. Nafam instantly sensed the danger. "Oh, damn it." Louis looked outside and reported, "It's coming our way." He stepped in front, shouting, "Let's take it down." Just as he was about to launch himself out, the boy grabbed him and shouted, "Cloud step." He winced at the scene, cursing, "You idiot! A mere body-refining cultivator trying to fight a close-quarters awakening realm demon? You're hopeless." Lungao's voice dripped with mockery. "You can't even scratch him." Notfam didn't look scared at all, just Lunlung warned, "Then keep your eyes open and watch." He immediately activated the Thundercloud Ring. Notfam's eyes narrowed at his opponent, muttering, "Who's the real idiot?" A sudden, violent gust of wind slammed into it. That move was called Thunderous Might. The demon beast was blown back by the strike, its body disintegrating amidst its own painful screams. Nearby, Louis couldn't help but shout in shock, "The demon's dead." His eyes went wide as he watched it all go down. Tam Vu was bracing against the massive wind, still explaining, "It's pure Yang lightning energy. It's the perfect counter for blood-tainted stuff." The ring was still sparking, but he just smirked. "You decided if you could pity your opponent? It's me." The demon was fading, but managed to choke out those words. "General, I have no regrets." Notfam watched the tears streaming down its face, looking surprised. This demon? It still had its humanity? He looked at the demon that had turned into ash, his mind spinning. Normal demons have their humanity ripped out by the caster to make them easy to control. If it still had its humanity but could still obey the caster, that could only mean it chose to become a demon voluntarily. How is that even possible? Louis, face all bruised, cheered in relief. "Sweet, the demon's finally toast." Lungao walked over, eyes full of suspicion. "No way. That artifact, where did you get it?" Notfam didn't rush to put the ring away, just said carelessly, "If it's a secret technique, why would I show it off so easily?" He looked down at the puddle of blood, suddenly wondering, something feels off about this blood. Tam Vu sensed something was off and went over to check. "Yifan, what's up?" Reaching out toward the pool of blood, he speculated, "This ritual pool doesn't look like it's made of human blood, it's beast blood." He sounded pretty shocked, adding, "But the intel clearly labeled Yang Shizhong as a total psycho demon, so how could he be using beast blood?" Just then, a massive tremor hit. Watching the rocks start crashing down, she yelled, "This is bad. The underground palace is about to cave in." Seeing things going south, Yifan barked an order. "Fall back! Get out of here!" Right at that moment, Jiang Tia saw a massive pillar collapsing and screamed, "Liu Wei, watch your back!" At that exact second, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, accompanied by a mysterious voice, and a green protective shield shimmered into existence. He couldn't help but stare, completely stunned. Whoa, holy crap, what is this shield energy? It was perfect timing. The voice belonged to Ye Xiaotuo from the Wood Pavilion, who was floating in midair with a satisfied grin. Good thing I didn't show up too late. You guys alright? The second Liu Wei saw her, he cheered. It's senior sister Ye Xiaotuo from the Wood Pavilion. But then he caught a vibe from her and muttered, "This spiritual energy." Crossing her arms, Xiaotuo smirked and said, "You guys actually managed to survive a fight with a blood demon at the peak of the opening realm? That's a straight-up miracle. When we get back to the Holy Land, I'm gonna make sure everyone knows how you pulled that off." Mid-sentence, a massive pillar behind her snapped. She was still busy praising their legendary bravery, and when they saw the pillar falling, they panicked and shouted, "Senior sister, watch out!" Xiaotuo didn't even flinch, she just flicked her finger. The pillar behind her exploded into dust and she added, completely chill, "Don't sweat it, I felt that coming ages ago." Liu Wei was left with his jaw on the floor. The secret realm divine powers, she's insane. Once the chaos settled, the five of them bowed respectfully. "Thank you, senior sister, for saving our lives." Xiaotuo walked up to Yifan, leaned in, and started sizing him up. "You're Yifan, right? Only at the middle stage of the cleansing realm, yet you managed to ice an opening realm demon in the blink of an eye?" He kept it humble. "Just got lucky, that's all." She smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I heard everything you said earlier. An outer circle disciple with that kind of insight? That's rare as hell." Meanwhile, the other guy was hunched over Shizhong's body, thinking to himself, he had such a killer artifact on him and tried to hide it the whole time. What a rat. Liu Ao held the storage ring in his hand, laughing like a villain. Who would have thought a basic general from the mortal world would be packing such a rare piece of loot? Suddenly, Xiaotuo appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his wrist, and asked, "This is the best thing he had, isn't it? You've got a sharp eye for treasure, don't you?" Liu Ao let out a loud yelp as she twisted his arm. "Ow!" After grabbing the storage ring, Xiaotuo tossed it right to Yifan. "You're the one who killed him, so the loot is obviously yours." Deep down, Not Fam was already grinning, crunching the numbers. A storage treasure like that? Rare as hen's teeth in this world. Now, when he had to turn in those rare treasures to the contribution hall, he'd actually have a halfway decent excuse. While one guy was buzzing, the other was fuming. He was shaking with rage, cursing under his breath. "You little brat, Not Fam, just you wait." She looked at the guy lying on the ground, crossed her arms, and sighed. Honestly, this guy's life was a real tragedy. The Trung was a loyal soul his whole life, guarding the borders of the Wei Kingdom, protecting the people. A damn good general, the kind you don't find anymore. Then Tu Toa spilled the tea on the Trung's heartbreaking past. His only daughter, Duong Tato, fell for one of her father's own officers, but the King of Wei forced her into a political marriage with the Mandi barbarians. In the end, those savages brutalized her until she died. She seemed to piece it all together and said, maybe the Trung teamed up with a demonic path to craft that evil spirit, just to get revenge on the Wei royals. Hearing that, they all thought back to what Madame Duong had said. If our Tutu were still here, I wouldn't be this lonely. Lu Nu suddenly caught on, mumbling. No wonder that Madame Duong said what she did back then. Tu Thoa glanced at his corpse, asking suspiciously, "He's got scars all over him, right? Must be from leading troops into battle, yeah?" The image of the demon beast, right before it vanished, flashed in his mind. General I Tatu have no regrets, his brows furrowed as he whispered, "No wonder that demon still had a shred of humanity left. Turns out it was all that officer's choice." Lu Yao couldn't hold back his temper. He kicked the Trung's body and snapped. "The guy's already dead, yapping about him is a waste of time. He ain't even worth feeling bad for, what a total drag." Right then, someone walked up and told him to cut it out. Seeing the guy wasn't stopping, he kicked a pebble at him. Lu Yao yelped in pain, clutching his foot and shouting, "Not Fam, what the hell are you doing?" He walked over, picked up the body, and gave him a piece of his mind. "He's dead, man. No need to trash his corpse just to blow off steam." Seeing Not Fam walk off, the guy thought of something and called out, "Hey, where the hell do you think you're taking that body?" He didn't even break his stride, just answered coldly, taking him back to Madame Duong. Lu Yao panicked and yelled, "You can take the body, but you gotta let me hack off his head. We can't turn in the mission without it." Not Fam looked back, his expression cold and dark. "I'm only saying this once. I'm handing over his body in one piece to Madame Duong. Get it?" Lu Yao sat on the ground, shouting desperately, "Not Fam, are you gonna stop or what?" He was still carrying the Trung's body, answering indifferently, "What about it?" Right then, a tiger tally landed on his shoulder, and a voice said, "No need to fight over it. Handing over this tiger tally works just fine." Lu Yao grabbed it confused. "This is the tiger tally?" Teothoa nodded quickly. "Yeah, that's the one. The military command for the Trung's troops." She looked at him, tucking the tally away, and added in a cold tone, "To a general, this thing is more important than his own life. Bringing this back is definitely enough to finish the mission. I'm backing Not Fam on this." Lu Yao's face turned sour as he grumbled, "Fine, whatever, I'll listen to senior sister." He said that out loud, but didn't forget to glare and curse in his head. "Damn you, Not Fam." Some time passed. At Duong the Trung's grave, paper money fluttered in the wind. Lu U suddenly spoke up. "The whole truth has been told to Madame Duong." He looked at the gravestone, deep in thought, and asked, "Is Madame Duong doing okay?" Chu Thoa tilted her head, looking at Not Fam, and said, It's like Madame Duong knew this day was coming. She said her husband always carried too much on his shoulders. Now that he can finally reunite with their daughter on the other side, it's like he's finally broken free from this whole cycle of cause and effect. She pondered for a second before adding slowly, she plans to spend her days praying, chanting sutras to guide his soul, hoping to help all the suffering spirits in this world find their way to reincarnation. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at everyone behind him, and said, "That's good, let's go." As they were leaving, Tam Vu chimed in bored, "Oh yeah, how did Senior Sister Diep find us anyway?" Teothoa looked at her and slowly recounted, "I was actually trailing Senior Sister Kwong near the Wei border to hunt down a demon king. But I was too weak, couldn't really help, so she told me to go take care of the grunts." Just then, she felt a flash of red, dark energy. The demonic aura was massive. I happened to be passing nearby, spotted the aura, followed it, and found the Duong estate. Teothoa went on for a bit, but they only focused on the too weak part, feeling a heavy weight in their hearts. What kind of monsters are actually in the sect? Then Tam Vu remembered something and asked hesitantly, "Senior Sister Deep? You just mentioned Senior Sister Kwong. Could she be—" She nodded happily. "Yep, that's her. The saintess of our 5 elements holy land, one of the top 5 direct disciples known as the Eastern Spirit Song Kwong Ling Sa." Not Pham looked at her, confused. "Saintess, top 5 direct disciples?" Tam Vu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "How do you not know anything?" Before she could keep going, Teothoa jumped in, all fired up. "The 5 direct disciples are the absolute best of the best who got the master teachings from the 5 heads of the 5 elements holy land. They've mastered the cultivation arts of the Holy Land. They are Eastern Spirit Song, Southern Sword Mystery, Western Melody Wonder, Northern Flying Tiger, and Central Divine Dragon. And Senior Sister Kwong, our legendary Eastern Spirit Song, is the youngest and most gifted of the 5, and let's be real, the biggest beauty in the entire 5 elements Holy Land." Just thinking about that majestic image, she looked full of respect. "That's why she's called the Saintess. I totally idolize her." Seeing Teothoa's reaction, Not Pham said awkwardly, "Is that so?" Then she threw an arm around both of them and said happily, Hey, you guys want to see the Saintess's skills for yourselves." Meanwhile, at Van Li Vu Lam, 2 powers clashed, creating a massive shockwave. The disciples were fighting hard, shouting to hype themselves up. "Come on, keep it up!" Yeah, even so, that demonic power was tearing them apart. So weak that guy was none other than the Great Disaster Demon King. He laughed wickedly. "A bunch of shrimps like you can't do jack to me. Is the 5 elements Holy Land empty? Sending trash like you to fight me?" Right after, Kwong Ling Sa of the Wood Division appeared and said, "For you, I'm more than enough." Teothoa, standing below, said proudly, "See that? That's Senior Sister Kwong for you. Our level is too low. Just watching from here is enough. Don't get in their way and make things harder for them." You watch Da Bi, feeling a chill run down your spine. That's a demon lord right there. You can feel his terrifying aura from 10 miles away. Yet he still stares down the oncoming attack with total contempt. "You arrogant little girl, today is the day you die." She raises her hand, her power surging with a blinding glow. "Mokvian disciples, lock the heavenly dragon's seal." The disciples below chant in unison, "Yes." Da Bi watches the energy chains closing in, looking a bit confused. Before he can even process what's happening, he's trapped. The group below cheers. "Awesome, we got him." Da Bi sneers from inside the trap. "Kung Ling, you really think this is enough to hold me?" He barely channels his internal energy, and the disciples already start to struggle, screaming, "This demon's power is insane. Hold the formation." Ling Sa points her blade at Da Bi, cold as ice. "Who said I wanted to hold you?" She suddenly notices a creature flapping its wings and tilts her head in question. Where did this golden bird come from? Not Pham can't hide his shock. That bird just unleashed such a massive surge of energy out of nowhere. Her cold voice rings out again. "I'm just setting the stage." "Eat this!" A fire ignites and Lin Sha immediately yells, "Now, Golden Crow Phoenix, finish him." The majestic phoenix dives down, swallowing Da Bi whole as he falls into a sea of raging flames. He screams, "Kung Ling, I won't let you get away with this. This is the Annihilation Flame." As the phoenix turns into a fireball, Lin Sha says coldly, "Your time is up. The Golden Crow's Annihilation Flame will burn every trace of you." She whispers, "Annihilation Flame, vanish." The phoenix carrying the wailing Da Bi disappears in a heartbeat. Everyone erupts in joy. "We won. The Demon Lord Da Bi is finally dead." As the phoenix's fireball detonates, Lin Sa shouts, "Watch out, cast your protective barriers." They scramble to obey. "Yes, ma'am." Even Not Pham's group, far off in the distance, feels the shockwave. The force of that explosion, it's too much. Tam Vu shields herself, gasping. "We're this far away and it's still burning hot." After the blast clears, a massive crater is left in the ground. Everyone is in awe. A legendary demon lord taken out in just one move. As Ling Sha descends, the crowd whispers in shock, "Is this the true power of a core disciple?" Her disciples rush over. "Senior sister, are you okay?" Lin Sha doesn't even break a sweat. "I'm fine. Go clear the battlefield." Yes, they move out. Teothoa, hiding behind a tree, explains, "That was a heavenly manifestation. A technique you can only master once you reach the 7th level of the manifestation realm." How about that? Pretty beastly, right? Louis is just as impressed. "It's not just strong, it's like she's a goddess descending from the heavens." Not Pham watches and thinks to himself, will I ever reach that level? Lin Sa spots them and calls out, "Come on out." Teothoa's eyes busted. She steps out, smiling. "Senior sister, how long have you known we were there?" Lin Sa scolds her, annoyed. "Why did you bring outer disciples here? What were you thinking? What if something went wrong?" Teothoa jokes, "I just wanted them to see something special, didn't I?" Plus, I found a real gem. She shoves a confused Not Fam forward. I actually found a promising recruit. Nat Fam here is only in the bone cleansing realm, but he took down a peak foundation opening expert. Seriously, he's talented. You still spacing out? Lin Sa asks. Bone cleansing versus peak foundation opening. They lock eyes. She asks, little brother, is that for real? He answers shyly, yes. Lincha praises him, you're seriously strong. Not Fam humbles himself, senior sister is too kind. My measly cultivation isn't worth mentioning. He looks away shy. His eyes are so pure and innocent, he doesn't dare meet her gaze. Lungao watches bitter. So what if he's talented? He's still just a yellow rank scrub. Tamvu, standing next to him, calls him out. You don't have to be so obviously jealous. She stomps hard on his foot and Lungao lets out a painful yelp. If you can't keep your mouth shut, just stay quiet. Lin Sa keeps chatting with Not Fam. So, your yellow rank potential? That's right, he replies. Lungao thinks deviously, almost forgot he's bottom tier yellow rank. In the 5 elements Holy Land, talent is everything. How could someone so trashy ever catch the Saintess's eye? But as soon as he thinks that, Lingcha compliments Not Fam again. That just makes you even more impressive. Not Fam is stunned. You really think so? She explains that the city lord of the Misty Holy Land is also yellow rank. Talent doesn't define everything. In the Vonko continent, plenty of legends started with low potential but reached incredible heights. Keep at it. If you can reach the divine realm, I'll personally nominate you for the Makvian. Not Fam is touched by her sincerity. Thank you, senior sister, I'll do my best. Tuya Thoa waves goodbye as she heads back with Ling Sha. Lung Ngao is fuming. What a personal nomination from the Saintess? His face turns black as he stews in his thoughts. Anyone nominated by the 5 core disciples is highly regarded by the South Pavilion elders and gets showered with resources. How is this loser Not Fam so lucky? Louis announces, it's getting late. Let's head back and trade in our contribution points. Not Fam agrees, all right, they head back. The next morning at the contribution hall, they arrive. Not Fam reports, Elder Tay, we're here to turn in the quest to capture the Chung. The elder adds their points and praises them. You all did a solid job on this mission. Here are your contribution points. He takes the voucher and thanks him. Thanks, Elder Tay. He feels pretty smug. Getting 60 contribution points for a low-level quest, not bad for a newbie. Tamvu gets excited. Awesome. Now we have points. We can trade for some combat techniques. Louis has been looking forward to this too. I've had my eye on a skill for a while now. Suddenly, Lungao shouts, Not Fam, stop right there. They turn around surprised as Tamvu yells out. Not Fam asks, what's the problem? Lungao looks at him with disdain. Look at you. Holding all the loot from the Chung's storage ring, you planning on keeping it all for yourself? Not Fam smirks and fires back. So what if I am? Lungao blows up. I don't allow it. As the team leader, I have the right to distribute the spoils. Hand over the ring. Louis finally snaps back. Lungao, I've put up with you long enough. You didn't dare talk this big when senior sister Deep was around, did you? Look, she's gone. So now you're trying to pull a blatant robbery? Have you no shame? Even though he was completely out of line, the guy actually started bad-mouthing him. You pathetic fat ass, what did you just say? Louis Kiet argued to the end. If it wasn't for Not Fam, we'd all be dead in that dungeon. How can you even have the guts to say something like that? Lungao flipped the script faster than a bitter ex. Business is business, I put in the work, and I got hurt too. You need to give me a cut of the stuff in that storage ring. While he was busy bragging about his contribution, he acted like he was the one leading the mission. Natfam was actually going to apologize to me. Otherwise, he would have already lunged at him. Natfam snapped and slapped him straight across the face. Lungao, don't you dare push me too far. Louis scrambled to stop him. Whoa, chill out, Natfam! Everyone else was just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Natfam didn't care and kicked him, forcing Lungao to his knees. I haven't even settled the score for what you did in that secret room yet. Natfam warned while the guy just whimpered in pain. Ow, ow, ow! Natfam leaned in with a menacing smile, his eyes cold. You want an apology? Fine, but you're gonna have to stay on your knees to hear it. Lungao still didn't back down and kept acting tough. Natfam, I was the one who was kind enough to let a loser like you join the team in the first place. And this is how you repay me? You're out of line, and this is unforgivable. But the very next second, he cowardly scurried behind Tamvu to keep talking. I'm a bigger person, so I'll let it slide this time. Don't die on me today. From now on, you better show your senior some respect. He said it so fast, even she couldn't react in time. Lungao tried to cover his swollen face and bolt, but he still couldn't resist a final threat. You won't get off this easy next time. Consider this a warning. He thought bitterly. Just you wait, Natfam. Suddenly, Natfam called out. Senior brother Lu, hold up. Lungao stopped and turned around, smirking. Come to your senses. If you want to apologize, I guess I could. Before he could even finish his sentence, Natfam slapped his other cheek so hard Lungao went flying. Tamvu quickly tried to intervene. Natfam, stop it! Louis just froze. Natfam looked satisfied and muttered that he hated asymmetry, so he figured he'd even things out. Tamvu urged him to get out of there, saying this wasn't the place to start a fight. But Lungao, face all swollen and red, still wasn't finished. He pulled out his sword to provoke him. You little brat, I'm gonna kill you! But just as he looked up, Natfam's blade was already pressed against his throat. You piece of trash, I've put up with you long enough. Lungao was sweating buckets, trembling. One of Natfam's eyes changed color as he threatened him. Don't ever let me cross paths with you again. Next time, I'm putting you in the dirt. Whoosh! Natfam turned his back on him and said to his squad, let's go. Lungao stood there, seething, cooking up some twisted scheme. Fine, Hot Fam, we aren't done yet. People nearby started whispering, isn't that Not Fam, the new disciple? Damn, he's bold. Don't they know the consequences of fighting among disciples? That's against the rules. Louis kindly warned. Brother Bach, you're being way too reckless. You should have at least waited until we left the contribution hall to deal with him. If he reports this to the discipline department, the elders are going to punish you for sure. But Hot Fam couldn't have cared less. He just shrugged it off and brought out 3 vials of beast blood. Anyway, here, let's split this among ourselves. The 3 of them were shocked. Louis asked, wait, is this blood from a tier 4 spirit beast? Are you sure about this? Hot Fam nodded. Trongthiet couldn't believe it either. A tier 4 beast is as strong as a human cultivator in the spirit realm. A single vial like this is worth 10,000 contribution points. Are you really just giving it to us? Nat Fam said generously. Don't sweat it. We finished this mission together, so everyone gets a cut. Whether you use it for points or training is up to you. Louis stared at the treasure in awe. This was loot from the storage ring. Only Not Fam knew those items weren't actually from that beast. It was just chicken blood he brought from Earth for his own breakthrough. Louis smiled and admitted, I've never even seen tier 4 beast blood before. Trong, Thiet, and Huan Chan felt the same. Tamvu was incredibly grateful. Not Fam, you're too good to us. Seeing how genuine they were, Not Fam thought back to everything they'd been through with the others. They'd been through life and death together, and he knew they were good people. He pulled out 3 more treasures. Louis, your talent is unique. This stuff will really boost your training. If you need anything else, just let me know. They were all stunned. Louis gasped, this is insane. It's not just blood, it's the heart too. Tamvu was thrilled. This is worth 100 times more than the blood. She explained, why is this stuff so rare? Spirit beasts travel in packs. They warn each other when they're under attack, so they're impossible to catch. Plus, they're super aggressive. Just getting their blood is a nightmare, let alone finding one. Louis was so moved he started tearing up and hugged him. Not Fam. No, Big Brother Bach. From today on, you're my real brother. Even my own brother isn't this good to me. Not Fam laughed awkwardly. Hey, you're getting snot all over my clothes. Meanwhile, Trong, Thiet, and Tamvu couldn't stop laughing. At the discipline department, Elder Mindam asked, is what you're saying actually true? Lu Ngao stood there, playing the victim. Elder Mindam, during this mission, Not Fam didn't just ignore orders. He acted like he was the leader, and when it was over, he hogged all the treasure. He lied through his teeth. I tried to talk some sense into him, but he attacked me in front of everyone. If we don't handle this seriously, the discipline department loses all its authority. Elder Mindam was skeptical, struggling to believe such a thing actually happened. He tossed his jade token to call for backup and gave the order. Oklong and Fuang So, you two go bring Not Fam here. I'm going to interrogate him myself. 2 burly men appeared and bowed. We will fulfill the order. Halfway there, Lu Ngao started acting shady again. Hey, senior brothers, hold up a sec. I've got a small favor to ask. The 2 men asked what it was. He slipped them some bribe money and whispered, help me teach that brat Bach a lesson. It's just a little something for your trouble, nothing too crazy. The 2 thugs happily took the cash. But the one with black hair shook his head, saying it wasn't enough. With this amount, it's going to be hard for us to do much. The one with black teeth agreed, and look, for cases like these, we've got to be careful with the rules. Honestly, this stuff is kinda out of our hands. Lu Ngao gritted his teeth and pulled out a bag of gold. I'm sure you 2 powerful seniors know exactly how to handle this. He begged. This is every penny I've got on me. I'll get you more when I get back, I swear. You guys just have to find a way to make it happen. He's begging them, saying, this is all the cash I've got on me. I'll go find some more and bring it back. You 2 gotta find a way to make this work, seriously. The snaggle-toothed dude weighed the loot in his hand and grunted. Pretty heavy, huh? You really gonna go through with this? Luau smirked, sounding totally satisfied. Damn right I am. Just gotta make sure that punk learns his place. Consider this money well spent. He was buzzing with anticipation. You gotta spend money to make money, right? I bet that storage ring of his is packed with even better treasure. The snaggle-tooth guy tossed him a vial of pills. No sweat. When the time comes, we'll just swap the vials so he ends up drinking the truth serum instead. Whatever he tries to tell the elder won't matter. Hearing that, Luau got even more fired up. That brat Yifan is cooked for sure. Much obliged, brother. Late that night at Bai Yifan's place, he was sitting under a tree practicing his cultivation, eyes closed, meditating in total silence, tapping 36 times. His hands were locked in a cultivation seal. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, but he stayed laser-focused, grinding hard, letting all his fatigue just fade away like dust. Yifan snapped his eyes open, a flash of red light glowing in them. This was it, a surge of crimson energy wrapped around his body. Yifan declared, Blood Shield activate. This technique is pure, top-tier defense for the mortal realm. He flicked his wrist, controlling the light to shrink down, growing stronger as his cultivation level rose. It can stop heavy hits and even sneak attacks I wouldn't notice. Definitely worth the grind. Yifan mused. This is probably the most valuable thing in that guy's ring. He looked over the rest of the loot, calculating. Most of this is just booster pills and some basic stuff from Earth. Might as well head to the contribution hall tomorrow and trade it all in. Suddenly, there was a loud banging at his gate, followed by someone kicking it wide open. Yifan, you in here? The dark-haired thug barked. Yifan kept his cool, asking, Who the hell are you guys? What do you want? The thug sneered, You're Yifan, right? We're with the disciplinary department. The snaggle-toothed one chimed in, beating people up outside the contribution hall. You've got some nerve, you're coming with us. Luau was lurking right behind them. He crossed his arms, shooting a nasty look at him. Yifan, the one thing you shouldn't have done was mess with a guy like me who holds a grudge. But Yifan didn't even hesitate. Fine, lead the way. I was actually planning on heading to the contribution hall for something important anyway. The dark-haired thug was confused. What do you mean, important? Yifan explained. Didn't Brother Liu tell you? I've got some grade 4 beast blood I need to hand in. He tried to snatch it from me, so I had to put him in his place. The two thugs whipped their heads around to glare at Luau. The snaggle-tooth guy looked pissed. Grade 4 beast blood was worth serious coin and points. Luau started scrambling, denying everything. Don't listen to his bull, I have no idea what he's talking about. But he was sweating bullets now. Yifan hinted, doesn't matter. Once the truth serum hits, we'll know who's lying, right? Luau's brain clicked. Damn it, he's blackmailing me. He whispered to the two goons, look bros, let's talk business. Once I get my hands on the loot, I'll split the cash and points 50-50 with you. But the snaggle-tooth guy suddenly changed his tune. We want 80%. Luau gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is a total ripoff. All because of that little bastard Yifan, but he muttered, deal. The snaggle-tooth guy turned to Yifan. We're doing our jobs here, so don't drag your feet. Let's move. Yifan replied politely, I get it, but I just finished training and I'm a mess. If I'm going to the dungeon, can you two give me a second to change into something decent? The snaggle-tooth thug was suspicious. We're coming with you. Don't try anything funny. The dark-haired thug told Luau, you wait here. He nodded, sure, hurry back, inside Yifan's dark room. As Yifan was picking out clothes, the snaggle-tooth guy warned him, hey kid, don't play games, you're no match for the two of us. Yifan answered casually, I know. I'm not stupid enough to fight you two. He kept digging through his stuff, whispering to himself, let's see, gotta change into something comfy. Suddenly, the snaggle-toothed guy froze. Boss, something's not right. Why is the spirit energy in this dump stronger than what we get in the inner sect? He pointed at a floor mat. Boss, look at that! The dark-haired one stared in shock. The snaggle-toothed guy gasped, is that mat woven from actual spirit-weaving grass? The dark-haired guy couldn't believe his eyes. What? Then the snaggle-toothed guy spotted something else. And that bed frame support? Is that a tooth from a blazing hound? The dark-haired thug confirmed it. Look at that color, no doubt about it. They looked at a rag hanging by the wash basin. And that towel? Don't tell me that's made from the feathers of a northern spirit bird. The dark-haired thug was stunned. Using spirit beast feathers as a dish rag? The snaggle-toothed guy was losing his mind. These are legendary treasures. Where did he even get this stuff? The dark-haired guy nodded, for real. I've only seen this kind of stuff at high-end auctions. Yifan turned around, dropping a subtle hint. Oh, just some household stuff I don't really care about. You guys are too funny. He then handed them a few bags of bath herbs. These are some herbs I whipped up myself. Take them if you don't mind. The dark-haired guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. These are top-tier goods. The snaggle-tooth guy was speechless. Forget inner sect disciples, even the elders would kill for these. The snaggle-tooth guy whispered, Boss, what is this kid's deal? If he isn't just some random punk, he's got major backing. Are we really gonna mess with him? The dark-haired thug caught on. You're right, brother. Luau was waiting outside, getting annoyed. Weird, why are they taking so long? Suddenly, the two goons stepped out. The snaggle-tooth guy gave a twisted grin. Hey, little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. The dark-haired one was holding a treasure, but he had a bad feeling about this. Luau's face went pale. Guys, what's going on? The snaggle-tooth guy replied coolly, what's going on? Taking you to the disciplinary hall, obviously. The dark-haired thug held up the treasure and explained, we know the difference between a one-time meal and a lifetime of freebies. Luau freaked out. What? He was spiraling. What the hell is happening? A while later, at the disciplinary hall, Luau was kneeling before Elder Mingjian. Elder, we've investigated everything. He was forced to spill the beans, admitting he tried to frame Yifan for stealing the loot because he hated his guts. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the truth serum had him trapped. It was all my doing. Yifan had nothing to do with it. Inside, he was absolutely fuming. Even though he's fighting it, that truth serum has him spilling his guts, and he's beyond pissed. Look, I did all of this, okay? It's got nothing to do with Yifan, he says, seething with resentment. Damn, listen here. The supervising elder rested his chin on his hand and delivered the verdict. Nothing else to say. You couldn't lead the team and you even sabotaged your own disciples. Half a year's worth of allowance docked and get your ass to the repentance hall for 3 months. But Luau Jue wasn't having it. He pointed at the two bald dudes, looking to snitch. Elder, wait. There's also these two law enforcement brothers. Before he could even get the words out, those two guys shoved his face into the dirt to shut him up. Wise words, Elder. I'll drag him off right now. The supervising elder even gave Yifan a reward. On top of that, since Yifan turned in the rare treasures, he was granted 30,000 contribution points. He acted all humble. Much obliged, Elder. The supervising elder ordered them to be taken away, and the two enforcers followed orders immediately. Copy that. The dark-haired guy put a hand on his shoulder and teased, Little brother Bai, if you run into any trouble in the five-element sacred land from now on, just say the word. We've got each other's backs. The snaggle-tooth guy chimed in perfectly. Use two brothers, we might not have much else, but we've got your back. Yifan replied, cool as a cucumber, no sweat. Once they were outside, the two bald guys were feeling pretty smug about their haul. The dark-haired one was pumped. We hit the jackpot this time, got paid by both sides. We're rich, baby. The snaggletooth one agreed. Boss is the smart one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sack drops right on top of them. The snaggletooth guy was confused. What the hell is this? When the sack swallowed them both, he started thrashing and screaming. Who the hell is trying to jump us? Have some guts and show yourself. The snaggletooth guy asked, totally helpless. Boss, I can't rip this sack open. What do we do? It didn't end there. The two of them got the absolute hell beaten out of them. Yo, who is this? It hurts. Damn it. The two bald guys wailed in total desperation. Stop hitting. Spare us. When the sack was opened, the snaggletooth guy lay on the ground and shouted, Hey, give my stuff back. My loot too. The dark-haired one asked miserably, Who the hell are you? He looked up to ask. Brother, you okay? That attacker was pretty damn strong. The snaggletooth guy asked, I'm fine, but where's the loot? By then, the attacker had already grabbed the whole pile of gear and bolted. The attacker looked back at the two of them and said they'd meet again. When he peeled off the mask, it was none other than Yi Fan's smug-as-hell face. The way I take care of people, you guys can't handle it. Next morning at the 5 Elements Sacred Lands Wuji Pavilion, the Elder held the Ox Demon Power Technique manual and asked Yi Fan again, You sure you want to trade for a top-tier human-grade martial art? The Ox Demon Power Technique, you really thought this through? Yi Fan crossed his arms, looking confident and certain. Yeah, just process the trade, Elder. The Elder held the book, trying to talk him out of it. Look, I'm telling you, don't waste your time. Not only does this technique cost a ton of contribution points, but it's super vague, cryptic, and incredibly bizarre. Since you're at your current level, how on earth could you ever grasp it? Yi Fan beamed like a flower and insisted, You don't need to worry about that, Elder. The old man finally gave in. If you won't listen to your elders, you're going to learn the hard way. Fine, take it. And just like that, the Ox Demon Power Technique was in Yi Fan's hands. He grabbed the book, feeling hyped. He'd leveled up, got a new martial art, so what was next? A while later, Yi Fan arrived at the 5 Elements Sacred Temple's Talisman Hall, pointing at items without a second thought. This, and definitely this. Then Yi Fan told the shopkeeper, Don't need any of these, take everything else. The guy held Yi Fan's jade token, jaw on the floor, eyes wide open. Where the hell did this kid get so many contribution points? A moment later, he headed to the 5 Elements Sacred Land again. At the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Yi Fan said casually, Elder, all the weapons on this half of the wall, pack them all up for me. It shocked the Elder so much he shouted, What? He picked up a sword to test it, thinking, This weapon's not bad. Time for an equipment upgrade. Under the stares of many swordsmen, Yi Fan cleaned out every weapon display. Someone saw it and was stunned. Am I seeing things? Is Yi Fan trying to empty out the Talisman Hall and the Spirit Weapon Pavilion? He didn't stop until he even traded for the Town Demon Sword, the legendary treasure of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. People were so shocked they couldn't help but gasp. Just how many contribution points does this kid have? Yi Fan hugged his pile of weapons, grinning. A number that you guys wouldn't even dare to imagine. That's how many. Late that night, behind the 5 Elements Sacred Land Mountains, Yi Fan went there to train with a goal in mind. The simplified Ox Demon Power Technique had mentioned it. To cultivate this technique, you need to find a way to absorb a massive amount of essence from the blood of Ox Clan's spirit beasts. He started chugging a few bottles of spirit beast blood. He had as much bull blood from Earth as he could ever want. Once he'd loaded up on the power, a red glow appeared around Yi Fan's body. After that, he needed some intense physical activity to convert that essence into his own martial strength. He threw the empty bottle at the bats to get their attention. In this desolate place, you guys are the only ones around to play with me. The bats got pissed and swarmed Yi Fan while he was having the time of his life. Stupid pests. In a flash, they caught up. He immediately remarked, Your speed isn't bad. Yi Fan spun around and threw a punch at one of the bats. Try taking a hit from my buffed-up fist. It lost its balance and smashed into another bat. He saw that and commented with satisfaction. Not bad. I can feel the energy flowing through my meridians crystal clear. With the support of the bull blood, his body had gained the strength of 30 healthy horses. Then Yi Fan stood his ground and tried out his new move. Keep coming. Try to take this. It was the ultimate mountain-piercing strike. A massive blast of power launched from his hand, smashing straight into the bat swarm. Just one hit and the entire swarm was wiped out, not a single one left. Yi Fan was thrilled, guessing the Ox Demon Power Technique, it's done. Suddenly, he felt something was off. The spirit energy fluctuation, it's weird. By the cliffside, a mysterious man stood, completely covered in a black cloak. Come out, I know you're already here. He grew impatient and pressed, My time is limited, let's cut to the chase. A dark, murky cloud appeared and spoke up. Meeting you sure is hard, my old friend. A portal slowly manifested from the mist, and the voice kept echoing. You've been playing spy in the 5 Elements Sacred Land for so many years. The wheel-turning demon lord emerged from the portal and mocked. You're starting to look more and more human every day. Don't tell me you've forgotten your identity as the demon lord of the Hate Demon sect. The man sounded annoyed and raised his voice. Cut the crap. He probed seriously. You used a transmission talisman to contact me because of the Great Sorrow Demon King getting killed, right? Speak up, what's the Eternal Night Demon sect planning? Yi Fan hid behind a tree, eavesdropping on them. What the hell is going on? There's a demon clan spy inside the 5 Elements Sacred Land. The wheel-turning demon lord replied, furious. That brat, Zhongling. Ever since she became a core disciple, she's raided our demon cells over 100 times. Now that even the Great Sorrow Demon King has been taken out by her, he's dead set on finding a quick way to wipe her off the map and keep the demon god happy. Upon hearing that name, Not Fom couldn't help but gasp in shock. The demon god, that mysterious guy, was already plotting to have her killed. Huang Lingsa is the golden child of the five-element sect leader, the top star pupil of the Wood Pavilion. If they mess with her inside the sacred grounds, aren't they just begging for another all-out war between the humans and demons? The wheel-turning demon lord says, "That's exactly why I need you. I know you can come up with a cleaner way to handle this." The man starts calculating fast. The Outer Disciple trial at the Spirit Herb Garden kicks off in 3 days, and while Hiem Von Tung usually runs the show, it looks like they handed the reins to Kwang Ling Sa this year. But here's the kicker. If she screws up, she gets shipped off to Ghost Sorrow Cliff. The security there is a total joke, making it way easier to make her disappear for good. The wheel-turning demon lord grins, clearly pleased. "Not a bad plan," he sneers, his voice dripping with venom. "I'll brew up some special spirit herbs by then. You find a way to drop them into the Bone Valley to lure a bunch of elite disciples there, and I'll prep a spirit beast to slaughter the whole lot of them. How's that?" Opposite him, a hooded figure barely visible in the dark cloak chuckles. "Damn, you've got a twisted mind." The wheel-turning demon lord's wicked laughter echoed out. If all the geniuses from the five-element sect end up dead, Kwang Lingcha is going to be taking the fall for it. Not far off, Not Fam was hunkered down behind a massive ancient tree. His eyes widened in shock, mixed with pure panic. He couldn't believe he'd stumbled onto such a sick, twisted plot. "I gotta get out of here now." Suddenly, a massive blast of energy erupted from the cloak guy. He roared, "Who's there?" "Who?" He spun around, his pupils shrinking in terror. Crap, he'd been spotted. A massive, earth-shaking explosion ripped through the air, sending thick dust everywhere, blinding everyone. A few minutes later, the area went dead silent. The guy looked around, clearly confused. "Nothing? Was I just being paranoid?" He sighed. "Whatever, there's no living soul nearby. Guess I was overthinking it." He turned and walked away, grumbling to himself, "Can't stick around here too long." His lonely silhouette blurred and vanished into thin air. Not Fom let out a massive sigh of relief, having dodged a bullet. Luckily, he still had some transmigration charges left for the day, or he would have been toast. His eyes hardened with resolve. He couldn't believe the demons were pulling out all the stops just to take down Kwang Ling Sa. No way. I can't let those demon spies pull this off. Not Fam started thinking deeper, realizing just how messed up and complicated this whole situation was. "But I've got zero proof right now. If I just go running to the higher-ups, I'll just scare them off before we catch them. A nobody like him, an outer disciple, listening in on 2 demon lords and getting away in one piece? Nobody would buy that story." He analyzed the situation and made a bold call. He couldn't just sit on this. Looks like he'd have to head to the Spirit Herb Garden himself to investigate. 3 days later, the place looked way brighter. The Spirit Herb Garden rose up with its massive, majestic mountains and endless, lush greenery. A huge crowd of disciples was gathered at the gate, buzzing with energy. Someone shouted, "Hey, Brother Triu, long time no see. You've leveled up, haven't you?" The guy replied, feeling himself, "You know it. I'm definitely taking home the championship at the Herb Garden trial this time." A mocking voice cut in. "In your dreams, pal." In another corner, Not Fam and Tamvu stood, watching the massive crowd. Trong Thiet spoke up, "So many people here for the trial? It's crazy busy." Tamvu smiled, explaining, "Of course! If you shine in this trial, the elders might actually notice you. You can get promoted to an inner disciple, so obviously, everyone's going to be fighting tooth and nail for a spot." Suddenly, a group shoved through, yelling, "Out of the way! Move it!" Trong Fong's arrogant voice boomed out. "Show some sense and don't block the young master's path." The crowd started whispering, "Hey, look, isn't that Truong Fong?" Someone added, "It's not just Truong Fong. Huang Tran and Tu Diep are here too, plus Thitchman and Win Bak." Standing next to Hot Fom, Tamvu whispered, "I heard those 5 are the cream of the crop among the outer disciples. The 5 inner pavilions already claimed them as soon as they break into the divine realm they're in." Not Fom thought, his eyes turning cold. The wheel-turning demon lord wanted to kill the elite disciples. It looked like these guys were his prime targets. Not Fom turned to her, looking curious. "Oh yeah, Tamvu, how much do you know about the demon clan? Can you tell me a bit?" Tamvu was surprised. "That's weird. Why are you suddenly interested in the demons?" She started explaining, her tone turning serious. "Since forever, the demon clan has been the sworn enemy of our human race. Unlike our cultivation world, they rank power simply and brutally. Demon god, demon emperor, demon lord, demon king, demon master, and demon soldier." She spelled it out clearly. "The demon god is the supreme ruler. There's only one. They say his power is so insane, nobody's ever escaped him and nobody's even seen his real face." Tamvu continued, her voice sounding a bit shaky. "Under the demon god, there are 7 great demon sects." She started listing them. Eternal Night, Sun Moon, Heart Hatred, Asura, White Bone, Red Lust, and Dark Shadow. The nightmare-inducing images of these sects flashed before their eyes, all darkness and ruthless power. Her face looked heavy with worry. Tamvu continued softly, "They're slaughter-happy monsters who will stop at nothing. Besides the beast clans, they're the biggest threat to humanity." He stared into the distance, deep in thought, processing everything he'd just heard. "So that's how it is. This is going to be a real headache." Suddenly, a sharp voice called out. At the Spirit Herb Garden gate, Lin Sha and the elders appeared, floating in the air, looking majestic and otherworldly. She made her announcement, her voice crystal clear and sharp. "Brothers and sisters, the Spirit Herb Garden trial is about to start. I'm in charge of everything this year. I expect everyone to follow these rules." The disciples below couldn't help but gape at her ethereal beauty, tossing around endless praise. "That's senior sister Zhang. They call her the Fairy of Dongling. Man, she's gorgeous." A disciple next to him marveled. "First time I'm seeing her in the flesh. Is this what a real fairy looks like?" Ling Ji looked down, her expression turning stern as she laid down the law. "First off, this trial is all about combat, but no killing. Especially you disciples from the palace realm. Don't even think about picking on those in the body cleansing or opening aperture realms." Time kept ticking as she droned on about the rules. Second, the trial lasts 7 days. Once time's up, nobody stays behind. Third, keep any spirit herbs you find in your satchels. Once you register at the end of the trial, whatever's in there is yours to keep. A long line of disciples moved in an orderly fashion, each clutching their hand-woven cloth bags. Lingyi's voice echoed through the area. "Break any of these 3 rules, and you'll be answering to the Sex Discipline Committee." Then she gave the signal, her tone sharp and final. "All right, this year's Spirit Herb Garden trial officially begins." As soon as she finished, the disciples surged toward the portal with pure adrenaline. Dongqing yelled, "Let's go! I'm going to be the first one to snag a spirit herb." He looked over and said, "Let's get in there too," Liu Wei replied, and the two of them quickly stepped through the gate. Emerging on the other side, Yi Fan stood tall in the middle of a wild, overgrown primeval forest. He stepped out of the portal, his gaze fixed straight ahead, focused. "The spiritual energy here is insane," he muttered. "So this is the Spirit Herb Garden." Yi Fan's eyes swept past the towering ancient trees before landing on a patch of open ground. "We walked in together, but now I'm all alone," he thought. "Looks like we got randomized to different spots." Yi Fan's face hardened with resolve as he started walking without a second thought, thinking to himself, from what Liu Wei said, the Spirit Herb Garden was created by an ancient master of the 5 Elements Holy Land using supreme magic. It spans over 100 miles. The deeper you go, the better the spirit herbs, but the monsters get way deadlier. Suddenly, a weird noise in the distance caught his attention. He whipped his head around, eyes narrowing in caution. "Something's moving over there. Let's go check it out." Dropping from the canopy, 3 massive snakes with jagged, razor-sharp fangs lunged at Yi Fan at lightning speed. He looked mildly surprised. "This is it?" Yi Fan slowly drew his blade, his gaze slicing through the 3 snakes cold and detached. "Even a bunch of low-level beasts have the guts to act out in front of me." He unleashed his 7-character sky-breaking slash with brutal power. Clean, surgical strikes tore the snakes to shreds, leaving 3 carcasses piled neatly on the ground. Yi Fan calmly sheathed his sword, muttering, "Level 4 earth serpents. Probably a total pain in the neck for average disciples. But for me right now, they aren't even a threat." He kept moving, thinking, "I wonder where those spirit beasts the reincarnation demon lord set up are. Whatever, let's just keep going and see what happens." Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed through the air. "Help me!" Yi Fan realized someone was close by. A girl screamed in a panic, "Get away from me! You guys already stole my herbs, and now you're acting like absolute animals? Aren't you afraid the elders will find out and punish you?" The guy sneered, "Elder? The elder in charge of the discipline hall is my uncle, you brat. Who in the outer sect would dare touch me? Besides, you got any proof, sweetheart?" The girl stuttered. "You, stay back," Wang Tung urged. "Senior brother Cao, stop wasting your breath on this girl. Hurry it up before someone else shows up." Cao Yang replied nonchalantly, "Don't sweat it. Hey, why don't we both get in on this? Come on, brother, loosen up a little." The girl struggled in vain. "No." Wang Tung grinned. "Much appreciated, senior brother Cao." He thought to himself, "Man, if I hadn't been stuck on that mountain eating bland food for so long, do you really think a noble like me would need to share a girl with this guy?" Out of nowhere, a rock came flying, nailing both of them square in the head. They shrieked in pain. "Who's out there? Which dead man walking had the guts to ambush me?" Yi Fan stepped out, flipping the rock in his hand and saying dryly, "This garden doesn't have much, but it sure's full of trash." The 2 guys were shocked by his sudden appearance and yelled in unison. "Bye, Yi Fan." The girl begged, "Senior brother, please save me. They didn't just rob my herbs, they wanted to." The guy yelled in rage, "You little punk, it's you again. The heavens must be watching. I can't believe I ran into you here," Yi Fan replied coldly. "You already lost to me once. I can't be bothered to beat you again. You gonna crawl away, or do you want me to break your legs and toss you out?" Cao Yang laughed out loud. "That's rich. Yi Fan, you think I'm the same Cao Yang I was before? To take you down, I've been training like a madman. My cultivation has broken through to the peak of the opening aperture realm. You picked the perfect time to show up. Time to settle all our old scores at once," he roared, swinging his fist forward, crackling with menacing red sparks. Yi Fan taunted, "Is that so? Let's see how strong you really are." He raised a hand, effortlessly blocking Cao Yang's attack, leaving him frozen. "Only this much? Looks like you can't even land a hit on me with a single finger." Cao Yang was stunned. How is this possible? He realized this guy was several times stronger than before. Yi Fan warned, "I'm telling you one last time, if I ever catch you bullying the weak again." He landed a final crushing blow and shouted, "I will cripple you for good. Get lost!" As soon as he said that, they scrambled away, running for their lives. Yi Fan looked on with total disdain. "Trash. Fighting you just gets my hands dirty." He turned to the other guy. "Now as for this other animal," Wang Tung started trembling. "Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing?" He growled a threat, activating his blood shield technique. "I'm warning you, my sister Wang Meng is an inner sect disciple now. You have any idea what that means?" She's gonna be a Holy Land elder one day. If she says you die, you die. Suddenly, a blow with the force of a falling star smashed into him. Wang Teng collapsed, screaming in agony. Yifan shot back defiantly. Are you threatening me? Wang Teng coughed up blood, feeling like his insides were about to burst. He thought to himself, one hit, he shattered my organs. He's way scarier than he used to be. Yifan stood there looking smug. Inner sect disciples are supposed to be strong? Wang Teng writhed on the ground, struggling in vain to get up. What are you doing? It hurts. Don't come any closer. Stay back. He stepped closer and kicked Wang Teng, sending him flying. Go find somewhere cool to cool off, he warned. The one thing I hate most in this life is being threatened. Wang Teng groaned miserably while floating in the pond. Yifan picked up the cloth bag from the ground, muttering, You two were carrying quite a lot of loot, huh? What a damn shame, it's mine now. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the air. Brother Bai, thanks for saving my hide. If it wasn't for you, I'd be toast, man. These two creeps would have wrecked me. He turned back, brushing it off. Small fry, nothing to mention. You look roughed up, you good? Yifan handed the girl a herb. Take this. Eat it, it'll patch you up fast. The girl's eyes went wide when she saw it, the rare ice soul gold thread herb. This stuff? You barely see this even at the biggest auctions. She hesitated. Brother Bai. Are you really giving this to me? He turned away, feeling a bit awkward. Your clothes are slipping. Yifan tried to keep his cool. Common herbs don't do much for me. I need something high grade. The girl jumped, clutching her robes, crying out, Oh, so that's it! Her tone shifted, sounding sharp. If you're hunting for spirit herbs, just follow this river upstream. There's a garden deep in the woods. But watch it. Once you cross this forbidden river, you might run into a level 7 beast any second. For chumps like us, that's like throwing eggs at a boulder. He went quiet, eyes narrowing in thought. A forbidden river, huh? Maybe it's a trap set by the demon clan. Better go check out what's actually going on. Moving deeper into the forest, a massive waterfall appeared. The water came crashing down like a beast, creating a thick white mist, the heart of the forbidden river. Perched on the waterfall was a huge rock with a rare herb growing right on it. Someone shouted, Boys, look, is that Clearmind herb? With that, our haul for this competition is going to be insane. Suddenly, a panicked warning echoed. Don't get hyped yet, you moron. Take a good look at what's guarding that thing. Right then, a massive, white-furred beast shook itself awake from under the rock. The guy screamed, total despair in his voice. A lion ape? Are you kidding me? With that thing guarding it, we've got zero shot. Over on the side, Liu Yu asked worriedly, Zhang Te, what do we do? That lion ape is at least a level 6 beast. If we make a move now, we're going to get flattened. He agreed. Yeah, let's hold off. Plus, more of the big shots are showing up. We aren't strong enough yet. No point in sticking our necks out. He replied, True. The heavy hitters will make a move soon enough. Just watching them throw down is worth the trip. A hand reached out from the shadows, accompanied by a slick, mocking chuckle. Nice to see you guys know your place. Respect. Liu Yu yelled, Who's there? And spun around. Yifan stepped out, not bad reflexes. He looked hyped, eyes beaming. Fangsh. Seeing him, Zhang Ti asked, Where the hell have you been? We've been looking all over for you. Liu Yu added, Yeah, it wasn't easy getting the squad back together. Tan Wu looked surprised. Yifan, who's this girl? Yifan smiled. Let me introduce you. This is Shuchun. She's a rookie like us. This is Liu Yu, Zhang Ti, and Tan Wu. He and the others greeted Shuchun. Hey, what's up? Shuchun explained, her voice clear. Hey guys, after I got teleported here, some jerks tried to mess with me. Luckily, Brother Bai showed up and saved me. One guy nodded. Oh, so that's how it went down. Cool, join us then. Cheers erupted, grabbing everyone's attention. Look, Shu Changfeng's crew is moving on the lion ape. Changfeng barked orders. Old Meng, Huier, hit it from the outside, distract it, pull it away from the herb. 2 fighters charged in. That was Yao Huier, 7th stage opening realm, and Meng Feizi, 8th stage opening realm. They shouted in sync. You got it. Leave it to us. Rocks started pelting the lion ape, waking it up for real. He signaled, Huang Ba, Liang Fei, hit the flanks. 2 fierce warriors dove into the fray, energy surging. Huang Ba and Liang Fei, both 9th stage opening realm. Huang Ba grunted, no problem. Liang Fei roared. Changfeng commanded, I'll take the front. Keep the formation tight, don't break. He charged in, screaming, Die, you beast. The others flew in, shouting their battle cries. The crowd on the sidelines went wild. Changfeng's not messing around. Being from the Purple Palace sect really shows man's a monster. Eyes locked in awe, his attack is flawless. Leading those 4, the coordination is tight. That lion ape's gonna get shredded. Suddenly, the lion ape let out a hellish roar. It shook the whole area, sending out a shockwave that was invisible but deadly. It's a sound wave attack. Someone shrieked in terror. Oh crap, the brothers got separated. Everyone panicked. Changfeng struggled to hold his ground, getting hit hard. Damn it, how is this thing so strong? The others got tossed into the air, screaming, We can't even take one hit. If this keeps up, we're all gonna die. The lion ape roared, its eyes glowing blood red. It grinned like a maniac, lunging at Feizi. He screamed in pure despair, It's over, it's coming for me. A massive crushing blow hit Feizi dead on, and he let out a gut-wrenching cry. He smashed into the rocks, organs likely shredded, blood soaking his clothes. A tragic scream pierced the air. Meng Feizi, Brother Huangba panicked. It's over. How is this thing so strong? It's way tougher than it looked earlier. Huier trembled. Why is it acting like it's lost its mind? Yifan realized something, his eyes flashing with understanding. Berserk mode. This level 6 beast hasn't even gained sentience, but it's triggered a bloodline berserk state in a pinch. A panicked voice cried out, Run! Get out of its range now. Changfeng looked down cold. Huier pleaded, Brother, take me with you. Don't leave me. My leg's busted. He looked back, seeing the lion ape closing in at insane speeds. "We're done for, run that way. If we don't move now, we're dead." Changfeng kicked at his leg to shake her off. "Get off me!" she screamed in pain. He was desperate, thoughts spiraling. "This sucks. If I don't think of something, I'm gonna be monkey food." Changfeng looked over. "Wait, someone's hiding over there." Then he suddenly had a thought, his eyes lighting up. "Got it." From behind a tree, Notfam asked in confusion, "What was he up to?" Over there, Chuangfang was gripping a large piece of meat tightly, his eyes filled with calculation. This meat was packed with spirit energy. No spirit beast could turn it down. Then he tossed the meat away. Chuangfang stood there panting, thinking to himself that there was no other way to save his own skin. Behind him, the flame lion was charging aggressively, but it suddenly froze, its greedy eyes locking onto the flying piece of meat. It immediately turned around, chasing after the juicy bait. Tam Vu cried out, her voice full of panic. "The flame lion is running toward us!" It dove down from above at breakneck speed while Notfam just stood there. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Notfam, get out of the way." Right after grabbing the meat, Notfam dashed toward the beast, ignoring his teammates' protests. "Brother Fam, don't!" he shouted to reassure them. "Don't you guys worry, just sit tight and wait for me to get back." Running until he was at a safe distance from the beast, he yelled at it, "Hey, you dumb monkey, look over here, check out this meat." The beast didn't even hesitate and lunged right into Notfam's trap. He kept running while waving the meat around to egg it on. "That's it, come and get it." And just like that, the man and the beast gradually ran far away from the others. Lu Yi was deeply moved. "Brother Bak, he's basically making himself the bait just to save us." Tamvu stood by, nodding in worried agreement. "Notfam, is he actually going to be okay? That's a tier 6 beast!" Meanwhile, the other guys were still dazed, some of them still struggling to process what had just happened. "What's going on?" The guy standing next to him replied, "Looks like Bak Notfam led the flame lion away." Hearing that, the other guy's jaw dropped in shock. "What? Bak Notfam actually volunteered to be the bait?" Everyone was stunned by Notfam's uncharacteristic bravery, but they were also incredibly worried for him. Louis wanted to help. "No way, I can't just leave him hanging, I have to go check it out." Tamvu agreed, "We'll go with you." Suddenly, Hua Tuan raised her hand to stop them. "Wait, Senior Brother Lu, where are you guys going? It's too dangerous up ahead." He didn't even pay attention to her words. "Junior Sister Hua, don't block the path, get out of the way." Truong Tiet was even a bit angry with her. "Junior Sister Hua Tuan, we can't just let Bak Notfam face that danger alone. If you're willing to help, you can come with us, but if you're scared, then don't follow." She immediately stammered, "This is..." Just then Truong Fong walked up from behind and sneered. "Junior Sister Hua, you're right not to go. By now that Bak Notfam has probably been eaten by the flame lion, not even his bones are left, so going there is useless." Hearing that, Hua Tuan turned to look at him. Senior Brother Tu, Huan-Yi, who was already injured, heard him and lashed out in anger. "Tu Truongfang, you're the one who abandoned your teammates and even sabotaged Bak Notfam, have you no shame?" Yet Truongfang retorted with total shamelessness. "So what? I didn't force him. If you say one more word, I'll beat you guys too. Get lost." Huan-Yi didn't want to waste any more breath on a scumbag like him. She just spat out, "You jerk." A fake gentleman putting on an act. Just someone clearing the path for himself. Truongfang was staring at the spirit herb planted in the middle of the river. "With this spirit herb, I can have the elder refine a soul-nourishing pill to break through to the divine realm. My future is looking bright." He was dreaming away, reaching out to grab it. "So what if my methods are dirty? Results are all that matter. Bak Notfam, I really should thank you." Before he could even touch the herb, Notfam sprinted over and kicked him straight in the face. "Take your filthy hands off my spirit herb." Truongfang was caught off guard and was kicked straight into the river. Everyone was shocked to see him return so quickly, and in one piece no less. "Oh my god, what just happened? Bak Notfam isn't even hurt." "Yeah, I can't believe he made it back so fast." Notfam quickly grabbed the spirit herb while cursing that trashy guy under his breath. "You dared to sabotage me for this crappy herb? Consider it your bad luck." Unlike the reverence Truongfang had for it, holding the herb in his hand, he felt it wasn't even worth as much as a blade of grass he could pick back on Earth. These people are so jealous, it's hilarious. Louis was thrilled to see him back. "Notfam, are you all right?" Hua Tuan chimed in too. "Brother Notfam, are you okay?" he replied calmly. "What could possibly happen to me?" This wasn't even a warm-up. Seeing him so relaxed, Louis laughed. That's good. Just then, Truongfang crawled onto the bank, struggling as he questioned him. "It's you're actually still alive. Where's the flame lion?" Notfam replied dismissively. "You talking about that beast? It's probably having a nightmare right now. Somehow he had beaten it into a pulp until it passed out in a deep pit. As expected, those jealous losers didn't believe him. Didn't he only have the Foundation establishment stage? How could he have escaped that beast on his own?" The guy next to him was also skeptical. Just lucky? Otherwise, there's no way his strength is higher than Tu Truongfang's. And especially Truongfang, he hated Notfam more and more, a puny newcomer, a trash with yellow-tier potential, as the rumor said. "How dare you embarrass me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, how am I supposed to hold my head up in this holy land?" Unable to control himself, he unleashed his mystic ice claw to attack. "Bak Notfam, you yellow-tier trash, drop the clarity herb, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Tamvu saw this and tried to stop him. "Senior Brother 2, you're a disciple of the Purple Palace stage. How can you stoop so low as to steal a junior brother's opportunity?" He brushed her off, prepared to throw away his honor. "Stop yapping. I'm taking it from him today. What are you going to do? Daring to humiliate me, go to hell. Not Fam wasn't going to hold back. He activated his blood shield. You really don't know when to quit. A shield immediately manifested in front of Not Fam, leaving him stunned. What is this? He mocked him. Is that all the power a Purple Palace stage has? Honestly, it's pathetic. You're so weak that using this move on you feels like a waste. With that, he closed the blood shield, sending Chuang-Fong sprawling. What are you trying to do? He poured all his force into his Ox Demon Punch. Realizing he'd messed with the wrong guy, he stammered for mercy. Bak, brother Bak, Not Fam, let me go. I was wrong. But it's too late. Not Fam delivered a powerful blow with his great saber technique. The onlookers were horrified to see him cough up blood from just one punch. Senior Brother 2 was sent flying by a single punch. Some couldn't even believe their eyes. Good God, what is happening? The people who used to look down on Not Fam would definitely have to change their tune now. Tu Trong-Fong had been defeated by a newcomer who'd only joined 2 months ago. The crowd that used to look down on Yifan is doing a complete 180 now. Like, seriously? Xu Changfeng actually got taken down by some kid who just joined 2 months ago? This guy's jaw just hit the floor. Like, damn, that's way too strong, Nitfam said with a cocky grin. Yo, Suhun, didn't you just call me a total loser earlier? What's up? Can't even beat a loser like me. Doesn't that make you like the biggest loser of them all? Beaten to a pulp, he scrambled backward on the ground, terrified. You! What are you trying to do? Don't try anything crazy, he panicked. The rules literally say Turfu-Kaing cultivators aren't allowed to attack Kaikyo-Kaing students. Nutfam just got even more smug hearing that. Yeah, the rules say Turfu-Kaing cultivators aren't allowed to attack lower-level Kaikyo-Kaing students. Nutfam had clearly figured out a loophole, but he wasn't about to spill it. The rules didn't say a Kaikyo-Kaing couldn't fight back and wreck a Turifu-Kaing student. Out of arguments, the guy screamed in terror, "Don't come any closer!" Then a scream echoed through the entire mountain range. Of course, Nutfam wasn't going to kill Chung-Fong or anything. He just wanted his pride back and the stuff he deserved while teaching the dude a solid lesson. But that stubborn brat still didn't know when to quit. He was clutching his head, trembling, yet still talking tough. Back, Nutfam. I swear I'm not letting you get away with this. Nutfam just scoffed and shrugged. Whatever, man. He happily grabbed his loot and waved goodbye. Fine, I'll be waiting for you then. Pretty heavy stash, nice. He wasn't about to be modest anymore. He walked over to start handing stuff out. All right, everyone, pick 2 items each. Huathwan was totally stunned she got some too. Wait, for real? Louis started cheering. Famka, you're the goat! Everyone quickly scrambled to grab what they needed, thanking Nutfam left and right. Thanks, Famka! Nutfam added, trying to keep things fair. Hey, pick stuff you don't already have, okay? Huathwan, to be fair, you already got those spirit herbs earlier, so you're sitting this round out. She looked super bummed as she muttered. Suan, I get it. However, the one pouting the most wasn't Huathwan, but Chung-Fong. The guy was lying in the dirt, empty-handed, even though he'd been a total snake trying to steal everything earlier. He was fuming, gripping his knife so hard his knuckles turned white. No matter what it takes, even if it costs me everything, I'm killing you today. Before he could even get up, a loud shout stopped him. Cut it out! A massive hammer slammed down right on top of him. Nutfam turned around, surprised. It was a weapon formed entirely from ki and blood. It was a trio of guys playing the hero. You little punk, attacking your own fellow students? That's embarrassing for us in the outer sect. Chung-Fong lost his mind and yelled back, Who asked you bastards to lecture me? Nutfam watched closely and realized that at the Taitui level you could use blood ki to manifest weapons. He noted that Kaikyo-Kaing could manifest armor, while Turufu-Kaing could manifest full-on weapons. He started getting curious about these guys. Manifesting weapons out of thin air on command was super convenient, and they were just as powerful as low-grade magical items. But these guys were all high-level Turufu-Kainging experts. Meanwhile, the guy was busy pressing his hammer against Chung-Fong, saying, Honestly, you just really annoy me. You're a disgrace to the outer sect. This guy was Huang Trun, a third-stage Turufu-Kaing cultivator, and he seemed interested in teaming up with Nutfam. Bro, I handled that loser for you, don't sweat it. Your moves are actually pretty sick. Want to head to the restricted river up ahead with our group? Nutfam caught his drift. He wanted to form a party. That evening, near the upper reaches of the restricted river in Tulidong Valley, a group was busy trying to break through a barrier. It's right here. When high-grade spirit herbs are trapped behind a barrier like this, we all need to sync our spirit energy at the same time to break the seal. They wasted no time getting ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Nobody knew how much time had passed, but they were finally making some progress. Look, the barrier's starting to crack! A senior sister from Huang Trun's group, Zheng Tio Dip, a second-stage Turufu-Kaing, was cheering everyone on. Just a little longer, we're almost through. This whole team was basically Huang Trun's crew. Just then, Huang Trun showed up with Nutfam's group to help out. Hey, we're here to back you up! He'd probably arrived a bit later than their teammate Thickmun expected. Thickmun, the second-stage Turufu-Kaing, didn't even look over. Huang Trun just stood right behind her and pushed his spirit energy in. Break that barrier for me. With everyone pushing together, it didn't take long before a loud shout shattered the barrier completely. Ah! Tio Jip finally let out a sigh of relief. We finally got it open. Thickmun immediately walked over to confront Huang Trun. Suhun, you're finally here, huh? Watching the situation, Nut Fam finally got why they made the offer earlier. So that's how it is. Looks like Turudong Valley's barriers need a ton of combined power to open. No wonder they need to recruit people. Meanwhile, Thick Mun was still giving Wang Chun a hard time. Su-Huan, I legit thought you weren't going to make it. He just laughed it off. Had to go find some backup, took a bit of time. Nut Fam figured the elite outer sect students were all here by now. Suddenly, someone recognized him. Wait, isn't that Bike Nut Fam? I remember him joining less than 3 months ago. Why is he bold enough to show his face in a place like this? Huang Chun filled Thick Mun in on what he'd just seen. You clearly missed something. Even Cheng Fong got wrecked by him, so don't go underestimating this kid. Not wanting to waste any more time, he led the group inside. Alright, barriers down, let's go see what's in there. As soon as they stepped into Turudong Valley, everyone was stunned. The spirit energy was insane. Thick Mun felt uneasy though. Why is it so quiet? I don't see a single magical beast anywhere. A senior brother nearby just took it as a given. Tudong Valley is the territory of the Moon Howling Wolf, one of the strongest beasts in the whole spirit herb garden. No weak monster would dare step foot in here. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Look, purple shadow flowers! I can't believe there's such a rare herb in here. You can make top-tier advancement pills with these, and the stems and leaves are great for healing meds." He got super excited, approaching it. "If I sell this, it's worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. It's mine." Suddenly, the plant morphed into a vicious beast, and he panicked. What is? Nut Fam reacted instantly, shouting a warning to the group. "Watch out, it's an ambush." A razor-sharp claw slashed into one of the students, and he shrieked in pain. The rest of the group panicked, having no idea what was going on. What happened? Look at that thing in the shadows. They stared into the dark, terrified. This can't be. How are we running into this the second we walk in? A moon-howling wolf slowly stepped over the remains of the poor student who just got wrecked. The other students screamed, "It's here! That's a level 7 moon-howling wolf!" Realizing they stood zero chance, they turned to run. "Run! Everyone, get out of here!" "Huang Trannan, you gathering your chi into a big hammer. What the hell are you scared of? A level 7 beast is only as strong as a human in the Purple Mansion realm. We've got so many people here, you really think we can't take it down?" Blood-refining hammer. The disciples stopped running once they heard that, gathering their chi into weapons to prep for an assault on the moon wolf. Yeah, the hide of a moon wolf sells for 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. I'm claiming its eyes for my eye technique training. Nobody better try to snatch them from me. Not Fom wasn't as reckless as the rest of them. He sensed something way off about this beast. It wasn't that simple. The aura coming off this thing was straight up twisted. The moon wolf grinned, baring its razor-sharp fangs. Not Fam finally caught on to what was so weird about it. Beasts aren't spirit beasts. They haven't opened their minds, so how could it have human expressions? Huang Tran saw the moon wolf attack with that same move again and laughed. Same move again? I'm a whole realm stronger than that last guy. But in a blink, his body was shredded into pieces by the moon wolf's claws. The other disciples were terrified. What? How is that even possible? Huang Tran was in the 3rd stage of the Purple Mansion realm, yet he was wiped out in a single swipe. The moon wolf then unleashed a blast of power, killing 2 more disciples instantly. The rest of the disciples realized things were spiraling out of control and booked it. "This is bad. If we stay, we're dead. Run, everyone. This thing is a spirit beast. Its combat power is way past the Purple Mansion realm." Not Fom's expression turned grim. Elite disciples, spirit herbs, spirit beasts. Yeah, this is definitely a trap set by demonic beasts. They didn't hold back at all with this initial strike. This is going to be one hell of a fight. At the Wood Academy, Ling Cha and her disciples were training when she felt a sudden chill, her eyes snapping open. No, the Violet Vine Valley. She didn't waste a second, taking flight immediately, but not before barking orders at her disciples. "Everyone, gear up and get to the Violet Vine Valley now." The disciples looked at each other, totally confused about what was going down. "Senior Sister Kwang, what's happening? Wait for us!" Meanwhile, the group of disciples from earlier huddled behind a giant rock. What do we do now? Even if we all teamed up, we couldn't even take one swipe from that thing. Titchman stammered, trembling with fear. "If this keeps up, we're gonna die here." "I don't want to die yet." Winbok clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it! This beast is herding us into a corner, but it's taking its sweet time to finish us off. Is it just playing with us?" The moon wolf let out a long howl. Seeing that, Titchman asked the others, "Listen, what is it doing?" Nguyen-bok replied, "Sounds like it's calling for backup." Titchman couldn't help but blurt out, "What? One moon wolf is already a nightmare. If more show up, we're completely finished." Only Not Fam kept his cool, thinking to himself, "No, that's not a call for backup. It's calling for the beasts. It's over. Look, everyone. Every beast in the Violet Vine Valley is being swarmed in here." The moon wolf stomped on the ground, and countless beasts obeyed its command, getting ready to charge. Someone shouted, "What the hell does this moon wolf actually want? Is it trying to order those beasts to kill us?" Not Fam guessed. Yeah, rumor has it that spirit beasts that reach the level of the divine realm possess godlike intelligence. They can command regular beasts to fight for them. Damn it. The moon wolf has ordered the beasts to block the exit. If we don't think of something fast in less than an hour, we're all going to be wiped out. The rest of the group finally realized how deep in trouble they were. "Why is there a spirit beast in the spirit herb garden? They said the strongest beast was only level 7. We've been played." Hearing this, Titchman panicked and bolted. "No, I don't want to die here. I have to get out. The others shouted in alarm. Titchman, don't run. But the moonwolf lunged and sank its teeth into her. A female disciple saw Titchman die and was so shaken she couldn't even stand. What are we going to do? I don't want to die. Winbach ran over to calm her. Xiao Dai, get a grip. Not Fam was calculating the odds. Even the elites were losing their minds. This couldn't go on. If it were just me, taking on the moon wolf would be a walk in the park. But now I have to make sure every single one of these people gets out alive. He looked over and saw the moon wolf close its eyes and lie down. The nerve, it was actually resting. Well, fair enough, the hunter and the prey had swapped places. Looks like it's trying to lure in bigger fish using us as bait. He glanced at the purple moon in the sky. Time was running out, and the longer this dragged on, the worse it got for them. Not Fam gritted his teeth. Wits were the only way out. He soared out from cover, shouting back, You guys stay behind the rock! Don't move! I'll handle them! The disciples yelled back in panic. By not Fam, are you crazy? Get back here! He ignored them, digging into his robes for something. Everyone, hold your breath. Then Not Fam tossed out a handful of seeds. All right, beasts, have a taste of this! The disciples covered their noses as they smelled something strange. Wait, that smells absolutely rancid. The seeds Not Fam threw started sprouting into 3 flowers that emitted an unbearable stench. So gross, what even is that? Can this trash actually stop those beasts? The moonwolf smelled it and immediately snapped awake. One disciple spoke up. It doesn't seem to be working, except for the moonwolf. Wait, are the beasts losing consciousness? No, that's not it. A disciple noticed something and told the others. Look at the beasts behind the moonwolf. The beasts were dropping one by one. The disciples were overjoyed to see it actually working. We're saved! The beasts that were still conscious backed away, not daring to go near the stench. Even the beasts outside were being pushed back. This stuff is insane. Xiao Dai covered her nose, her eyes wide with shock. I know what this is! It's the 10,000 corpse rotting grass. Winbach panicked upon hearing that. That's a top-tier poison herb. They say just one sprig smells like 10,000 rotting corpses. Nothing dares to come within 100 miles of it. How did Bai Not Fam even get his hands on that? Not Fam stood on a tree branch, far away from the stink. 10,000 corpse rotting grass? Who knew stinkweed had such a fancy name in this world? He remembered the time he went out to pick the stuff. Mom, it's so smelly. Don't talk nonsense, it's just a little bit stinky. Thinking about the training mission in the Spirit Herb Garden, he'd gathered a bunch of it just for protection. People back in the day used this stinkweed to ward off beasts. Seems like it still packs a punch against these monsters, at least a little bit. A bald disciple points a finger at him, singing his praises. Bai Yifan, you're the real deal, man. Another disciple chimes in, hyped up. Brother Bai, you're straight up beast mode. Watching one beast after another drop, everyone's buzzing. We're saved. Every last one of those monsters is down. Yifan leaps down from the tree. The trash is taken care of. He pulls out a blade, squaring up to the howling wolf. All right, you're next. The howling wolf goes ballistic, crackling with lightning. A disciple panics. Is Bai Yifan even going to survive that thing? Who knows? But he's our only shot at making it out of here alive. They charge at each other, and Yifan lets loose with a flaming slash. Damn, this thing is tough, he winces. A full power hit only gave it a scratch. The wolf snarls, eyes burning with bloodlust. Yifan grimaces, thinking, not this look again? Seriously, I hit its softest spot, the gut, and that's all I get? The wolf snaps its jagged, razor-sharp jaws, trying to swallow Yifan whole. A disciple screams, Bai Yifan, look out! The wolf is moving too fast. He almost loses it, but he barely manages to dodge the strike. Man, gotta find a way to trap this thing, T thinks. As the wolf opens its massive maw, Yifan makes a desperate do-or-die play. He channels all his energy into his blade and jams it right into the beast's throat. Yuanbai watches, teeth gritted. Stupid move. He might wound the wolf, but he's gonna lose an arm, and then it's game over for him. Yifan focuses the energy in his palm and snaps, Get out here! Little Dai is stuttering, looking shocked. Suddenly, a blade red as blood manifests in his hand. He slashes into the wolf's mouth without missing a beat. Die already! Evil energy pours out of the wolf. The other disciples are losing their minds. The howling wolf is dead. But how the hell is Bai Yifan pulling off a technique above his level? Yuanbai sounds terrified as he blurts out his theory. Wait, did he just break through? Mid-battle? Waves of insane spiritual energy are radiating off him. Yuanbai is still in shock that Bai Yifan at the Purple Mansion realm actually killed the howling wolf. We won! He actually saved us! Even Little Dai is spooked. How long has he even been here? This guy is a monster. Yifan clutches his blade, now surging with spiritual energy, feeling incredible. Is this what the condensing energy into a weapon at the Purple Mansion realm feels like? Not bad at all. A dark, evil force bursts from the wolf's body, letting out a wild laugh. Yifan eyes it, screaming a warning. Watch out! It's that demonic energy. It's trying to revive the beast. Out of nowhere, a massive chain of light slams down, binding the wolf's body. The evil energy trapped inside lets out a piercing, miserable screech. It burns! It burns! The flames are torching its form. The demonic resentment screams out, refusing to let go. Lingay descends from the sky, her body surrounded by pure spiritual energy. Is everyone all right? Seeing her, Yifan lets out a sigh of relief. About time. A few more minutes and we would have been ghost food. Little Dai is beaming. Sister Jiang, she's here to save us. The others relax instantly. Sister is here. She channels her energy and obliterates what's left of the wolf's corpse. Her expression turns cold. She turns to them and demands, Someone explain to me what the hell just happened here. Yuanbai points an angry finger at her. Sister, you've got nerve. We should be asking you. Wasn't it you guys who screwed up and let a beast that gained sentience into the garden? You almost got us killed. Yifan steps in before things get too heated. Hey, watch your mouth. Don't judge if you don't know the full story. That black fog wasn't just some garden beast energy. There's something else going on. If Sister hadn't shown up, we'd be dead for sure. Everyone else nods in agreement. Yeah, that aura was sick and twisted. Nothing like the energy in the spirit garden. Exactly, I'm with Brother Bai on this one. Little Dai steps up to Lingji, bowing respectfully. Sister, it went like this. We went to Purple Vine Valley for herbs, and we ran into that howling wolf that had already evolved. Luckily, Brother Bai Yifan used the corpse-rotting grass to keep it at bay, or we wouldn't have lasted long enough for you to show up. Lingge's eyes widen at the name of the herb. Corpse-rotting grass, that's a rare treasure. Where the hell did you get that? Yifan scratches his head, dodging the question. Just happened to come across it, I guess. She knows he's holding back, but she drops it. Fine, good work. I'll look into the rest of this myself. Linga sits down to inspect the wolf's remains. Yifan watches for a second before asking, so? She says, before the trial, I personally checked every single level 7 beast in the medicine garden. This wolf was barely touching the evolution threshold. I put a seal on it to keep its power in check. But now, the seal is completely gone. Yifan thinks for a second. Thinks someone broke through it? She shakes her head. Impossible. My cultivation is at the 7th layer of the divine realm. That beast couldn't break my seal even if it tried. Yifan frowns. Then there's only one explanation. Sister, someone set you up. She looks at him, eyes narrowing. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lingge turns to the group. Everyone get out of Purple Vine Valley. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this and get you guys some answers. Yuanbai walks off, still salty. Let's go, let's go. We were almost cannon fodder out there. She looks at Yifan and gives him a nod. Bai Yifan, thank you. If you hadn't stepped up, everyone here would be dead. You basically saved my butt too. She pulls out a manual and hands it to him. Consider this a token of my gratitude. I don't have many techniques, but this high-level one should fit your style perfectly. Don't turn your nose up at it. Yifan takes it with a bow. I'm not one to refuse a gift, many thanks, sister. She doesn't stop there, she hands him a vial too. Right? There's also this. He looked at the bottle in her hand, confused. What's this? Ling Cha explained. You just hit the Purple Mansion realm, so I'm hooking you up with 3 soul-stabilizing pills. Trust me, they'll do wonders for your cultivation. He reached out, took them, and thanked his senior sister. She leaned in close, her eyes filled with curiosity, rubbing her chin as she looked him up and down. I'm still super curious about you, though. I mean, didn't you have mediocre talent? How is your cultivation speed this cracked? There's no 10,000 evil rotten corpse grass in the herb garden, so where the hell did you get it? Huh? Yifan scratched his head, playing it cool. Can't hide anything from you, senior sister. Honestly, I got lucky. That storage ring I swiped from Yang Zhejiang had some pretty sweet loot in it. My cultivation spiked because of that stuff. And yeah, the rotten corpse grass was in the ring too. She wasn't entirely sold, but without proof, she decided to let it slide for now. Is that so? I guess I'll take your word for it. For now. Yifan suddenly remembered something and turned to Ling Sa. Actually, senior sister, I've got this gut feeling that this whole mess is tied to the demon clan. Anything else? She asked. What else could there be? He glanced behind him, thinking, that subtle ripple, could someone be spying on us? Knowing they were being watched, he quickly pivoted. Nothing, just, gotta stay sharp. The 5 Elements Sanctuary has a mole, and they're even stronger than senior sister Zhang. This is huge. The fewer people who know, the better. A group of female disciples ran over from a distance. Senior sister Zhang. Lin Cha looked at them and said, you guys are late. Follow me. We're pausing all herb garden training sessions until we get to the bottom of this. Yes, ma'am, they shouted in unison. At the 5 Elements Sanctuary main hall, Lin Sa stood in the center, facing the 4 masters. Dushan Rong spoke up, Masters, let's not jump to conclusions. From where I'm standing, there's definitely more to this story. Dushan Rong, the Water Pavilion Master, said, with Lin Cha's cultivation, how could a Tier 7 beast possibly break through the seals she set? Xia Jingtang, the Earth Pavilion Master, scoffed. What more is there to say? To me, it's clear. Jiang Lingcha was just careless, and that's what caused this whole disaster. Yan Tianse, the Gold Pavilion Master, chimed in. Tianse laughed, trying to smooth things over. Brother, you're overreacting. We lose a few dozen disciples in the herb garden every year anyway. The death toll this year isn't even over 10 people. Can we really call that a catastrophe? Jingtong wasn't buying it. But from what I hear, if Jiang Lingcha had arrived a second later, we would have lost half of our elite outer sect disciples. She was damn near close to committing an unforgivable sin. Ling Sha stood silently, not saying a word in her defense. Dushan Rong tried to use her past merits to bail her out. Even so, let's not forget Lin Sha took down the great demon king of the Eternal Night sect not long ago. That's a major contribution, so I suggest we go easy on her. Jingtong was fuming. Merit is merit and failure is failure. How can you compare the two? A voice cut through the pointless bickering. It was Mu Luo, the Wood Pavilion Master. Enough. Lin Sa. You messed up during this herb garden trial. I'm docking your stipend for 3 months, and you're going to the lecture hall to teach the outer sect disciples for 3 months. Do you accept? Ling Ta bowed respectfully. Yes, master, I accept the punishment. Mu Luo turned to deal with Jingtong. Brother, since this was the fault of my disciple, I'll be the one to punish her. As her master, I'm volunteering to forfeit half of my own stipend for the next 6 months. Any objections, brother? With Mulua backing down this much, he couldn't keep pushing. Fine, I have no objections. Once things settled, Tianzi asked, Lingca, I heard this whole crisis was resolved by a disciple named Bai Yifan. Is that true? She told the truth, reporting to Master Yan that is indeed the case. Du Shanrong was also impressed. He hasn't been in the sect long, yet he's racked up so many merits and his cultivation is soaring. Seems like this kid has serious potential. I'm curious to see how far he goes. Tianzi added, It's a shame. If senior sister were here, she'd definitely be interested too. Elsewhere, Yifan was meditating when he suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose thinking, who the hell is talking smack about me? He looked at the items Ling Cha gave him and started calculating. Back in his courtyard, he tried the soul-stabilizing pill, but it didn't do much. Looks like the quality of this pill isn't up to par. The Purple Mansion, also known as the Sea of Consciousness, is the source of all spiritual power and supernatural abilities. It's where the essence spirit is born and where magic is stored, the Niwan Palace. But when you first break into the Purple Mansion realm, you can't really control all that power yet. You have to nurture your brain, the Niwan Palace, to a certain level before you can truly transcend. As for how to nurture it, one wrong move and you'll end up with key deviation, basically going insane. But he took out some walnuts, thinking like heels like, right? I've got a genius idea. Hey boss, give me 3 pounds of those big Lannan Mountain walnuts. The shopkeeper replied, you got it. He ate them one by one, just like on Earth. Walnuts really are the ultimate brain food. I hope these world-specific walnuts actually do the trick. Steam started rising from his head. He focused his chi into his dantian. I feel that the power is gathering in my Niwan Palace. An hour later, he opened his eyes. Yifan felt like his whole body had changed. Success! The power in my body is finally listening to my mental commands. He pulled out a martial technique manual to practice, then the secret manual his senior sister gave him. He was going to bring it to Earth and simplify the gold-piercing finger. Yifan returned to Earth, stretched his limbs, and sighed. Man, it's been a minute. I've got enough cash now. Might as well take a few days off and just chill. Better check my phone. Make sure I didn't miss anything important. Yifan saw a message from his mom. The scenery in Maneuver is beautiful. The whole family has to come here next time. My health is doing great. Don't worry. He thought, Mom, Dad, and Sister Guo, looks like everyone's doing good. That's a relief. He scrolled down and saw a message from Tong Rongrong. Nav 1st, you there? Nav 11th, need to ask you something. Nav 11th, it's been days, why aren't you replying? Nav 15th, what's up? Weird seeing all these messages, he felt suspicious. Why is the second Miss Tang spamming me? He typed back, sorry, I've been super busy lately, just saw your messages, did something happen? Suddenly, someone starts banging on your door. Who the hell is here? In the middle of the night, and just as I get back to Earth, someone comes looking for me. That's way too much of a coincidence. As soon as you open the door, you see a guy waving at you. It's Thin He, Bok Not Fam's childhood buddy. He grins and says, Not Fam, long time no see. Not Fam is totally caught off guard. Thin He, how is it you? They're at a bar, clinking glasses. Thin He says, I'm in town for work, so I came to look for you. Pretty loyal of me, right? When did you start driving something like that? That car is my absolute dream machine. Don't tell me you've bagged yourself some rich sugar mommy, kid. Not Fam swirls his glass. Haven't seen you in years and you're still the same old instigator. Thin Hui laughs his head off at that. It ain't instigating, man. It's just the facts. Look at me, even if I wanted to bag a rich lady, they wouldn't even give me a second glance. Anyway, come on, drink up. Then a voice rings out. Get your hands off me. Not Fam turns around. The voice sounds so familiar. Dung Dung's face is red as a beet and some guy is forcing drinks on her. I really can't drink anymore. The guy gives a sleazy smile and keeps pushing the glass at her. Dung Dung, just show some respect. Have one more, man, Fam shouts. Dung Dung Dung! Thin Hui sees Not Fam knows the girl and asks, you two know each other? Not Fam doesn't even have time to explain. He just stands up and heads over. You wait here for me. The guy is looking at Dung Dung, his head filled with nothing but trashy thoughts. It wasn't easy to convince this high society princess to come to a bar under the guise of being a classmate. The bodyguards are still outside. Just drag her into the bathroom later and get it done. Once it's a done deal, surely I can trick this princess into marrying me, right? He clinks glasses with her again. Dung Dung, just one more. She tries to refuse but can't. I really can't anymore. My head is killing me. But he refuses to let her off the hook. Just one last one. Drink it up. Not Fam walks over and grips the guy's hand tight. She already said she can't drink anymore. Are you deaf or what? The guy shrieks as Not Fam squeezes his hand. Ow, ow, you little punk. Who the hell are you? Get lost and stop meddling in my business. Not Fam doesn't say another word. He just smashes a fist right into the guy's gut. I'm your damn nightmare. Get lost. If I catch you bothering Duong Dung Dung again, I'll cripple you. You hear me? Yes. The guy, terrified, scurries off to beg for mercy. Don't hit me again, Grandpa. Not Fam catches her and asks, concerned, Duong Dung Dung, are you okay? Can you stand? You silly girl, how did you get yourself into this kind of mess? She mumbles, dazed. Bok Not Fam, is that you? He waves a hand in front of her face. Where are your bodyguards? Why did they leave you here alone? Her vision starts to blur. She's way too drunk to even know where she is. Why is he here? 2 hours ago, when she got a text from Nat Fam, she was so happy. Bok Not Fam finally replied to her message. On her phone, the contact name Bok Not Fam lights up. She had asked, are you free today? I have something I want to ask you in person. If you're free, let's meet up. And he replied, sorry, I've got some stuff to take care of, maybe another time. Dung Dung wasn't happy about getting blown off again. Back in the present, she clings to him and starts bawling. You jerk! Why don't you ever pay attention to me? Not Fam is frozen, never expecting things to go like this. She looks up at him, her face red as a tomato, eyes brimming with tears. Why is it so damn hard just to see you once? Where have you been all this time? Were you out chasing some other woman? Not Fam is totally lost. Dung Dung keeps grilling him. Is she prettier than me? Richer than me? Am I really that unappealing? You said you were busy, but you were actually at a bar drinking? Not Fam doesn't know what to do. Dung, don't start talking crazy. Thin Hui watches the drama unfold, just teasing Not Fam instead of helping. So you really did bag a sugar mommy, huh? Not Fam snaps. Cut the crap and come help me already. Not Fam brings Dung Dung over to her bodyguards and tells them she's way too wasted. I've already told her sister. You guys go ahead. I'll make sure she gets home safe tomorrow. The bodyguards agree without a second thought. Sure. Dung Dung starts throwing a fit, refusing to get in the car. I'm not going home. Bak Not Fam, I want to talk to you. He coaxes her. Can't you talk at home? Just get in the car first. Thin Hui gives Not Fam a thumbs up. Make sure you play it smart. Not Fam bristles. It's not like that, you idiot. A while later, he drops her on the bed and lets out a long sigh. Finally made it home. Dung Dung is still out of it, calling his name over and over. Bak Not Fam, listen to me. I have something really important to say. He looks at her, completely clueless, thinking, how did it end up like this? He covers her with a blanket. A guy and a girl alone in the middle of the night? Even if you're innocent, you can't explain your way out of this one. Suddenly, Dung Dung sits up. Where am I? Not Fam says defeated. Princess, just go back to sleep. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it tomorrow. He's so lost in thought he doesn't notice Dung Dung reaching for him. What on earth happened to this girl that she had to see him in person just to talk about it? Suddenly, she grabs his face. Not Fam, caught off guard, panics. Dung Dung, what are you doing? She says, stop talking, just listen to me. Bak Not Fam, I want to tell you, actually, about you and me with you. His eyes widen as he stares at her, but before she can finish, she pukes all over his face. He's completely wrecked. Duong, you little brat, did you come here just to torture me? She climbs off the bed and starts stripping off her clothes, feeling uncomfortable. I need to take a shower. Nat Fam is fuming. The bathroom is that way. Quit stripping down everywhere. Her clothes are covered in vomit. He keeps sneezing. On the bed, Not Fam is curled up in one corner and Dung Dung is in the other. He shivers, thinking to himself, the laundry isn't even dry yet and sleeping here bare-skinned is freezing. So annoying. Always wandering in other worlds, he forgot to buy furniture for the place. Just one blanket and no spare clothes. Plus, he still has no idea what Dung Dung was trying to say. Not Fam's expression is totally... He sneaks a peek at Dung Dung and man, gotta admit, she's actually looking pretty fine. He tries to shake it off, telling himself to keep it together. Stop thinking crazy stuff. Just get some sleep. We'll hit the mall first thing tomorrow to grab a bed and some blankets. Suddenly, Dung Dung's arm snakes out and grabs his waist. Yifan, you're finally a little closer to me now. He's freaking out, cold sweat starting to break. Wait, Dung Dung was awake this whole time? She whispers to him. Bye, Yifan, you know? Ever since that day, I haven't been able to get you out of my head. Yifan tries to turn around, but Dung Dung stops him. Don't turn around. I'm too embarrassed. She starts pouring her heart out. I never had a chance to see you lately. If only I could see you more often. That'd be so good. But you're always so hard to figure out, so close yet so far away. Holding you like this is the only thing that feels real. Saying that, she hugged him even tighter. Growing up, everyone always did whatever she said. She'd never experienced this kind of intense longing for someone before. I think I'm actually into you, she whispered. Not Fam was speechless. This girl, she continued, I want to figure out if what I feel for you is just admiration or if it's the real deal. So can we just share a bed and a blanket tonight, she asked. He tried to steer her back to reality. Whoa, Dung Dung, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're saying? She whispered back. No, I'm perfectly clear-headed. Please. Not Fam sat up and she asked sadly, Not Fam, are you leaving? Before she could even finish, he silenced her with a kiss. He felt his face heat up. A real gentleman wouldn't turn a girl down, especially when she's crying, and now she was crying even harder. Nat Fam. They stayed locked in that kiss. The next morning, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Man, I'm wiped out. Slept way too late. Not Fam looked around his room, shaking his head. He reached for his phone. It was early. Where did she go? He read the message Dung Dung left. Bak Not Fam, after last night, I've thought it through. I really do like you. But I need some space to process my feelings. And about last night, don't tell my sister yet. Not Fam felt bummed. They say men are cold-hearted after getting what they want, but here he was, the one feeling left behind, and he thought they were on the same page. Suddenly, a realization hit him, and he started to panic. Crap. If that crazy older sister of hers, who's obsessed with protecting her, finds out what happened between me and Dung Dung, she'll literally skin me alive. Caught up in the moment, he hadn't even thought about the massive gap between their families. In the other world, where Not Fam lived, a bird flew by and was shot down. Finger of shattered gold. He caught the bird. After being simplified on Earth, the finger of shattered gold was perfect for long-range strikes. He healed the bird, practiced controlling the power, and let it fly off. Now he had another ace up his sleeve for when he faced strong enemies. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy surged from the opposite mountain, followed by a resonant sound, the heavenly sound bell from the Five Elements Mountain. Louis sprinted toward him like a maniac. Brother Fam, the elder is summoning all outer sect disciples. Something huge is going down. He went to check it out. Kin Thong made the announcement. Listen up, all Outer Sect disciples, we've just received word. The Fiend Lord of the Asura demonic sect has slaughtered a small town on the border of Yen and captured 180,000 people to fuel his demonic arts. It's a monstrous crime. After consulting with the True Marshal and Myriad Treasures Holy Lands, we've decided to act in the name of justice. We are going into the ancient demon abyss to take this guy out. The disciples started buzzing. What? The ancient demon abyss? Qin Thuong continued, this expedition is voluntary for Outer Sect disciples. The top 3 performers will be rewarded with a Vong Tran pill, the Hong Uyan sword, a top-tier artifact, and a manual for the Bon Win decision, an elite human-grade martial art. If you're interested, head over to the Sect Affairs Hall to sign up. They were setting off in one day. Hearing about the rewards, everyone was getting hyped. A Vong Tran pill? Are you kidding me? Did I hear that right? You heard right. That's a mid-grade spirit pill. Word is, if you're at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm and take it, you've got a 90% chance of breaking through to the Divine Ability realm. Another disciple added, plus a top-tier artifact and an elite human-grade manual. The Outer Sect never gives out prizes like this. This training mission definitely isn't just a simple drill. Louis asked Not Pham, Brother Pham, what do you think? Not Pham laid out his thoughts. With all 3 holy lands involved, the higher-ups probably just want us Outer Sect disciples to show off and bring glory to the sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be throwing such good loot at us. Hua Tuan looked worried. But the ancient demon abyss is the demon's main base. Anyone who goes in there barely makes it out alive. Brother Bach, do we really have to go? Louis was fired up. Let's go. Screw it. Even if we don't land in the top 3, just taking out a few demons and sharpening our skills is worth it. Not Pham agreed with Louis. Then let's do it. I've been looking for a place to train anyway. He frowned, thinking to himself, but what if this mission is just being pushed by spies in the Holy Land's high command? If that's true, this is going to be dangerous. Trong Thiet piped up. If we're going, we can't go in empty-handed. We need to gear up properly. Not Pham looked at him, confused. Gear up? Truong Tiet explained, the ancient demon abyss has 99 floors, each one a mini-world. Combined, the space inside is over 100 times larger than the entire continent. The abyss is pitch black year-round and crawling with subterranean demonic beasts, yakshas, rakshasas, demons, ogres, blood demons, asuras, you name it. The abyss is full of rare treasures, especially spirit herbs and subterranean minerals. The deeper you go, the more there are. But the deeper you go, the deadlier the beasts get. Still, since they live underground, all these demons have one weakness. They absolutely hate sunlight. Tom Vu added, so we need to stock up on night-shining pearls or glowing talismans. Once he heard that, Not Pham had a plan. Afraid of sunlight, huh? Well, that makes things easy. 3 days later, outside Obsidian City. King Thong gave them a quick briefing. This is Obsidian City, a hub for cultivators and warriors. You can sell demonic beast parts or buy healing pills here. There are many entrances to the ancient demon abyss outside the city. He handed out talismans. These are communication talismans, shared between the 3 holy lands and 5 major sects. If you're in trouble, feed them your spirit energy. If you're lucky, someone might come to save you. He kept going. Cleansing Realm Disciples, train on floors 4 and 5. Opening Realm Disciples, train on floors 6 and 7. Purple Mansion Realm Disciples, train on floors 8 and 9. And as for floor 10 and below, unless you've reached the Divine Ability realm, don't even think about it. You're just going there to die. Got it? The group answered in unison. Got it! Qin Thuong ordered. All right, dismissed. They split up into their squads and headed out. Hua Tuan told the other 3, guys, my demon sword is getting worn out. I'm gonna hit the city and grab a new weapon. Tam Vu agreed. Good call. We need to stock up on rations anyway. Let's go together. At the weapon shop, Not Pham scanned the place. This sword doesn't look bad. Obsidian City is really something else. A small shop like this even has such high-quality weapons. Tan Heng grabbed a sword right next to Hua Tuan. Look, sweetheart, I laid eyes on this blade first. Sun Heng from the Statue Armor Sect wanted to snatch it, but he was too weak to back up his talk. What sweetheart, you punk? I clearly saw it before you did. Zhao Tuo stepped up, grabbed Sun Heng's shoulder and warned him. Look, kid from the Statue Armor Sect, don't get twitchy. I think these guys are from the 5 Elements Holy Land. Sun Heng sneered at him. So what if they're from the 5 Elements Holy Land? They're nothing but a bunch of scrubs looking to ride the coattails of the real heavy hitters. Scared, are we? Yifan furrowed his brow, thinking, where did this moron pop up from? Just here to hand over some free XP? Liu Wei stepped up, annoyed. Listen, lady, you can't just talk like that. Even if we aren't the top dogs, we're still a holy land. We're miles ahead of third-rate sects like yours. Hua Chen saw things spiraling and tried to intervene. Senior brother Liu Wei. Sun Heng shrieked in rage. Who are you calling a third-rate sect? You fat pig, open your damn eyes and look. The Statue Armor Sect is a second-tier sect officially recognized by the continent. Liu Wei scoffed. Second tier, third tier, what's the difference? To a disciple of the Holy Land, you're all just trash. Sun Heng lost it and pulled her blade ready to kill. Who are you calling trash? Die, a voice boomed. Cut it out. Yifan held his sword against her throat. Bai Yifan here. I don't usually hit women, but I'll make an exception for an annoying brat like you. She was shaking her boots. He was way too fast. She hadn't even seen him move. He growled. Drop the sword and get lost. Sun Heng, seething with anger, told her crew to back off. It's just a broken sword anyway. Who cares? Let's go. Tumvu handed the sword to Hua Chun. Junior sister Hua, take it. Thank you, senior sister. Yifan turned to her. Junior sister Hua, you need to train harder. Otherwise, people are just going to keep pushing you around. If you end up in the demon pit, you can't rely on everyone to protect you every single second. She replied, voice heavy, I understand. Tumvu leaned in to comfort her. Bai Yifan is just worried about you. He doesn't mean to be harsh. You've got to be tough to forge good steel. Just focus on your training from now on. I will. She nodded. Senior sister, I get it. Elsewhere, Sun Heng took a blast of spiritual energy right to the face. Every disciple with her fell to their knees in terror, her previous shouting silenced. Trash. You've completely embarrassed us. She covered her face in fear. I'm sorry, Elder Zhang. I've brought shame to the sect. He looked down at her from above. Didn't I warn you all about Black Jade City? Don't start fights you aren't 100% sure you can win, especially against the Five Elements Holy Land. Elder Zhang of the Statue Armor sect sat down and rubbed his temples. The Five Elements Holy Land might be declining, but there's a chance they'll get promoted to a first-tier sect at this upcoming gathering. If that happens, one of the 10 Holy Land seats will be at risk. Even though we're a second-tier sect with the backing of the true martial Holy Land, we might still have a shot. But you lot, his eyes burned with rage. You had to go and tarnish our reputation at such a critical moment, and lose to an outer sect disciple at that. I don't care how you do it, you will restore our honor, or else you'll face the consequences. Sun Heng bowed low, understood. On the outskirts of Black Jade City, Yifan stared at the gateway beneath the tree. This is it, the closest entrance to the ancient demon pit. Everyone ready? Let's go! They all shouted in unison. Let's do it! Inside the 6th level of the demon pit, they stepped into a different realm. Not many demon beasts left around here. Let's finish these off and take a breather. Liu Wei slashed an abyssal beast and replied, Sword of the Gale, done. Zhang Tie also finished off a monster, die. Liu Wei wiped the blood off his blade. We've made it to the 6th level in just a few days. We must kill nearly 1,000 beasts. No wonder this place is a den for demons. Zhang Tie was brimming with confidence. Bring on more, they're no match for us. Tumvu stumbled upon something and called them over. Look, I found a spirit demon root. Zhang Tie took one look. Nice, you can tell just by looking that it's top tier. Tumvu boasted about its value. This thing will fetch a crazy price. You guys have all gotten yours, so I couldn't just come up empty-handed, right? Yifan stepped up. It's time. Let's split up here. I'm heading down to the 7th level to check it out. Your cultivation base isn't stable enough, so you guys stay here. Liu Wei asked, Brother Fan, you're going alone? He patted Liu Wei's shoulder to reassure him. I came to the demon pit to train. I can't just hang out in the safe zone doing nothing. Liu Wei, you're the strongest one here. Take care of Tumvu and the others. Liu Wei slapped his hand. Don't sweat it. Hua Chun approached timidly. Senior Brother Bai, can you hold off for a few more days? I haven't even found one spirit herb yet. Yifan didn't budge, turning to leave. Get away to help you find one. The demon pit is huge. There's bound to be plenty more treasure. Liu Wei chimed in. Don't worry, Hua Chun, we've all got our herbs. The next one we find is yours. Disappointment flickered across her face. Right, the 7th level. Down there, red demons were tearing through human flesh. Is this hell? We can't win. We really can't win. These 6th-level demon beasts, these yakshas, are absolutely terrifying. A disciple hid behind a rock, trembling. The seniors in front of me couldn't even block 3 hits from a yaksha before they were killed. What kind of trial is this? What reward? I should just sneak out while they're distracted. Suddenly, a demon appeared right in front of him, grinning wickedly. He was paralyzed with terror. Help! Somebody help! The demon funneled power into its weapon and swung. As the trident lunged toward him, he thought, I'm done for. He gritted his teeth, full of regret. This is really the end. I don't want to die yet. Just in the nick of time, a blast of light struck the yaksha, causing it to explode. The others met the same fate. I didn't expect the first monsters I'd run into on the 7th level would be yakshas. The remaining yakshas turned toward the source of the power. Yifan smiled. Perfect. I can use you guys to practice my new flying style skill. The disciple stammered, unable to believe it. I'm saved? He walked over and stepped on a yaksha's corpse. All right, let's play. Yifan glanced behind him and saw a whole group of yakshas approaching. Why are there only a few? The disciple screamed. Oh no, you've drawn them all over here. Hey, little brother, do you have any glowing protective artifacts on you? Yifan gathered his energy, his tone oozing confidence. Nope, I don't need that junk. The guy was shaking like a leaf. Are you out of your mind? Even if that guy was stronger than you, he's dead now. We're screwed. There are way too many of them. We're not making it out of here. Before he could even finish his rant, the music cuts in. Not Fam calms him down. Chill, these bottom feeders ain't enough to break a sweat. The disciple stares, jaw dropped, watching Not Fam wreck the whole pack like it's nothing. What the? Not Fam hoists his blood sword onto his shoulder. Don't judge a book by its cover, kid. Power ain't just about looks. A wave of Yasha demons swarms in 7 at the cleansing marrow stage, 5 at the spirit opening stage. He instantly unleashes a barrage of his sword style, shredding through them. Not Fam scans the area when suddenly a trident whistles through the air. Didn't expect a heavy hitter to show up. The music kicks in as he blurs into motion, dodging the strike. He eyes the Yasha hovering above, sizing it up. This Yasha demon, gotta be at the middle purple palace stage, right? Finally, someone worth a fight. He decides to go for the head, take out the leader first. They clash instantly. Not Fam style, let's see what you've got. Blazing flame slash. The demon blocks, but Not Fam keeps the pressure on. Not bad, fast reflexes. Let's see how you handle this. He channels energy into his other hand. Try this on for size. Evolve shattering gold finger. The Yasha takes the hit, chest blown wide open. Not Fam just gives a twisted grin. Shattering gold claw, finish it. The demon shrieks in pure shock. How did he drop a purple palace Yasha in a single blink? Seeing their boss go down, the rest of the pack lets out a panic wail and scatters. Is this guy really from our sect? That power is just straight up insane. Not Fam forms a sphere of energy at his fingertip, aiming it right at the remaining demons. Trying to run, you already walked into my turf. Might as well stay here forever. The Yasha heads start rolling on the ground. The disciple can't believe his eyes, just muttering to himself over and over. This guy, he's a total beast. Not Fam picks up 2 horns looking pumped. Yasha horns good for crafting, plus 200 contribution points. Not like I need the points, but might as well rack 'em up. He puts his hands behind his head and strolls away, happy. The shattering gold finger worked way better than expected. Maybe I should train my toes next. The kid scrambles after him. Wait up, boss, let me tag along. Not Fam is laid back on the ground, arms behind his head, chewing on a blade of grass. 2 days have passed since then, and he's run into plenty of underground monsters. 2-headed demonic hounds, blackwater demonic snakes, scavenger beetles. He's wiped out 3 or 4 packs of Yashas already. Where the hell is the entrance to the 8th level? I'm done bullying the weaklings on the 7th. Suddenly, his transmission talisman lights up, flashing like crazy. What now? Sounds like someone's calling for help. Looks like it's coming from over there. Huini, sword in hand, stands in front of her 2 junior sisters as she screams, "Triotak, Tan Hung, let them go. What the hell do you want?" The 2 sisters have blades pressed against their throats, crying out in terror. Junior sister, Tan Hung speaks up, "You stupid broad. You really think your 5-element sacred land still has the prestige it had hundreds of years ago?" She sneers, "You're at the bottom of the 10 great sacred lands, barely even worthy of the name anymore. What's with the attitude?" Triotak chimes in with a greasy grin. "Exactly. Heard your spiritual veins are bone dry and your treasury is running on empty. Don't even bother reporting this to the 100 Sex Alliance. You guys are going to collapse any day now." She orders, "Drop your talismans and weapons now, or I'll kill them." The youngest junior sister is sobbing. "Huini, senior sister, save me." The group immediately drops their gear. "Fine, just don't hurt them." Tan Hung laughs, feeling great. "Burn them. Let's see you call for help now." She signals the crew to surround the girls. The group immediately moves in, cornering the 3 girls. "Understood." Huini is fuming. "What do you want? We did what you asked. When are you letting them go?" Triotak makes a nasty face. "What do we want? Listen close, strip, and don't make me say it twice." The guys around them start chiming in, stripping down. "Yeah, strip down. Let's get a look." Tan Hung gets the hint and tells the other sisters to clear out. "Senior brothers, hurry it up. We'll head out." The senior brothers have these hungry looks on their faces, laughing like sickos. You Sacred Land disciples are always so stuck up and righteous. Today, let's see if you're any different from the girls working the street-side brothels. Huini is shaking with pure rage. You bunch of trash." The other sisters are just as pissed. "Senior sister Huini, let's just die fighting these animals. Even if we take one of them down, as long as one of us makes it out, we'll make sure they pay." Hearing that, the guys get even more worked up. "Brothers, don't let these ladies run. All together now, strip them clean." A shadow flickers. The guy named Triu gets splattered with blood as he hits the dirt. The guy next to him gasps, "Senior brother Triu?" She hears the scream and spins around. "What happened?" he shrieks. "Senior brother Triu, he's gone." The others go pale. What was that?" "It was so fast." They turn around. "Who is it?" Not Fam answers immediately. "Just a bunch of cowards bullying women. You guys are second-rate sect trash. You definitely earned that reputation." As soon as Tan Hung sees him, she shrieks, "It's you!" She panics, knowing this guy is no joke. "Run! Everyone run!" He points a finger at the crowd and unleashes the shattering gold finger. "You think you're running away right under my nose?" Everyone around her drops instantly. "Senior brother, junior sister," Not Fam closes in on her. "I told you, I don't hit women, unless they're acting like complete lunatics." Tan Hung is terrified. He's way too fast. He stands right in front of her with cold, dead eyes. "And honestly, I don't kill women either. Except for total trash." She trembles, begging, Don't do it." Tan Hung is shaking, tears streaming down her face. "I was wrong! Don't kill me, please!" Blood splatters. She couldn't escape her fate. Huini steps up to thank him for the group. "Junior brother Nat Fam, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have been in real trouble today." The other sisters agree. "Exactly. Those animals from the statue armor sect, who knows what they would have done to us?" Not Fam is humble. "We're from the same sect. It's the right thing to do." "Actually, I do have a question. Do you girls know where the entrance to the 8th level is?" His question leaves them all stunned. "The 8th level?" Huini replies, "Junior brother Bach, I heard the 8th level might have a spirit realm monster boss guarding it. You need to be careful if you're heading down there." Not Fam nods. "Thanks for the heads up, senior sister. I'll be careful." She points him in the right direction. "If that's the case, I won't hold you back. Head out of the forest this way, and you'll see a river. Follow that river for about 30 miles, and you'll find the entrance." Not Fam happily pulled out 2 Yaksha's horns. "Thanks, senior sister, for the heads up. Take these horns. Consider them a thank you gift for the info." Huini was stoked. "Thanks." He then pulled out a flask. "Also, here's some spirit beast milk. Drink it and you'll heal up way faster." Everyone was hyped when they heard that. "No way, actual spirit beast milk? That's legendary stuff for restoring vitality. That bottle's gotta be worth at least 7,800 spirit stones." Junior brother Bach is seriously loaded. Not Fam waved goodbye to the senior sisters. "No worries, gotta roll." Huini waved back. Take it easy, junior brother. Hit us up when you're free, all right? The girls kept staring at his back, totally mesmerized. One of them chimed in. Nat Pham is straight up stand-up, generous, and honestly, he's a total looker too. The other girls were all nodding in agreement. For real, he's fine. Little did they know, two guys nearby had seen the whole thing and were green with envy. Wang Dong spat out, "This is trash. We ran into that kid Nat Pham again. The guy's luck is just ridiculous." Cao Duang jumped in. "Forget the spirit beast meat? He even had spirit beast milk? I'm starting to wonder if he managed to snag an entire beast carcass." They heard footsteps approaching. "I knew I couldn't expect anything useful from you two," Wang Mong said, sneering. "Brother, you're honestly pathetic." Wang Dong immediately put on a fake happy face. "Mong Ni, what are you doing here?" Cao Duang was leering at her chest, grinning like a creep. "Yo, Wang Dong, how come you didn't tell me you had such a hot sister? Hey, little lady, you interested?" Before he could even finish, Wang Mong's sword tip was right under his chin. Cao Duang started begging for his life. "Please, miss, have mercy!" She barked back. "Shut your trap, you dirty pig. One more step toward me and see if I don't chop your head off." Sweat was pouring down Cao Duang's face. "Yes, I won't do it again." She sheathed her sword. "Get lost! Move it!" He hunched over, shaking like a leaf. "Yes, ma'am." "Yes." Wang Dong quickly lowered his voice to calm her down. "Mong Ni, I thought you were an inner sect disciple. Why are you out here? And damn, your cultivation level went up again." She replied. "I just finished my seclusion training. I'm at the late stage of the Purple Palace realm now. I'm tagging along with the Elder to the 9th floor of the Demon Pit for some real combat practice." She called them out. "Didn't I tell you guys to handle that punk Nat Pham for me? You saw him and didn't even try?" He scratched his head, looking nervous. "Mong Ni, listen, let me explain." Cao Duang gritted his teeth. "Look, with how strong we are right now, even if we find Hot Pham, there's no guarantee we can actually take him down. It's called knowing when to back off. You wouldn't get how strong he is." She smirked. "Who said anything about you two needing to kill Nat Pham yourselves? I've got a plan that'll make sure he ends up in an unmarked grave." Elsewhere in the woods, Nat Pham spotted a whirlpool in the middle of the lake. The center of that lake, that's probably the entrance to the 8th floor, right? Suddenly, his communication talisman started glowing. "No way? Someone's in trouble and calling for help?" He took off flying. "Forget it. Saving someone is more important." He heard a desperate scream. "Help me!" He was shocked to see Hua Tuan. What is she doing here? She was fending off a bunch of Yaksha ghouls while screaming. "Stay back! Help! Someone to help!" He blasted the Yakshas with his golden finger attack, but his mind was racing. Aren't Hua Tuan and her crew supposed to be training on the 6th floor? Why are they all the way up on the 7th? In a blink, the Yakshas exploded. She looked relieved. "Yes, I'm saved." Nat Pham called her name. "Hua Tuan?" She collapsed into his chest. "Senior Brother Bach, is it really you? Why are you here?" He quickly asked. "I should be asking you the same thing. Where are Aoi and Tam Vu? Why aren't they with you?" She started bawling. "Senior Brother Bach, you have to save Senior Brother Aoi. We ran into a Yaksha boss. It's been chasing us forever. Senior Brother Trong Thiet and Senior Sister Tam Vu, they're already gone. Senior Brother Au is hiding in a cave right now. Senior Brother Bach, please, go save him." Nat Pham was thrown off, but he kept pressing for answers. "Trong Thiet and Tam Vu are gone, and why would you end up on the 7th floor?" She looked clueless. 7th floor? Wait, this is the 7th floor? Oh god, I was panicking. I wasn't watching where I was running. I didn't realize I'd made it this far. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "Where's Lu Hui?" "Take me to him right now," she quickly agreed. "Okay." Hua Tuan led him to the entrance of a cave. "Senior Brother Bach, he's in there. He's trapped in this cave." After they headed inside, she started acting weird, looking confused. "Why is it so quiet in here? Don't tell me, Aoi." Nat Pham didn't know the full story yet, so he tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, let's just go inside and see." The cave was pitch black and seemed endless. She whispered, looking scared. "It's so dark in here," he replied in a steady voice. "It's cool. Just stick behind me." After walking for a bit, Nat Pham covered his nose. "What is that stench?" Hua Tuan called out from behind, sounding terrified. "Senior Brother Bach, slow down. It's really dark. I'm scared." Suddenly, she pulled out a yellow charm and started chanting. Nat Pham was quick. He grabbed her wrist before she could do anything. "So, you finally showed your true colors." She shrieked. "What are you doing?" He snatched the charm from her hand. "Let's see. A binding charm? You trying to trap me?" Hua Tuan looked guilty and started stuttering. "Bach! Senior Brother Bach, what are you talking about?" It's so dark. I pulled out a fire charm to see, but I grabbed the wrong one by mistake." Nat Pham wasn't buying it. He didn't care about being a gentleman. He grabbed her throat. "Do I look like a toddler to you? Tell me exactly what's going on." Hua Tuan coughed, trying to lie her way out. I don't know. Senior Brother Bach, I really don't know." He lost his patience and snarled. "You've been playing me since the start. I already thought it was weird. A mid-stage body-cleansing cultivator like you just strolling around here without getting wrecked? Must be nice having that kind of luck." Nat Pham squeezed his fist and demanded, "Where are the other three, including Lu Hui?" The corner of her mouth was bleeding, but she refused to spill. "Help! Help me!" Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the front of the cave, sending rocks flying everywhere. He shouted, "What? The entrance blew up!" Nat Pham scanned the area. The exit was completely blocked. Then, from deep within the cave, a high-pitched screeching sound echoed like a swarm of animals. "What the hell is that?" The noise got closer. He saw cold, murderous eyes staring at him from the dark. When he finally saw what it was, he realized it was a swarm of blood-sucking bats coming for him. Not Pham let go of Hua Tuan's throat as the bloodsuckers swarmed in. "So this was your plan all along, to take me down with you?" She collapsed on the ground, covering her face and coughing. After things settled, Hua Tuan scrambled toward the cave exit, screaming, "No, not like this. Let me out. Why is it ending like this? Didn't you guys already cut me a deal? You said if I helped you out, you'd let me go." Wang Meng smirked as she watched, thinking, this Shu Chun is honestly such a moron. She really bought every word they fed her. Behind Wang Meng, the trio Xu Wei, Xin Yu, and Zhang Tie were all tied up. 2 hours earlier, the three of them, along with Shu Chun, had been cornered by Wang Teng's crew and forced to their knees. Wang Teng barked a threat, "Start talking or else." Zhang Tie just tuned him out and snapped back, "What are you even trying to do? You're gonna kill your own sectmates? That's against the rules. Aren't you worried we'll report you to the elders?" Wang Teng sneered, looking down at them with pure contempt. "Honestly, I don't have a grudge against you guys. But don't blame me. Blame the fact that you're tight with him. I'm just using you to get to him." His arrogant trash talk made Xinyu's blood boil. She spat back through gritted teeth, "You spineless, backstabbing cowards. To think you'd cook up something this pathetic, we'll never let you get away with it." Wang Teng, feeling triggered, crouched down and used a finger to toy with her chin. "Look, you don't have to like it, but I'll give you one shot. Whichever one of you steps up and helps us bait Bai Yifan here, I'll let that person live." Xinyu turned her head away in disgust and shouted, "Back off, don't you even think about it." Xu Wei also chimed in, shouting with conviction, "In your dreams, pal. Even if I die, I'm not betraying my brothers." That set Wang Teng off. He didn't hold back and kicked Xu Wei hard in the stomach. "If you've got so much guts, then go ahead and die." He went flying back from the hit. Xinyu screamed in panic, "Away, away, are you okay?" Wang Teng drew his blade and held it right against Zhang Tie's neck. "What about you? You looking to die too?" Zhang Tie wasn't even flinching. "Kill me if you want, just do it already," Xinyu added. "That's right, you think I'm scared of a bunch of losers like you? Do your worst." Just then, Wang Meng noticed Shu Chun, who was still shivering in the corner. "What about you? Not scared of dying?" "Shu Chun, my dear junior sister, what about you?" The girl looked pale as a ghost when she was put on the spot. Before Shu Chun could even get a word out, Wang Meng smiled, knelt down and patted her on the shoulder. "Shu Chun, just say yes to bringing Yifan here, and we'll let you go and throw in a piece of demon grass, too." She started playing her mind games. "How's that sound? Look, how long have you been tagging along with them? Have you even found a single piece of spirit grass yet? Do they even think of you as one of them?" Shu Chun started to cave, stammering, I. Wang Meng leaned in close, whispering seductively, "Honestly, you don't need to feel bad about working with us. Lu Wei and the rest of them are already dead. You'll be safe when you head back to the shrine. Plus, after this is over, you'll be one of us. Do you know I'm an inner circle disciple? As long as I've got your back, nobody at the shrine will ever dare to mess with you again." While Shu Chun wasn't looking, Wang Meng flashed a wicked, manipulative grin. Zhang Tie couldn't take it anymore and growled, "I despise you. Woman, stop wasting your breath." Shu Chun is not that kind of person. But it looked like he was wrong. After just a few words, she was already shaking. "What should I do?" And just like that, Shu Chun chose to betray them. Wang Teng laughed, sucking up to her. "It's all thanks to my Suoni for coming up with such a brilliant plan. Yifan has nowhere to run this time." Wang Meng bragged, "Obviously. Anyway, I've got to go back to my elder act so he doesn't get suspicious. I'll leave the rest to you guys." Wang Teng watched her leave and said excitedly, "You got it. Just leave the rest to us." Meanwhile, inside the blocked-off cave, Yifan was holding his own against a swarm of bats, with the dead weight of Shu Chun behind him. He was analyzing the situation as he fought. These bloodsuckers aren't strong individually, but there are so many of them. Even a late-stage Zifu realm expert would have a headache dealing with this, but if you think you can take me out with this, you're seriously underestimating me. He gripped a talisman and channeled his spiritual energy. "I activate Tree Cage Protection. This barrier is the strongest defensive charm I've got. It'll hold off the damage for a while." As he focused, the charm let out a weird, eerie energy, forming a shield all around Yifan. Shu Chun, left outside the barrier, crawled over and begged, "Brother Bai, please let me in. I don't want to die." Yifan asked, "Tell me, who sent you to set me up?" Shu Chun didn't bother lying anymore and confessed, "It was Wang Teng and Gao Yang and some woman I don't recognize. I told you, just let me in now." Yifan's tone shifted immediately. "Since when did I agree to save you?" She shrieked. "What?" Shu Chun demanded, acting shameless. "How could you? Brother, let me in. You're not the type to just watch someone die." Right then, the bats swarmed her. Shu Chun screamed, get away, Brother Bai. I was wrong. Please, save me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Yifan just scoffed. He watched the bats swarm her and muttered, "You tried to hurt me and ended up hurting yourself." Inside the eerie glow of the shield, Yifan curled his lip in contempt. "You can avoid disasters sent by heaven, but you can't escape the ones you create yourself. Let that be the last lesson this senior brother teaches you." At the same time, outside the cave, Wang Teng heard the screaming coming from inside and smirked. "Hear that death rattle? That brat Yifan is definitely done for." Gao Yang laughed creepily. "What a shame, though. All his resources are buried in there with him." Wang Teng chuckled. "Killing that punk wasn't exactly easy, so don't ask for too much, bro." Gao Yang looked at the captured trio and said, "What about these guys? Just finish them off, or leave them here to rot." Inside, the bats kept slamming into Yifan's barrier, refusing to give up. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "This is annoying. There's just too many of them." the shield isn't going to last much longer. Even though he could just use his Ancient Realm card to head back to Earth and avoid the trouble, he grabbed his sword hilt and drew it. A dark, eerie red energy flared up with his movement. He gritted his teeth. But I came to the demon pit to train. If I run away the moment things get hairy, what kind of cultivator would I be? He yelled out, "Come on out!" Blood energy blade. Instantly, Yifan's speed went through the roof. He moved with insane agility, slicing through every bat his sword touched. The screeching sounds of the beasts filled the air. Yifan thought to himself, with the blood energy blade combined with my shadow step technique, I can strike back faster and hit way harder. No matter how many of these demon bats there are, they're all going down. Yifan's eyes grew ice cold. Next, he whips out a spirit flame talisman and hits the trigger. A dragon made of pure spiritual energy roars to life and charges out. Everywhere that move touches, it leaves a trail of fire that just keeps spreading. The bats get torched into nothingness, their screeching filling the air. Nutfam watches the carnage, thinking, man, this power is straight up wild. But hey, at least they're all getting toasted. Alright, time to handle the freaks outside. He smirks, but then he senses something and whips his head around. Wait, what? Nutfam is losing it, like, no way, there's a bigger one hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive blast of force hits him right where he's standing. With reflexes like a cat, he manages to jump out of the way just in time. This bat is way bigger than the rest. The sound waves it's throwing out are so intense they hit Nutfam like a truck, leaving him completely disoriented. Is that a sonic blast? Damn, that hits hard, my circulation is already shot. The echoes are amplifying and Nutfam realizes he's in deep trouble. This echo is bad news. The cave walls are bouncing the sound around, making it 100 times louder. This terrain is trash for me. I need to dip, like now. He does the math, fighting in a cramped, sealed cave with these sound waves. Yeah, Nutfam is definitely about to get wrecked. But before he can even move, the sonic wave smacks him again. Are you kidding? How is it attacking again already? He gets blasted backward, but instead of hitting solid ground, he flies over a deep drop. Red warning sirens are going off in his head. Crap, it's a bottomless pit! If I don't figure something out, I'm literally gonna die down here. As he's falling into the void, his survival instinct kicks in and he casts Blood Spirit Blade, slamming his sword into the cliffside. Using the friction to kill his momentum, he screams, "Stop already!" He digs his feet in too, doing everything he can to claw at the rock face and slow down. He's panting, thinking, this pit is way too deep and these walls are slicker than ice. There's no way to grab onto anything. But after a massive struggle, he finally brings his fall to a halt. He looks down, face pale, and lets out a shaky breath. Finally, I stopped. If I'd fallen any longer, I'd be a goner for sure. He steps onto the ground below. Since he's basically at the bottom now, he figures he might as well check out what's down here. Nutfam pulls out a talisman, chanting, "Spirit Illumination Fire." The paper glows with a blue flame, lighting his way. He scouts ahead, thinking in all the novels, the hero always finds some secret loot at the bottom of a cliff. Let's see what we've got. The further he goes, the more he sees skeletons and rusted weapons scattered everywhere. Nutfam is genuinely shocked. So many monster remains. There's Yaksha beasts here and a ton of human cultivators too. Don't tell me a massive war between humans and demons went down right here. He wonders about the bodies, and then, right in front of him, he sees a figure. It looks like a human in golden armor with a massive hole in their chest, and they're holding a spear that's punched right through a monster. Nutfam walks up to examine the statue, thinking, let's see here, a demon guy taken out by a weapon, huh? He carefully checks out the bald guy with the gaping hole in his chest. Wait, this body is a human, and that hole is clearly the death blow. He realizes that the old demon and this armored guy must have died years ago, yet their bodies haven't decayed at all. They look incredibly lifelike, and the blood hasn't even dried yet. These two must have been absolute monsters in terms of power. Nutfam looks around, piecing it together. If I'm not wrong, these two were probably top-tier legends from the demon and human races who just ended each other here. The skeletons outside must have been their lackeys. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Nutfam glances over, muttering, "Huh? What's this?" He picks up the item and opens it, feeling a massive surge of energy. Out of nowhere, a spooky voice echoes, making Nutfam break into a cold sweat. "Little friend?" He spins around, guard up, and shouts, "Who's there?" He sees a ghost drifting out of the armored guy's body. Good, very good. I've been hanging on by a single thread of soul for over 9,000 years, and finally I've found someone with potential. Seeing the spirit, Nutfam is stunned. 9,000 years? A remnant soul lasting that long? Even a 10th level master couldn't pull that off. The soul asks calmly, "Little friend, what's your name? Where are you from?" Nutfam clasps his hands in a respectful salute. "I'm Bak Nutfam from the Five Elements Holy Land." Internally he's thinking, with a powerhouse like this, even as a soul, I've got to show some respect. Hearing that, the soul laughs. "Five Elements Holy Land. So you're a disciple from the Holy Land? Good. Do you know who I am?" Nutfam frowns, scanning the soul. "May I ask for your name, senior?" He's already planning his exit. If things go south, he's hauling it back to Earth. Suddenly, the soul transforms into the full appearance of the human emperor, Hianvian Qingtian. "I am the ancestor of the Imperial Holy Land." Nutfam's jaw hits the floor. "You're the ancestor of the Imperial Holy Land?" He pales, sweat dripping down his face. The ancient texts say the Imperial Holy Land had 3 ancestors, known as the Heaven, Earth, and Man Emperors. Every single one of them had godlike powers. Fearing this spirit really is the ancestor, he bows his head respectfully. The ancestor sighs. It's normal for you not to believe me. It's been nearly 10,000 years. The outside world probably doesn't remember my name anymore. The human emperor recalls the battlefield covered in smoke and fire. Back then, during the human-demon war, I led the 3,000 Hianvian guards to take on the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor of the Sun-Moon sect. We tore through the Eternal Demon Pit and wiped out countless demon nests. In the end, I fought that demon emperor all the way to this abyss, and we both ended up here. Nutfam opens the scroll, listening as the emperor continues. Little friend, the scroll you picked up is my life-bound artifact. It's the demon sealing board, one of the 3 treasures of the Imperial Holy Land that can crush any demon in existence. Not even demon emperors or gods are safe. It's basically the ultimate counter to the demon race. Nutfam is stunned. So this scroll is actually the demon sealing board. Continuation of thought. Wait, this thing is legendary. The human emperor stares at him, adding, my golden armor, the emperor's spear that killed the demon emperor, and the demon emperor's own cauldron. All supreme artifacts that shook the continent. It's just a shame I was unlucky and couldn't complete my grand ambition. He looks down at a dazed Nutfam. Little friend, since we've met, do you want to inherit my legacy? Nutfam asks curiously, what advice does Senior have for me? The human emperor smirks, laying out the terms he thinks are more than fair. Kneel before me, kid, and swear yourself as my disciple. I'll teach you the Imperial Heaven domination art and give you this full set of gear. This is the supreme technique of the Imperial Heaven Sanctuary, divided into 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Man. Master this technique, and you'll be the successor of the Imperial Heaven Sanctuary. You'll bring the highest glory to the Imperial line. The human emperor sees Yifan kneel and says, well then, many thanks, Senior. He drops the act and switches to sweet talk. No need for thanks. It's fate that brought us together here. Then he flashes a super shady grin, thinking his whole scheme is in the bag. The human emperor reaches out toward Yifan's head, saying, hurry, kneel, and I'll pass you this peerless technique immediately. The future of humanity is all on you. But before he can finish, Yifan leaps back, keeping his distance, totally refusing. The human emperor is stunned, just staring at him. Huh? What are you doing? Yifan's eyes go sharp, and he lets out a mocking smirk. Senior, you aren't just pretending to pass on some technique so you can hijack my body, are you? The human emperor immediately looks guilty and furrows his brows, trying to deny it. How could you even think that? I am the human emperor, one of the strongest legends of humanity. Why would I ever need to take over a little punk like you? Yifan turns to walk away, laughing out loud. Yeah, it must just be my overactive imagination. But look, I'm a disciple of the 5-element sanctuary. Without my master say-so, switching to someone else's sect is total disloyalty. Keep your legacy. Maybe wait for someone else who's actually interested. Seeing that, the human emperor flies at him, pure malice in his voice. You little brat, get back here right now. Yifan's jaw drops in shock. Almost instantly, the human emperor's soul lunges to trap him, snarling. I've waited 10,000 years. You think I'm just going to let you walk away? Hand over your body. Yifan was ready for this. He taps the ring on his finger, thinking, I knew it. I knew the creep had an agenda. Good thing I haven't used my world jumping limit yet today. Then he mentally shouted to return. And at that exact moment, 5-colored light erupted from the ring in every direction, blindingly bright as space and time instantly warped. Yifan lay on his bed, raising an eyebrow with a silent thought. Finally back, man. If I stayed any longer, I would have been some puppet on that dude's strings. He stretched out and let out a long, comfy sigh. Time to chill at home for a bit, then I'll grab some magical gear to mess that old geezer up. But he hadn't even been chilling for 5 seconds when the human emperor, looking like a little ball of energy, popped up behind him, eyes wide, barking, Who you calling an old geezer, you little punk? Yifan jumped out of his skin, pupils shrinking, and screamed in a total panic. How'd you get here? The guy was just venting non-stop. Where the hell am I? Why am I here? You jerk, what kind of dark magic did you pull on me? There wasn't a shred of spiritual power left, which had Yifan tilting his head, confused as hell. Wait, what? Then he broke into a cold sweat, narrowing his eyes as he thought, what is going on? This soul ghost is actually the human emperor? No way, he actually hitched a ride back here? The emperor, still just a spirit, squinted at the electric light hanging above, wondering, what kind of magical artifact is this? It's pumping out this crazy bright light. How come I've never seen anything like this before? Yifan, standing to the side, suddenly clocked something and his eyes lit up. Hold up. I thought even if I could bring back some skills, anything physical from that continent would just disintegrate when hitting Earth. Why is this remnant soul still here? He held up the ruby ring, guessing, looks like there's way more to this ancient ring than I thought. Suddenly, the human emperor flew over in a rage, yelling, Hey kid, why is everything like this? What the hell is this place? And are you going to give me back my power, or what? Before he could even finish, Yifan grabbed the vacuum and sucked him right inside, mocking him. Shut up, you're annoying as hell. I'm locking you in here for now. The human emperor went ballistic, screaming, What kind of soul-sucking trap is this? After a long while, Yifan sat with his legs propped up on the couch, eyebrows raised as he watched the human emperor trapped inside a transparent cube, furiously pounding on the walls. You worthless little punk, let me out right now! Yifan frowned, looking super annoyed. Quit wasting your energy, listen up. I ask, you answer. The old man just gritted his teeth, refusing. I am the great human emperor ancestor. You think you can threaten me? Yifan immediately whipped out the vacuum cleaner again, eyes glowing red with a sinister glare. You sure about that? The human emperor turned pale, straight up crying and begging for mercy. All right, I'll talk. Just put that cursed vacuum away. Seriously, put it away! Yifan poked the side of the box, squinting as he asked, Are you actually the human emperor ancestor from the Imperial sacred land? Hearing that, the emperor crossed his arms and sneered, Dumb question. Like I'd lie about that? That only made Yifan more suspicious. If you're the leader of humanity, why were you trying to possess your own descendants, doing whatever it took to take over their bodies? Being insulted like that, the emperor looked sour as a lemon, sneering with pure contempt. You try being locked in the abyss for nearly 10,000 years and see how you act. Once you're craving freedom that bad, who cares about morals or conscience anymore? Yifan narrowed his eyes, getting into gossip mode, ready to grill him some more. All right, let me ask you, how many magical artifacts down in the abyss are broken or busted? Are any of them actually still usable? Yifan was thinking, I'm not exactly lacking in cultivation resources. It's the gear and combat techniques I really need. The human emperor crossed his arms, shut his eyes, and started spilling the tea. My human emperor halberd, the human emperor armor, and even the 8 Desolations demon emperor's lightning prison cauldron are all busted. Their spirit entities are fried too. They're straight up garbage now. Seeing that nothing was left worth keeping, Yifan held up the box and said, Guess you're useless to me then. Might as well send you off to dissipate into nothingness. Just get reincarnated already. The human emperor freaked out and started begging, No. Yeah, those 3 artifacts are trashed, but my demon sealing tablet still works. The origin of this demon sealing tablet is a page from a heavenly book that fell from the immortal realm. It's got insane power. It's practically the ultimate treasure of humanity, the absolute bane of those demons. He shrugged, trying to pull a fast one. Look, little buddy bye, you let me out and I'll teach you how to use this thing. Trust me, the power of this baby will blow your mind. But Yifan just gave him a look of total disdain, unimpressed by his desperate pitch. Start talking, let's hear it. The human emperor flexed his tiny arms and started rambling. My demon sealing tablet has 9 different ways to use it. First, it swallows souls, especially the strong demon souls, to heal or power itself up. Second, it can seal and enslave demons to do your bidding. Third, it allows for the dual cultivation of immortals and demons. Fourth is absorbing heaven and earth energy. Fifth is refining demon materials. After a pause, he kept going. And for the 9th one, you don't even need spiritual power to trigger it. You just burn through your divine energy. Standing to the side listening to all this, Yifan didn't look impressed at all, just giving him a sarcastic wow sounds super cool. Hearing that, the emperor thought it sounded legit, but then he saw Yifan whip out his phone. The human emperor backed off, terrified, and screamed, What kind of magical artifact are you pulling out to deal with me this time? Notfam looked at the glowing phone screen to steady himself. It's fine. Keep going. Didn't you just say you were going to pass down the ultimate divine art of the Sacred Grounds Imperial family to me? I think it's called the Imperial Dominance Art or something. Spill it right now. The more detail you give, the sooner I'll let you go once you're done. However, being an ancient human emperor, he wasn't easily fooled and thought, Nice try, kid. A wise man knows when to play along. Once I get my freedom back, I'm going to make this brat pay for everything. Outside, under the bright sun, the old man's voice echoed. The Imperial Dominance Art is split into heaven, earth, and human tiers. I'm the human emperor, so I've only got the human tier. Time flew by. 2 hours later, Notfam looked at the exhausted human emperor, still trapped in the cube, and wrapped things up. Bottom line, anyone who masters this skill becomes untouchable. Swords can't cut you, fire and water can't hurt you, poisons don't work, and physical attacks just bounce off. That's the magic of this technique. As the old man finished, Notfam checked his phone. Seems like this technique is actually legit, and the explanation wasn't half bad. As for the human emperor, he was lying on his back, tongue hanging out, panting. Finally, done. That wore me out. But before he could even catch his breath, Notfam picked up the box and started giving him a hard time. All right, since you're done talking, you're pretty much useless now. Don't worry, since we met, I'll give you a proper send-off, Notfam said, causing the human emperor to frown in suspicion. What? You're stabbing me in the back? Without my guidance, how are you ever going to remember such a complex divine technique? You'll never be able to master it in a million years. Notfam just held up his phone and played the recording. Move your chi to the intersection of the 4 main meridians. So first you gotta open up those intersecting meridians. Then he smirked and pulled a devious move. Listen, old man, times have changed. Seeing this, the human emperor turned pale, sweating buckets. This world is honestly terrifying. Finally, Notfam tossed him into the microwave and passed judgment. If I let you go, there's no guarantee you won't hurt the rest of the human race. So, off to the afterlife you go. Time to reincarnate. The human emperor frantically slammed his hands against the walls of the box. Let me out! Let me out! He barely got a kid. Wait, don't. Out before he got zapped, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth hung wide open. Meanwhile, Notfam stood there quietly, watching the human emperor sizzle in the microwave. Without a hint of hesitation, he muttered, Safe travels, Emperor. As the green soul drifted up, he pressed his palms together and prayed, Can't leave a threat like you hanging around. It's way too dangerous. This is the only way to be sure. He then pulled out the scroll he'd snatched from the Abyss secret realm. He whispered to himself, All right, now it's the demon sealing board's turn. Not Fam quickly pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the scroll, remembering that the human emperor's soul had said all you need is a blood sacrifice. Suddenly, golden energy flared from his body. Not Fam's jaw dropped. Wait, is this the chaos dimension? He thought, so the demon sealing board actually transported me directly into a soul realm. Does this mean I successfully claimed it? He stood in the middle of the scroll's space, surrounded by flowing golden characters, feeling stoked. It's actually got the whole history of the immortal realm ruling over the demon tribes and all the anti-demon techniques. He reached out, trying to touch the translucent scroll, feeling awestruck. This is wild. It can download the techniques directly into my brain, like a mini-world of its own. Saves me a lot of trouble, at least. With a sly, triumphant look in his eyes, he muttered, "This massive power is mine now. Guess I need to find some demons to test it out." Deep in the 8th level of the myriad demon pit, a beast let out a blood-curdling roar, unleashing red spiritual energy that sent nearby cultivators flying, screaming for their lives. One of them knelt on the ground, using his sword to hold himself up. He shouted, "Big brother, there are too many blood-stained demon wolves. I don't think we can hold out much longer." The one in front held his sword with both hands, shielding his brother. "Hold it together. You want to die here?" The other guy looked down at the sheer cliff behind them and sighed. "But brother, it's a cliff. We're trapped." He tilted his head back, wailing, "Ancestors of the sacred ground, please save me. I haven't even taken a wife or had kids yet. I've followed every rule in the sacred ground. No women, no gambling, nothing. Save me. I'm not ready to die." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed through the pit, making them both spin around in a panic. What was that? Out of nowhere, a new pack of demon beasts appeared, snarling as they charged. Someone screamed, "It's over! We haven't even finished off the first pack, and a whole new one is here." The two brothers looked grim, panicking. "Damn it! Are we really going to die here today? It's our own fault for being greedy and hitting the 8th level too soon." As a demon wolf lunged at their companions with claws bared, one of them froze. "Brother, hold your fire! Something's not right." Their eyes went wide with shock. "Wait, what's going on?" On the other side, the wolves that were supposed to be organized were now tearing each other apart in a brutal frenzy. A cultivator shouted in disbelief, "The demon wolves are slaughtering each other." Watching the fiery gaze of one of the beasts, another person observed, "Everyone, look, something's definitely off. The blood-stained demon wolves that just showed up, they have golden pupils." Meanwhile, Not Fam watched the whole show, smiling. That human emperor guy didn't lie. With the demon sealing board, these demon monsters really can be completely tamed and turned into pets. He thought back to the past when he'd used that golden energy to slash monsters to pieces, feeling pretty smug. "Last time, after using the ancient ring to get back from Earth, I took out that wolf leader pretty fast." Then he remembered using the black and red lightning. "But after I opened that portal, I couldn't find any trace of Wang Dong or Cao Duang." Right now, golden script began to glow on Not Fam's neck, and his eyes flashed with a golden light. He pondered the next move. Meanwhile, the group of cultivators watched the golden-eyed wolves tilting their heads and howling, whispering, "Look, the first pack of wolves is completely wiped out." Are they cheering? Not Fam waved his hand, commanding them, "All done? All right, move out." Instantly, the pack turned their heads in unison, terrifying the cultivators. "They're staring at us! They're coming for us!" However, seeing the pack of wolves howling and throwing themselves off the cliff, the monks screamed in terror. "Wait, those demon wolves aren't attacking us. They're all jumping off to destroy the evidence." While the others were still in a frenzy, Fem thought, "Am I seeing things? Let's go take a look." He turned and walked away, whispering to himself that he'd clean up and head down to the next level. The monks standing at the cliff's edge looked down, stunned, and muttered, "What the hell is going on? It's a miracle. The sacred ancestor must not want a fine disciple like me to die." A divine miracle indeed. Time flies, and here we are on the 9th level of the 10,000 ancient demon pit, watching a bear beast rip a beehive in half with its bare paws. Someone shouted, "Watch out!" Fem caught the dripping honey in a cup and sighed. "Good thing you held back, or I wouldn't have gotten this king bee jade honey." He glanced at the goofy bear, waving its paws to shoo the bees away, and raised an eyebrow in utter contempt. For the past 2 days, he'd used 3 demon wolves to hijack and ambush others, turning each wolf into his servant, and even managed to snag 2 peak-level abyssal demon bears. Recalling the demon beasts he'd collected, he analyzed his situation. With this squad of demon thralls, he could sweep the vast 9th-level forest and slaughter a massive amount of demon kind. Black armored boars, 3-headed demon dogs, venomous spiders, abyss worms. You name it, and the best part? Every time one died, he could enslave a new one to replace it, keeping his combat strength at a constant high. Finally, Fem imagined himself using that golden energy to command an entire army of beasts, thinking, if I can rule an army of demons here in the 10,000 ancient demon pit and expand my territory, it'd be a rush. Anyone who messes with me gets steamrolled by my monster legion. His gaze turned cold as he crossed his arms and started planning. Wang Dong, Cao Duang, you idiots never thought, did you? After I was pushed to the edge, I actually struck gold. I got the human race's supreme demon sealing board. Just you wait. For trying to set me up, I'm gonna make sure you die a real ugly death. Suddenly, a noise in the distance caught Fem's attention. He squinted, curious. What's that sound? After a while, he stood on high ground, looking down at the intense battle filled with smoke, fire, and thunder, and wondered, what's going on here? The people from the 3 great sacred grounds and 5 major sects were all gathered in one spot. Down there, disciples were flying through the air, weapons drawn, shouting at the alien race below. Kill them! Don't back down! The fire cloud demon ape's lair is right in front of us. Seeing this, Ifem's jaw dropped, sweat beating on his forehead. That's the fire cloud demon ape's nest. The sect elder's mission to do justice must have been right here. He jumped off the 1,000-foot cliff, feeling pumped. Rare to see a spectacle like this. Let me get a closer look. Time passed in a flash, and a two-headed flying yaksha, a peak-level beast, soared above Ifem, laughing manically. Meanwhile, he was just trudging along, complaining to himself. Just reach flat ground and hit more demon beasts? The population density on this 9th floor is insane. Suddenly, the yaksha's loud laughter made Ifem stop. A dark, cold decision formed in his heart. Since you're already here, you might as well become my new firepower. As soon as he barked the order, "Demon wolves, take down that yaksha for me," they leapt into the air to attack. Realizing it was outmatched, the yaksha panicked and tried to flee. But Ifem just smirked. "Trying to run, huh?" He coolly commanded, "Abyssal demon bear, knock it down." Immediately, two bears unleashed a powerful blow imbued with golden spiritual energy, slamming it straight into the yaksha's chest. Watching the scene, Ifem thought, that abyssal demon bear is peak level. Dealing with you lot is a piece of cake. Seeing it crash into the ground, he felt a surge of excitement. And I just happened to need a flying beast as a thrall. Ifem put his hands together, chanting a spell and summoned tentacles of golden spiritual energy. Go, demon sealing board. They transformed into cords, binding all 5 peak-level yakshas tight as glowing spiritual runes appeared on their foreheads. Once finished, Ifem sighed with satisfaction. Nice. Picked up 5 more flying yakshas. My thrall army is growing. This is awesome. He looked at them with a pleased gaze, thinking, seems like I've still got juice left. At this rate, capturing 10 wouldn't even be a sweat. A thunderous bolt of lightning struck, scattering the demon beasts. Ifem hurriedly dodged, turning his head in confusion. What the hell is happening? He bolted away at top speed, nervously asking himself, that attack is way too strong. Did they come for me? He climbed onto the back of a yaksha and commanded it to turn back. Go, let's see. After a while, he reached the source. Ifem saw 2 streams of red and gold energy clashing violently in the sky. So the previous attack was just a shockwave from those 2 energy sources. He thought. A shirtless man was fighting a blood-red demon. Ifem assessed the situation. Looks like they're both exhausted, which is why that last attack went wild. It missed its mark. Suddenly, the man threw a punch, unleashing a Tyrant King fist glowing with golden energy, and roared, "You're already weak. Go to hell." From high above, Ifem witnessed everything, pulling on the reins in shock. No magical artifacts in his hand, yet one punch can cause an explosion like that? Is this what an intersect disciple is like? But his opponent, Ashura, wasn't to be trifled with. On the other side, a ball of golden energy shot straight at the guy called Bado, while Ifem casually read the intel on him. Ashura, an underground demon beast far stronger than yakshas or rakshasas. At the commander level, they're on par with a human's divine ability realm. These beasts are covered in bone spikes, incredibly savage, and have actual intelligence. They can even speak human languages. They were also cunning and treacherous. He heard Bado growl, "Damned human, die!" Then it lunged, punching the man in the chest and making him cough up blood. What? How do you still have the strength to dodge? He heard it laugh, a battlefield is no place for hesitation. A moment later, Bado smashed the man off the high cliff, trash-talking him. It had learned that from the humans. After a long while at the bottom of the cliff, Bado looked at the man lying in a pool of blood and sneered, "That should be the end of you, right?" Then it radiated a bloody light, opening its mouth to mock the human cultivator. "Looks like I won this fight. Now, I'll take your heart." Suddenly, a yaksha dove from above, roaring, startling Badu. It looked up and cursed, "Where did you pests come from? I'll gouge your eyes out." It unleashed a flurry of kicks at the yakshas, threatening, "Trying to steal my prey, get lost." However, within seconds, a yaksha pinned it to the ground. Bado screamed in pain and confusion. What the hell? Why aren't these low-level demons obeying me? Then real quick, Bado went full psycho and launched a counterattack, swinging a claw while screaming, "So you're the ones coming for me? Damn it all! Just drop dead, every last one of you." Suddenly, Not Fam popped up right behind it and yelled, "Now's the time," which made Bado's eyes pop out in shock. It took a sword clean to the chest and shrieked, "You annoying little human, where the hell did you come from?" Then a bunch of purple spirit guards swarmed in and pinned Bado down. Stuck and unable to break free, it started howling and cussing up a storm. The creature, usually untouchable, looked like it was losing its mind while being held down by the guards, growling, "This is trash! How could I get taken down by such low-level pests?" Then it erupted with power. It spread its arms, letting out a wave of red spiritual energy that blasted the guards away as it roared, "I'm gonna kill the lot of ya!" Not Fam's jaw just dropped. No way. One hit to take out over 20 monsters from the Purple Mansion realm? This is that boss-level power for real. He quickly clapped his hands together, conjuring a long chain that shot forward. "Too bad you're running on fumes now. You ain't got the juice to fight back." The suppression seal triggered, and the chain lashed toward Badu, who turned around and sneered, This is a slave mark? You tiny little bug from the Internal Mansion realm thinking you can control me? You're dreaming, kid!" Not Fam just smirked, taunting back, "Cut the crap. Just be a good little dog and learn to listen." The chain wrapped tight around Bado, making it howl in agony. It was losing its mind, wondering what kind of mark this was. Seeing Bado still trying to resist, Not Fam's eyes grew cold. "Still fighting back, huh?" he shouted, cranking up the binding force. A glowing gold seal burned onto Bado's forehead, and it started stammering in pure terror. How is this possible? After a long beat, Not Fam slumped to the ground, panting. Finally, it's done. Subduing a boss-level monster at my current level is still a bit of a stretch. He looked at Bado with pride, and the creature finally knelt down to pay its respects. I, Badu, greet my master, Not Fam chuckled. Badu, you actually got a name? That's wild. He looked over at the guy lying cold on the ground. Let's see who this fellow was. Wait, a core disciple of the true martial Holy Land? He reached out to close the guy's eyes. He sighed, trust me, anyone who steps into the eternal demon abyss stopped worrying about life and death a long time ago. Rest easy, man. Not Fam used some magic to snag something off the disciple's body and told Bado, open this, it's got a soul mark on it. Bado replied, by your command. Bado took the ring with both hands, opened its maw, and unleashed lightning to shatter the blue spiritual barrier around it. A moment later, Not Fam held the glowing ring, thinking, nice, let's see what kind of loot we got here. There was a brilliant red stone on the ring, and he started tallying it up. Demon wolf fur, demon bear fur, yaksha horns, yaksha wings, asura bones, plus some spirit herbs and basic artifacts. Not Fam's eyes glinted with a golden light. He gasped inwardly, no way, it's really in here. He hoisted a glowing book high in the air, feeling pumped. The giant spirit fist, a spirit-grade martial art. This must be that terrifying fist technique the guy in yellow was using. After a while, Not Fam snapped back to reality. Standing in his room, he threw a punch, muttering, giant spirit fist. 5 forms, mountain breaker, earth splitter, ocean crusher, heaven shaker, and spirit startler. Each one's more brutal than the last. To pull this off, you gotta fuse your spirit energy with your fist intent. He kept training without stopping. He thought, I don't have enough spirit energy, but since I broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, my soul power is way stronger now. It boosts my strength, willpower, and perception across the board. I can barely make up for the lack of spirit energy with soul power, but this fist intent isn't something you master overnight. Just gotta keep grinding. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. Not Fam stopped, thinking, this giant spirit fist is so cryptic. If it hadn't been simplified back on Earth, I wouldn't have understood a word of it. He looked at the caller ID and was confused. Monsieur Quack, what does she want now? He picked up. Miss Quash, what's up? Everything okay? The voice on the other end shrieked, your online orders are piling up like a mountain at my place. When are you coming to pick them up? Nat Fam turned pale. Crap, I totally forgot about that. He started sweating and buttering her up. Oh, right, my bad. I'll head over today and grab him. He remembered his mom going abroad for the first time, saying she wanted to buy him some stuff. He checked his messages. The chat said, Nat Fam, mom is totally obsessed with the culture out here. We've already hit the same spot like 800 times, and she's dragging dad all over the place. She says she wants to check out the surrounding cities, too. Oh, and she bought a ton of new stuff for you. Not Fam typed back, as long as mom's happy, that's all that matters. Stay close to dad, okay? He needs to stay in good spirits to recover fast. I'll send another 30 million over so you guys can shop and tour in peace. He'd been so busy grinding in the eternal abyss, he'd completely forgotten about the delivery mess and had to ask Miss Quack to receive his packages. So that afternoon, he put on his best charm. Miss Quack, can I ask a huge favor? If any more packages show up, could you receive them for me at your place? Seeing how sincere he looked, she wasn't thrilled, but she gave in. Fine, fine. How much stuff could a single guy like you even buy anyway? Time flew by. Now, Not Fam was walking under an umbrella next to Quash New in the rain, acting all sweet. Long time no see, Miss Quash. I had no idea there were this many packages. My bad, I'm really sorry for the trouble. She turned, acting all generous. Whatever, it's fine. I ain't that petty, and it doesn't look like you did it on purpose. I'll let you slide this time. After a bit, she reached for the door handle. We're here. As soon as they walked in, Mom Quash popped up. Nuni, you're back. I've been waiting for you. Then she spotted Not Fam and looked confused. Wait, who's this? Caught off guard. He scratched his head, sweating. Hey there, Ani. Mom, you've been waiting a long time. Then she looks at Yafan, totally confused. Wait, who is this? Being put on the spot, he scratches his head, sweating. Hello? Quack's mom scoffed. A tenant? Just a tenant, and he's this cozy with my new? He's barely passable to look at, and he isn't wearing a single designer label. One look and you know he's a total broke ass. Hearing that, Quash New frowned. Mom, knock it off. He's basically a friend of mine. But she kept up that nasty, sarcastic vibe, sneering at her friend. Don't you dare be friends with someone like that. It made Quash New furious. Suddenly, Quack's mom did a complete 180. Grinning, let's drop it. New, honey, let me introduce you to this guy. This is Ta Dongthan. You two should get to know each other. Standing nearby, a tall guy in a navy blue suit, hands shoved in his pockets, spoke up. Hey there, pleasure to meet you. And Quack New, being polite despite herself, replied, oh, hey. She leaned in and whispered to her mom. Mom, didn't we make this clear? Quit dragging random people home every few days. Why are you doing this again? But the old lady snapped back. Look at yourself. You're 30, not a kid anymore. If I don't worry about you, who the hell will? You need to calm down. This kid here, I've done my homework. Trust me, he's way more reliable than the last one. Seeing Dongtan staring at her like a creep with his mouth hanging open, Quack New turned bright red and hissed. Not Fam's mom looked like she was sweating bullets, shifting uncomfortably and looking away. Yeah, that horny look was super reliable. As time ticked by while everyone sat around the tea table, Quack's mom chimed in. New, let me tell you, this guy Ta is top tier. Barely over 30 and already owns his own company. Business is just booming. Sitting next to her, Dongtan scratched his head, squinting with feigned modesty. You're too kind, ma'am. My place is really just a small-time operation. Then Kwok's mom pointed at her daughter, reminding her, look how humble he is. Compared to our Nyu, they're a perfect match. Kwok Nyu stood up, fuming, and shouted, Mom, not fam, just sit down and have some tea. I'll go grab some stuff for you. Not fam replied, yeah, sorry for the trouble. Once she was gone, Dongtan whipped out a business card to chat up Not fam. Not sure what kind of work you do, kid. Here's my card. Not fam waved it off. Sorry, I'm unemployed. Probably not much point in trading cards with you. Hearing that, the guy adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with condescension and mockery. That's not gonna cut it, kid. A guy without a career is basically a total loser with zero social standing. You're young, don't just sit around chasing fantasies, get a real job. Meanwhile, Kwok's mom was busy singing Dongtan's praises. Young Master Ta is right. So young and already so insightful. No wonder he's a boss. Seriously impressive. That made the guy puff out his chest with a smirk. Oh, it's nothing that impressive. Just a bit better than the average salaryman, really. Hey, if you're interested, ma'am, I can take some time to drive you over to my factory for a tour. If you like anything, just take it. Happy as if she'd found a gold mine, Kwok's mom beamed and changed the subject. I just saw your car outside. Was that a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz? Dongtan flipped his luxury car keys, laughing. Oh, it's just a few $100,000, ma'am. Doesn't even count as a real Mercedes. Besides, it's just a way to get from A to B. Then he glanced at Not Fam, asking, most young guys like you are crazy about Mercedes, right? Not Fam just squinted and replied, sorry, I don't really look into cars, don't care about the brands either. As long as it moves, it's fine. That response really ticked off Kwok's mom. She thought she was right about him all along. This kid's got nothing but his looks, no job, no house, no car, and doesn't even know what a Mercedes is. Suddenly, Dongtan checked his watch and loudly exclaimed, oh man, look at the time, gotta get back to the company. Hearing that, Kwok's mom grinned. Young Master Ta, I've seen that watch on TV. Isn't that a Rolex? That must have cost $100,000, right? Waiting exactly for that moment, Dongtan puffed his chest out. Oh, it's nothing special. You're gonna make me blush. Just then, Kwok Nyu walked back carrying a stack of boxes. Bok Not Fam, your big packages are in the backyard. Looks like some are marked as high-value shipments. Better check them. They look like they'd been shipped from overseas. Not Fam nodded. Got it. Suddenly, because the pile of boxes blocked her view, Kwok Nyu tripped over the table and let out a yelp of pain. She stumbled forward, sending the boxes flying, and screamed, oh no! Not Fam lunged forward to catch her, yelling, Mrs. Kwok, watch out! As he grabbed her waist, he asked worriedly, are you okay? As she thanked him, Not Fam just said, it's nothing. Dongtan, meanwhile, was shaking with rage, thinking, damn it, that punk beat me to it. Kwok Nyu crouched down, checking the scattered boxes, feeling guilty. I hope your stuff isn't damaged. Not Fam waved it off. It's cool, I'll open them up and see. But Dongtan sipped his hot tea, blowing on it while sneering in his head. If this loser's junk is broken, who cares? It's not worth anything anyway. Meanwhile, Not Fam opened a box and looked surprised. It was a watch. I don't really wear these things that often. Seeing that, Dongtan's eyes bugged out and he choked on his tea. Wait, is that a Patek Philippe? Kwok's mom frowned, looking unimpressed. What brand is that? Never heard of it. But Dongtan shouted, that's a watch worth over $1 million. Looking at the brand new watch with a cracked face, Kwok Nyu sighed, oh my god, the watch face is cracked. I am so sorry. Not Fam just calmly shoved it back into the box, reassuring her, it's fine, if it's broken, so be it. It's not that valuable anyway. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Hearing that, Dongtan was beyond shocked, screeching, dude, that's a Patek Philippe. What do you mean it's not worth anything? Ignoring him, Not Fam turned to Kwok Nyu. Oh, Miss Kwok, you should take this bag. My mom told me to give it to a friend, and I don't really have any friends with niche tastes like this. You've been helping me out for so long, consider this a thank you gift. She hesitated, scratching her head, is that really okay? Nearby, Dongtan was losing his mind, questioning why someone would just casually hand out limited edition Chanel and AM luxury bags. Kwok's mom put a hand on his shoulder, confused. Young Master Ta, are you okay? Dongtan, having lost all his earlier swagger, stuttered, I'm fine, just choked for a second. Bok Not Fam jingled his car keys, turned around and asked, hey Ta, you feeling okay? Maybe I should drive you to the hospital? Dongtan looked like he'd just seen a ghost, sweat dripping down his face, as he shot a look and asked, that logo on the key? Is that a Porsche? Auntie Kwok was so shook she had to cover her mouth, stunned. Xiao Fan, isn't this whip of yours worth millions? Like, for real, that's a straight-up supercar. Beside them, Dongtan hung his head, looking pale as he thought, man, I'm toast. I can't even compete with this. Still, he tried to play it cool and kept his poker face on, even though it was shaking. Yifan was sitting in his brand-new convertible, the back piled high with a mountain of unopened stuff, and told Auntie Kwok, thanks a ton, Auntie. Then she got all worried. By Yifan, will all this even fit in your car? Won't you mess up the seats? Standing there, Dongtan couldn't help but chime in, turning a Porsche into a moving truck. First time I've ever seen that. Yifan started the engine and gave a reassuring look. Don't sweat it, it'll fit. Even if it gets trashed, who cares? Like Big Brother Xia said, a car is just a way to get from A to B, right? Seeing that, Dongtan got triggered and snapped. You little brat, you really throwing my own words back in my face? But Yifan didn't even blink, just drove off, shouting a goodbye. Then, whether by accident or on purpose, he peeled out and splashed a ton of dirty water all over Dongtan, making him scream. Auntie Quash totally changed her vibe, chasing after the car and waving like they were best buds. Xiaofan, come visit again sometime. A little way down the road, he waved back. You got it. You guys head inside now. Time flew by. Down in the 9th layer of the Eternal Demon Abyss, Yifan wound up his fist. He unleashed a blast of red energy, yelling, "Mountain-crushing spirit fist!" It shot forward, triggering a massive bloody explosion. He muttered to himself, "Damn, that power is insane." Watching the red light fade, he thought, using soul energy to power a strike like that, the damage is wild. Once I hit the divine realm and start cultivating real spiritual energy, I'll be unstoppable. Suddenly, Batu appeared out of nowhere behind Yifan, dropping to one knee like a loyal dog. Congrats, Master! Your talent is off the charts to master a spirit-grade technique so fast. I'm truly in awe. Yifan glanced back and said, "Get up!" Then Yifan asked seriously, "Wait, aren't you a demon beast from the divine realm? Do you know how to use spiritual energy?" Hearing it confirmed that it definitely did, he told it to show him. Batu obeyed. "Yes, Master." It stood in front of Yifan, roared, and slashed out 2 sharp lines of energy, the Asura cross slash. After watching, Yifan critiqued, "So it's basically just using your hands like blades, channeling energy and swinging it like a sword." He kept evaluating. "Doesn't look like it has that much power, right?" But before he could even finish, the blade blast exploded midair. That display made Yifan's eyes go wide. "Holy crap, it's that strong?" Batu puffed out its chest. "Master, this is the secret technique of my Asura clan. The Asura cross slash. It's enough to wipe out enemies a whole stage higher than me." To show off, it jumped up, chanted a spell, and conjured a blood orb formation in the sky. "Master, check this out, the blood-burning art." It waved its hand, shouting, "Go!" This technique combines blood chi and spiritual energy. It can take down an entire army. The next second, the whole area in front of them blew up like a nuke went off. Yifan yelled in shock, "Whoa, the range on that is crazy!" Batu wasn't done. It got hyped and started listing off more moves. This is the Asura Flash Kill, this is the Savage Fury Strike, this is the Heaven Hell Palm. It left Yifan sweating, his face going blank, completely speechless. Batu kept spamming explosive moves, yelling, "Asura God Hunter Slash, Blood Spirit Mountain Breaker, Demon Dust Heaven Tearing Claw." It got exhausted playing by itself and panted, "Master, what do you think?" Yifan quickly cut him off. All right. The Divine Realm is legit strong. If you and the Yellow Robe Prince hadn't wrecked each other fighting, I wouldn't have been able to tame you even if I had 10,000 lives." Deep down, he was stoked, grinning like a kid who just hit the jackpot. "Looks like I just scored a monster with combat power way above his weight class." Suddenly, Batu bared its teeth to correct him. "Master, you've got it wrong. Compared to the soul-extinguishing formation the Fire Cloud Demon Ape set up under the city to slaughter human cultivators, my little tricks are nothing." Yifan jumped in alarm. "What?" "Batu, say that again." Thinking back to the demon with the ram horns and glowing red eyes, he realized 3 months ago, the Fire Cloud Demon Ape set up a world-ending soul-extinguishing formation in its lair, so that if the human cultivators breached the soulstone mines, they'd all get blown to bits. Unless you've reached the divine stage, condensed all your energy into a golden core, you're not surviving that. Yifan turned pale, sweat pouring down his face as he panicked. The Holy Land disciples and those factions aren't just out here to play hero. They aren't just here to avenge the 10,000 souls of Yan Kingdom. They're here to fight over that soulstone mine under the city. Then he remembered the blue soulstone in the cave. Soulstones are crystallized energy from the Eternal Demon Abyss. They're packed with soul power, used to nurture the Nihuang Palace and the Purple Mansion's divine soul. Even Divine Realm experts need them. These stones are deep underground, super rare. 1 chunk goes for 1,000 spirit stones. Yifan turned to Batu and asked, "What about the Fire Cloud Demon Ape? Was it planning to commit suicide by bomb?" It shook its head. "Of course not. The Demon Ape isn't that stupid. The Demon Ape already set up a teleportation array in the city. It can bolt whenever it wants." Hearing that, Yifan's eyes went cold. "So that's the scheme. It's trying to wipe out our elite Holy Land disciples. Same vibe as what happened before. Is there a traitor behind this too?" Yifan squinted at Batu. "Batu, pretend I'm your prey. Get me onto the main battlefield." "Yes, Master," Batu roared. Time passed in a blur. On the main battlefield, humans and demons were locked in a brutal slaughter. Everyone was screaming, "Kill!" A female cultivator flew through the air, stabbing a spider monster, shouting, "Die, you filthy demon!" In another corner, Yifan was being dragged by Batu, pretending to scream in terror. "Senior sister, help!" Hearing the voice, Xiaothua turned confused. "Is that the kid by Yifan? How'd he get captured?" She turned to the others and commanded, "Lasam, Han Ni, cover me. I'm gonna save him." They immediately shouted, "Got it!" Then Lasam and Han Ni combined their sword skills, using the Spirit Wind Leaf Formation, spinning up a green energy vortex and shouting out the attack. Just as Xiaothua pierced through that energy, she lunged forward with her sword and shouted, "You demon, look at this! Let my people go!" As she charged, the monkey demon dropped Not Fam, pressed by the raw power of her sword aura. The guy just went into freefall, screaming his lungs out before slamming hard onto the ground. Not Fam was wailing, "Ow, ow, ow, ow!" Meanwhile, the monkey demon finished his act and flew off, squawking. "Humans are such a pain. I'll definitely come back for this." Toa rushed over to his side, asking, "Bye Not Fam, are you all right?" Seeing her, he narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit guilty as he thought to himself, "I'm fine, but that monkey demon needs to go back to acting school for next time." Just then, a disciple noticed the spider demon collapse and die, exclaiming, "It's over. That was the last one in our sector." Over there, Not Fam cupped his hands in a salute and grinned. Thanks a lot, Tuthoa. I accidentally got snatched by this monster earlier. Much appreciated, Sister Deep. She smiled and reminded him, the monsters around here are no joke. Since you're in our squad now, try not to get yourself killed. Suddenly, Lasam stomped over to them and barked, Tuthoa, you made all this noise and chaos just to save some outer disciple? Isn't that a massive waste of my spiritual energy? She shot back, explaining, Lasam, he's also a disciple of our 5 elements sacred ground. How can you even say that? He gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed, and snapped, cut it out. Outer disciples are barely disciples anyway. They're just trash we keep around to pad the numbers. On the side, Not Fam gave a fake, mocking laugh, adding, but all the senior brothers and sisters here started out as the very trash you're talking about. So in your eyes, everyone here is just as annoying? I guess our senior brother must be incredibly talented to have been accepted as an inner disciple the moment he joined. That remark was like throwing gas on a fire, causing the other disciples to glare at Lasam with bloodshot eyes. Hey Lasam, all of us worked our way up from outer to inner disciples. What exactly are you trying to imply? Yeah, start making some sense. He looked like he'd just bitten into a rotten lemon and hissed, You little brats, what's it to you? Suddenly Ninmao appeared, hands behind his back, trying to keep the peace. All right, Lasam, you've already saved him, so keep the comments to yourself. Tuthoa looked at him, confused, and asked, Elder Din? Meanwhile, Lasam turned away, seething and muttering under his breath, Consider yourself lucky. Then Dinmao introduced himself seriously to Not Fam. I am Elder Dinmao, the leader of the Wood Pavilion's inner disciples for this mission. How did an outer disciple like you end up in this demon pit? By all rights, you should have been monster food a long time ago. He cupped his hands respectfully and replied, Elder Din, it's a long story, I'll explain later. Today I have an urgent matter to report. We cannot go to the castle, it's a trap. Not Fam looked at Elder Din and his students, continuing, The Fire Cloud Demon Monkey has set up a massive 10,000 souls annihilation formation underground beneath the castle, intending to bury every single disciple from the sacred grounds in there. Everyone gasped in shock. What did you say? Dinmao frowned, looking suspicious, and probed, Do you have any proof? Not Fam replied, I found out about this by pure accident while thinking to himself, I can't reveal that I've tamed the monkey demon just yet. Suddenly, Lasam, standing behind the elder, suggested, Elder Din, the true marshal and multi-treasure sacred grounds have already pushed toward the Fire Cloud Demon Monkey's fortress. We should head out too. The Soul Stone Mine is crucial to our sacred ground. We absolutely cannot just stand by and let others take it. He shot a sly, mocking glance at Not Fam, adding, In my opinion, this kid by Not Fam is just a coward scared of dying. He's too afraid to join us in battle, so he's making up stories. Toa, you really shouldn't have saved such dead weight. Hearing that, Not Fam's eyes flashed with a lethal, crimson glint, and he growled, What did you say? Lasam suddenly felt a mysterious pressure that made him shudder. He turned pale, thinking, Wait, what the hell was that? Just from one look, his entire body was too terrified to move. On the side, seeing Not Fam radiating a dark, surging aura, he cursed internally. His eyes, they're terrifying. Not Fam kept a straight face and said, Lives are at stake. I'm not in the mood to play games with you. Not Fam cupped his hands seriously toward Dinmao and said, This is critical and concerns everyone's life. I wouldn't dare lie. I hope the elder decides wisely. The elder seemed a bit flustered and conflicted. Suddenly, the communication talisman in Dinmao's hand chimed. Elder Din, why haven't you moved out yet? The other factions have already reached the main battlefield. Only our 5-element sacred ground is still lagging behind. Lasam leaned in, whispering maliciously, Elder Din, even Elder Du from the Fire Pavilion is urging us on. If we delay, we won't even get the scraps. He's just an outer disciple with no proof, rambling nonsense, and you're actually taking him seriously? Then Dinmao looked at Not Fam and decided, All right, no more stalling. Move out at maximum speed. By Not Fam, your cultivation is too low. Staying here is way too dangerous. Just tag along and observe from the back, and don't you dare try to grab the credit on your own. Got it? Not Fam looked annoyed, his face sour, and replied, Yes. Deep down, he was fuming. These people are such a headache. After a while at the Fire Cloud Demon Monkey's lair, the cultivators were relentlessly blasting the demon fortress with spells, shouting, Hurry! Just a bit more and we'll break this guy's den. We from the multi-treasure sacred ground will definitely be the ones to break the formation. A man raised his sword and yelled to boost morale. We from the true martial sacred ground are here too. Keep dreaming! Kill them! Watching from the side, Elder Do gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it! Our 5 elements formation requires 100 disciples in position to activate. Where is Dinmao? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Suddenly Dinmao arrived with his inner disciples from the Wood Pavilion, shouting, Elder Du, my apologies, we're late. Elder Du shot him a nasty look and barked, You really are holding us back, you know that? You wasted so much time doing nothing. Look, the castle is about to be breached by the other 2 factions. He pointed toward the back and ordered loudly, Disciples, follow orders. Rush the demon castle at top speed. They immediately responded, Yes. In the ranks of the Wood Pavilion, Not Fam frowned, annoyed that he couldn't keep moving forward. We're reaching the range of the 10,000 souls annihilation formation. Then he pulled out 3 red plant-like objects and tossed them down. This is all to save your necks. I'll let you see just how dangerous this stuff is. Suddenly, 3 deafening explosions rocked the area behind the Wood Pavilion group, making them turn around in panic and confusion. What was that? Elder Du panicked and blurted out, This is bad, it's the heaven-shattering soul beans. Everyone, hold up! He frowned, scanning the situation uneasily. These things don't pack enough punch to actually kill you, but if you get hit and they pop near your meridians, you'll be drained of all your spirit power for a good while. Watch yourselves! Din Mao wiped beads of sweat from his forehead, cursing, "Damn it, this is garbage. Is this some other faction trying to mess with us?" Meanwhile, Not Fam stood with his arms crossed, a sly grin on his face as he muttered to himself about the Phoenix Fairy flowers. Heaven-shattering soul beans? Nah, they're just Phoenix Fairy seeds. Remembering back to when he first found them, how stoked he was, and all the loot he ended up grabbing. Not Fam had planned this whole thing out. He used the team's downtime to go scrounge up a mountain of wild beans and ran some experiments until he found the perfect way to stall them without actually hurting anyone. Now, flicking those 3 Phoenix Fairy bulbs, he raised an eyebrow and smirked. I figured these little grenades would buy me some time. He thought to himself, once the 10,000 soul annihilation formation kicks in, you guys will finally get what I'm trying to do. A few more explosions went off, sending the group of cultivators scattering, screaming, and scrambling for cover. Seeing this, Elder Du's face darkened. He roared, "Don't break formation! It's just some punk trying to slow us down. Don't let them win!" Suddenly, a massive blast of red spirit power erupted from the top of the Firecloud Demon Ape's tower. Elder Du froze in shock. What kind of energy is that? The nearby disciples shrieked in terror. The energy atop the tower turned even more chaotic, followed by a dark, sinister voice. "You pathetic cultivators, just die already." The ground shook and cracked, and disciples from all the sects started screaming for help. The more they cried, the more the red energy spread. The figure inside the tower laughed maniacally, screaming, "Die! Everyone just die!" Time blurred past. By the time the dust and smoke cleared, the ground was nothing but rubble and broken stone. A few people were sprawled out, barely clinging to life. Someone wheezed, What the hell just happened?" Elder Du knelt on the ground, staring up at the horizon in disbelief. The Firecloud Demon Ape. It actually unleashed that kind of destructive power. Looking at the bloodied remains of the disciples from the other sects, he realized, aside from the 5 elements Holy Land, everyone else has been wiped out. Lassam collapsed to the ground, eyes glazed over, his mouth hanging open in pure terror. What kind of power was that? How? Only we're left. Nat Fam glanced over, feeling a bit proud, glad I made it in time. Today's work was definitely worth the effort. Suddenly, Kim Thuong appeared, his entire body wrapped in a faint green light. He looked at Din Mao and Elder Du, asking 2 elders. I sensed a massive spike in spirit power here. What the hell happened? Elder Du bowed his head slightly and leveled with him. Academy Head Ha! We were ordered to lay siege to the Firecloud Demon Ape's lair, but aside from our 5 elements Holy Land, every other sect was slaughtered. Nearby, Din Mao clutched his injured arm, muttering fearfully, "It's real. The 10,000 soul annihilation formation is real." Hearing this, Kim Thuong gritted his teeth and snapped, 10,000 soul annihilation formation? Din Mao, what the hell is going on? Start talking now. Terrified, Din Mao bowed respectfully and reported, Academy Head Ha. I got intel from a disciple saying the Firecloud Demon Ape baited the 3 Holy Lands into attacking its tower on purpose just to wipe out all the elite disciples at once. Din Mao bowed his head, adding solemnly, I was worried, so I spent time trying to verify the intel, which is why we were late meeting up with the main group. Talk about a blessing in disguise, I guess. Kim Thuong asked, which disciple gave you that intel? Suddenly, Not Fam stepped forward, looking confident. That would be me, outer disciple Bak Not Fam. Kim Thuong studied him, thinking, so this is the outer disciple Kung Ling Ca mentioned before? He looks like just some brat who barely hit the Tur Fu realm, doesn't he? Yet he keeps pulling off these crazy feats. Maybe this kid isn't as simple as he looks. He squinted, eyeing him up with suspicion. We can investigate him later. I don't sense the Firecloud Demon Ape anymore. It must have bailed. Suddenly, Kim Thuong manifested a dragon that snatched up the soul stones floating in the air. Whoa! The cultivators gasped in awe. It's soul stones. Look at all those soul stones! King Thuong shouted orders. Disciples, listen up. Clear the battlefield, collect the soul stones, and turn them in. If anyone's still alive, patch them up immediately. They scrambled to obey. Yes, sir! He looked at the outer disciple, still standing there, and praised, Bak Not Fam, if it wasn't for you this time, our 5 elements Holy Land would have suffered heavy losses. Just before disappearing, Kim Thuong added over his shoulder, You've done a huge service today. Once we get back, I'm reporting this to the Academy President so you can get your reward. Not Fam bowed happily. Many thanks, Elder. Nearby, Tutoa put a hand on his shoulder. Bak Not Fam, your intel was spot on. You're actually legit. We survived this disaster and even found a ton of soul stones. The Academy heads are going to be stoked. Just wait for your reward. Not Fam just scratched his head and smirked. That'd be great. However, Lassam, standing nearby with his arms crossed and dark aura leaking out, muttered angrily, Just got lucky, what's he so smug about? Not Fam, being petty, shot back, Sister Deep, do you smell that? It smells kind of sour, doesn't it? Is that the smell of jealousy? Tuthoa looked confused and actually started sniffing the air. What? I don't smell anything. Lassam gritted his teeth, snarling. You little brat! Not Fam turned to leave, saying, Sister, since this is all settled, I'm heading out. I've got some business to take care of. Tuathoa was left bewildered. Wait, Bak Not Fam, where are you rushing off to? With a cold, murderous glint in his eyes, he replied bluntly, Going to collect a debt. Lassam watched him walk away, absolutely fuming with nowhere to vent. Damn him, acting all high and mighty. Let's see what he's actually up to. A while later, outside the Vanko Makan, Duong sat at a roadside food stall. leaning on the table and asked, Wang Dong, you think they'll ever trace this back to us? The man beside him reassured him, Brother Cao, we've already done it. Even if you're scared now, it's too late, isn't it? He picked up his cup, gave a wicked smile, and added, Training in the demon abyss. Isn't it normal for a few disciples to kick the bucket? Even if the others know we off them, what are they going to do about it? No sooner had those words left his mouth than something came flying at them like a bullet. In a flash, the cup in Wang Tung's hand shattered to pieces, leaving him staring in sheer terror. Walking in from a distance, Yifan mocked the two of them. You guys sure aren't hard to find, causing Wang Tung and Gao Yang to yelp in shock. By Yifan! Wang Tung blanched, sweat pouring down his face like he'd just run into a demon as he screamed in a panic. How is this possible? How is this punk still breathing? Shouldn't he have been dead in the demon abyss ages ago? On the side, Yifan closed his eyes, curling his lip in a mocking smirk. See me alive and kicking, and you're all surprised, huh? Seeing this, Wang Teng trembled, pointing his finger in pure disbelief. No way, Bai Yifan, there's no way you're still alive. Suddenly, Yifan grabbed him by the throat and taunted, For me, nothing's impossible, making Wang Teng choke and gasp like a dying bird. Gritting his teeth in frustration and spite, he roared, Let me go! But with eyes as cold as ice, Yifan demanded, What did you do to Liu Wei and his crew? Dead, all of them. Wang Teng snapped back, acting like a cornered beast. You want to know? Why don't you go ask the king of hell yourself? Hearing that, a murderous glint flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he asked, What did you say? But Wang Teng wasn't scared. He sneered back, You want to take me out? Take a look around you. Right then, a crowd of disciples had gathered around them. He mocked, In broad daylight, you're actually going to try to kill me? The others stood by, curious, whispering, Why is he making a move? What's going on? Then, using his position to his advantage, Wang Teng loudly boasted, I'll tell you the truth, my sister already broke through to the Purple Palace realm at her young age. She's backed by the Holy Land. If you dare touch a single hair on my head today, tomorrow my sister will smash every single bone in your body. If you don't believe me, just try it. Even so, Yifan bared his teeth in a sinister grin. Purple Palace realm? Then he conjured up black and red lightning energy, looking like he meant business, causing Wang Teng to stutter in fear. Solidifying energy into a weapon, you've reached the Purple Palace realm. Since when? Seeing Yifan aiming his blood-red sword right at him, Wang Teng finally realized he'd messed up big time and started groveling. Wait, my bad. Bai Yifan, I was wrong this time. I was acting like an idiot. Gao Yang put me up to it. How about this? I'll head back and get my sister to give you a high-grade spirit pill as compensation. Aren't we both from the Yang Kingdom after all? I'm really sorry. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Yifan swung his sword and growled, Don't sweat it. Just watch your back in the next life. Yifan watched Wang Teng drop right in front of him and said, This is the price for trying to play me all those times. You had it coming. Seeing that, the surrounding disciples screamed in terror. He killed him. He actually killed someone. Cold-blooded murder. Is this kid trying to get himself killed? Meanwhile, Gao Yang was so scared he slumped to the ground, stuttering. Dead. He's dead. Wang Teng just died like that. Hearing him, Yifan turned, clutching his blood sword, ready to dish out some more pain. You're next, Gao Yang, he said, forcing the man to beg for his life. Don't come any closer. I was wrong, please. Have mercy. Suddenly, Xiao Tuo appeared behind Yifan, shouting to stop him. Bai Yifan, have you lost your mind? What do you think you're doing? I was worried about you, so I followed, and I never expected you to start killing people here in Yi City. He glanced back as she kept going. Do you even know that Yi City is protected by the 10 Great Holy Lands and the 100 Sect Alliance? He replied firmly, Senior Sister Yi, I know exactly what I'm doing. Seeing this, Xiao Tuo panicked and shouted, You don't know, Jack! Slaughtering your own fellow disciples carries the death penalty. But Yifan didn't flinch, proudly declaring, Is that so? Then wait until I finish off this animal. Xiao Tuo felt a pang of heartache. Why would you throw your life away like this? Looking at the two of them from behind, Le Sen laughed, thinking, This kid's a moron. He probably thinks that just because he's done some small favors, he can do whatever he wants, ignoring the sect rules. Let's see how the elders deal with him now. Over there, Gao Yang propped himself up on the ground, eyes wide with terror, pleading, Bai Yifan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. For the sake of being fellow disciples, please spare me. However, he just looked down with eyes full of murder and asked, I'll ask you one last time. You guys harmed Liu Wei and his group. Where are their graves? Crushed by the pressure, sweat dripping off his face, Gao Yang still tried to deny it out of sheer terror. We didn't! No sooner had he finished than one of his arms was lopped off, causing him to shriek in agony. My arm! At the same time, Yifan shouted in rage. You were all disciples together, and you didn't even have the heart to bury them? You just left them out there to be eaten by demon beasts until there was nothing left. Looking at the sword glowing with chilling blood aura, Gao Yang clutched his bleeding shoulder and screamed, I was wrong! I was really wrong, please, let me go. But Yifan raised his blood sword high for the final blow, whispering, Save your apologies for hell, go tell them yourself. Suddenly, before he could finish the move, a pink surge of spiritual energy slammed into his blade as someone shouted, Stop! Elder Du appeared with another elder and ordered, Bai Yifan, this is no place for you to go wild, you're coming with us. Sometime later, at the judgment platform floating high in the sky, seeing lightning crashing down, Yifan whispered to himself, So this is the judgment platform. He stood at the bottom of the endless flight of stairs, thinking, I've seen this in the ancient records. The disciplinary elders always interrogate prisoners on this platform. Then Yifan stepped onto it firmly, his mind racing. These stone steps are made of specially reinforced material. With every step, I can feel a crushing force pressing down on me like 1,000 pounds. Up on the platform, 3 masked elders sat looking down, asking the disciple below, "Do you confess your crimes?" Yifan stood tall, unafraid, and replied, "Disciple Bai Yifan, I am innocent." Hearing this, Elder Hong roared in anger. "Bai Yifan, you've got some nerve. You slaughtered 2 fellow disciples in cold blood. And you still have the audacity to be arrogant. Do you even have any respect for the law?" But he just raised an eyebrow, his eyes cold and mocking. "The law? When Wang Teng and Gao Yang plotted to throw me into the demon abyss, where was the law then? When those 2 went crazy and killed Liu Wei and his group, where was the law then?" Then Yifan looked at the elders before him and continued, "Today I'm acting on behalf of justice, cutting down the trash and purging the evil from this holy land. You lot wanting to use the law to suppress me. Don't you think that's a joke?" This left Elder Hong fuming, unable to counter, and he lashed out, "You!" Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared behind Yifan, pointing a finger at him, crying out, "Honorable elders, this Bai Yifan is a total maniac. It's clear he got into a fight with Liu Wei's group over some treasures. Wang Teng and I saw him kill all 4 of them, including Xu Chun, with our own eyes," he wailed, putting on a pathetic show of tears. "He tried to off the witnesses, that's why he risked taking them out at the relay station. Lucky for me, the elders showed up just in time or I'd be dead meat." Hearing that, Fam shot him a look of pure contempt. "Gao Yang, your talent for twisting the truth is getting better every day." Elder Hong, cold as ice behind that mask, asked, "What do you 2 elders think?" The old elder sitting on the left spoke up. "While Bai Yifan did commit a crime, but since he did a huge favor for the Holy Land this time, I think his merits and faults cancel each other out." But Elder Long, sitting to the left of Elder Hong, shot it down immediately. "No way. Murder is murder. You can't just brush that off with some merits." Suddenly, Gao Yang hit the deck, kneeling down and putting on a pathetic show, shouting, "This guy Bai Yifan is completely out of line. I beg the 3 elders to grant me justice." Elder Hong, sitting high on the main seat, chimed in. "All right, Bai Yifan, it's a fact that you killed someone by the road. As for the 4 guys, Liu Yu and Xu Chun, they're dead and dead men tell no tales. You can't even prove your own innocence." However, the moment he finished, someone spoke up against it. "Who says dead men tell no tales?" It made Elder Hong suspicious, so he barked, "Huh? Who's making that racket?" Just then, Liu Yu walked in with Zhang Tie, ready to spill the beans. "With all due respect to the elders, the 3 of us who died are here to vouch for Brother Pham." Xin Wu followed behind them, waving happily. "Not Pham, long time no see." Seeing them, Gao Yang freaked out, yelling, "What? How are you guys not dead?" He went pale, jaw-dropping in total disbelief. This is impossible." On the other side, Not Pham glanced over, teasing his fellow disciples who had just arrived. You guys were way too slow." Up on the platform, Elder Hong looked down stunned. "Liu Yu, Zhang Tie, Xin Wu, you guys are alive?" Liu Yu puffed out his chest, bragging, "Not only are we alive, but we even had a breakthrough while training in the Eternal Demon Abyss." Elder Long jumped in, interrogating him, "Bai Yifan, what the hell is going on here?" Hearing that, he just grinned, letting off some dark aura. "It's the truth." Then Not Pham flashed back to a few days ago in the Eternal Demon Abyss when Liu Yu, Zhang Tie, and Xin Wu were tied up back to back. Liu Yu was so pissed he couldn't even keep his eyes open, yelling, "Those 2 scumbags actually tried to take out their own brothers." Xin Wu tried to calm him down. "Save your breath, man. If you're too loud and draw out the demon beasts, we're definitely dead for sure." Suddenly, some weird rustling in the woods spooked them. Zhang Tie blurted out, "What was that?" Then a white rabbit hopped out of the bushes. Someone sighed, "What was that for?" "It's just a normal rabbit." But before the words left their mouth, the rabbit mutated into a giant, its eyes glowing with a creepy red light. It lunged, swinging its claws at them, making Xin Wu scream in terror. "Damn it, the rabbit turned into a monster!" "Wait, that's not right. There shouldn't be any normal rabbits in the Eternal Demon Abyss." Liu Yu's eyes rolled back in despair. "We're toast." Suddenly, he saw the rabbit get knocked into a spin mid-air, and he got curious. "Huh?" The others couldn't see what was happening and asked, frantic, What happened to it? What just exploded?" As the dust settled, Not Pham stepped out, asking, "I'm not too late, am I?" They were shocked, shouting, "Brother Pham, Bai Yifan." He untied them and asked, "I heard everything from Xu Chun, but are you guys okay?" Xin Wu told him they only had surface wounds, but Au didn't listen and ended up getting hurt the worst. Still, Liu Yu brushed it off. "I'm fine. As long as you're safe, Brother Pham, that's all that matters." Once they were free, Not Pham stood up, face stone cold. "I'll deal with that trash. You guys head back first. I've got some scouting to do on the way. I'll take care of them then." Seeing this, Xin Wu was worried. "What? You're going even deeper? Then we're going with you." Zhang Tie clenched his fist, teeth gritted, determined. "Yeah, I'm coming with you too. When I see those scumbags, I want to take them out myself." Hearing that, Not Pham shook his head with a smile. "You guys are already hurt. No point in taking more risks." That's when Xin Wu sadly admitted, "He's right. Forget about following him. We're all 3 injured, and just getting back to Black Jade City in one piece is going to be a problem." She suggested, "Let's figure out how to heal up first, then we'll figure out the rest." No sooner had she finished than someone shouted, "Trouble!" A whole swarm of giant rabbits appeared right in front of them. Someone gasped, "Damn it, so many demon beasts! We're surrounded!" Xin Wu broke into a cold sweat, wondering was it that explosion from before that drew them here? Liu Yu drew his sword and stepped up. "Don't worry, Brother Pham, we can still fight, we won't hold you back." Zhang Tie and Xin Wu chimed in on both sides. That's right, we knew the risks when we came to the demon abyss. Exactly. Seeing them stand their ground, Not Fam chuckled. You guys are always talking about life and death. You're a real bad luck charm. Then he reached into his chest pocket and added, Don't worry, with me here, even King Yama wouldn't dare touch you. Looking at the demon rabbits baring their fangs and getting ready to pounce, someone worried. But brother fam, they've got us beat on both numbers and strength. Suddenly the rabbits went berserk, charging right at them. The three of them panicked, yelling, Brother fam, maybe we should just pull back for now. He pulled out a glowing sunflower-shaped artifact. He reassured them, Relax, don't just stand there yelling, I'm gonna wreck these freaks. As Not Fam started serving up the beatdown, a golden light washed over the demon rabbits, making them dizzy, confused, and groaning in pain. Then the light flared up, incinerating them all. Liu Yu and the others were shocked. Damn it, what is that? So bright, nice, that's insane. Over 100 demon beasts just turned to mush. After a moment, Not Fam let out a relieved sigh. Looking at the golden glowing sunflower in his hand, Liu Yu asked, curious, Brother fam, you're too much. What kind of artifact is that? I've never seen it before. Xin Wu covered her mouth in total shock. This is the heaven-splitting sunflower. It's a lost artifact from the ancient days. Seeing she knew of it, Not Fam smiled, explaining, Before we left, didn't you guys say we should prep some light-based gear? This is what I prepped. Hearing that, Xin Wu was even more impressed. Brother fam, you're way too OP. Most demon beasts are terrified of light, and this thing puts out such an intense blinding light, it's like the sun itself. Sweeping the whole demon pit is no problem at all. Shh. He handed the heaven-splitting sunflower to them and told the three, Take this, figure out how to get back to Black Jade City, and focus on healing up. Wait for me to handle this, then we'll all regroup. With this around, you won't have to worry about the usual demonic beasts messing with you. Immediately the three of them, Liu Wei, Xin Yu, and Zhang Tie, and even Gao Yang, their eyes wide with shock and hesitation, spoke in unison. Something this precious? You're just giving it to us? Yifan glanced at them, dismissing it like it was nothing. Precious? To me, holding onto the line when your own life is on the line and refusing to sell out your brothers. That's what's truly precious. Hearing that, Liu Wei wiped away tears, choked up, and blurted out, Don't say anymore. Fanji, we don't regret following you. Zhang Ti clenched his fists, adamant. That's right, Fanji. You've got to be careful on this trip. Leaving them behind, he turned and headed deep into the woods, waving back with total resolve. Yeah, I'm going to take those monsters down and show everyone who helped me out. A debt repaid is a debt settled. As time slipped by, standing before the three elders on the disciplinary platform, Yifan laid it out. The truth is exactly as it is. Elder Hong asked suspiciously, And what about you lot? His words were the truth, so Liu Wei, Zhang Tie, and Xin Yu immediately knelt, each adding their own vow. Discipline Elder I, Liu Wei, bear witness. It was Wang Tung and Gao Yang who plotted to harm Bai Yifan. Disciplinary Elder I, Zhang Tie, bear witness. Disciplinary Elder I, Chen Xinyu, bear witness. Then Yifan frowned, turned his head, and addressed the man behind him. Gao Yang, didn't you say you saw me kill them with your own eyes? They're standing right in front of you, looking perfectly fine. Being called out like that made him jump. At the same time, Elder Hong roared in anger. Gao Yang, you have some nerve. Start talking. Crushed by the oppressive aura, he collapsed to his knees, frantically begging, I'll talk. Elder, please forgive me. I was possessed by the devil. But this wasn't all my idea. The mastermind is the inner disciple, Wang. Before he could finish, a green streak of light flashed by, accompanied by a furious shout. You shameless piece of filth, go to hell. A second later, Gao Yang was run through by that spiritual energy and let out a wretched scream. Elder Long looked at his own hands, still crackling with green energy, and declared, Everyone, this man reaped what he sowed. I cannot let this slide. On behalf of the disciplinary hall, I am ending him right here and now. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Seeing Gao Yang die such a brutal death, Yifan felt conflicted. That was way too sloppy. This elder is definitely shady. Suddenly, Elder Long pivoted the conversation. As for you, Bai Yifan, even if there was a reason for your actions, you aren't completely innocent. Don't tell me you didn't have proof that Wang Teng was trying to kill you. Even if you did, you should have restrained yourself and reported it to the disciplinary pavilion. They have rules for how to handle Wang Teng, not you taking matters into your own hands. Yifan stood below, looking up with a deadpan expression. Listening to her preach, he thought, if a cultivator has to just swallow everything, then what kind of heart demon is growing? What kind of Tao are you even practicing? Then Elder Long, acting judge and jury, declared, in my opinion, sentencing you to 10 years of hard labor isn't too harsh. Hearing that, Liu Wei shouted in protest, What? I don't accept this on Fanji's behalf. Xin Yu chimed in, shouting, Exactly. How can you just pull a sentence like that out of thin air? Yifan, however, remained incredibly calm and countered, Elder, you're certainly quick to pass judgment. But Elder, what if I told you I have a treasure to submit? How would you rule then? This made Elder Long pause in confusion. What are you talking about? Yifan then pulled out a glowing golden flower. I remember the sect records say, if one can provide rare treasures to the sacred land, one can be exempt from punishment. I don't know if that's still valid, but I have some ancient medicinal herbs to offer. Seeing the item, Elder Hong was stunned, asking, What? You actually have a treasure like that? Elder Long tried to deflect, saying, While this herb is rare, human life is priceless. Just one branch. Before she could finish, Yifan pulled out a whole bundle and smirked. What if I said I have 10? That's 10 stocks with immeasurable value. This is simply unthinkable. Elder Long desperately kept trying to refuse. So what, your life matters more. Yifan then produced 2 more bundles. What about 20? This time, all 3 elders were shell-shocked. 20? What are you talking about? Yifan held the large bouquet high and mocked them. If that's not enough, I've got about 30 more of these ancient heavenly sun-burning herbs. This flex left Elder Hong absolutely terrified. These ancient spirit plants, he has this many, their combined value is enough to buy 20 cities. Elder Long was also losing her mind, unable to help her curiosity. With so many treasures, where on earth did you get them? Yifan hugged the bundles and laughed. Your junior here just happened to fall into a ravine and stumbled upon them. On the platform, Elder Hong whispered to Elder Long, what do we do? Yifan continued pushing. It seems you elders aren't interested in these. What a pity. I guess all these ancient treasures will have to go into the ground with me. He then pulled out mountains of rare artifacts and laid them on the floor. And all this gear I planned to turn in for contribution points. What a shame. Into the casket they go, too. Born in the morning, die by the night, might as well get buried now. Immediately, the elder to Elder Hong's left jumped in. Old Hong, these ancient herbs are incredibly rare and he has so many monster materials, too. If he destroys them, it's a massive loss for the sacred land. We have to stop him. He walked over to Elder Hong and whispered, this kid, Bai Yifan, found 30 heavenly sun-burning herbs for the sacred land. That's a huge contribution. In the Firecloud monster battle, almost every other sect was wiped out, and he single-handedly secured the Soulstone mine under the pit. That's no small feat either. Hearing this, Elder Hong started to soften his stance. So counting it up, Bai Yifan has made 3 major contributions to the sacred land. How lucky. If we punish him now, wouldn't it break the hearts of 120,000 outer disciples? The other elder chimed in, to me, not only should we not punish him, we should be rewarding him. Seeing the light, Elder Hong straightened up. You're right. Based on what Liu Wei and the others said, that Wang Teng deserved to die 1,000 times over. No loss there. If we let Bai Yifan make up for his crimes by handing these treasures over to the sacred land, we'll obviously be highly regarded by all the other sacred lands. He turned to the lady beside him and asked, Elder Long, what do you think? She, being non-committal, replied, if you two have already made up your minds, why even bother asking for my opinion? After the vote was settled, Elder Hong looked down at the disciple surrounded by magical artifacts and declared, Bai Yifan, you've recovered 10 ancient divine herbs, the sun-splitting chrysanthemums for the sacred hall. This is a massive contribution to the myriad ancient devil abyss. Because of your intel, the 5 Academy's disciples were spared from death. That's your second major achievement. Hearing this, he cupped his hands and bowed. Wise elder. Liu Wei and the others behind him cheered when the elder added, I grant you 3 foundation establishment pills, plus 50,000 spirit stones. Yifan was thrilled, feeling it was well-deserved. However, he quickly turned cold and said, thanks, elder, but I have one more urgent request. Elder Hong was surprised and curious. You? What else could you possibly want? Elder Long, meanwhile, started throwing shade at him like a petty little brat. I knew he was just greedy. If we set a precedent like this, everyone's going to start using treasure hunting as an excuse to cause trouble without fear. Ignoring her, Yifan cupped his hands again and said respectfully, Disciple Bai Yifan voluntarily requests to be confined to Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months. This floored everyone, including the 3 elders. What? They all blurted out. Xin Yu looked worried and tried to talk him out of it. Bai Yifan, do you have any idea what you're saying? Ghost Sorrow Cliff gets no sunlight. It's where they lock up the worst criminals. Yifan shot her a calm look and explained, I know exactly what it is, but the elder's point about the punishment was valid. I didn't follow the official disciplinary procedure regarding Wang Teng, so I did break the rules. Punishing myself for 3 months is my way of giving this sacred ground a fair answer. Completely caught off guard, Elder Hong broke a sweat and sighed. To recognize your own mistake and own it, that's honorable. It seems we really didn't misjudge him with this verdict. The old elder next to him started buttering them up. This kid's got a heart of gold. It's rare to see someone like this. He'll definitely do big things for this sacred ground. Elder Hong then asked, Elder Long, what do you say? She trembled and muttered, you're right. Yifan lowered his head, his bangs hiding his expression as he smirked to himself. Oh, my mistakes, what a joke, he thought. If I had to do it again, I'd kill that bastard Wang Teng 1,000, 10,000 times over. I'm only asking for confinement because this place is full of snakes and rats. I'm carrying too many rare treasures. I don't need a target on my back. Meanwhile, the 2 guards whispered, just how many treasures does this guy have on him? With a look that seemed to see through all the worldly chaos, Yifan told himself, taking the fall voluntarily has 3 perks. First, I earn the favor of the brass and get the rewards. Recalling the stories of the lightning-scared, dark abyss, he calculated, second, Ghost Sorrow Cliff is remote, so I can settle down in a quiet place and cultivate without anyone breathing down my neck. Yifan then thought of the mysterious figure in the cloak, his eyes turning cold. Third, I can secretly track the Sacred Hall spy and catch the real culprit once and for all. Suddenly, Elder Long raised a hand and announced, Bai Yifan, since you're so enlightened, then we'll do as you say. Off to Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months with you. Getting his wish, he thanked the wise elder, and the 2 guards stepped up. Brother Bai, follow us. Off to the side, Liu Wei frowned in concern. Brother Fan, you're really going with the guards? Yifan reassured them, don't sweat it. I'll use this time to cultivate in peace. Who knows, my cultivation might even jump a level. You guys better not slack off, or you'll get left in the dust. Liu Wei grinned. Don't worry, brother. We'll train like crazy. Take care of yourself. A while later, somewhere with clear skies and white clouds, a scream echoed from a mountain estate. What? He's only getting 3 months at Ghost Sorrow Cliff? Wang Meng trembled with rage and hissed through her teeth. Master, have you lost your mind? Bai Yifan beheaded him in front of everyone. He spat on the rules and you're giving him a slap on the wrist? Didn't you say he was a dead man walking? Elder Long pulled off her mask and snapped, You naive brat! Who could predicted that kid would stumble into so many lucky breaks and score 3 massive wins at the Sacred Hall? If I hadn't read the room and shut that Gaoyang up fast, do you think you'd be standing here safe and sound? Wang Meng lost it, her eyes bloodshot, radiating dark energy as she cursed, Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why does this bastard have all the luck? Elder Long was losing her patience, scowling, Shut it, know your place. If you screw up again, nobody can save you. She immediately hung her head and muttered, Yes, master. But the very next second, Wang Meng flared with killing intent and screamed, Bai Yifan, you're dead. My family won't rest until you're in the ground. A month later, at the foot of Ghost Sorrow Cliff, Zhang Tie stared at the lightning-struck peak and said, We're here. Liu Wei looked skeptical. This place? Looks like a nightmare. Wonder how Brother Fan is holding up in there? When they reached the guards, Xinyu held up a basket of food and said, Kind brothers, please let us in. Just for a second. We'll stay for a moment and leave right away. One guard snarled, No means no. Do you think this is a market? What are you trying to haggle for? Ghost Sorrow Cliff holds the worst criminals. If anything goes south, we're the ones who pay the price. The other guard hissed, Get lost. Xinyu looked heartbroken. Zhang Tie sighed and pulled her back. Xinyu, let it go. Let's just head back. As the three of them walked away, Liu Wei looked back at the peak worried. It's been a whole month. I hope Brother Fan is hanging in there. Xinyu imagined the prisoners dealing with the wild temperature swings and shuddered. I heard Ghost Sorrow Cliff is scorching hot by day and freezing cold at night, enough to chill you to the bone. Brother Fan looked so frail, how could he possibly survive that? Liu Wei pictured Yifan wasting away like a ghost, mumbling to himself. Wei, you look like you're doing just fine, he said, his eyes wide and vacant as he rattled off horror stories. Not only that, but they say there's no food, and you have to share your bed with snakes, bugs, and rats. The three of them hugged and sobbed. When Brother Fan gets out, we have to throw him a massive feast to get him back on his feet. You said it. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Yifan was lounging in bed, eating popcorn and watching a movie. A voice on screen asked, Is what you see with your own eyes really the truth? Stuffed to the brim, he patted his belly and grumbled, That was close. If I keep living like this, I'm actually going to turn into Liu Wei version 2.0. Inside the secret realm, Liu Yu and his crew were sighing, Poor fam, he's stuck in there, totally oblivious to the fact that someone was watching them from behind. Ling Sa peeked over the cliff, whispering to herself, Bai Yifan, why do you have to put yourself through all this? 2 months later, at the gates of Ghost Sorrow Cliff, a voice rang out. Once you're out, straighten up. Do good deeds, build up some merit, you hear me? A figure stepped out, listening to the final instructions. Guess this is until next time, which really means never again. Later, big brother, Zhang Tie shouted, pumped. Fam is out, Liu Yu just added. Yeah, I see him. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he stared in shock. Wait, fam, how did you get so? Beside him, Tumvu had her eyes wide, totally fangirling at the sight. Oh? Looking at Yifam shirtless and rocking an 8-pack, someone asked suspiciously, Did you get way stronger? Yifam just grinned. What? Can't recognize me anymore. Time flew by. Back at Bai Yifam's place, the four of them raised their glasses. All right, let's toast to Fam being a free man again. Zhang Tie, face flushed red, squinted and laughed. Man, we honestly thought you were in there starving and struggling. Didn't expect you to level up your cultivation instead. Tum Vu jumped in, eager to butter him up. Exactly. And that guy even said he'd been training hard, waiting to show you some moves once you got out. Turns out you were grinding even harder than him. Liu Yu scratched his head, sweating. Don't roast me, man. Wasn't I just trying not to drag Fam down with my weak cultivation? He then shot a look at Zhang Tie and Tum Vu, poking fun. And don't act like you two didn't decide to become cultivation partners just to rank up faster, right? Hearing that, Yifan blinked, curious. Cultivation partners? What's that about? Zhang Tie immediately looked away, bashful, stammering. Well, we focus on the 4 pillars: wealth, partners, methods, and location. Having a partner is actually a legit way to boost your cultivation. If 2 people train together, even with lower comprehension, you can still reach higher cultivation, share techniques, and the speed at which you improve is honestly insane. Liu Yu, hearing the long-winded explanation, grumbled, Why make it so complicated? It's basically dual cultivation, isn't it? Before he could finish, Tumvu shoved a bun in his mouth. Just eat your food. Missing the second half of that sentence, Yifam clapped his hands together, excited. Oh, I get it. Sounds like a solid strategy to rank up fast. Tumvu blushed, looking at a tiny piece of meat, and whined. But with Yifam's level, you don't need to pull stunts like that to speed things up. In my opinion, you're ready for the Outer Sect tournament next month. Yifam looked confused. The Outer Sect tournament? Zhang Tie chimed in to explain it's an annual event held by the Holy Land to reward Outer disciples. Word is the prizes are legendary. A lot of disciples even break through to the godly realm right in the middle of a fight. Yifam's brain started ticking, loving the drama. Interesting, let's go check it out then. But first, I've got some business to take care of. Sometime later, at the task hall, Yifam stood outside thinking, Back from the ancient demon pit, then straight to Ghost Sorrow Cliff. I haven't even offloaded my loot yet. As soon as he stepped through the open door, he called out, "Hey, I'm here to turn in materials from the ancient demon pit." The elder in charge rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Just put it on the desk. Ugh, just another random outer disciple. What kind of good loot could a guy like this possibly have? Yifam just chuckled and scratched his head. I've got quite a bit, honestly. Not sure how many contribution points this is worth. The elder narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed. Just take it out and let's see. He was thinking to himself, how much could one outer disciple possibly have? I bet it's just a... Before he could finish, Yifam piled a literal mountain of items onto the desk. Here are 800 yaksha horns I picked up. The elder's eyes bulged, his jaw hitting the floor as he shrieked, "What? 800? Then Yifam pulled out a mountain even bigger than the first one, and 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk. The elder panicked, repeating, "Wait, 1,000 bottles of that too." He wasn't done yet. Yifam revealed even more treasure, and 10,000 demon bear pelts. The elder's eyes practically popped out of his skull. How many? Did you say how many? Finally, Yifam gave a bright, sunny smile. So how many contribution points do these get me? The task hall elder shot up from his chair, mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. Is this really loot from just one outer disciple? Everyone else turns in items one by one, but this guy... Is he doing it by the thousands? Seeing him frozen, Yifam waved a hand to snap him out of it. Elder? You still with me? Yeah! The elder snapped back to life, grinning like a fool as he grabbed an abacus and started clicking away. Right, let me calculate this properly. Yifam started sweating a bit. All right, thanks. It didn't take long before the elder shouted, "That comes to a total of 240,000 contribution points." The outer disciples nearby gasped, their jaws hitting the floor. Did I hear that right? 240,000 points? Is that even possible for an outer disciple to pull off? Yifam took his points and turned to leave. Many thanks, elder. I've got the points now, so I'll be taking my leave. But inside, he was thinking, I've still got dozens of Asura bones in my inventory. If I take all that out, it'll cause too much of a scene and attract the big shots. Better to keep that on the down low for now. Yifam scratched his chin deep in thought. The gigantic spirit fist is basically maxed out. Time to hunt for some higher level techniques. And my gear could use an upgrade. Something higher tier to match my current level. Gotta find time to hit up the martial arts pavilion. Suddenly, someone blocked his path, making him jump. Bai Yifam, wait up. Ling Sa stood in front of him, suggesting, I've got something to talk to you about. Let's find somewhere quiet. Yifam tilted his head. Senior sister, all right, follow me. A while later, at Yifam's place, Ling Sa sat by the tea table, taking it all in. First time in an outer disciples' quarters. I didn't expect the spirit energy here to be stronger than where I live. Yifam called out from the other room. I added some herbs to boost the spirit energy. Feel free to take some when you leave. He brought a tray of tea to the table. Senior sister, sorry to keep you waiting. Have some tea. She replied, many thanks. She raised the cup to her nose, inhaled and squinted. This tea smells amazing. A moment later, as if tasting a gourmet meal, her eyes went wide. This is delicious. What kind of tea is this? I've never had anything like it. Yifam sat across from her. It's just milk tea. Nothing fancy, just regular tea mixed with a bit of spirit beast milk. If it's that good, I'll make you some more next time. Seriously though, no girl can resist the pull of some good milk tea. Tretlin Shah got serious and said, right, I actually came here to find you. Then she pulled out a bunch of stuff, a sword, a manual, a plant, and some porcelain jars, and set them on the table. What she said next totally shocked Nut Fam. Whoa, this much. He picked up the golden sword, totally vibing. As Lin Cha explained, it was a spring-edge flying sword, a quasi-spirit artifact. You use spirit energy to trigger it, and with just a thought, you could behead someone from 100 paces away. Man, what a beast of a blade. Then she handed over the manual and said, this here is the Zheng Metal Sword Technique, spirit-grade quality. I specifically picked it out for you from the Intersex Hall of Wonders. It's got the starter moves you need to level up from the Foundation realm. Take it. Nutfam started buttering her up. Suti, you went out of your way to pick a technique for me? You're way too thoughtful. She laughed, holding the green plant, and told him, this is Zheng Metal Grass, a spiritual herb to help you cultivate that sword technique. Next, Lin Sha pointed to the 2 porcelain jars on the table, saying, as for these last 2, there are 2 pills in each, 1 god-devouring pill and 1 spirit-cleansing pill. These can help you enter the divine ability realm. Nutfam's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He gasped, what? They actually have pills like that? Lin Sha just blinked, acting all smug. Yep, but they work totally differently. If you take this god-devouring pill, you'll be breaking into the divine ability realm within 1 to 3 years, guaranteed. Like 100% chance. Nutfam started sweating, feeling suspicious. 100%? Is it really that cracked? Lin Sa picked up a jar and stared at it, saying, not exactly. This pill forces your primordial spirit to max out, basically shoving the door to divine ability open. To put it plainly, it's like force-feeding your growth. But once you break through using that, your path is pretty much capped. It's going to be a nightmare trying to push past the 3rd level of the divine ability realm, unless you stumble upon some massive stroke of luck. Nutfam, being the curious type, asked, so what about the spirit cleansing pill? Lin Sa looked off into the distance. That one was the best reward from the demon pit trial. It's got a gentle effect meant to purify your mind. It won't give you an instant breakthrough, but it'll lay a rock-solid foundation for you. Hearing that, Nutfam felt a bit guilty, squinting and stammering, "Suti, are these all really for me?" Linsa took a sip of tea and confirmed it without hesitation. "Yeah, I meant to check on you when you got out of Ghost Sorrow Cliff, but the Master hit me with a sudden mission, so I missed you. You saved so many disciples of the Five Elements Holy Land. I figured you shouldn't be getting punished, you should be getting rewarded." This actually got to Nutfam, his eyes tearing up. "Suti, you're way too good to me." Linsa was zoned out for a sec, then jumped when she heard him ask, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Then she got real serious. "Backnet fam, I gotta be straight with you. With your yellow grade talent, breaking into the divine ability realm is literally impossible. Yellow grade talent is usually just for janitor level disciples, and in the whole history of the Five Elements Holy Land, I don't think a single janitor has ever promoted to the inner sect." But Nutfam, full of swagger, teased her. "Suti, you don't believe in me? Want to make a bet?" This just left her confused. "Bet? Bet on what?" He looked her dead in the eye. "I bet that with my trash yellow grade talent, I can hit the divine ability realm without even using that god-devouring pill." Then he added, all smug and happy, "In 6 months, if I pull it off, you agree to become my cultivation partner. Deal?" As soon as he said it, Lin Cha turned beet red, shouting, "What? You want to be my cultivation partner?" Nutfam put on his most serious face. "Cultivation partners train way faster together, don't they? Unless you don't want to?" That just made Lin Cha question reality. "Backnetfam, do you even know what being a cultivation partner means?" He blinked, totally innocent, obviously. "It means we study spells and level up together, duh. Suti, your cultivation and spells are god tier, I just want to learn from the best." Lingsa broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. "That's how you see it." She looked at him and asked, "And if you lose?" He answered without missing a beat, "If I lose, I'll let you do whatever you want with me." Lin Sha just sighed, shaking her head. "You're such a sneaky little brat, this bet doesn't help me at all, but fine, you're on." Seeing that, Nutfam cheered. "For real?" Lin Sha looked at him with a soft, doting expression and said, "Yeah, for real." She thought to herself, "Baknet fam, I know you've got some crazy luck, but for a yellow grade scrub to break into the divine ability realm in a year, that's tougher than flying to the moon." Seeing how happy he was, she just went along with it. "But he's a good kid, I guess I'll just give him a small goal to keep him motivated." Nutfam pumped his fist, feeling great. As she left, Lin Cha turned back to warn him, "The Outer Sect Martial Arts Tournament is next month. Try to aim for the top 10. I heard the prizes are insane, especially for the top 3. But Nutfam just rolled his eyes, thinking, 10? What's 10? "I'm gonna take the championship trophy just to show you." He put his hand on the gang medal manual, thinking, "Let's check this out. Suti picked it just for me, wonder what it's like." After reading for a bit, Nutfam was stunned. No way, this is actually a sword art secret manual. He imagined the blade glowing with a mysterious green energy. He analyzed standard sword paths are just using flying swords to hack people. Zero elemental power involved. But sword arts blend in elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and poison. Reading that, he started sweating, feeling a bit awkward. Man, choosing between these two is tough. Suddenly, he stared off into space, mumbling, "The gang metal manual says to cultivate this, I first need to nurture a sword embryo inside my body, and the gang metal energy in this gang metal grass speeds that up." He looked at the plant she gave him, skeptical. "So this is gang metal grass? Yellow seeds, pointy tips like a needle. Wait, isn't this just barley?" After spending some time in the modern world, Nutfam went to a shop and asked, "Hey boss, you sell barley here?" The owner waved him off. "This is a rice shop, kid, we don't sell barley. You're too young to be wasting time on nonsense. Get lost and go play." As he walked away, he looked at his phone, frowning. "Looks like I'm gonna have to rely on Pinduo and Taobao after all." Time flies, and just like that, half a month passed. Louis walked in with Tam Vu and Truong Thiet laughing. "Yo fam, you haven't stepped out of this place in over 2 weeks. What the hell have you been up to, man?" Not Fam was standing there, clutching 2 bundles of barley, wearing a conical hat and grinning, eyes squinting. "Oh, you guys finally showed up?" Seeing his new look, Lu Yui asked, confused, "Hold up, fam. Did you hit some kind of spiritual awakening in a few days, or did you just decide to become a straight-up farmer?" Not Fam shut that down immediately. "Farmer? The hell are you talking about? Open your eyes and check this out." Lu Yui looked at the field in the courtyard and straight up shrieked, "Wait, what the?" The whole plot was packed with golden needle grass. Truong Thiet's jaw practically hit the floor. Golden needle grass is a top-tier treasure at the Five-Element Sanctuary. Even a veteran elder couldn't get his hands on 10 stalks, and you've got a whole field of them. Lu Yu chimed in, hyped. "Fam, you're a beast, man." Suddenly, Not Fam got an idea. "Hey, Aoi, it's been a minute since I checked your cultivation progress. Throw a punch at me, let's see what you got." Tam Vu, knowing the skill gap, warned him, "By Not Fam, have you forgotten that our boy Aoi has the Taudi bloodline? Ever since you got to Ghost Sorrow Cliff, he's been grinding like a maniac. In the Purple Mansion realm, no one at his level can touch him. Be careful, don't slack off." Not Fam just smirked, arms crossed, and repeated, "Stop yapping and just swing at me." Lu Uwe was getting heated. He pushed Truong Thiet aside and told him to back off. Truong Thiet was like, "Alright, fine." Lu Uwe's face darkened. He clenched his fist, looking tense. "Fam, don't blame me if you get hurt, man." He planted his feet, channeled the Taudi Giant Spirit Technique, and summoned a massive golden avatar. He roared, "Taudi Giant Spirit Technique!" The giant silhouette threw a punch, with Lu U yelling, "Heads up, fam!" Not Fam just effortlessly caught the massive spiritual force with one hand. "Oi, what's with the slow motion moves today?" Lu Yi was shook. "You blocked that?" Not Fam looked at him, unimpressed. "Is that all you got? You didn't eat breakfast or something?" Not Fam twisted his ankle, mocking him. "If you can't even handle a basic counterattack from me, you're in for a world of hurt." Louis went flying backward, howling in pain. Watching from the sidelines, Tamvu's jaw dropped. "Guys, look at Bai Not Fam's Dantian." Orange spiritual energy was swirling around him like a vast universe. She whispered, "Is that a sword embryo?" Lu Yui sat on the ground, wiping sweat, panting. "He's already condensed a sword embryo? Seriously, fam, are you trying to make the rest of us look like trash?" Not Fam didn't let up. He used the fragmented gold finger technique and kept the pressure on. "Don't space out, it's not over yet. Try this." Lu Wei was sweating buckets now. He immediately clutched his head and screamed, I fold! Stop, man!" Looking at the tiny holes in the ground, he turned pale, thinking, if those had hit me, I'd be nothing but a pile of blood right now. He knelt before Not Fam, defeated. "I surrender, fam. Seriously, your speed boost is just straight up insane." Not Fam opened his hands, done with the flexing. "All right, cool it with the praise. You're gonna make my head swell," he thought. "The magic of the sword embryo is that it constantly converts my body's blood energy into metal sword chi, which then powers my sword techniques. 3 days and 3 nights, I've finally condensed the embryo and nurtured the metal sword chi. If Senior Sister Kwang knew, her jaw would hit the floor." Not Fam went back to his farming, muttering, "Keep training that golden needle grass." Trying to bulk up the sword embryo, he left Lu Ui fuming. "Fam, can you stop flexing on us like this?" A while later, the sect courtyard was buzzing with disciples. When Hot Fam walked in, they started whispering. "Look, isn't that Bine Hot Fam? He offed Wong Dong on the streets of Black Jade City and only got 3 months of house arrest? That's messed up. Who cares? He found the ancient medicine and ruined the Fire Cloud Demon Ape's plot. He did the sanctuary a huge favor. Letting him off the hook is fair enough." Hearing all the gossip, he sighed to himself. Well, fame is fame. I guess I'm the main character of the outer sect. Now suddenly, someone ran up, shouting, causing Not Fam to spin around. "Junior Brother Bai, hold up. I'm the 5th-ranked guy in the Purple Mansion peak-level leaderboard." Tanwen Bak walked over, carrying his blood blade with a grin. "Good to see you're still in one piece. With your skills, you're definitely going to crack the top 20 in the martial arts tournament, right?" Not Fam wasn't vibing with that. He pursed his lips. 20? Senior Brother Ta, are you kidding me?" Nguyen Bak raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of shade. "Everyone saw what you did in the trial at the ancient demon abyss. Don't play humble with me." Not Fam puffed his chest out. "Senior Brother, you misunderstood. I meant top 20? Who the hell do you think you're looking down on?" Nguyen Bak was stunned. Someone else walked over, sneering. "To Nguyen Bak, you're overestimating this kid. Without late-stage Purple Mansion strength, don't talk about top 20, even top 30 is a death sentence." Triu Du stood there with a piece of grass in his mouth, hands on his hips. Breaking into the leaderboard right after reaching Purple Mansion is decent enough. Top 20? You're dreaming, kid. The disciples around them gasped. It was Triu Du, 7th on the board, and Go Man ranked 5th. Nguyen Bak ground his teeth, annoyed. Triu Du and Go Man, that's uncalled for. If Junior Brother Bai hadn't been locked up in Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months, he would have definitely smashed into the top 20. And Go Man laughed like she just heard the worst joke ever. "Tanwen Bak, don't think I don't know why you're defending this kid. You just want that Vong Tran pill he's holding, don't you?" She eyed Not Fam, needling him. "A middle-grade spirit pill, too. If we top-tier Purple Mansion cultivators use it, we have a massive shot at breaking into the divine ability realm." Triudu sneered. "What a waste, ending up in the hands of a loser with trash-tier talent." Not Fam stayed chill. He reached into his pocket and asked, "Oh, you want it, Senior Brother Triudu?" He pulled out a porcelain bottle, leaving everyone stunned. It was the Vong Tran pill. Not Fam's eyes went cold as steel, and he gave a mocking grin. "I ain't much, but I sure love my children. Just kneel down, kowtow 10 times, and call me Dad 10 times, and this Vong Tran pill is yours. How about that?" Hearing that, Triudu flew into a rage, clenching his fists and ready to throw down. "Bak Not Fam, you looking to die?" Before he could move, and Go Man grabbed his shoulder, holding him back. "Triudu, the kid is just trying to trigger you. If you start something now, you'll get disqualified." Irritated, he shoved her hand away and snapped, "Obviously, I know that." Then, pointing a finger forward with a twisted, menacing look, Triudu threatened, "Kid, don't let me catch you on that arena floor. Otherwise, I'm going to beat you so bad your own mama won't recognize you. I'm just waiting to see your little show." Not Fam stood there with his arms crossed, back straight, unfazed, and talking trash right back. "A show? Look, a guy with my Imperial-level talent taking down one of the top 10 disciples. Wouldn't that be way more entertaining? In professional terms, we call that a plot twist." Then, with a look of pure disdain, he added, "Everyone loves a good upset, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Triudu gritted his teeth so hard they clicked, letting out a low, furious hiss. Beside them, and Go Man crossed her arms and frowned, taunting him. With an ego like that, he's going to get himself killed sooner or later. Just save all that arrogance for the arena. That was exactly what Not Fam wanted to hear. He turned around, saying if they wanted to spar, Bak Not Fam was always down for the challenge. Meanwhile, squatting on a tree branch and watching everything go down, Tio Tho amused, "What an arrogant little brat. He ain't even afraid of those top-tier disciples coming for his head in the shadows." Standing beside her, Lin Cha chimed in, "Yeah, he's definitely got an attitude." Then she smiled, her eyes locked on someone as she added, "But I kind of like that about him." Tu Thoa struck a pose, eyes glinting with mischief as she teased Ling Cha. Like him? Sis, don't tell me you've got a thing for that kid. The comment made her face turn bright red. She covered her face in embarrassment and shouted in denial. Quit thinking crazy stuff. I just mean I respect him, that's all. Tu Thoa kept on poking the bear, then why's your face so red? At that same moment, someone flew in on a gust of wind toward the plaza, making all the disciples gasp and shout out, Chitin! He looked down at the disciples on the arena and spoke up. I am the elder presiding over this year's tournament. The purpose of this outer sect tournament is to scout talent and inspire you all. The whole plaza went dead silent as they listened to Tia Ting's announcement. I will now read the rules. 8,000 disciples will compete in waves across 4 separate arenas. If you're knocked off the platform, you're out. In the end, the last 20 standing will draw lots for one-on-one battles. Furthermore, consider this a life-or-death experience, a dance on the edge of survival. The disciples listened intently, knowing this was the only way to temper their spirits. See past your fear, reach true enlightenment, and from there, break through your spiritual barriers and build your foundation. Tio Ting stood with his hands behind his back, radiating a celestial aura as he added, because of this, injuries are expected, and even killing your opponent is allowed, unless they concede. Recalling the ornate red robes radiating spiritual energy, he announced that this tournament would offer rewards for the top 10. First place, a water-fire spiritual treasure. Tio Ting then pointed to a golden scroll. Second place, the spirit-level movement technique Blood Surge Dissolution. He went on to announce the rest of the prizes. Third place, the spirit-grade pill Sun Yang Elixir. Not Fom. Standing off to the side with arms crossed, listened with his eyes closed, clearly impressed. Those are some pretty sweet rewards, aren't they? After running through the list, Tio Ting declared in a booming voice, the Outer Sect tournament begins now. All the disciples in the Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment realms rushed to the arena. The moment he finished, everyone except Not Fam took off toward the platform, screaming. A second later, someone swung at him, yelling at the guy standing alone in the middle of the yard. Bak Not Fam! I've been waiting a long time to run into you, you falling leaf! But before he could even graze a hair on Not Fam, he got slapped away like a fly. Not Fam sneered, Oh, is that all you got? Give it another shot. Watching the guy fly off to meet his ancestors after one kick, he rubbed his cheek, muttering awkwardly, Man, you're weak. I didn't even put any muscle into that. How are you already down? Seeing this, someone shrieked, Look, isn't that Bak Not Fam? Let's all pile on him and get him out of here. A group of disciples standing behind him agreed. Yeah, take him down first, then we can worry about each other later. And with that, a whole squad gathered up. In no time, they had Hot Fam completely surrounded, even talking trash to his face. Bosh Not Fam, you're cornered. If you don't want to get beaten into a pulp, you'd better tap out now. That's right, surrender and get lost. It'll save you a world of physical pain. Why bother talking to this guy anyway? Just knock him off the platform already, right? Listening to them run their mouths, Not Fam picked his ear, looking unimpressed. I think you guys have it backwards. As soon as he said that, he spun around, landing a kick that sent the other disciples flying and wailing in pain. Barely breaking a sweat, Not Fam crossed his arms, mocking them. Clearly, it's you guys who are surrounded by me. Watching the dust clouds rise, the audience was stunned and started whispering. Holy crap, look at Not Fam's side. He took out half of them in one move. That's nothing. You gotta see what Triu Du is doing. Over there, he stood alone on a literal mountain of people he'd already sent packing. He was radiating so much bloodlust that the crowd was floored. Damn, he cleared out over 100 people in a heartbeat. A disciple watching nearby freaked out and ran for his life, yelling, Screw this! I didn't expect to be in the same heat as a psycho. I forfeit! Then another person chimed in, Me too, I'm out! A moment later, 2 figures stood spotless, facing each other as they heard Tio Ting announce, Bak Not Fam advances to the top 20. Triu Du advances to the top 10. Suddenly, Triu Du pointed his thumb at the ground, taunting him. See that? That's gonna be your fate in a minute. That comment really ticked Not Fam off, and his gaze turned cold. You really talk that much? Look, bro, save your breath and stop the yapping. You'd be better off putting that skill into the actual fight. A while later, once the qualifiers were set, Tio Ting pulled out a tube filled with wooden sticks with marks on them. Next up, we begin the draw. Not Fam stared straight ahead, waiting for the moment he'd hear his name. Number 17, Bak Not Fam versus. On the other side, Triu Du was acting all high and mighty, hearing number 18, Triu Du, and thinking, You little brat, you finally fell right into my hands. The bracket was posted, and the disciples started buzzing. How'd Bak Not Fam get so unlucky? He's only in the second round, and he's already got to face a top 10 powerhouse. He's gonna get wrecked. Hearing that, Louis shouted, Wrecked your face! My Famka is the best in the outer sect. On the arena floor, Triu Du whipped out his weapon, crackling with lightning, and laughed out loud. Bak Not Fam, facing me in the second round. You didn't see that coming, did ya? Don't worry, in honor of you insulting me earlier, I'll go easy on you. That really got under Not Fam's skin. He furrowed his brows and shot back. Enough with the chatter. Are we fighting or what? Immediately, Triu Du dropped into a stance, slamming one hand on the ground and getting ready to dish out some pain. Since you're in such a rush to get off the stage, I'll send you off myself. Taste my family's legacy. The demon-slaying sword. The guy rockets forward, screaming, Bullet finger strike, while Nut Fam just holds up one finger, glowing with yellow energy, muttering to himself. Is this the best the top-ranked disciples got? Just then Trio Due takes a hit straight to the chest, blood starting to seep out, his face frozen in pure shock. He stares at his chest, looking ghost white as he hears Nutfam shout, crushing Goldfinger, and panics. What the hell? Watching from the tree, Ling Sha's jaw hits the floor. She can't believe he broke through his defensive aura with a single move. He's actually mastered that technique with his whole right hand. Squatting nearby, Tio Thoa lets out a long yawn, wondering. Where'd he get that much savage gold sand? Lin Cha's suspicious. Wait, what's going on? I'm the one who taught that crushing Goldfinger to back Nutfam. She proceeds to spill the tea. Mastering this martial art requires an insane amount of savage gold sand, which costs an absolute fortune. Most people struggle to master just one finger, but Nutfam has somehow maxed out his entire right hand. Down on the floor, Nutfam points his sword at his opponent, looking down with a confused smirk. Are you some kind of anonymous whale? You seem pretty attached to this sword. With his bare hand, Nutfam crushes Trio Due's blade, looking totally unimpressed. Whatever, just a piece of trash. With a look of pure disdain, he snarks down at him. Didn't you say you were going to beat me up so bad on this ring that even my own mom wouldn't recognize me? Is that all the juice you've got? Trio Due's eyes roll back, screaming at the top of his lungs. My family's heirloom sword, I'm going to take you down with me. Before he can finish, Nutfam blasts a wave of energy into his head, shouting, Take me down. Let's see if you've actually got the guts for that. Trio Due gasps in shock. Wait, who am I? Then his eyes rout back as he takes a punch to the face, thinking, where am I? By the third hit, Trio Due has totally lost the plot. Nutfam stops and shrugs, appraising him. Didn't think a Violet Palace peak stage disciple like Brother Trio could take this much of a beating. Pretty impressive, honestly. Meanwhile, the guy is face planted on the ground, whining, ow, ow, ow. Nutfam isn't done yet, though. He lands one more kick, sending Trio Due flying into orbit, shouting, You even managed to break my weapon, so just do yourself a favor and get off the stage. A moment later, the guy is sitting on the ground, clutching his swollen face, howling, My sword! The disciples watching from the sidelines are losing their minds, buzzing with gossip. Nutfam is a total freak of nature. He just knocked Trio Due out of 46th place and jumped straight into the top 7. That's gotta be a record. Tretio Ting appears, cold as ice, announcing, You win, Nutfam. Walking off the stage, he checks on his juniors. How'd you guys do? He hears Louis reply, I only took out a guy ranked 38th. Not as good as you, Ditka, you're straight into the top 10. Trung Thiet scratches his head, squinting. We all stalled out at rank 50. Standing nearby, Tumvu shyly adds, That's the best we could do. Suddenly, seeing a disciple get launched into the sky, Nutfam asks, Who's that? Looks brutal. At the same time, all 4 of them stare at the contestant, who just face-planted in front of them. Pretty sure that's Brother Ta. Dumvu bends down, looking concerned. You okay, brother? The audience is already firing off comments. Look, Tong Wenbak lost too. What? Tong Wenbak was 3rd on the leaderboard. How could he lose? Then they all look at the cool, calm guy holding a paper fan on the stage, marveling. Tute, the guy who fought Tong Wenbak, is the top-ranked outer disciple. Tute is covered in dirt. Wenbak clutches his shoulder, shouting through his teeth. Tute, you got lucky. Just you wait. One day I'm gonna surpass you. Mark my words. Hearing that, Tiote lets out an aura of pure chill and replies, Ambition for the small-minded. Meanwhile, Luby looks pale, his jaw dropping as he stammers, Tiote, it's really him? I thought he was in seclusion. They said he'd missed the martial arts tournament this year. He actually showed up. Nutfam stands nearby, arms crossed, curious. Is he really that strong? Luby snaps, he's won the Outer Disciples tournament 4 years in a row. You tell me if he's strong or not. Hearing that, Nutfam turns back toward the ring, sizing him up. Seems like he's actually got some real skills. Tiote looks down at him and asks, You're Nutfam? Then he gives him a curious, challenging look. Anything you want to teach me? Brother Tio. Tiote furrows his brow, shooting him a laser-focused look. I just got out of the secret realm recently. I've heard about your recent winning streak. Pretty impressive. I'm looking forward to facing you. Suddenly, someone walks up to them, carrying a guy over his shoulder, and screams for Tiote. He looks dead serious, declaring, You've only got one real opponent in this outer division, and that's me. Haho Trun shouts, Are you guys all blind? Move the hell out of my way. Someone instantly recognizes him and gasps in terror. It's Haho Trun. He's back? Things are going to get real interesting now. Tiote just calmly opens his fan to greet him. Oh, Haho Trun. Word is, after I beat you last year, you've been training nonstop in the wild. Hunting down high-bounty criminals just to get an edge. Wonder how strong you've actually gotten. On the other side, Ho Trun drops the body and replies, Why don't you try me and find out? Seeing this, the other disciples are shocked. They realize who the corpse is and scream, I remember him. That's Ironhead Lion Sukung. He's 105th on the Sanctuary's bounty list. Haho Trun actually took him down? Right after, everyone else turns to stare at him, whispering. That guy was a veteran Violet Palace peak stage monster with a bounty of 20,000 spirit stones. Haho Trun, you really killed Sukung? Hearing that, Ho Trun grits his teeth and snaps, Obviously, I chased that bastard for 7 days and 7 nights before I finally got him. Now hurry up, drag him to the contribution hall and get me my points. A few guys scramble to pick up the body. Yes, brother Haho. Suddenly, Ho Trun flicks his wrist, creating green energy, and shouts, Junior, get over here! A guy gets pulled into the air by the energy, looking totally lost as he hears him ask, You're the one fighting in the next match, right? Ho Trun grabs his shoulder, radiating killing intent, his face darkening with fake concern. You're not feeling so hot right now, are you? He gets a confirmation. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty sick. Can you take my place in the match? Then he just shrugs. Done. On the other side, Mutate furrows his brow, folds his fan, and says, not bad, ha-ho Trun. Looks like you didn't waste your time this year. Looks like the next fight won't be boring after all. Time flies, and 2 hours later in the ring, Nutfam sends a disciple flying out of bounds. He politely cups his fists and says, thanks for the match. As Yifan sauntered off the arena, the crowd started yapping again. Like, seriously, is it that by Yifan dude again? It was already wild that he even made the top 20, but now he's been wrecking everyone in his path. Think he's cracked the top 10 by now? Looking at his matches, some are even guessing he might hit the top 5. When Yifan took down his next opponent, he just threw some shade. Hey brothers, don't hold back on me, alright? Outside, Zhang Tianchen and Wu Yu were cheering him on, fired up. Top 5? These guys are seriously underestimating our famka. Then Xiao Jing stepped up to make the announcement. Next, I'll announce the 3 finalists. Yifan just stood there, totally chill as his name was called, Bai Yifan. The other 2 were exactly who everyone expected. Xiao Jing shouted it out loud, Xiao Shi and Ha Ho Zhen. Meanwhile, spying from a tree, Xiao Tuo was mind-blown. Bai Yifan actually cleared out all those heavy hitters to make the final 3? Down on the field, Ha Ho Zhen stood there, arms crossed, acting all high and mighty. Can't believe I've been gone a year and the outer sect has managed to spit out such an interesting specimen. Suddenly, Xiao Jing tossed out 3 treasure bags and announced that the finals would go down tomorrow. First, we'll draw lots. One of you 3 will get a bye straight through to the next round. The top 3 immediately grabbed their bags and answered in unison, understood. Holding the token in his hand, Yifan felt a bit sus. I was low-key planning to save my energy. On the other side, Xiao Shi held up his token and shouted, looks like I'm the lucky one who got the bye. Meanwhile, Ha Ho Zhen crushed his token into dust, gritting his teeth. Xiao Shi, you just wait. I'm gonna crush this bye punk in 3 moves flat. After that, we'll have a real showdown. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making Ha Ho Zhen turn his head, confused. Watching the white smoke swirl around him, Ha Ho Zhen was totally thrown off his game. Behind him, Yifan picked his teeth and mocked him. Hey brother, you're just a peak Turfu realm fighter. Doesn't mean you can actually touch me. Ha Ho Zhen gripped his bag so hard his veins were popping. On the side, Wu Yu asked, clearly worried, Bai Yifan, are you okay? This Ha Ho Zhen isn't someone you want to mess with. You ticked him off before the fight even started. If you're not careful, then she heard him reassure her, don't sweat it. I know what I'm doing. Suddenly, Lu Wei squinted his eyes, flashing a total fanboy grin. Famka could never be scared. Now that the Outer Sect tournament is finishing up, I'm gonna bet my entire savings on Famka to win. Hearing that, Yifan bumped wrists with him and asked, hyped, good brother, you really trust me that much? He listened as Lu Wei pledged his loyalty. Obviously, trusting Famka means eating good later on. Yifan beamed, his eyes sparkling. No need to wait for later. Come over to my place tonight, I'm throwing a massive feast for you guys. Time flew by. That night, Ha Ho Zhen walked into a private estate wondering, Junior Sister Wang, why'd you call me here in the middle of the night? Wang Meng stepped forward and waved him in. Senior brother Ha Ho, you're finally here. Sit down. As soon as he sat, he narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. Spit it out. While pouring him a drink, Wang Meng began. A pseudo-spirit grade cultivation manual, plus 20,000 spirit stones. I want you to kill Bai Yifan in tomorrow's match. Hearing that, he looked over, suspicious. So that's how it is. She wants to use his blade to take out Bai Yifan and get revenge for her brother. Wang Meng confirmed it. Looks like even though you've been wandering outside, you haven't forgotten the holy grounds, right? I just want revenge for my brother Wang Tung. That clearly put Ha Ho Zhen in a better mood. He laughed. Spirit grade manuals are rare, but I've been wandering for years. I've managed to snag a few. This stuff doesn't really impress me. Then he took a sip of tea, his eyes turning dark as he continued. Junior Sister Wang, if you want to make a deal, you need to show a bit more sincerity. Wang Meng pulled out a red magical artifact and asked, what about this? A divine strength ring that can drastically boost your vitality? This is a top-tier treasure my master passed down to me. How about adding this? Holding it, Ha Ho Zhen squinted. Nice piece, but still not enough. Seeing this, Wang Meng rolled her eyes and cursed under her breath. Ugh, this Ha Ho Zhen guy is seriously taking advantage of the situation to rob me blind. On the surface, though, she faked a sweet smile. So, what exactly do you want? Suddenly, Ha Ho Zhen grabbed Wang Meng, lifting her up, and gave a sinister laugh. Honestly, I've been saving up my energy for 3 months just to take down Xiao Shi. It's been ages since I've been with a woman, especially one as pretty as you, junior sister. Wang Meng looked startled and panicked, yelling, You! Then, seemingly accepting her fate, she started sweating and replied shyly, As long as you can get that revenge from me, once it's all done, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Hearing exactly what he wanted, Ha Ho Zhen let out a booming, satisfied laugh. Then he used his spirit energy to pull Wang Meng's 2 junior disciples over, saying, Come here, little beauties. They looked absolutely terrified. Wang Meng was stunned, eyes wide. Wait, what are you doing? Ha Ho Zhen hoisted the 2 girls up and walked off, coolly saying, Obviously, I'm enjoying the appetizers you prepared for me. Gotta start with the main course later. At that, Sun Jing panicked and started screaming, Senior Sister Wang, help me. No, please, don't. Veins popping. Wang Meng still reminded Ha Ho Zhen, Take it easy now. You've still got that fight tomorrow. Don't mess up your performance. He laughed so hard his eyes disappeared, reassuring her. Relax, a puny kid like Bai Yifan isn't even worth stressing over. As they were dragged off, the 2 girls shrieked, Senior Sister, please help us. Next day on the arena floor, Yifan and Hao Zhen stood face to face, with a massive crowd of disciples surrounding them to watch. Some were skeptical. Hey, you think Bai Yifan can actually win? Is that even a question? Hao Zhen was scouted by the Earth Academy 3 years ago. Word is he's already mastered a pseudo-spirit grade manual. Others huddled together gossiping, yeah, and Bai Yifan? He only reached this level by chugging those divine devouring pills. His foundation is basically trash. Hao Zhen's gonna treat him like a brat getting schooled by his old man. Look, the elders' representatives are finally out. By now, the elders were all present, sitting in the gallery, getting ready to watch the semifinals. Someone remarked, this year's Outer Sect tournament is way more hype than the last few years. The person who spoke with an expectant look was the representative from the Wood Academy. Nearby, the representative from the Earth Academy chimed in, well, obviously. I heard there are a ton of stellar rookies this year. The Water Academy rep covered her mouth and bragged, let's see if you guys can actually back up that talk. That target is already spoken for by our Water Pavilion, so nobody better try to snatch them from me. But the elder representing the Metal Pavilion didn't give a damn and started fighting for them anyway. Don't kid yourself, junior sister. The Water Pavilion is great and all, but we've got to respect the students' own wishes, right? Chen Longji, the Metal Pavilion's disciplinary elder, who was there representing the Fire Pavilion, cut them off with a sour look on her face. The tournament is about to start. You two need to kill the bickering. She then stood up to announce the start of the matches. Everyone, this grand competition is the biggest the 5 Elements Holy Ground has seen in years. To make things more interesting and to hype everyone up, we've made some decisions. The rules for the top 3 spots have been adjusted. In the arena, only the outcome matters. We aren't talking about life and death, and anything goes. Yifan listened to the chatter in silence. So, we're really going all out this year? This is going to be a rush. Meanwhile, Wang Meng was buzzing with excitement. Bai Yifan, this is exactly what I begged for before the match. My master changed the rules just for you. Just wait, you're dead meat. She owed it all to the time she got on her knees and begged Longji. Master, please, help your disciple one more time. Watching the two of them on the stage, she couldn't help but grin. You owe my family, and today you're going to pay it all back in blood. Across the way, Hao Tran radiated killing intent, smirking as he flexed the power of the divine ring on his finger. Bai Yifan, it's not too late to fold. Don't wait until you're crying for your mommy and daddy, losing all your dignity. Yifan just manifested some yellow energy and shot back a taunt. Why don't you save that speech for yourself? No sooner had he finished than Hao Tran charged in hot, screaming for him to watch out. Then 2 bursts of blue and yellow spiritual power clashed violently on the stage, kicking up a massive cloud of dust while the crowd gasped. Damn, that hit was heavy. Is the kid Yifan gonna get wrecked like that? Look, the dust is clearing. They saw a crater in the middle of the arena, but both fighters were totally unscathed. They shouted in disbelief, what the hell? Yifan dodged it. Yifan just chuckled, sizing up his opponent. Not bad for the second-ranked powerhouse, you've actually got some skill. The audience, however, was focused on something else. What kind of magic artifact is Hao Tran carrying? That thing is legit. Meanwhile, Wang Meng watched from the side, arms crossed, feeling smug. That ring is an heirloom from my master. It boosts a fighter's strength 5-fold. Hao Tran's power was already savage, and with that artifact, Yifan is as good as dead. She arched a brow, sneering, what's the matter? Still not going to use an artifact. Let's see how long you can hold out. Hao Tran crouched down, manifesting a giant tiger aura with his 10 tiger power technique. The display made one disciple's jaw hit the floor. That's the Earth Pavilion's pseudo-spirit level 10 tiger power. The rumors about Hao Tran being recruited by the Earth Pavilion must be true. On the high platform, Longji looked down her nose, smugly remarking that the Earth Pavilion's 10 tiger power was miles stronger than the Ox Demon power Yifan was using. Once you master it to the novice stage, you get the strength of a profound yellow spirit tiger, enough to fight off 80 blood-crazy horses. The technique that broken, he's probably left every other Outer Sect student in the dust. Yifan, however, didn't look scared at all. He just smirked and sparked energy in his hand, yelling, Gold-shattering claw! Yifan's energy burst out like a blooming flower, obliterating the spirit tiger. Hao Tran stuttered. This kid, he's only got yellow-tier aptitude, yet he broke through my protective soul energy. Hearing that, Yifan swirled the energy around his body and mocked him. Senior brother, you've been hanging out in the world for so long. How are you still this clueless? Let me open your eyes a bit. He landed a blow right on Hao Tran's chest with a fluid movement technique, making him cough up blood. Hao Tran cursed under his breath. His movement is so fast. I couldn't even track him. A second later, he was sent flying into the air, screaming in agony. Watching from the sidelines, the other students broke into a cold sweat. Is Hao Tran really losing? I can't believe a new kid with yellow-tier talent is beating him to a pulp. For real, I never thought Yifan could pull off such a bizarre movement technique. Suddenly, Hao Tran pulled out a spirit pill, snarling. I'm done playing with you. I didn't expect you to push me this far. Seeing that, Xiaothoa panicked and screamed, oh no, that's a burning chi pill! Lin Sha looked worried too. I can't believe Hao Tran would stoop this low just to win. Xiaothoa was rightfully suspicious. I heard that once you take that pill, it burns half your life force to boost your power for a short time. Most sects have banned it. How does he even have one? In the arena, Hao Tran's arms bulged with purple-pink energy as he gritted his teeth, taunting. If you don't want to get your guts spilled, you better kneel and beg for mercy right now. But before he could do anything, Yifan appeared right in front of him, shouting, "Mountain Breaker!" Hao Tran was stunned, his face turning pale as he realized he was in deep trouble. As he saw Yifan's giant, golden-fisted blow descending on his head, he frantically summoned the Ten Tiger power to defend, but he was struggling hard. Watching his spiritual power wither away, Hao Tran panicked. "It's over. This is a spirit-level technique. I can't block this kind of power." A second later, Yifan hit him with a giant spirit fist, sending him flying away like a kite with a snapped string. Seeing Hao Tran sprawled out on the ground outside the ring, the disciples gasped. He couldn't even take one hit from Yifan. Damn, how is that even possible? Yifan looked down at him with pure contempt. So whose fist is tougher now? The onlookers were dying to know, whispering amongst themselves. That move Bai Yifan just used, that was a high-level spirit technique. Aren't those only supposed to be usable in secret realms? If Bai Yifan has no spiritual power, how did he trigger it? Up in a tree, Xiao Thoa turned to Ling Sha. "Wait, why haven't I ever seen that technique before?" "Have you, Ling Sha?" she replied. "It doesn't look like any technique from the Five Elements' holy ground." Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, the Water Pavilion Elder turned to the Wood Pavilion Elder, suspicious. "Senior brother, is that?" The Elder nodded. "Yeah. That's a technique from the true martial holy ground." Wang Meng was losing it, grinding her teeth in a rage. How is this possible? Did Hao Tran just get knocked out? Down in the square, Lu Wei was nervous, seeing the silence. "What's going on? Didn't Brother Pham win? Why hasn't the Elder announced it yet?" Suddenly, Tu Tin stepped onto the stage to confront him. "Bai Yifan, if my eyes don't deceive me, the technique you just used is a spirit-level move from the true martial holy ground. Giant spirit fist. Care to explain yourself?" "Yo, wasn't it obvious? Fanji already wrecked him. So why is the Elder running the show just standing there like a statue instead of calling the win?" Xiaojing stepped up to the ring, spitting out the question. "Bai Yifan, unless my eyes are straight up lying to me, that move you just pulled. That was a spirit-grade technique straight out of the true martial holy land. Titan fist, huh? Start talking." Yifan saw him getting serious and straightened his back, staring down Xiaojing. A disciple in the crowd whispered, "Wait, what? Is that a technique from the true martial holy land? Has this kid lost his mind?" Someone else confirmed, "Yeah, that's definitely a true martial technique." Next to him, the guy bowed respectfully. "Elder, this punk's gotta be a spy planted by the true martial holy land. We need a serious investigation ASAP." Standing across from Xiaojing, Yifan explained, "Elder, let me break it down from before the Demon Abyss trials. Wang Peng and Cao Yang teamed up with Shu Chun to set me up, and they threw me into the deep ravine." He flashed back to seeing a guy fighting a demon in the secret realm. "Besides finding the Heaven Sunfire, I stumbled upon a Shura fighting a brutal battle against an inner circle, yellow-robed disciple from the true martial holy land." Then Yifan spun a tall tale about how he and the guy fought the demon together. "My rank was low, so to help me land a killing blow on the Shura, that yellow-robed disciple taught me a few moves from a spirit-grade technique so we could sync up." He imagined the scene of the demon going down and the inner disciple collapsing on the ground. It's just a shame the Shura's power was too much. The yellow-robed disciple was already mortally wounded. Before he kicked the bucket, he passed down the essence of the giant spirit fist to me. Xiaojing listened in silence as Yifan continued. "Even though I lack spirit energy, I have a naturally strong soul. Once it merged with my blood, I was barely able to activate it. I had to give it everything I had to kill the Shura and survive." The Elder recalled that 4 months ago, during the hunt for the Firecloud Demon Ape in the Eternal Demon Abyss, a true martial inner disciple in yellow robes really did go missing. Seems like Bai Yifan isn't lying. Suddenly, Wang Meng pointed from below the stage, acting all high and mighty. "Even if you're innocent, you're a disciple of the Five Elements' holy land. You shouldn't be using true martial techniques." Yifan held up a finger to shut her down. "But Elder, before the match, didn't you clearly say that no matter what tactics we use, only the win matters, not the methods?" Busted and frustrated, she could only glare at him. The disciples around the arena started buzzing. "Man, this kid is seriously lucky. How is he so lucky? Who would have thought he'd get a spirit-grade technique from the true martial holy land? Whatever, luck is part of the game." "Exactly, that's just his fate." A moment later, Xiaojing spoke up. "Since the rules are what they are, you haven't done anything wrong." Longji was fuming, grinding her teeth. "Damn brat, how does he get all these lucky breaks?" Xiaojing looked him dead in the eye. "Bai Yifan, the elders have discussed it. You're a disciple of this sect, so focus on mastering our techniques. I'll let you use the giant spirit fist for this tournament, but keep it on the down low afterward, especially outside the sect, or you're going to bring trouble on yourself. Got it?" Yifan immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "I understand, Elder." Finally, Xiaojing waved his hand. "You win." As Yifan heard that, the crowd cheered. "That was intense. This tournament is getting good." Lu Wei's group shouted, "Big Brother Fan is the man. Too good." But Wang Meng looked at Yifan with even more disgust. Damn it all. To think that loser learned a spirit-grade technique. What a fluke. But your luck won't last forever. One day, I'm going to take your dog head and offer it up to my brother's soul." Meanwhile, up in the tree, Linger breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God." Xiaohua elbowed her, teasing, "Senior sister, you were worried, huh?" Linger felt embarrassed and dodged the question. "Just watch the match." At the same time, Xiaojing looked at the two finalists. Next up, the championship match. Bai Yifan versus Xiao Shi. Seeing they were ready, Xiaojing warned, "I've reinforced this arena with spirit talismans, so feel free to go all out with your strongest moves." Xiao Shi flicked his paper fan and spoke up. Junior brother Bai, your giant spirit fist is strong, but you're still no match for me. Yifan jumped right in, unleashing the fist. We'll see who's stronger once we start fighting. Xiaoxi blocked the blow with his fan, his brow furrowed as he sized him up. Spirit-grade techniques are powerful, but they burn through energy like crazy. My guess is you can only throw a few punches. Don't believe me? Just as he said, then let's find out. He tossed his fan into the air, and his hands glowed with green mana, launching an attack at Yifan. Soul-dispersing art! Watching this, the disciples gasped, what the hell, isn't his fan his weapon? Why'd he throw it away? Look closely, that's pure spirit energy. Xiaoxi actually broke through to the soul communication realm. High in the tree, Xiaohua frowned. This is bad. For martial artists, the gap between the supernatural realm and the purple mansion realm is huge. It's not something Yifan can handle unless he's got a secret card up his sleeve. Xiaoxi conjured a sword, his eyes sharp and mocking. See this? This is the gap between us. He sent the green glowing sword flying forward, and someone in the crowd commented, sword control. That's an inner circle ultimate technique only possible in the supernatural realm. A disciple pointed at the stage, look at that. That sword is a first-grade artifact. As Yifan was forced to keep backing up, someone whispered, it's over. Liu Wei was panicking, big brother fan. Yifan, however, remained cool as a cucumber. He crossed his arms to block the sword and replied, is that all, Xiaoxi? Then he raised two fingers, sparking with vibrant orange flame energy. Senior brother Xiao, your sword control isn't all that great, is it? Before making his move, Yifan thought, I really wanted to keep my trump card hidden, but I don't have a choice now. This is the perfect time to test how strong it really is. He blasted his energy at Xiaoxi and roared, check this out! Xiaoxi looked shocked. Wait, is this? Meanwhile, spying from the tree, Linger's eyes went wide. Is that the gold-cutting sword decision? He actually finished training it. I remember I only gave him one metal needle grasp. That shouldn't have been enough to master it. Down on the stage, Xiaoxi used his green spirit energy to protect himself, realizing he was in trouble. Wait a minute. I distinctly remember only giving him that one herb, and that wasn't even enough to make a proper needle. There's no way he could have pulled that off. Down in the crowd, Xiaoxi wrapped himself in a thin layer of green energy, squinting at the stage. Junior, you're really out here acting all high and mighty. With that weak-ass sword energy, you honestly think you can block my gear? No sooner had he said that, two streams of blue and orange spiritual energy slammed into each other. Xiaoxi scoffed. You think you can pull that little trick on me? But a second later, his sword cracked under the pressure of that orange light. Xiaoxi totally lost his cool, screaming, no way, my gear, it's about to shatter. He frowned, livid, refusing to accept the outcome. This can't be happening. There's no way his output is stronger than mine. Seeing those orange sword shadows closing in on his blade, he panicked and yelled, Spirit Origin Sword, get back here. Clutching his sword, Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief, barely made it. But his defenses were blown wide open. Staring at the cracks in his blade, he broke into a cold sweat, radiating dark, salty energy as he growled, damn it, I let my guard down. I didn't think your technique would be this busted. Music swells. Yifan hovered in the air, looking down at him. Senior brother Xiao, if you don't go all out, you're really gonna lose this. Xiaoxi looked terrified. What? Wait, that wasn't even your strongest move. Yifan just stood there with his hands clasped, prepping his next beatdown. Senior, I haven't even shown you the real power of my sword style yet. As he spoke, a rain of sword shadows erupted everywhere, leaving Xiaoxi shook. The hell? There's way more sword energy than before. The various hall elders were left speechless, all of them whispering at once. He's actually controlling that many blades? That's insane. Meanwhile, Liu Wei smirked. Bro, Yifan is looking pretty cold right now, and Zhang Tia chimed in, more like straight-up lethal. On the arena floor, Xiaoxi conjured a massive green dragon while hiding inside a bell, shouting, Dragon Scale Shield, block this. Yifan thinks the spirit energy on his sword looks weak, but it's all focused at the tip. His control is just straight up cracked. Yifan raised a finger to cast his art. Golden Sword Decree, break style. A giant golden sword instantly manifested and shot straight at Xiaoxi. Yifan roared, die! Xiaoxi panicked, thinking, how the hell is he focusing all that energy into one strike? The pressure was too much. In a blink, Xiaoxi's defensive bell shattered, and he was sent flying backward. The crowd gasped, no way. Senior brother Xiao actually lost? Yifan, looking like he expected this all along, smiled and said, it's over, senior brother Xiao. Looking at the blade tip right in front of his eyes, his pupils shrank. He panicked and yelled, wait, stop! He dropped to his knees, hands clasped, and shouted, I yield! Xiao Tuo broke into a cold sweat, thinking, am I seeing things? If Bai Yifan hadn't pulled his strike, Xiaoxi would have lost an eye. Back on the field, Yifan bowed politely. Senior brother, I accept your surrender. Xiaoxi, totally sucking up, replied, Bai, you're the real deal. No need to be modest. Liu Wei's crew started hype-beasting. He won, Yifan won. That was absolute madness. What a fight. The whole plaza erupted. Bai Yifan won. I knew it. That kid was definitely hiding his trump card. He actually took down Xiaoxi to become the top disciple. Holy crap, the power rankings are going to need an update. Meanwhile, the Woodhall elder stroked his beard, stunned. Nobody saw this coming. A rookie who's been here less than 6 months winning the tournament. Xiaoxi held the title for 4 years straight, and he just got snatched. Looks like our 5-element sacred ground is in for a shakeup. Liu Wei, Zhang Tia, and Xin Wu swarmed Yifan with high fives. Bro, you're a beast! Yifan just sighed, all right, back off a bit. A while later, the closing ceremony began. Xiao Jing held the prize up for the winner. Bye, Yifan, this water fire treasure is yours. Yifan grabbed it, buzzing with excitement, and thanked the elder. Yifan thought, they say the top 3 in the power rankings get scouted by the 5 elements halls. These elders are definitely going to fight over me, might even throw hands. But instead of acknowledging the winner, the elders totally ghosted him and swarmed Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, let's talk. Don't rush off. The Earth Hall elder cut in first. Xiaoxi, come to the Earth Hall. Your body is too weak. Training with us will help your foundation. The Water Hall elder chimed in. No, come to the Water Hall. We've got tons of beauties. Meanwhile, the Metal Hall elder tried to pull rank. Xiaoxi, you're a swordsman, and the Metal Hall is the best at sword arts. The Wood Hall elder wouldn't let up either. The doors to the Wood Hall are always open for you. Xiaoxi was just standing there, absolutely speechless. Watching them fawn over the loser, Yifan stood there sweating, fuming to himself. Wait a minute, didn't I just win the damn tournament? Why are they fighting over Xiaoxi? Are these old guys losing their minds? Ho Zhen, his right arm bandaged up, walked over. Surprised by Yifan, let me clue you in. The 5 elements halls care about talent. Xiaoxi has mystic grade talent while you're just yellow grade. You'll never catch up to him. Xinwu walked over, defending him. Bai Yifan, ignore him, he's just trying to get under your skin. Ho Zhen sneered, what? I'm just stating facts. He frowned, explaining, luck only goes so far. You can't keep getting lucky forever, but that gap in talent is permanent. With a look of pure saltiness, Ho Zhen added, besides, you only got this far because you chugged a spirit devour pill to boost your cultivation. Taking shortcuts like that, no wonder the elders don't respect you. Yifan crossed his arms, shut him down. When exactly did I take a spirit devour pill? Ho Zhen didn't believe a word, just doubling down on his own headcanon. Don't even try to lie, I've heard the rumors. If you didn't take the pill, how else could you have jumped up in rank so fast? Other disciples standing nearby started whispering, oh, so Bai Yifan used a pill to hack his way to the top. I told you, how could someone with such mediocre talent make it to the top 3? No wonder the elders didn't want him. If I were an elder, I wouldn't waste my time on a hothead like him either. Hearing all that trash talk, Not Fam just crossed his arms and let out a wry laugh. So that's how it is. The disciples nearby didn't get what he was doing and started whispering, what's his deal? Must have cracked under the pressure, poor loser. Or maybe the poison from the god-devouring pill is finally kicking in. Hao Chan looked pale and miserable, snapping, Bye Not Fam, what the hell are you laughing at? A terrifying aura exploded from his side. Not Fam pointed at himself, mocking them with a cocky grin. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Why don't you open your dog eyes, senior brother Ha Hao, and take a good look at what this is? The crowd of disciples started buzzing, some intrigued, some straight-up skeptical. It's the god-devouring pill? He actually didn't take it? Wait, didn't the rumors say the goddess Kuang gave him 2 pills? He clearly grabbed them before the match. Maybe he used something else instead? So his performance today was all raw skill, no doping? Up in the tree, Toa started gossiping. Lin, that brat didn't even take the pills you gave him, she sighed, sounding low-key impressed. I honestly didn't think he was that legit. On the arena floor, Hao Chan was grinding his teeth as Not Fam kept going. You're just using drugs to act all tough and throw your weight around. Do you really think everyone else is as pathetic as you? Too bad for you, I don't need drugs to kick your ass. That hit a nerve and Hao Chan turned beet red, staring daggers at him, radiating pure hate. Don't get cocky. Even without the drugs, have you noticed that not a single elder from any of the halls invited you to join them? Right on cue, all the elders suddenly whipped their heads around, looking at him with intense interest. He didn't use drugs? In a flash, they all ditched their previous plans and started rushing over, trying to recruit him. Bye Not Fam, why don't you consider joining our water hall? No way, come to my earth hall instead. Nobody touches our recruits from the gold hall. Seeing this, Tam Vu, standing behind Hao Chan, smirked and jabbed at him. Look at that, who's the one not getting invited by the elders now, huh? Hao Chan was so pissed off he couldn't even get a word out. Not Fam cupped his hands together, bowing respectfully. Thank you all for the offer, but let me think on it. I haven't decided which hall to join yet. I plan to put in some more training before I make my choice. The surrounding disciples broke into a cold sweat, whispering in shock. He actually turned them all down. Not Fam just rested his chin on his hand, thinking it over. Judging by their reactions, these elders were all small-time thinkers anyway. Even if I joined their ranks, there's no guarantee I'd actually level up. Better to build my own strength and wait for a better opening. He stretched out, let out a massive yawn, and made up his mind. Exactly, the next big move is a fast-track power boost. Looks like the Von Ko Makan is the place to be, tons of monsters to grind there. Not Fam turned to leave, telling Louis and the gang, let's roll. Curious, they asked, Bye Not Fam, what's the plan? He gave them the shortest answer possible, grind. As soon as he said it, a scream echoed like a stuck pig. You absolute trouble magnet, can you quit dragging us into your messes? Time flew, and soon they were standing beneath a massive skyscraper. Not Fam put his hands behind his head, planning to head straight to the Von Ko Makan as soon as he got back. He swore he wouldn't come out until he shattered his current cultivation bottleneck. He looked at the view in front of him, feeling pretty good, and muttered to himself, this is one of the priciest shopping complexes in the city. Gotta treat myself to a luxury meal first. Just then, someone called out, Bye Not Fam? What are you doing here? He glanced over, alert, thinking, that voice sounds familiar. He turned to see a woman clinging to her boyfriend's arm and couldn't help but be stunned. It was Chu Tuyet Ki. She sneered, funny running into you here. Everything's super expensive, you know? What, came here to see how the other half lives? The guy next to her looked at Tuyet Ki and asked, friend of yours? He looked jealous, thinking, this punk's actually better looking than me. Tuyet Ki pressed herself closer to him and replied, just a college classmate, by Not Pham. Not Pham stood there, stone-faced, as memories of Chu Tuyet Ki flooded back. The girl he used to be obsessively, blindly in love with back in school. He remembered how he used to study like a maniac, skipping meals and skimping on clothes, spending every penny he had on gifts for her, only to be treated like a disposable spare tire. He recalled himself carrying stacks of bags, trailing behind her like a servant, while the two girls in front of him gossiped. He buys you lunch and gifts every single day, aren't you even a little touched? Him? You mean by Not Pham? He's just a spare tire I keep around. A broke loser like that thinks he's the main character? Please. Back in the present, Tuyet Ki looked at his cold expression and commented, by Not Pham, why do you look so tall? And you've actually got a decent build now. Not Pham just turned his back on her. None of your business. Tuyet Ki was so shocked by his attitude she stammered, you! Her boyfriend was furious. He reached out to grab him, shouting, watch your mouth, kid. You, get back here, you little punk. Before he could even touch him, he tripped and face-planted onto the ground, groaning in pain, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what just happened? Did something push me? Passersby saw the whole thing and started laughing. What a loser, face-planted on flat ground. Must be pretty slippery, huh? Tuyet Ki was humiliated and thought to herself, what a useless idiot. Not Pham turned his head back with a look of extreme annoyance and mocked him. A smart dog doesn't block the road. Tuyet Ki helped her boyfriend up and snapped, by Not Pham. That's ancient history. Don't take your anger out on us. We've known each other forever. Can't we even be friends? Friends? Not a chance. With a lethal look in his eyes, he shut her down cold. Forget it. I've got zero interest in being friends with girls like you. That set her boyfriend off, and he pointed a finger at him, yelling, I get it now. You're that creep who wouldn't stop stalking Tuyet Ki back in college. Listen here, by Not Pham. I'm the one who told Tuyet Ki not to hang out with a broke loser like you. Don't even think about bothering her again. It sounded like a bad joke. Not Pham crossed his arms, looking at them with total contempt. Me? Stalking her? That's hilarious. If I were actually looking for a girlfriend, I'd find someone 10 times prettier than her. Tuyet Ki didn't hold back either, tossing her hair with a sneer. By Not Pham, don't make me laugh. You're just a pretty face with no job and no future. What kind of blind girl would actually bother dating a loser like you? The man beside her wrapped his arm around her waist, chiming in to agree. All right, babe, let's not waste our breath on a failure like him. This spa is impossible to book. It took a lot of work for me to snag this. Suddenly, a woman walked over, calling out in a sweet voice. Honey! Both Tuyet Ki and the guy looked back in confusion. Kailak stood there, dazzling and beautiful, coaxing him. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, she said, leaving everyone looking suspicious. No way, Kailak. Why is she here? As soon as she arrived, she grabbed the attention of everyone passing by. So beautiful. Which big family is she from? And she's walking out of the VIP room, too. Talk about loaded. Even Tuyet Ki's boyfriend couldn't help but blush, muttering, her figure is insane. This made Tuyet Ki furious. You think she's pretty, huh? Tuyet Ki pinched her boyfriend's waist so hard he broke into a cold sweat and yelped, take it easy, that hurts, damn it, that hurts. Watching Kailak grab Not Pham's arm and pull him along, she teased, waiting long, let's go grab a bite. Tuyet Ki grumbled under her breath, totally annoyed. I don't believe this broke guy has that kind of pull. I have to get to the bottom of this. Just as Not Pham and Kailak walked a few steps, the woman called out, hey, you beauty. Are you actually his girlfriend? Kailak looked at her confused. She turned around and replied coldly, yeah, why? Tuyet Ki crossed her arms and sneered. Look, as one woman to another, I just want to warn you. Aside from his face, this guy has nothing going for him. He doesn't even have a job. Hearing that, Kailak raised an eyebrow, tapped her chin thoughtfully and said, a job? I own a dozen companies and dozens of properties across the city. The rent alone brings in hundreds of thousands every month. Why would he need a job? These words made Tuyet Ki's eyes pop out of her head as she whispered in disbelief, what? Dozens of companies and dozens of houses. Is this woman just straight up lying? Suddenly, Kailak hugged Ko Not Pham, leaning in and showing off. And another thing you said, Bak Not Pham has nothing but a pretty face? I disagree. His face is a major asset. I'm happy just looking at it every day. That's worth more than anything else. Seeing that, the men walking by had hearts in their eyes and were drooling, whispering, so envious. Afterward, Kailak pulled his arm and said, honey, what do you want to eat tonight? Chinese, Western, or French? I'll take you. She left Tuyet Ki staring after them, fuming. Is this woman the legendary queen of being blinded by love? Meanwhile, Not Pham turned to her and said, whatever you decide is fine by me. He thought to himself, I never expected a cold, high and mighty corporate queen to be this cute when she's acting clingy. The two walked off as the crowd watched with envy. Tuyet Ki's face darkened, veins popping in frustration. Damn it! That Bak Not Pham, that gold-digging gigolo, I'm so pissed! Her boyfriend adjusted his glasses, blushing with excitement, exclaiming, being a gold digger is a skill in itself. Why don't I ever get an opportunity like that? Hearing this, Tuyet Ki blew a fuse, her eyes blazing as she grabbed his ear. What did you say? Say that again, I dare you! The boyfriend turned pale with pain, screaming, I'm wrong, I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense. After a while, sitting across from Kailak at the restaurant, Not Pham said, thanks for helping me out back there. Finishing her wine, she acted like it was no big deal. Small potatoes. By the way, I have a question for you. Not Fam asked nervously, what is it? Then, Kailak went straight for the jugular. What did you do to my dung dung? Not Fam asked, did she say something to you? But in his head, he recalled the message Dung Dung sent him. Bak Not Fam, I've done a lot of thinking after last night. I really truly like you, but I need some time to process everything. And please, don't tell my sister about what happened last night. Not Fam felt a pang of guilt, thinking, she hasn't contacted me at all since that night. Suddenly, Kailak's gaze turned sharp as a knife. Kailak probed, I won't say much, but she's been acting busy lately. Taking all these extra classes, focusing on something. I have a feeling it has to do with you. She remembered walking into the room and hearing Dung Dung talking in her sleep at the desk. Back Not Fam, wait for me to become someone better, and then I'll come find you. Hearing that, Not Fam took a sip of wine, a tactical drink to stall. Playing dumb time? I didn't do anything to her. But in his head, he was calculating. Looks like Duong Dung hasn't figured out how to talk to her sister yet. Seeing this, Kailak's expression darkened. She rubbed the rim of her wineglass and said, actually, her being more self-disciplined is a good thing. At least it's better than getting played by some losers out there. Honestly, she's had plenty of suitors since she was little. She's my one and only baby sister. If anyone wants to be my brother-in-law, they better be ready for a thorough background check. Not Fam broke into a cold sweat and chimed in, that's true. Who could ever be good enough for the heir of the Duong Corporation? Kailak laughed, well, I'm just saying. Suddenly, she rested her chin on her hand, looking relaxed. I actually think you're quite all right. Not Fam replied awkwardly, is that so? But inside, he was panicking. Sis, are you setting me up right now? After a moment, Kailak adjusted her glasses and said with deep implication, but the Duong family doesn't just have one heiress. This left Not Fam confused, and he blurted out, huh? What does she mean by that? Why does that sound so strange? Before he could figure out her motive, Kailak stood up. Finished eating? Let's go. He couldn't do much else but agree. Let's go. On the way to the parking lot, Kailak asked, want me to drop you off? Not Fam declined. No need, I have my own. But before he could finish, a loud scream cut him off. How could you? How could you miss such a huge car? Great, now look, you scratched someone's car. Let's see how you're going to handle this. Not Fam and Kailak both jumped, turning to look at the source of the noise. Kailak wondered about the voice. It was that couple from earlier. Tuyet Kai was screaming at the top of her lungs. It wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been yapping in my ear the whole time. If you weren't there, I wouldn't have hit the car. Her boyfriend retorted that it was her fault for insisting on driving. You can't drive to save your life and now you're blaming me? She snapped back. It's obvious. You kept nagging me and made me lose focus. Watching the scene unfold, Kailak sighed. What a small world. She crossed her arms and said casually, what are you two doing in front of my car? Tuyet Ki's boyfriend started trembling. BBD, this is your car. I'm so sorry. I didn't see it. I accidentally scraped it. I'm really, really sorry. Tuyet Ki frowned, thinking, damn it, why does it have to be them? Not Fam had been keeping quiet, but now he just had to fold his arms and start venting. Who would have thought we'd run into them here? Seeing that, Tuyet Kai's boyfriend grabbed his hand, sweating bullets as he begged, look, gorgeous, I am so sorry. You gotta understand, we didn't mean to try and skip out on the bill. We can just have our insurance handle the repairs, easy peasy. But her boyfriend just scowled and snapped, it sounds easy when you say it, but look at this ride. It's a luxury car. Do you even know how much this is gonna cost to fix? My Tesla Model 3 doesn't even come close. That thing wouldn't even cover the taxes on this beast. Standing to the side, Kailak held up one finger and said, cool as a cucumber. Considering the damage, I'd say it's gonna set you back about 100,000. That number hit Tuyet Ki like a bolt of lightning, and she started stammering, terrified. What? 100,000? Suddenly, Kailak leaned into Not Fam's ear and whispered, wanna get some payback? And when he asked what she had in mind, she just smirked. Kailak adjusted her glasses, her eyes turning ice cold as she said, tell you what, money doesn't mean a damn thing to me. If this girl bows down and apologizes to us, saying I was wrong 3 times, I might just consider letting you clowns off the hook. How about that? The boyfriend jumped at the chance, eager as could be. Really? We're sorry. We're so sorry. Come on, Tuyet Ki, hurry up and apologize. But she just rolled her eyes, pinched his ear, and spat back. If you want to apologize, do it yourself. What the hell should I have to bow down to them? That set her boyfriend off. He shoved her away and scolded. Are you kidding me? A single sorry saves us 100,000, you idiot. If you want to apologize, you're paying the bill yourself. I didn't even hit the damn car. Hearing that, Tuyet Ki flew in a rage, furrowing her brows as she yelled, Lam Tuan Loy, are you even a man? How can you be so spineless? Seeing them bickering, Kailak lost her patience and cut in. Well, you done thinking yet? Suddenly, a chill ran down Tuyet Kai's spine. She pulled her head in and mumbled, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But Kailak pulled out her phone, ready to intimidate. That didn't sound very sincere. Looks like we'll have to do this by the book and let the traffic cops handle it. Terrified now, Tuyet Ki rushed to say, no, I was wrong, I really know I messed up. Please don't call the police, okay? Kailak turned to Not Fam and asked, that's better. So babe, what do you think? Should we let them go? He squinted his eyes, pursed his lips in a cocky high roller way and waved his hand. Fine. Since my girl is feeling generous, get lost before we change our minds. Seeing how lovey-dovey they were, Tuyet Ki turned green with envy and muttered under her breath, just a sugar mommy with a fancy car. Why are you acting so high and mighty? This car isn't even yours. But how could that escape Kailak's radar? She shot a glance at her and asked, what was that? Tuyet Ki went pale, scared but still mouthy. What? Did I say something that wasn't true? Tuan Loy hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. She didn't mean anything by it. You're a big person. Don't hold a grudge against small-minded people. Just let it slide. But Kai Lak was already on the phone. Hello, Secretary Truong? It's me. My car got scratched and it's ruining my mood. Come over here and pick it up, and while you're at it, swing by my garage and grab a few normal cars to bring over. Not Fam heard her instructions. Make sure they're the normal ones. And just stared blankly, wondering what the hell the Durang family's golden girl was plotting this time. 10 minutes later, as 3 supercars pulled up in a line, Tuan Loy's jaw dropped. What? These are the normal cars? Secretary Truong bowed before Kai Lak and reported, Director Duong, as you requested, we've brought the most ordinary cars from our collection. Anything else, ma'am? She just crossed her arms and nodded. Took you long enough. Seeing the badges on the cars, Tuan Loy's mouth hung open, sweat dripping as he trembled in fear. An Audi S7, a Mercedes-Benz, a BMW, there's even an MBS 680. You call this normal? This lady was legit loaded. Kai Lak draped herself over Not Fam like she had no bones, acting all clingy. I never drive these cars in the garage. They've been sitting so long they're practically rusting. Babe, pick whichever one catches your eye. Pick one to drive me home, and that car is yours, a gift. He was speechless, just thinking, are we really going to keep this act going? Seeing this, Tuan Loy was green with jealousy. He asked, hey, big sister, would you consider taking on another babe? Who could handle being this bitter? Tuyet Ki turned into a total harpy, gritting her teeth as she snarled. Lam Tuan Loy, what did you just say? Are you seriously trying to be a kept man? He just had the nerve to shoot back. Weren't you only with me for my money in the first place? What's the difference if the gender is flipped? They both turned their backs on each other, fuming. Tuyet Ki spat out. Fine, count it as me being blind. We're done. Tuan Loy puffed out his cheeks and agreed instantly. Yeah, let's break up. I've had enough of your spoiled princess attitude anyway. I'm not serving you anymore. Totally caught off guard by this, Tuyet Ki pointed at him and shrieked. Chu Tuyet Ki, I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes, surrounded by nothing but gold-digging losers like you guys. Not Fam let out a sharp, cold laugh. Gold digger? He pulled out his car keys, clicked them, and said, Babe, we can't be too modest when we're out and about. Tuyet Ki looked at the car that just chirped and asked suspiciously, What kind of car is that? He continued. Gotta make sure those low-life, dog-eyed people don't get the wrong idea. Not Fam walked toward the pristine car and said, Hop in, babe. I'm driving my own car today to take you home. Tuan Loy's eyes went wide as saucers as he shrieked, a Porsche 918 Spider? That's his car? Tuyet Ki was speechless, her mouth twisted in shock. A Porsche! Only Kai Lak looked on, eyes twinkling with excitement. Not bad at all, she signaled to her underlings behind her. Since that's the case, Secretary Truong, please have someone drive these other cars back. She heard him answer, as you wish. As the engine roared to life, Tuyet Ki couldn't handle it and screamed, How is this possible? Didn't you say this car costs over 15 million? Why is he sitting in the driver's seat? Not Fam leaned his arm on the window and mocked them. Chu Tuyet Ki, didn't you just call me a gold digger? Look closely now. He shot them a glare like a bullet for good measure. Clearly we're a power couple. Tuyet Ki was so furious she almost puked, howling at the top of her lungs. Bak not Fam! He drove off, leaving them choking on exhaust fumes. Later, loser. Suddenly, Tuan Loy started running after them like a creep, shouting, Wait for me. Can you guys fit one more person in this dynamic? I mean, let's not be so picky about the gender thing, right? On the plaza of the 5 Elements Holy Land, the Liu Yu group was trying to convince him. Brother Fam, are you really not going to rethink this? We barely made it out alive from the ancient demon abyss. Why on earth do you want to go back there? Yeah, man, maybe you should think this through carefully. Not Fam clenched his fists, determined. Like you guys said, the demon pit is crazy dangerous, but that's exactly why it's the perfect place to level up and unlock some wild potential I didn't even know I had. It's been a minute since I've had a breakthrough in my spirit realm training, so it's time to really push myself to the limit. Liu Hui started stressing out, but then Tam Vu cut him off. He's already made up his mind. Don't keep nagging him. Nat Pam chimed in. While I'm gone, I'm going to need you guys to keep an eye on the spirit plants in my garden, and handed them a black box. He warned them also, there's some medicine and artifacts in this box. They're all for you guys. Don't slack off on your own training while I'm away. As Not Fam took off, Truong Thiet gave a wave. Don't sweat it, bro. We'll take good care of it for you. Louis was already tearing up. Brother Fam, I'm going to miss you so much. Not Fam just told them to head back 3 months. I'll be back and I'll be a whole different person by then. Time flies. Walking through the streets of Black Obsidian City, Not Fam was deep in thought. The ancient demon pit just got 10 levels deeper. If you aren't a high-level spirit cultivator, you're basically a ghost the moment you step in there. Better chill here for a bit, get everything prepped, and then make a move. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming not to go, and he got super suspicious. In the middle of the road, a guy was lying in a pool of blood, and a girl wearing a bamboo hat was grabbing onto some dude, not letting him walk away. You guys stole my fire lotus seed and killed my old man. You think you're just gonna walk away like that? Tight Fuang Lam from the statue armor sec shoved her off, mocking her. Me taking an interest in this fire lotus seed is doing you a favor. Your old man was just being stubborn and wouldn't sell it. I just gave him a little kick. If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing his own worth. One of his disciples nearby laughed, chiming in, straight facts. Hearing that, the girl lashed out. You guys are nothing but thugs. Give my fire lotus seed back right now. Huang Lam got annoyed, shoved her back, and barked, shut your trap and get lost. She stumbled, letting out a sharp cry. When her hat fell off, he just doubled down, being a total jerk. Useless trash. Tai Hon sat on the ground, clutching her hurt arm, sobbing. You, give it back to me. When he saw her face, Huang Lam grinned, totally obsessed. Well, look at that, a real beauty. Tai Hon backed away, shaking. Stay back. What do you want? He gave a gross, twisted smile and muttered, you'll find out soon enough, then signaled his disciples. You guys grab her for me. After I'm done, you can have your turn with her. The disciples rushed forward, shouting, Yes, Elder, tie it! When she started screaming for help, Huang Lam just laughed. Go ahead and scream. No one's around here anyway. Seeing them closing in, Tai Hon shook with fear and wailed. Help! Somebody help! The group just got more excited, threatening her. Little girl, quit struggling. Don't make it harder on yourself. Tears streaming down her face, she felt like it was all over. She was done for. Huddled on the ground, Tai Hon froze in fear, her body weak, still begging for her fire lotus seed. But Huang Lam just kept up the sick taunts. Keep screaming. Why'd you stop? I love watching people squirm. He reached a hand out toward her. If you stop yelling, you're gonna kill my vibe. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the air along with a snarky comment. If you like hearing people scream that much... As the blade pierced right through Huang Lam's hand, Not Pham finished his thought. Why don't you do the screaming yourself? Ignoring the guy's agonizing shrieks. My hand! You ruined my hand! Huang Lam spat out. Who the hell is sticking their nose in my business? You tired of living? Tell me your name! Not Pham stood behind him, arms crossed, smirking, I'm your daddy. When they saw him, a disciple freaked out and told Huang Lam, Elder, it's him. I think that's Not Pham from the 5 Elements Holy Land. Huang Lam frowned and barked, Oh, so it's you. You're the one who bullied my disciples back at Black Obsidian City. That made Hot Pham roll his eyes. So the statue armor sect is really just a bunch of bottom-tier trash from top to bottom? Hot Pham looked disgusted. You're the master? Man, the apple really doesn't fall far from the rotten tree. Huang Lam flared up, glowing with a weird green flame energy, and growled, Kid, you showed up at the perfect time. I'm gonna end you right here and clean up the statue armor sect's reputation. One of the disciples chimed in, sucking up. Our elder just broke through to the spirit realm recently. This kid just walked right into a death trap. We're gonna make sure there's nothing left of him today. None of that talk fazed Not Pham at all. He summoned Badu. At the same time, the creature flew out from his side, flapping its wings, and roared. Master, and Not Pham gave the order to kill. The moment the command dropped, the statue armor sect disciples were wiped out in a blink. Seconds later, they were all on the ground wailing in pain. Huang Lam's jaw dropped. What, how? You can command the demon race? Standing in front of Bado, Not Pham smirked. So what if I can? Huang Lam went pale, terrified, and tried to bolt. This is bad. This Shura is way too strong. I gotta get out of here. But Not Pham wasn't letting him off the hook that easy. He swung his sword, crackling with red energy. Where do you think you're going? A sword beam slashed Huang Lam's leg, and he collapsed in agony. That's when he finally realized he messed up. He looked back at Not Pham, screaming for help. Help! In broad daylight, a disciple of the 5 Elements is committing murder. Not Pham propped his chin on his hand, looking totally chill. My memory's a bit fuzzy. But didn't you just say, go ahead and scream, no one's around here? Falling to his knees, Huang Lam panicked. It was my fault. Please, spare me. Scum like me isn't even worth dirtying your blade. Not Pham sheathed his sword. You've got a point there. Then he told Badu to rip this piece of garbage to shreds and use him as fertilizer for the road. The creature acknowledged the order. Knowing he was dead, Huang Lam begged, What? No, don't! In a flash, Bado's shadow loomed over his eyes, and then the street was filled with Huang Lam's final, blood-curdling scream. Nearby, Not Pham crouched down, picked up the fire lotus seed from the ground, and walked over to where Tai Hon was huddled. Hey, miss, you all right? As he got closer and reached out to touch her, he realized she was encased in a thick layer of ice. Whoa! A long time later, at some inn, the sun was streaming through the window. Tai Hon slowly opened her eyes, confused and dizzy. Hot, it's so hot. Beads of sweat rolled down her face. She squinted, confused. Is this a motel? Whose clothes are these? She shot up, face burning with shame, and shrieked about her clothes. At that exact moment, Not Pham brought a bowl of medicine over. You're awake? Perfect timing. Down this fire lotus seed. Tai Hon clutched herself, screaming in embarrassment. Her voice echoed through the hallway. A servant passing by just sighed. Kids these days, fire and dry grass, catching feelings way too fast. Sometime later, Tai Hon knelt before a lonely grave marked the grave of Nok Am, my biological father. Your unfilial daughter, Nok Tai Hon. As she burned paper money, she murmured. Dad, your unfilial daughter, Tai Hon, is going to be just fine. Rest easy now. She turned to Not Pham. Master Bach, thank you for saving me, not just for the clothes, but for paying to lay my father to rest. Tai Hon started to bow, guilt written all over her. And here I am, repaying kindness with suspicion. Hulam, you must think I'm a real piece of work. I've got no face left to show the world. He quickly caught her arm. Get up, will ya? With the handprint still visible on his face, Not Pham scratched his head and chuckled. It was a desperate situation. I only pulled that stunt to save you. Let it go. Anyway, what's the plan now? Too ashamed to look him in the eye, Tai Hon replied. My father's gone. I've got nowhere to go. If you don't mind, Master Bach, I'd serve you as a servant just to repay you. Let me follow you. Not Pham looked completely blindsided and shut it down. I don't need a servant. The Ma Khan training is insanely dangerous. I can't bring you along. Tai-Hone slumped, her voice heavy with self-loathing. You're looking down on me, aren't you? Figures. I was born with this frozen bone monster curse. I'd only be dead weight to you. He stared at her, totally lost. Frozen bone monster? Suddenly she burst into tears, explaining through the pain. It's a sickness I was born with. When it flares up, my whole body crystallizes into ice bones. I turn into a literal ice statue in so much pain. Only fire element herbs, taken right on schedule, can calm it down. Tears streaming down her face, she wiped her eyes and added, my family spent every cent we had on it. My mom worked herself to the bone for me until she finally passed away. The fire lotus seed my dad busted his hump to buy for me this time. It got snatched by those jerks from the statue armor sect, and my dad lost his life over it. Not Fom thought for a moment, then suggested, why not join a sect? Some provide the medicine and a stipend, you know. She hesitated. Join a sect, what's the point? Tai-Hone opened up about her past. I won't lie to you. My dad took me to the 7th grade Bak Duok Sun sect, but because of this weird illness flaring up every 6 months, they didn't want to waste spirit herbs on an outer disciple like me. They just left me to rot. Tears rolling down her cheeks, she said sadly, now that my father is gone too, I really don't know what to do. Her situation reminded Not Fom of his own past in the modern world. He thought, this really brings me back to when my own mom was deathly ill. I was just as hopeless back then. If I hadn't met the Duong sisters, I probably would have lost the most important person in my life. He smiled and asked, Junior Sister Ngok, one more question. Have you ever undergone a talent awakening, he thought. Since I ran into her, I might as well help. Call it a good deed. Tai-Hone replied bashfully, no. At Bak Duok Sun, only inner disciples get to awaken their talents. Outer disciples like me don't even qualify. Not Fom rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Vongko ancient code listed several special cultivation physiques. Things like innate divine strength, pure yang spirit body, frozen ice spirit body, thunder body, and so on. Specifically, when the frozen ice spirit body awakens, the whole body crystallizes in agonizing pain. It was a perfect match for her symptoms. He mused to himself, if my hunch is right, she's got to have the frozen ice holy body. If I can get her into the 5 elements holy land, that should solve her problem. He spoke up, Junior Sister Ngok, one last question. Do you want to join the 5 elements holy land? Tai-Hone's jaw dropped in total shock. Did I hear that right? You're talking about the 5 elements holy land? One of the 10 great holy lands every cultivator dreams of? Time flew by, and 7 days later, 2 maids walked into the room carrying items. Miss, we're here. Tai-Hone looked at the flowers on the tray, curious. What kind of flowers are these? One maid respectfully presented them. Miss Nok, these aren't flowers. They're herbs to treat your condition. Master Bak told us to leave them at your bedside and swap them every 7 days so your sickness doesn't flare up. The maid added with a wink, actually, these spirit herbs are worth millions of gold pieces. Your beau really cares about you, she teased. Tai-Hone blushed and denied it immediately. No, you've got it all wrong. He's not my guy. She thought to herself in awe. This medicine is worth over 100 million. She remembered Not Fam's earlier proposal. Miss Nok, I could give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. But that's not a long-term solution. To really stand on your own 2 feet in this world, you need to learn some skills to protect yourself. She had been stunned when he advised her that if she wasn't strong enough and ran into another statue armor sect, she'd just be at their mercy. Not Fom had even made her a pretty incredible offer. If you're in, stay in this city for 3 months and wait for me. I'll find a quiet place for you to lay low. Once I finish my business, I'll come back to take you to the 5 elements holy land. When he asked if she agreed, Tai-Hone accepted happily. I'll follow Master Bak's lead in everything. Sitting on the bed, Tai-Hone listened as the maid said, please don't deny it. These are incredibly precious medicinal ingredients. Getting just 1 is hard enough. And Master Bak left 3 without a second thought. He even reminded us not to skimp and to put your health above everything else. Where on earth could you find a guy like that? The maid then politely added that Master Bak had already paid for 3 months of rent for the villa. Please, rest easy and recover. If you need anything, just let us know. Tai-Hone frowned, feeling a bittersweet pang. Master Bak, I'll be waiting for your return. Meanwhile, elsewhere. In the 10th level of the Vongso Makan, Not Fom knelt on one knee and gave the order. Badu, you just came out of the Makan. Tell me, what's the situation down there? It began drawing some scribbles on the ground and reported, Master, sir. From the 1st to the 8th level, it's just basic fodder monsters wilding out and beefing with each other. Mostly low-level scrubs with 0 brain cells. Then he points to this tower he just sketched out, telling me that Firecloud Demon Monkey we took down earlier is the top dog on the 9th floor. Past level 10, it's a total death trap, and the territories just keep getting massive. Imagine a tower straight up pulsing with terrifying red energy. Badu says the demon monkeys build these crazy fortresses of all sizes and station armies there, so they're a pain to deal with. Even on the same floor, the power dynamics are all over the place right now. He finally drops his 2 cents. The furthest we can realistically push is the 12th floor. That had Not Fam trippin', wondering why specifically the 12th. Badu scratches his chin and keeps it in 100, because that's my turf. Anything past that and I can't guarantee anything. Not Fam's jaw hits the floor. Your turf? How come I've never heard of you having a territory? Badu quickly makes an excuse. Master never asked, so I never brought it up. Then they get back to the game plan. Not Fam demands, Badu, how big is your territory on the 12th floor? List out how many troops you've got and if there are any prodigies worth training. Give it to me straight. Badu obeys instantly. You got it, master, and starts spilling the tea. My domain is about the size of 4 districts in the human realm, roughly 200 miles in radius. It falls under the vassal demon city of the great Asura Xuanye. I've got about 400 flying Yaksha demons and 20 to 30,000 foot soldiers, plus the demon civilian population is in the millions. Not Fam is shocked and yells, "It's that big?" He remembers that a li in the Vongko continent is basically a kilometer on Earth. That's 1,000 meters. So a 200-mile radius is over 120,000 square kilometers. That's like 7 or 8 Hangzhou cities combined. He's low-key hyped, thinking, damn, conquering Badu had some unexpected perks. Then he asks, and what about this great Asura Xuanye you mentioned? Thinking of this demon Asura rocking gold armor, wielding a razor-sharp weapon, he says, Xuanye is my old master. His demon power is off the charts. He once wiped out an entire army of hundreds of cultivators from a divine secret realm. His fortress is on the 15th floor, and it's the biggest power on that level. Xuanye has a stacked army under him, and besides me, there are 4 other great Asuras. He doesn't even hold back on hyping up the competition. Those 4 great Asuras are all loyal to Xuanye and have built their own fortresses from the 11th to the 14th levels. I was only lurking on the 9th floor because I was doing a job for Xuanye, but I messed up and ran into a cracked human cultivator. Notfam finally gets the picture, so that's how it is. After that, I actually found an opening. Badu asks out of curiosity, Master, what's the plan next? Notfam grins like he's got it all figured out. I'm planning to go into seclusion to break through to the divine realm. And then we're storming Xuanye's fortress on the 15th floor. Then I'll take control of even more Asuras for my own ends. Ideally, I want to take the whole 15th floor. Badu is shook, his jaw dropping as he yells, Wait, what? Taking the whole 15th floor. Master, do you have any idea how big a level in the eternal demon abyss is? Just across 12 levels, there are like 2,000 demon cities of all sizes. But Notfam keeps his cool. I've got my own plans, but you're the key to this whole operation. He stands up, looking at his goon. Badu, if you want to take over the 12th floor, how much power do you think you need? Badu replies, Master, if I can break through to the 3rd stage of the Divine Realm and hit Demon Commander rank, I won't say I can clear the 12th floor, but I could definitely crush a few dozen demon cities easy. Still, Badu looks worried, but the fastest way for us monsters to level up is sucking blood. Ever since I started following you, I haven't done any of that dirty work. I'm just afraid in the short term. Notfam doesn't sweat it. He's full of confidence, leave that to me. I guarantee you'll break through to the 3rd stage of the Divine Realm in less than 7 days. A while later, on the 12th level of the Eternal Demon Abyss, lightning strikes the Red Tower. Inside, the human demon cultivators are hunched over mining ore, while the supervisor is screaming his head off. You lot over there, move it! Don't make me use the whip! Suddenly, Guaya, one of Xuanye's 4 great Asuras, shows up. Chill out, will you? Don't kill those animals. The supervisor is terrified. The demon supervisor turns around, shaking. My apologies, Lord Guaya, but if we don't hurry, we won't hit the quota Lord Badu set for us. Another guy pipes up, Why are you stressing over him? Lord Badu has been ghosting us for months. For all we know, he's dead. He gives a slimy grin. I say we just hand over this ore vein to Lord Guaya and have him lead us instead. Before he can finish, a streak of light slashes him right in the chest. The remaining supervisor's eyes roll back in fear and the loudmouth drops dead on the spot. Badu appears out of nowhere behind him, shouting, Who gave you the right to make that call? The other supervisor is trembling, stuttering. It's Badu. It's Lord Badu. He's back. Guaya glances over. Cool as can be, Badu. You actually had the guts to come back? Lord Xuanye tasked you with stealing the Fire Cloud Demon Monkey's armor during the human war. Why are you so late? You trying to pull a fast one on me? Badu radiates pressure as he steps up. I didn't bring the armor back for Lord Xuanye, sure, but I caught someone. Lord Xuanye won't just let it slide. He's going to reward me big time. He brags with a cocky grin. Who knows? Maybe he'll even hand over your 11th level territory to me. Guaya grinds his teeth, curious. Who is it? Badu immediately tugs on a chain and yells, Get out here! A guy in a hooded cloak, hands chained up, steps forward. Badu introduces him. The Holy Master of the 5 Elements Holy Land. Guaya is stunned. What? You're saying you caught the Holy Master of the 5 Elements Holy Land? Badu stands next to the cloaked figure. Yep. Had to scrap with him for months, but I finally took him down. This is a massive win. But Guaya is suspicious. I don't buy it. You didn't actually catch the Holy Master. Suddenly, the chains on the cloaked man's wrist shatter into pieces. Guaya is totally blindsided, his face twisted in shock. The cloaked figure reveals himself. It's none other than Notfam. He unleashes golden energy and slams a sealed demon technique right at Guaya. Seeing the spirit energy tentacles lashing out at him, Guaya panics and screams, Oh no, this isn't good. Then it flew up, keeping a disgusted distance from Notfam. A human who hasn't even reached the level of a divine secret realm, and he has the nerve to try and put a slave seal on me? He's teaming up with humans to betray Lord Huyanda. Before Guaya could even make a move, Badu appeared right behind him. You ain't going nowhere, Badu growled. Guaya panicked, his eyes rolling back as he dodged, screaming, What the hell? Guaya stared at Badu's glowing red eyes, totally stunned. No way! When the hell did you turn into a great Asura? Notfam whipped off his hood, radiating intense spiritual power as he shouted. Over at the demon suppression tablet, Guaya screamed in terror. Yaksha army, what are you all waiting for? He's colluding with humans and betraying Lord Huyanda. If you take him down, Lord Huyanda is going to shower you with rewards. Notfam was feeling good about the results. You guys did a hell of a job, he praised. Badu knelt on one knee, bowing his head. All thanks to the endless beast's blood you gave us, Master. Ever since we've been feasting on it day and night, our cultivation has been skyrocketing. Right now, we've got over 1,000 sky-flying yakshas in our ranks. Suddenly, a swarm of demons came flying in from afar, screaming for blood. But Notfam didn't even blink. He waved his hand, releasing a surge of golden spiritual power. Perfect. Come at me all at once. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Instantly, they were all bound tight by Notfam's spirit threads, screaming in agony. A heartbeat later, they were all kneeling, bowing down to their new master. Guaya watched from the sidelines, his teeth grinding in sheer terror. What? How? How is he locking seals on nearly 100 yakshas all at the same time? Gotta run! I gotta get out of here! But Notfam turned, mocking him. I already got a dog leash with your name on it, pal. Where do you think you're gonna run? With that, he used the demon suppression tablet to bind Guya tight, making him tremble as the pressure crushed him. A second later, Guya was on his knees, head bowed, pledging his loyalty. Master, your servant Guya awaits your command. Notfam glanced back at his crew. Badu, taking down Guya was all you. You did damn good. He remembered back when Notfam had set 3 plates on the table, saying, "This is duck blood. This is pig blood. This is chicken blood, and here's some cow blood. Eat up." Badu recalled how the high-grade beast blood the master provided over the last few days had changed everything. That's how my strength was able to level up this fast. Then Badu asked about the plan. Master, the main force inside the demon keep is under our control now. What's the next move? Notfam looked serious, his eyes sharp. Obviously, we expand the army. We're taking all 12 levels for ourselves. You think you can handle that? After some time, an army of demon soldiers stood around Notfam roaring, "We swear to stay loyal to the master until the day we die." Then, on the 13th floor of the demon keep, the tower shattered, rubble raining down everywhere. The demon cultivators were losing their minds. "Run! Get out of here!" 2 soldiers holding spears saw the chaos. "We can't hold him back anymore. We gotta report this to King Kot Diem. I'm on it." Time passed, and the soldier rushed to the main gate, shouting for King Kot Diem. He knelt on the ground, reporting to the figure standing on the high steps with his back turned. "King Kot Diem, Badu has started a rebellion. Our army has taken heavy losses. It's a total bloodbath. We need you to lead the fight." The soldier felt a wave of relief. He figured King Kot Diem was the strongest fighter serving Lord Huyanda. With him around, there was no way they could lose. Suddenly, a golden wing-bladed weapon came flying through the air. It struck the soldier dead on, leaving him gasping in disbelief. "King Kot Diem, why you?" Notfam sat casually on the throne, chin resting on hand. "Too bad. King Kot Diem was a tough one, sure, but he chose life over being a martyr. He already surrendered to me." At the same time, Kot Diem stood there, weapon in hand, teeth gritting in silent, helpless frustration. Lying on the ground and gasping his last breath, the soldier couldn't believe it. How is it possible? King Kot Diem, our strongest war god, reduced to a puppet for a measly human. Meanwhile, Badu and Guaya flew in to report. "Master, the mission you gave us is mission accomplished." Outside the tower, thousands of demon cultivators stood in 4 neat rows waiting for orders. Badu announced that the 13th floor of the demon keep was completely taken, and the battlefield was cleared. "Yeah,